Great. A broken-down era, a run-down home, and a brand-new, fresh little me. Fang Xinghe lazily half-reclined on a torn sofa, full of holes, glancing around the cramped living room. The room was in shambles. Mold speckled the corners of the walls. On an old wooden cabinet from the 1950s sat an 18-inch spherical color TV with a brand name he'd never heard before, Peony. Its resolution was pitifully low, crackling with static interference, and mixed with the absurd dialogue of the show, it felt like a full-scale assault on this generation teen's psyche. Terrible acting, clicked lines, ridiculous plot, and where the hell did they dig up that lead actor? A scrapyard? Fang held back his disgust as long as he could, only 3 minutes, but finally gave up and mentally filed this 1998 version of The Return of the Condor Heroes under Never Watch Again. If he ever watched it again voluntarily, he'd gouge his own eyes out. Even without considering the era or the storyline, the male lead was just plain ugly to him. If he were still in 2030, Fang would have definitely started a poll online asking, would it have been better if Huang Bo played the male lead? TSK, who actually considers this thing their childhood idol memory. As he got up to change the channel, Fang's eye caught mid-synth moment. The screen showed Yang Guo, the male lead, whose features looked like they were flying off his face, shouting "goo-goo," a respectful term for an older female relative, at some random black-clad Annie. The teenager suddenly felt like he'd been hit by lightning in the stomach, like he wanted to puke. If even a semi-professional like himself found it absurd, then you really must have some guts. The gap between eras made everything seem intolerable to Fang, who had no nostalgic filter over his childhood. In his previous life, he was a true Jin born in 2005. Diagnosed with leukemia during high school, he took up work as a chief engineer in online public opinion monitoring and content repair to ease the financial burden on his family. Okay, fine, you could also call him a cyber mercenary leader. By the time his body finally gave out, Boss Fang had become one of the top 3 most trusted names in the entertainment industry. He even opened a real robotics factory in Vietnam, showing great talent for stirring up chaos. Getting sick wasn't rare. Plenty of people suffered worse fates. That wasn't what made Fang special. What truly set him apart was that until his final moments, he never gave up fighting. Isn't life beautiful? That fierce determination summoned a miraclean angelic system daddy, carried his consciousness back to November 1998, merging it into a 13-year-old boy with the same name. Little Fang was also a tragic soul. His father ran away. His mother died, leaving only a rotten uncle behind. 2 broken rooms, a small courtyard. When his mother was dying in pain, she refused to sell the house, leaving her son his last shelter. But little Fang didn't think his life was miserable. The school waived all tuition fees, and teachers often invited him over for meals. He had a few good buddies who always listened to him, and 2 cute girls who occasionally showed concern, making others envious. Of course, there were also minor troubles. 6 months ago, rumors spread about nearby demolition plans. His uncle immediately came over multiple times, each more annoying than the last. Fang endured twice, but the 3rd time he grabbed a cleaver and chased the guy off. Then the scumbag tried to apply for custody rights. This kid silently fetched half a barrel of gasoline, planning a barbecue dinner for his dear uncle's whole family of 3, but halfway through pouring it out, he was stopped by a neighbor returning from night shift, thus ending his great plan. Luckily, Fang was only 13 and hadn't actually lit the fire yet. The uncles gave him a stern lecture, and that was it. A tough guy, just like me. Fang Xinghe sincerely praised, almost hearing a shy laugh from within his mind. The last bits of both consciousnesses merged completely, inseparable forever after. Little Fang died from a high fever. At the moment of death, Fang Xinghe took over. 2 unfortunate souls now shared a second life. Fang Xinghe treasured this rebirth deeply, even though the current era seemed so unfamiliar, so broken down. Smartphones wouldn't appear for another decade. Full infrastructure renewal might take even longer. Good food, fun things, quality shows. This era had nothing. But that meant opportunity, blindfolded and still becoming a billionaire. Fang genuinely wanted to make money, big money, and believed he could do it. But after getting familiar with the system that gave him a second chance, plan changed. Must change. Immediately. Stellar God Assistant System, damaged version. This system is dedicated to making the host the brightest star. When fans admire your brilliance, the system extracts special energy from positive emotions to enhance attributes and abilities. Fan count, 15. Starlight value, 126. You have a newbie gift pack, please check. Attribute panel. Appearance, beauty 75, physique 66. Physique, strength 52, speed 79, endurance 55, agility 73, flexibility 68. Hidden attributes. Coordination 71, perception 58, recovery 73, immunity 54, health 60. Artistic attributes. TBD. Personal skills. TBD. At the sight of the word health, Fang's dream of becoming a billionaire instantly vanished from his mind, replaced by a new oath ringing loud and clear. No one can stop me from becoming a great artist. Those who have never faced death can never understand the terror of being near it. Even someone who's experienced illness can barely grasp a tenth of it. Survival is the primal desire written into our very genes. Although Fang didn't rush to max out his health, he would eventually max it out and keep improving year after year. It was 1998 now. Fang was 13 and a half. He wanted to sprint freely into his 150s and witness the scenery of the next century. Besides, what's wrong with becoming an all-around god? With enough starlight value, even the clumsiest person could live a life beyond compare. That sounded way more exciting than boringly copying the path of billionaires. Decision Madi would pursue stardom. Thus, Fang Xinghe enthusiastically began his planning. Step 1. Understand how starlight value accumulates and activates to determine pacing. First, the accumulation mechanism. According to the system explanation, anyone has 5 levels of fan affection toward an idol. Surface level casual fan, firm supporter, obsessive fan, diehard fanatic, heart and soul devotee. General public admiration doesn't count, it's universal. Under equal conditions, each level gives Fang approximately 1, 3, 10, 30, or 100 starlight points. Second, the activation mechanism. Under what circumstances will fans contribute large amounts of starlight value? When producing excellent works, or when sparking widespread discussion? As a former cyber mercenary leader, Fang fully understood the logic. The information he possessed was a form of dimensional advantage over this era. After roughly figuring out how to earn starlight value, Fang moved to step 2. Which path should he take? He truly knew little about this era. Details were scarce despite knowing its general shape. Staying locked at home pondering alone wasn't helpful. So he grabbed his keys, some loose change, slipped on his cotton shoes, and stepped outside. November in northeast China was already cold. Snowflakes danced in the sky. The alleyways, lacking streetlights, lay blanketed in white frost, a uniquely 20th century chill rising from every breath. It was kind of romantic. Fang found everything fascinating: the peeling iron gates, crumbling courtyard walls. Decay brought a strange sense of familiarity. Adapting to life in 1998 wasn't hard materially. Even the worst inconvenience here beat lying helplessly in bed waiting for death by 1,000-fold. Who would give me 500 years of life so I could return to the Ming dynasty and enjoy concubines galore? I'd gladly accept. What was truly difficult to get used to was spiritual emptiness. Forcing his generation teen to watch ancient, chaotic dramas on an 18-inch TV was pure torture. So yes, he really needed to find something meaningful to do fast. Closing the heavy iron gate behind him, Fang oriented himself and headed toward number 3 middle school. The courtyard wasn't far from school. The house might be demolished. Soon who knew how much compensation they'd get? Do I need money? Fang thought carefully. Big money? Not yet. But petty cash? Not really an issue. There was originally over 1,700 yuan in savings. A few days ago, his uncle reluctantly gave him another 2,000 yuan in compensation. That piece of trash had been genuinely scared straight, not even daring to look Fang directly in the eye when the latter stood filled with rage and wild fury. So total funds, 3,700 yuan. In 1998, that was practically a fortune. A bowl of noodles at the school gate cost only 1.2 yuan. Freaking magical. So Fang, not short on small change, calmly walked into a computer shop behind the school. Startup. Single-player games. 3 yuan. Internet access. 10 yuan. The net CAF manager lazily leaned against the counter, not even looking up. Fang slapped down a 10 yuan note. Internet access. The manager lifted his head, and upon recognizing the customer, his face lit up with exaggerated flattery. He quickly pushed the money back. Oh, it's Master Fang. What money? Just pick any seat. You're welcome anytime. Let me connect you right away. The internet bar was packed with kids playing single-player games or watching others play. Many turned their heads when they heard the voice, and seeing it was Fang Xinghe, half quickly lowered their heads. Kind of like a local gang leader clearing the streets. Fang hurried to a corner spot. Nearby, whispers floated describing him like a legend. That's Master Fang, a sophomore, and a real Thin Henrin ruthless guy. Almost wiped out his entire uncle's family a while back. Damn, that intense? He's always been intense. Last semester, he led the 13 Eagles and crushed the seniors. You didn't know that? Damn, that's awesome. Does Fang Xinghe still recruit apprentices? Nope, but he does collect protection fees. Pay him, and he'll protect you. If you run into trouble with upperclassmen bullies, remember to call him legit. Damn, an idol. Fang quickly sat in a corner. Man, if he kept listening, he'd probably die of embarrassment. Still, a bit of pride swelled inside. Why did that feel kind of good? In his past life, a frail wimp blown over by the wind, could it be that deep down he had a bit of inner edginess? Thinking about it, Fang blamed little Fang. There was no way he, Fang Xinghe, could be that type of person. Definitely that wild kid's fault. But come to think of it, combining a cunning fox with a wild wolf pup created a surprisingly satisfying combo. Fang happily booted up the PC. After a long minute, the Windows 95 interface appeared on screen, stunning him. This, well, although unfamiliar, it was manageable. Then he opened Internet Explorer and got stunned again. Back then, the internet only had BBS forums and chat rooms. Sogu had just launched news features. QQ didn't exist yet. NetEase had recently transitioned from personal homepage hosting. Fang truly felt the weight of the era's limitations. A strange heaviness pressed down on his shoulders, not painful, just prompting a deep sigh. This is 1998, the true beginning of every legendary story we know today hasn't even started yet. Following instructions from a desktop document, Fang clumsily browsed the West Temple Lane BBS and flipped through Soho News, finally gathering some info related to the entertainment industry, then returned home with a grimace. 60% of this year's entertainment news revolved around Titanic, which continued to shock Chinese society. Released in April, it was still playing in theaters by November, and people were still discussing it. Most of the remaining buzz centered on Hong Kong, Taiwan, Japan, and Korean pop stars. What about domestic entertainment? It existed, but barely. A surge of frustration rose in him. How could a true post-2020s gen like himself endure this? In his original timeline, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Japan, Korea, Southeast Asia all had long since been flattened by the wave of Chinese culture. Web novels, mobile games, xinxia dramas, idol series, and unsigned short plays swept across the world. Even Hollywood was struggling to hold meetings asking, WTF is going on with this country? Back then, Fang hadn't noticed anything unusual. He took everything for granted. But coming back to this era, emotionally he suddenly couldn't accept it anymore. No, not just emotionally couldn't accept it aesthetically either. He felt angry. A sudden fire ignited in his heart. Society doesn't care who becomes a billionaire. The nation's magnificent future doesn't need a half-baked prophet. But this pathetic, broken-down domestic entertainment industry. You guys really freaking need me. Chapter 2. The Path of the Star Gods commence. After enjoying a bowl of noodles for 2 yuan by the roadside, Fang Xinghe has settled at his desk and eagerly accessed his father's interactive interface. Rebirth gift package, activate. A dazzling array of effects flashed before him, revealing a choice. You may select to elevate one attribute to 99 points or 2 attributes to 90 points. Excellent. The allocation rules provided by the system were as follows. Below 50 points, a uniform increase of one attribute or ability requires 100 starlight points, 50 to 59 points, 10. 000 starlight points for an increase of 1 point, 60 to 69 points, 100, 000 for 1 point, 70 to 79 points, 1 million for 1 point, 80 to 89 points, 10 million for 1 point, 90 to 99 points, 1 point of star glory for 1 attribute. Star glory, a high-level energy distilled from extreme positive emotions under special circumstances. Possesses the formidable power to transcend talent limits and venture into the divine realm. A talent of 90 points is monstrous, 95 points is super divine as one progresses. Each increment represents a surpassing of humanity's utmost limits. Elevating 2 attributes to 90 points could save 111 million starlight points, while choosing a single attribute would conserve 9 points of star glory. Evidently, star glory is more challenging to acquire. Yet the conundrum lies in my overall need for star glory being considerably lesser. Lacking crucial information, it would be prudent to set this matter aside for the time being. Fang Xinghe could not ascertain whether the substantial starlight points were more difficult to procure or if a mere few hundred points of star glory posed a greater challenge. Casting a glance at his attributes, he refrained from making a hasty decision and instead began to jot down his thoughts. It was his habit to contemplate thoroughly before undertaking tasks, making decisions devoid of emotional indulgence, and placing trust in logic and data. Little Fang, in contrast, was impulsive. Thus, the newly reborn Fang Xinghe developed a balanced personality, embodying both meticulousness and audacity. The current state of the entertainment industry was starkly different from what he was familiar with in the future. A longitudinal analysis of 30 years in the entertainment history revealed a spiraling ascent of continuous development, expansion, evolution, followed by setbacks, and then a resurgence. To speak candidly, and without any embellishments, the future entertainment realm, in terms of technology, special effects, costumes and props, content breadth, audience aesthetic sensibilities, and the average quality of all industry practitioners, far surpassed that of 1998 by multiple magnitudes. Naturally, there were evident challenges in that era as well. The superficial issue lay in capital's attempts to seize control over traffic creation, subsequently pressuring creativity, yet the quality of emerging traffic was diminishing. The true deadlock, however, was the uncontrollable demand side. The comprehensive evolution of entertainment forms led to a continuous refinement of public demand, while excessively segmented needs resulted in a loss of the fertile ground necessary for cultivating mass idols worldwide. In the future, each small circle would be walled off from one another. Presently, a youth idol film could catapult Li Erping to nationwide fame in an instant. Yet, 20 years hence, only a scant few would watch the youth idol dramas. Even a sensational hit like Crazy Storm would only attract a few tens of millions of viewers, a scale incomparable to the reach of Wild Princess Seek's Father. It is precisely because each arena possesses distinct demands that breaking out of the mold has become increasingly arduous. In that era, all emerging superstars were fundamentally products of niche celebrations. Consequently, as the old guard gradually fell into decline, there was no one to take the baton. Thus, the veterans lingered in nostalgia, while the new generation remained ensnared in their small circles, creating a scene that was simultaneously intense yet stagnant, with fan communities drifting further from the general public. The rampant presence of hired support stems from the overly insular nature of these circles, necessitating external forces to shatter the information silos. Yet now, the landscape has transformed. We find ourselves in an exceptionally favorable era. The subpar nature of the current scene paradoxically enhances its appeal. The exquisite balance of yin and yang is most beautifully exemplified here. Fang Xinghe smiled enigmatically and resumed his professional market analysis. Currently, one might refer to this as the 10th version of domestic entertainment, characterized by a desolate main market, incomplete regulations, and a reversal of celestial order. In this version 0 of the profession, it is evident that singers hold the spotlight. One hit song can traverse the breadth of the nation, with performances yielding anywhere from 5,000 to tens of thousands, securing an annual minimum of over 1 million. In 98, even the obscure could amass such wealth. Naturally, the leading figures were even more formidable. Reports indicate that the current endorsement fees for the princess have reached the millions, while actors who do not sing find themselves struggling, with few opportunities for side gigs. The reality is starkly grim. On Fang Xinghe's desk lay several pirated tapes. A cursory glance revealed that the youth of this era were truly indulging in splendid music. The princess was in her prime, Yui Nala had just been crowned, and Zhang Yu and Ren Xinchi were in the midst of explosive output. Although Fang Xinghe bore no tangible memories of this era, the song lists accompanying the tapes felt eerily familiar. Yet, he still turned away from the singer's profession. These luminaries have successfully nurtured the Chinese music scene, rendering my intervention unnecessary. Moreover, attempting to garner followers through singing is an overly idealized and low-yield option. Beneath the superficial allure of a singer's earnings lies the reality. Listening to music offers a fleeting, weakly empathetic, and low-projection form of entertainment. A song lasts merely a few minutes. Regardless of the emotional impact at the moment, it fades away, and most listeners will forget it entirely within half a day. The affection fans hold for a song rarely translates to a similar fondness for the artist, compelling singers to invest more time and produce higher quality works to gradually deepen their fans' attachment. This contrasts sharply with actors, as a classic role can linger in one's thoughts for a lifetime. For instance, take that individual, right? Thus, there is truly no need to resort to covering numerous songs to encroach upon another's livelihood. It is far better to remain focused in one's endeavors. When the time comes that one's star power is abundant, one may then sharpen their vocal prowess, occasionally singing a couple of songs that leave the entire entertainment industry in awe, but that is a separate matter altogether. The second profession that Fang Xinghe abandoned was that of an actor. Being an actor is commendable. Unfortunately, the timing is not right. At the ripe age of 13, portraying any role lacks significance. Overexposure could diminish the allure and versatility. The advantage of being a child star lies in their broad appeal, while the drawback is the lack of fan retention, as the disconnection between childhood and adult roles equates to a change of persona and a shift in followers. Louis Fei is no exception. Although she debuted at a tender age, the roles she undertook were predominantly those of mature characters. The trio of young idols is similarly not an exception, representing yet another significant category of nurtured idols. The concept of nurtured idols first emerged in the realm of Japanese pop culture, serving as an easily accessible path to garnering devoted fans. In the case of the latter trio, the two who have produced few works have managed to sustain themselves for several years solely on the unwavering support of their diehard fans. This nurturing model evokes the most intense emotional projection, without question. Were one to place the current Fang Xinghe into a group from 2013, granting him 3 years, he would undoubtedly ascend to an unprecedented level of stardom in history. Alas, such hypotheticals are futile. Contemporary entertainment in China lacks the necessary conditions. Without a developed network, the issue of fan engagement remains unresolved. Thus, while replicating a group is feasible, it must occur within the correct temporal window. Each era possesses distinct emblematic characteristics. The power of the times is always deserving of reverence. Aspiring to be a proficient actor is inevitable, yet not in this moment. In quiet contemplation, Fang Xinghe inscribed 2 significant characters. He harbored no desire to be a singer, found acting elusive, and realized that the winds of idolhood were not in his favor. Therefore, he understood precisely what he ought to pursue now: education. He resolved to learn all the knowledge that would be beneficial in the future. In his past life, Fang Xinghe could never comprehend those who, despite having ample opportunity, rushed recklessly towards success. Is not the ability to strategize, endure, prepare, and await genuine opportunities a necessary quality for achieving greatness? The restlessness of certain individuals is truly baffling. Regardless, Fang Xinghe possesses the patience to bide his time and conceal his depths. From this moment forth, let him prepare for adulthood, with a foundation of profound knowledge. He shall astonish the world and bring a touch of high-dimensional wonder to this era. Fang Xinghe tore the paper filled with writing from the desk, discarded it into the ashtray, and ignited it with a deliberate calmness. Just as it began to burn, the door to his home was suddenly flung open. "What on earth are you doing, boss? What have you set ablaze?" The door swung wide, revealing 3 individuals: Lu Fu, Dang Tao, and Yu Xiaoduo, Fang Xinghe's closest companions. Boss, an endearingly nostalgic title, which Big Fang found somewhat disconcerting, yet Little Fang accepted with ease. They possessed a key to the courtyard and occasionally gathered. So Fang Xinghe was not taken aback. He merely languidly inquired, "What brings you here at this hour?" "To drink." Lu Fu boisterously raised a beer bottle and skewer of grilled meat. "It's the weekend, and I successfully scraped together 200 yuan from my father. A celebration is in order." Dang Tao, resembling a playful monkey, dashed into Fang Xinghe's room. "Boss, are you writing something?" Fang Xinghe paid him no mind. Yet upon noticing the notebook and pen on the desk, Dang Tao suddenly became animated. "Boss, what are you writing? It's not an essay, is it?" Yu Xiaoduo joined in, his innocent eyes betraying a naive curiosity. "Are you finally making a move on Fang Yuding? What on earth is this?" Fang Xinghe was utterly perplexed. Dang Tao, with an air of certainty, proclaimed, "You must have seen that Fang Yuding is participating in that new concept competition. And you're secretly trying to join in the fun. Otherwise, why would you be hiding your work as soon as we arrived?" "Huh?" A fleeting thought crossed Fang Xinghe's mind. "Wait, what competition?" "The inaugural new concept essay competition. The one Teacher Fang mentioned." Yu Xiaoduo nudged Dang Tao. "Get ready. Teacher Fang notified us just when the elder brother had an incident and wasn't at school." "Oh, right." Dang Tao scratched his head. "So what will you write? A love letter?" "Surely not." Lu Fu, having tidied up his stall outside, called out, "Stop dawdling. Let us get started. By the way, put on the newly rented discs." He did not urge Fang Xinghe, but Fang Xinghe rushed over, grabbed a bottle of wine, and took a hearty swig. The new concept essay competition. So, the inaugural one is this year? At last, he realized how to embark on the path of the star god. Chapter 3. I Want to Shine Like Lightning. Fang Xinghe had a slight understanding of Han Han, due to having handled Xiao Xi's marketing materials. It seemed somewhat amusing. Yet Han and Gua had indeed been intertwined for an extended period. Mentioning one easily brought the other to mind. The root lay in their shared origin of the new concept. In truth, Fang Xinghe was uncertain about the merits of essay competitions, but what a fortunate coincidence. He opened the panel and glanced at the artistic attribute, where the highest entry displayed was Writing 76. In his previous life, Fang Xinghe had begun working as an internet troll right after graduating from high school. During his peak years of literary thought, he not only did not let his writing skills languish due to university, but instead continued to hone them for many years. Having fallen ill, with no one to converse with in life, he could only express himself online. Thus, through practice, his writing attribute reached an impressive 76 points. While it may not seem exceedingly high, especially compared to those genius-level literary talents, it's essential to understand that writing prowess does not equate to the quality of content produced. Fang Xinghe's output capacity stands at 76, categorized as barely sufficient, with 60 being passing, 70 excellent, 80 expert, 90 master, and 95 divine. However, his reservoir of material is top tier, unquestionably divine. 30 years ahead. And these are the most frenetic 30 years of societal development in Huaxia, overflowing with information. Even if he was merely an ordinary individual with a slight quirk in his past life, he was not particularly remarkable. Yet, this perspective from a dimensional level is profoundly intimidating. Thus, Fang Xinghe harbored no concerns about winning an award in the new concept competition. Yet, winning was not the goal. Fame was the true objective. How to achieve that? He needed to create a sensational highlight. As the leader of internet trolls, he was acutely aware of the significance of trending topics. Although it was currently the era of print media, not the exceedingly advanced internet ecology of his later years, the underlying logic remained consistent. In fact, due to the scarcity of print space and media resources, the demand for sensational highlights was even greater. To seize this opportunity, he needed an extraordinarily striking element. With this thought in mind, Fang Xinghe opened the panel and solemnly selected the freshman gift pack, raising his attractiveness to 99 points. Had there been no new concept essay competition, he would have opted to elevate 2 attributes to 90 points. With 2 strong attributes, development would undoubtedly be smoother. However, it is now imperative to adopt an extreme approach. Those shortcomings can certainly be addressed after reaping the benefits of the new concept. Within the panel, I clicked confirm, and the system prompted, please select the direction of aesthetic development. You may provide 3 descriptive phrases to define the style. Fang Xinghe pondered carefully and made a deliberate decision, somewhere between bold and subtle beauty, with strong plasticity and expressive eyes. The system continued to prompt, please determine the adjustment period, with a minimum of 1 month and a maximum of 3 years. It is now November. Both too long and too short would be undesirable, so 3 months it is. Confirmed. We will now display the final effect based on the host's original appearance. If unsatisfied, you may continue to fine-tune. Before me, a vivid 3-dimensional visage was projected, which I could command to rotate or request any desired expression. As I scrutinized it closely, my admiration deepened. The skin was exceptionally radiant, truly deserving of the phrase face like a precious jade, exuding a shimmering quality that conveyed a divine essence when expressions were subtle. Such a characteristic could only be distilled from the highest quality of skin. Cosmetic procedures and makeup could never produce such luster and texture. Its rarity rendered it otherworldly. The eyes were large, yet shaped like diamonds, avoiding a blunt appearance. The inner corners slightly curved downward, while the outer corners subtly lifted, presenting a harmonious parallelogram. The double eyelids were naturally smooth, framed by long, dense lashes, and the eye sockets were perfectly recessed. It was stunning, a paragon of aesthetic excellence. The emotional expressiveness I desired was reflected in the changes of eye shape with different expressions. When smiling, the eye corners softened, imbued with a deep, romantic allure. When stoic, the eyes narrowed slightly, focused and sharp, concealing a hidden brilliance. The lips, gently pressed together, conveyed a wistful longing, invoking a sense of artistic melancholy reminiscent of Chen Kun. What a magnificent face it was! If Sun Ge were the ancestor being fed, then he had personally robbed the ancestor, commandeering the bowl for himself. Yet, for some reason, Fang Xinghe felt that something was still lacking. What could it be? After a long contemplation, just as he felt a haze surrounding this divine visage, a spark of insight flashed in his mind. Recognition. There exists an incomprehensible truth in the entertainment industry. It is severely lacking in strikingly handsome and beautiful individuals, contrary to the common belief of saturation. In reality, beauty in life and beauty on camera are entirely distinct matters. What the industry lacks is photogenic beauty, not merely the stunning individuals one encounters in daily life. Moreover, this beauty must possess a high degree of recognition. Otherwise, audiences cannot remember the faces, nor can they elevate the performances or interpret the roles effectively. Thus, Recognition is the lifeblood of an artist. Lin Qingxia, Zhang Manyu, Gong Li, Shu Qi, the four heavenly kings, Liu Yifei, and the likes of Mi Tang and Zili and Aizhouba, these female stars, whose names conjure immediate images in one's mind, are all victors in this competition of recognition. Conversely, the girlfriends of Principal Wang, all exceptionally beautiful in reality, are indistinguishable in photographs. An outsider witnessing the plethora of handsome men and beautiful women in the entertainment industry might conclude that mere good looks are insufficient for success, believing that one must resort to compromising relationships or possess influential connections. However, the reality is quite the contrary. A striking appearance indeed holds greater value than a privileged background. The crux of the matter lies in the distinct demands of the industry, which seeks individuals who not only look appealing on screen, but possess an extraordinary allure. Understanding this intricate logic profoundly, Fang Xinghe determined that he required a uniquely personal hallmark to establish an unparalleled identity. Yet, he felt his current visage fell short. After some contemplation, he inquired, "Is it possible to alter the eye color without changing any other details?" "Yes," came the reply. "Excellent. Proceed with the modification." The three faces began to gradually shift, showcasing an array of mesmerizing irises, just as one pair transformed into a particularly translucent shade of brown-gray. Fang Xinghe hastily called for a halt. "Stop. That's it." The newly created eyes featured pure black pupils with an outer ring of brown-gray, astonishingly clear. The resulting exotic allure was undeniable. These eyes were exceptionally suited for conveying subtle emotions on the grand screen. Their malleability was off the charts, absolutely perfect. Fang Xinghe's only concern regarding these striking eyes was that their trendy hue might foster a sense of detachment, potentially diminishing approachability. Additionally, for certain roles, he would need to wear pure black contact lenses, which could inadvertently reduce expressiveness. Nevertheless, after a brief deliberation, he resolved to maintain the modification. The advantages of possessing such a rare eye color far outweighed the drawbacks, so why not embrace it? With an air of cool detachment, reminiscent of an ethereal being, he found himself enamored. With these eyes, he merely needed his nose and lips to perform adequately to become an exemplary handsome figure. However, his biological father, evidently not one to be dismissive, provided a flawless assessment, a straight nose bridge and delicate lip shape, with an exceptionally even nasal base, all designed to enhance the overall facial structure. His features lay somewhere between bold and delicate. Generally, bold features are characterized by pronounced, compact features with minimal facial white space, exhibiting rich colors and high contrast, while delicate features present the opposite. Bold visages create a striking visual impact and often evoke a sense of awe, while delicate ones appear pleasing and endure as aesthetically appealing, frequently exuding an artistic tranquility. Jin Xingwu is a quintessential example of bold features, while Lu Han's Xiao Zhan embodies exquisite delicacy. Thus, it is often assumed that men with bold features, like Jin Xingwu, are more attractive at first glance. However, the extreme boldness limits one's range of roles, whereas delicate features possess greater versatility. Fan Bingbing would struggle to portray Bai He's character or embody the pure and gentle persona of Gong Air's Xiaogu. This illustrates the significance of character fit. Yet, the divine visage of Fang Xinghe stood apart. He could project an air of aloofness when gazing upward, yet exude warmth when looking down. With bold brows, he appeared striking, while finely sculpted brows rendered him delicate. In life, he balanced impactful presence with refined elegance, promising that once he stepped into character, he would seamlessly embody the role. Fang Xinghe felt one word encapsulated his sentiment: satisfied. A handsome face can serve as a trump card in any era. Strength may be fleeting, but handsomeness endures a lifetime. Very well, let it be so. In 3 months, my friends, I shall be as dazzling as a bolt of lightning. Fang Xinghe lifted his head in satisfaction when a sticky, syrupy voice suddenly rang in his ears. "My lord, a bit harder, please." "Huh? What are you all staring at?" The three young men, drooling at the corners of their mouths, were fixated on the screen, mesmerized by content that epitomized the era. Though Fang Xinghe could not discern the faces, the large figure was undeniably voluptuous. "What film is this?" Lu Fu casually responded, "Something like The Lotus Blossom. I wasn't paying attention." "It's my lord. I want." Tang Tao interjected, even while slurping his saliva. "Damn, Zhang Jin is truly provocative." Yu Xiaoduo immediately protested. "Who does she think she is? Can she even compare to Yu Qing?" Lu Fu, ever the provocateur, retorted, "You all are so superficial. Shu Qi is the most alluring, alright? Don't just focus on the surface, appreciate the allure. Damn, once I strike it rich, I must get her to star in an even more thrilling film. Fang Xinghe was left bewildered, feeling utterly out of place among these peculiar individuals. In a bid to fit in, he chimed in briefly. What is so great about third-rate films? The teacher from Neon is forever the true deity. No sooner had he spoken than the trio turned their heads simultaneously, staring at him intently. Brother, do you have connections? Please, we beg you, find us some genuinely exciting films. Brother, I've always believed in you. I know you can do it. In an instant, Fang Xinghe felt somewhat flustered. Are the kids today so desperate for that sort of material? He thought. I mean, I've never engaged in such things. The innocent Fang scratched his head. Where can I possibly get that for you? I live my life with integrity. With a collective scoff. The three brothers raised their middle fingers in unison, turning back to fervently discuss where to acquire authentic educational materials that imparted esoteric knowledge. The year 1998 had long since lost its novelty for Fang Xinghe, who yearned to soar high and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The restless spirit of an ordinary youth often oscillated between the small visible world and the unseen vastness beyond. Chapter 4. The era calls me to conquer. After finishing the beer they had brought, the trio settled down to sleep on the Kong in the main room, while Fang Xinghe organized the first-year textbooks, categorizing them neatly on his small desk. His home was laid out with a living room, 2 bedrooms, and a kitchen at the back. The main room boasted a Kong, a sofa, a coffee table, a TV cabinet, and a television. If one were to rewind 5 years, the living conditions would have been considered quite good. However, after Fang Xinghe's father ventured south, he became obsessed with making a fortune in America. He attempted to go directly, but when that failed, the man clandestinely crossed into South Korea one dark night. Initially, he claimed that it was easy to make money abroad to fund treatment for Fang's mother, but after he left, he vanished without a trace, leading many to believe he had perished. Yet, it was evident that fellow townsfolk had spotted him living a carefree life there. Fang Xinghe could not comprehend this, only feeling a deep-seated anger on behalf of his mother. In the stillness of the night, he spread out sheets of paper and, fueled by emotion, penned 3 titles: The Damned Youth, Sex, Violence, and Lies, in 13 years and 9,785 days. After outlining them, he crossed out the 3rd title and replaced it with yet another day longing to grow up. In the titles of the previous 2 articles, one can immediately sense a striking, raw, tempestuous, and rebellious aura. Indeed, an extraordinary atmosphere envelopes them. However, Fang Xinghe did not merely indulge in emotional outbursts, rather, in youth. He offers a reflective insight into the tumult of adolescence, while Lies serves as a satirical commentary on the sordid marriages birthed from carnal desires. To achieve fame through just a couple of essays post-publication in New Concept, one must fully harness their impact. To draw a comparison, while others delicately pin their youthful fantasies, Fang Xinghe charges through like a bulldozer, indiscriminately plowing through anyone in his path, ultimately leaving the judges in utter disarray. Yet, to ensure that the organizers dare not reject his submission, he felt compelled to provide a safety net. Yet another day longing for maturity serves this purpose. The former 2 pieces are flamboyant, while this one takes a more elevated perspective on the current era, offering a light artistic touch, which is not without merit. After establishing a general outline and drafting a rough version, Fang Xinghe believed he could complete it in one go, only to find himself exhausted after merely composing the introduction, his eyelids waging a fierce battle against each other. Alas, such stamina seems unworthy of his visage. Fang Xinghe neatly folded the manuscript, ventured into the kitchen to stoke the clay stove with a piece of honeycomb coal, and then burrowed into his bed, falling into a deep slumber within 3 seconds. Upon awakening, he discovered his 3 sluggish companions still blowing bubbles from their noses, which brought him joy. Although his endurance may be lacking, his recovery is remarkable. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. If endurance is measured by duration, then recovery is quantified by frequency, and it is evident that the former holds greater significance. No, while still in his developmental phase, he must eat and exercise more. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he stood in the courtyard practicing Wudong Tai Chi stances. He initiated the form, cultivated his energy, and concluded the stance. Young Fang's physical foundation was quite commendable. After persisting for 15 minutes, he felt a delightful warmth coursing through his body. Let us not overthink this. It is merely a basic exercise rather than a martial art focused solely on combat. In the forthcoming era, various Taoist practices, such as Zhuanggong, Ba Duan Jin, and Jinggang Changsho Gong, have shed their mysterious veils, gaining popularity among white-collar workers and middle-aged groups. Mastery of these practices does not necessarily translate into combat prowess, but they undoubtedly benefit one's health. The unique aspect of the Wudong Sanfeng School's Tai Chi stance lies in its foundational role in Wudong Tai Chi. Fang Xinghe himself could not definitively enumerate the numerous Tai Chi schools. Nonetheless, as long as the benefits of stretching, invigorating the qi and blood, and enhancing one's spirit are realized, any school will suffice. After sweating profusely, he returned indoors, wiped himself down, and was immediately filled with the invigorating sensation of being alive. What a refreshing feeling. Then, hunger struck. The healthy body of a 13-year-old youth is indeed troublesome, yet vibrant, and full of life. Rise, rise. Fang Xinghe urged his 3 little brothers awake in the main room, prompting them to get up. Hurry, let us figure out something to eat. None of them could cook, so they had no choice but to eat out. As they meandered in search of food, the 3 little brothers murmured behind him, "What is up with the boss? No longer sleeping in. What has got him so excited? What else could it be? He.S. in his prime. Damn. Keep it down. If you want to die, don't drag us with you." Who are you talking about? Lu Tingting and Fang Yuding cannot escape. Nonsense. It is impossible for Lu Tingting. Her heart belongs solely to me. Do you truly believe that when you converse with Lu Tingting, she has ever reciprocated? You do not comprehend the nature of girls. Good girls are often shy. If she did not harbor feelings for me, why does her face flush every time we chat? Fang Xinghe, who had approached unnoticed, cast a knowing glance at Dang Tao and could hardly suppress his laughter. While you are busy chatting, you tend to reach into your pants. Not only would Lu Tingting be embarrassed, but even her mother would blush. The laughter from Lu Fu and Yu Xiaoduo erupted, their throats nearly splitting from amusement. I did not. I never. Flustered and crimson-faced, I attempted to explain but ultimately resigned, admitting, I cannot help it. It just itches. Lu Fu leaped back 3 meters, exclaiming, "What on earth is wrong with you? Are you growing something peculiar down there?" "Absolutely not. I am merely excessively sweaty," I retorted in indignation. Fang Xinghe seemed to grasp the situation and offered a remedy. In the future, switch to boxers, preferably cotton. Will that work? Indeed. Thus, I found my spirits lifted once more. I knew it. It's just me. I scratch occasionally, and no one else has ever touched me. So how could anything grow? Lu Fu pondered aloud. Could it be that you keep tearing the toilet paper and then go scratching without washing your hands? Impossible, I declared, though my resolve wavered as I glanced nervously at Fang Xinghe. That cannot be true, right? Fang Xinghe, exasperated, slapped his forehead. Please, maintain some hygiene. These days, children with both parents act like wildlings. After some playful banter, we indulged in fried dough sticks, soy milk, and meat buns at the alleyway. After which Fang Xinghe began assigning tasks. Baofu, go borrow the complete set of textbooks for the 3rd year from your sister. I need them. I looked at him incredulously. Brother, what do you intend to do? Study? Yes, I have no desire to drift aimlessly anymore. I wish to study. Fang Xinghe responded calmly. And we exchanged glances, our expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Fang Xinghe, uninterested in providing further explanation, rapped the table. Baofu? Yes. Lu Fu, startled, grinned widely. By the way, do you need the practice books? Yes. Fang Xinghe then turned to the other 2. Which of you will go to Fang Yuding's place to borrow the complete documents for the new concept competition? I will. Yu Xiao's voice barely faded before he dashed out, calling back, Brother, wait for me at home. He always approached tasks for Fang Xinghe with enthusiasm, fearing he might be deemed unnecessary. Hearing that there would be studying involved, I felt despondent and hastily made my exit. Lu Tingting always needs me every weekend. I must go see her. Fang Xinghe did not stop me. He waved me off. After I hurriedly departed, Lu Fu leaned in and whispered, P.S. just bragging. Lu Tingting likes you, boss. You're insane. At 13 or 14, what do you know about liking someone? Fang Xinghe waved him away as well. Get back to your work. Focus. All right. See you this afternoon. In the afternoon, Lu Fu indeed arrived on his bicycle, bringing with him a plethora of books, while Yu Xiaoduo had already brought over the meticulously compiled notes of Fang Yuding. Fang Xinghe admonished them to refrain from unnecessary chatter for the time being and to enter a period of seclusion. Chapter 5. The Eldest Brother. Fang Xinghe, what required immediate clarity was evidently the situation surrounding the new concept competition. Fang Xinghe had not previously paid particular attention to this matter until he reviewed the comprehensive analysis conducted by his homeroom teacher, Lao Fang, for Fang Yuding, which illuminated the issue for him. The catalyst for this interest stemmed from late 1997 when the domestic discourse surrounding secondary school Chinese education suddenly garnered significant attention, leading to a cacophony of debate. The nearly defunct magazine Mingya joined the fray, publishing a series of articles entitled What to Do About Education. Amidst the uproar, a consensus emerged within the discourse community, which deemed that secondary school Chinese education was facing a monumental crisis, woefully inadequate to meet the needs of the times. Fang Xinghe, unfamiliar with the current state of affairs, refrained from judgment. However, it was evident that the educational sector regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. Consequently, Mingya took the lead, collaborating with 7 prestigious universities, including Peking University and Fudan University, to organize the inaugural New Concept Composition Contest. The competition enlisted some of the foremost literary figures, editors, and humanists in the country as judges. The philosophy behind it was to cultivate new talent for the new century. Aside from stipulating a word limit of 5,000 words and restricting participants to those under 30 years of age, there were no further constraints on the subject matter. In terms of publicity, the rush meant that efforts were somewhat limited. Only newspapers, Mingya Monthly, and certain regional education committees disseminated the information. However, the hasty promotion did not imply a lack of societal interest. A news article published on November 13th was soon followed by over 50 newspapers and magazines. Furthermore, the list of judges featured an astonishing array of renowned authors evaluating essays from high school students, a situation bordering on the absurd. Fang Xinghe could not help but draw a more relatable comparison in his mind. This spectacle was akin to organizing a high school version of Idol Producer in 2025, with the hosting bodies being prestigious institutions like Beijing Film Academy and Central Academy of Drama, and judges comprising top celebrities, including leading actors and executives from major film companies. With numerous media outlets in attendance, all eagerly awaiting the broadcast. It was indeed quite extravagant. Yet, the city of Nang'an was too small, and its sluggish response to new information in the age of print media rendered the atmosphere unusually tranquil. Observing the extensive materials that Lao Fang had gathered for Fang Yuding, it was evident that astute individuals were already making headway. Reflecting on it, Fang Xinghe felt a swell of gratitude. Had it not been for Fang Yuding's participation in the unsolicited chatter, he might not have received any news until the competition's conclusion. What was this? It was destiny at play. With a sense of contentment, Fang Xinghe continued his reading. The news specifically mentioned that semi-final winners would receive significant attention from the partnering universities. Lao Fang relayed that if the current students performed exceptionally well in the semifinals, they might even secure a recommendation for admission. It became clear to Fang Xinghe that the initial fervor surrounding the new concept competition was not instigated by Han Han, but rather, it was the competition's popularity that propelled Han Han to prominence, which in turn, he uniquely reciprocated back to the new concept. Ultimately, both individuals achieved remarkable success, mutually enhancing each other's potential. Indeed, this was precisely the battlefield and stage that Fang Xinghe required. A glance at the registration rules and competition structure reveals 3 categories, one for graduating seniors, another for underclassmen, and the last for individuals under 30 from the workforce. I shall register for the second category. Next, examining the timeline, the submission deadline is set for February 25th, which coincides with the 10th day of the Lunar New Year. The schedule for the semifinals is not mentioned. Applicants are merely required to provide their contact information. It is evident that the inaugural competition lacks maturity, and Fang Xinghe surmises that the number of participants will likely be limited. This is disheartening news. He does not fear competition. The more participants there are, the greater the influence, which should be a cause for celebration. However, with circumstances as they are, there is no turning back. He must focus on his own endeavors. After confirming that no information has been overlooked, Fang Xinghe steadied his thoughts and began honing his 3 swords. The swords, though sheathed, resonated with a vibrant energy that could be felt 3,000 miles away. Once drawn, their gleam could chill the warmth of 19 continents. Fang Xinghe secluded himself for a full 8 days. Sharpening the swords was not a daunting task. As he progressed, he found himself needing to rein in certain elements. Mindful of not infusing too much internet lingo and reducing any harshness in tone, consideration for the societal context and the overall receptiveness of the youth was paramount. Ironically, It was the revival of first-year knowledge that consumed a considerable amount of his energy. Xiao Fang had never been dull-witted. He merely abandoned his studies due to familial circumstances, while the Fang proved even more astute. It is not the dim-witted who can serve as pawns. Even discerning friend from foe can be a challenge for the average person. Now, two intelligent minds converged, their spirits invigorated and ambitions ignited. After overcoming initial struggles, their revision sessions flourished. Thus, it was not that he wished to remain in seclusion indefinitely, but rather that teacher Fang sought him out. Xinghe, the school has taken your circumstances into account. Your temporary suspension has concluded. When will you return to school? Fang Xinghe pondered for a moment. How about tomorrow? Consequently, on December 1st, 1998, the mature youth Fang Xinghe donned a small backpack and returned to middle school. Before entering the campus, he sensed something was amiss. What was the deal with that arrogant chubby fellow in the military coat at the entrance? Fang Xinghe witnessed him seize a student, hurling insults and even resorting to physical altercation, leaving the child in a state akin to that of a fragile chick. Was he the discipline director? Was he checking uniforms or hairstyles? How dare he resort to violence? Never mind, it was not his concern. He was a good student. Fang Xinghe brushed back his hair, which was nearly long enough to reach his shoulders, and silently approached the school gate. In his mind, he thought, if you ask me, I'll say I plan to get a haircut tomorrow. After all, I truly dislike this ridiculous long hair reminiscent of a certain flamboyant character. When he locked eyes with the discipline director, the latter hesitated momentarily before quietly turning away. Ah, what a privilege. Fang Xinghe maintained a stoic expression as he passed through the school gate, determined not to smile lest he diminish the director's authority. Despite suppressing his amusement, he felt an undeniable exhilaration that few could comprehend. Following his memory to the classroom, he pushed open the door, only to be met with a cacophony of excited shouts from a group of young children. Brother Fang, we missed you so much. Boss, you've become more handsome. Come on, everyone, let us make some noise for our big brother. A cacophony resounded as a group of individuals, seemingly unhinged, began to pound their tables. Fang Xinghe initially thought this was the pinnacle of awkwardness, yet what followed was even more surreal. The majestic eagle of the grasslands, our wolf king, had finally returned to his hunting grounds. Applause and cheers erupted. Let it all commence. Alas, my toes are cramping. While Fang Xinghe appeared calm, he was, in truth, fraught with anxiety. Where was the teacher? Where was the class monitor? Was there anyone to restore order? Ultimately, no one could intervene, and he bore the weight of responsibility alone. He raised his hand to impose calm. Enough, enough. Let us not disturb our classmates' studies. Furthermore, I must also strive diligently. I hereby declare, I have had my fill of frivolity and shall henceforth reform and become a new person. The classroom fell into a profound silence, with everyone exchanging wide-eyed glances, fixating on Fang Xinghe's gaze. He smiled gently and made his way to his seat. As expected, it was a rather peripheral position, centrally located in the last row. Surrounding him were Lu Fu, Yu Xiaoduo, Dang Tao, Li Qi, and a girl with a fluffy hairstyle. Upon delving deeper into his memories, Fang Hua was astonished to discover that the 2 rows behind him housed a total of 8 individuals, all members of the so-called 13 Eagles, as described by the younger children. What, pray tell, do you all seek? Fang Xinghe struggled to comprehend the mental state and psychological traits of the current youth. Yet the enthusiasm radiating from their faces uplifted his spirits. While waiting for the teacher's arrival, he reiterated his commitment. I am genuinely resolved to study diligently and gain admission to a prestigious high school. If you believe in me, let us all strive together towards this goal. His words left them momentarily speechless. Fang Xinghe did not wish to sever ties with his past. Rather, he aspired to soar towards a splendid future. Those unable to understand, or who understood yet could not keep pace, would inevitably drift away. After a brief exchange of glances, one timidly inquired, will we still be able to show our filial piety in the future? Of course, he replied. Otherwise, how could we come to their aid if they are bullied? The response escaped his lips before he could fully process it, and only afterward did he pause in surprise. The atmosphere around them lightened, and his companions resumed their playful banter, perhaps believing that nothing had truly changed. However, for Fang Xinghe, the situation was far more complex. He remained perplexed by the lives of adolescent boys and girls in a typical junior high school in a small northern county at the end of 1998, and their perceptions of the social environment. Yet, an experiential awareness surged within the confines of his future logic, tumultuous and vibrant like the tide. He suddenly realized what the subject of his first novel would be. It would be about himself, the wild child of the 1990s, Fang Xinghe, the campus leader. Chapter 6. An abundance of writing material in the days that followed. Everyone gradually recognized that Fang was indeed serious. He attentively engaged in lessons, relentlessly worked on exercises during breaks, quit smoking, and no longer roamed aimlessly with a group of friends. He would sit in his seat for an entire day. Not only were the remaining 12 fledgling eagles astonished, but even their homeroom teacher, old Fang, began to inquire about his mental well-being. "Oh, Xinghe, in my heart, you have always been a remarkable child." The conversation commenced in a carefully cautious atmosphere, as Mr. Lau took considerable time to articulate his understanding and fondness for Fang Xinghe. He then delicately inquired, "Is there something troubling you lately? I noticed you have begun practicing your calligraphy. Do not let the opinions of others create discord within yourself. It is essential to release any pent-up emotions in an appropriate manner. Of course, the method of release can be discussed." Fang Xinghe looked up, casting an oddly peculiar gaze in return. "Am I disappointing you by not engaging in fights anymore?" "Not at all, absolutely not." Mr. Lau hastily waved his hand, striving to clarify, "I have always been against violence. Every time you fought, I worried and fretted. However, engaging in a fight occasionally is not necessarily deemed excessively violent. In some respects, it can even be beneficial for both the body and mind." "I think I understand," Fang Xinghe exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Mr. Lau immediately nodded in delight. "Is that so? That's wonderful. I am quite open-minded as a teacher." Fang Xinghe rolled up his sleeves, a face full of camaraderie. "Just tell me, who do you want me to confront?" Mr. Lau was utterly flabbergasted, his eyes wide and mouth agape. "Where did you learn to comprehend reading like this?" "Oh, from you. But is this how I taught you?" A quiet giggle escaped from Fang Yuding, who had stealthily approached to eavesdrop, as she sat beside Lu Dingting, laughing heartily and slapping her thigh. The mischievous boy raised an eyebrow at the two girls before suppressing his grin, adopting a serious demeanor. "Mr. Lau, do not worry about me. I am genuinely fine." Merely seeking to embrace a new challenge. "You rascal!" Mr. Lau exclaimed, hands on his hips, but within moments, he found himself amused rather than angry. "You truly intend to study diligently? This is quite sudden. What else should I do?" Fang Xinghe replied nonchalantly, spreading his hands wide. "I have already paved the way for the entire school. I cannot possibly lead them to the streets to vie for territory, can I? That is absolutely out of the question. You should not even entertain such thoughts." Mr. Lau was startled once more by Fang Xinghe's words, his round face momentarily reflecting fear. Apprehensive that he might stray down a misguided path, Fang Yuding leaned in closer, whispering earnestly, "You must not engage in wrongdoing or become a bad person, otherwise neither I nor Tingting will acknowledge you." Fang Xinghe shot a glance at the petite girl, barely 1.5 meters tall, whose figure was quite flat from the front and back, and scoffed, "Who are you trying to frighten? The two of you combined wouldn't even make a pair. I would find it bothersome if you were to cling to me. Yet, you still consider yourselves goddesses? Ordinary yet confident," he mused. However, to be fair, the two girls, with their delicate features and fair skin, were indeed attractive, which explained the multitude of admirers they garnered. "I am not out and about causing trouble. You should assist me in alleviating some burdens, all right?" Fang Xinghe reined in his emotions and began negotiating with his homeroom teacher. "What burdens?" "Let us see which of my companions can be rescued. I'll force them to study a bit more. I certainly aim to attend a prestigious high school. I cannot bear to watch them be diverted to vocational schools, can I? Is that all?" "Very well. I agree." Fang Pengzi felt a sense of satisfaction, sighing, "Indeed. I did not misjudge you. You have always been a good child." Fang Xinghe curled his lip, once again experiencing the surreal nature of this era. Smoking, drinking, engaging in brawls, and collecting protection fees. Conduct that would lead to severe condemnation in later generations. Yet here he was, being called a good child? Of course. Fang Xinghe acknowledged that Xiao Fang was not inherently bad. It was perplexing how this era was rife with delinquents, both within and outside school, where the weak were routinely bullied. To avoid being victimized, one had to either excel academically or summon the courage to confront the aggressors head-on. Fang Xinghe had, through his actions, risen to become the kingpin among the wolves. The established norm within the school dictated that delinquents could engage in fights amongst themselves, but they were not to bully classmates or trouble the good students. The more esteemed the leader, the better they could protect their class. Thus, while good students might navigate around them, many academically gifted girls were drawn to such leaders. As for the protection fees, a more accurate description would be that some frequently bullied rich kids sought out a protector, treating them to meals, offering gaming consoles, or even providing cash in exchange for security. Simply possessing wealth in this northeastern era held little value, a fact that could not be assessed through contemporary lenses. Xiao Fang was known for his loyalty, often standing up for his classmates without initiating bullying, which, despite his notorious reputation outside, earned him considerable respect within the class. Fang Yuding was a prime example of this. After old Fang departed, she shyly approached Fang Xinghe, searching for conversation. Fang Xinghe, are you participating in the new concept essay contest? Yes. What have you written? May I see it? No. Oh, then could you take a look at my essay? I've struggled with it, and every time I reread it, it feels off. Sister, your father is a language teacher. He has no good. He doesn't understand our youthful perspectives. Fang Xinghe, do you dislike me now? Fang Xinghe felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Good heavens. Can someone please teach me how to deal with this little girl who hasn't even fully matured yet? Though she was only 13, so was he. Theoretically, it was permissible. Oh, no, that is not what I meant. I'm genuinely annoyed. Fang Xinghe covered his forehead and glanced at the quietly observant Lu Tingting, suddenly deciding to let the two girls engage in a playful rivalry. Lu Tingting, if I were to like her, I could no longer like you. You are the 13th sister of the Eagle Gate. Go, challenge her. Fang Xinghe, Fang Yuding exclaimed, hopping in frustration, her demeanor fierce yet endearing. However, Lu Tingting was disappointingly nonchalant. She pursed her lips, shyly smiled, and softly replied, we are good sisters. Even if we both liked you, we wouldn't fight. Besides, neither of us likes you, right? Yuding? Of course not. The two little girls quickly embraced, sharing affectionate gestures as if they were conjoined twins, soon bursting into laughter. Goodness. Was my charm as the original blonde so insignificant? Yet, it was evident that it was not the case. These two little girls exchanged glances and giggles, their rapport reaching an almost palpable level of intimacy. What could possibly be amiss? This is yet another matter that Fang Xinghe finds perplexing. However, instead of succumbing to confusion, he diligently put pen to paper. Everything transpiring at this moment, along with the resultant impact, ignites brilliant sparks within his thoughts for the future, transforming into invaluable writing material. Since he resolved to embark on his literary journey, Fang Xinghe has never contemplated merely transcribing from the future's popular works as a means of convenience. Remembering is one thing, but applicability is an entirely different matter. The most crucial aspect is whether the written word possesses a quality that resonates with the era while simultaneously standing apart. It must be sufficiently sharp and striking. This is not a dilemma that can be resolved by simply copying a popular book. It demands a personal touch, an earnest endeavor from within. If next year he successfully ignites the fervor, no one shall impede him from steering the course of an entire generation. For my first book, I shall compel you all to kneel in reverence and weep. Chapter 7. The deceitful bind time swiftly passes, and before the submission deadline, the final examinations arrive. The month of December unfolds with an unusual tranquility. With the social elevation of Brother Fang to Father Fang, an unprecedented harmony blankets the campus. He luxuriates in the ocean of knowledge for over a month, only to unleash a spectacular performance during the finals. What the hell? You placed in the top 5. Holding up his report card, his hands tremble, his lips quiver, and his legs shake. The sudden wealth of fortune is met with despair. I'm doomed. When I return home, my father will surely berate me. Last semester, I scored a 51 while you scored a 52. Now I have a 55, and you are 5th. I have no path left. Only 5th? That's still far from sufficient. Fang Xinghe calmly retrieves his report card, suddenly raising his hand to block the approaching face of Fang Yuding. Stop. Your father is glaring at me. Fang Yuding glances back, grinning nonchalantly. Don't worry. He's glaring at me. Then don't come near. I fear Lu Tingting might misunderstand. At that moment, Lu Tingting immediately approaches. I'm indifferent. Yuding swore to let me be the big. Nervous little Lu is silenced by the forceful Fang Yuding, and the two embrace once more. They engage in childish antics, pinching and playfully slapping each other, whispering secrets while stealing glances at Fang Xinghe, giggling softly. Fang Xinghe, possessing some lip-reading skills, discerns Lu Tingting's quiet yet flirtatious remark. Have you noticed? He seems to have grown more handsome again. There is no seams about it. He has indeed become more handsome. After a month of development, his height has increased, and his looks have surged. I am now on the threshold of becoming a heartthrob. I assure you. Bold Fang Yuding steals another glance at Fang Xinghe before boldly exclaiming. If your heart flutters, then act on it. I'm growing impatient waiting in line. Goodness. Who claims that girls in this era are conservative? Surely, those who say such things have never been handsome. Meanwhile, a bystander, devoid of any excess envy towards women, gazes at Fang Xinghe. Brother, you placed 5th and are still unsatisfied? I barely managed to scrape together at 28. Throughout this past month, Shi Sanning has also begun to study earnestly. However, not everyone finds it easy to concentrate. Lu Tingting, with her solid foundation and quiet demeanor, obediently sits beside Fang Xinghe, diligently listening to lectures and solving problems, making the most significant progress. Originally, Yushao's performance, ranked over 30, was not the worst. Entering the second ring was indeed a success. The wealthy and the lazy faced insurmountable obstacles, one too apathetic to study, the other incapable of grasping the material. Among the rest, there were clear fluctuations, with some advancing while others regressed. In truth, the knowledge acquired in junior high is not exceptionally difficult. However, once study habits are established, altering them becomes quite cumbersome. At present, it appears that only Lu Tingting, Xiao Jib, Didiao, and the wealthy have a chance of entering prestigious schools. To motivate them and to extinguish the flicker of youthful exuberance in the young girl, Fang Xinghe proactively shared his future plans. Being 5th in the class is certainly insufficient. I intend to skip a grade and directly participate in this year's high school entrance examination, aiming for either number 10 high school or the experimental school. The collective reaction was one of astonishment. Lu Tingting and Fang Yuting's smiles simultaneously froze, their expressions turning extremely rigid as they turned to face him. Among all, the transformation of the 3 steadfast companions was the most intriguing. The wealthy was momentarily stunned before becoming flustered. Duo Yu's gaze dimmed, leading to a dejected demeanor, while the lazy inexplicably became excited, exclaiming, "Wow, brother, you are truly impressive." As the others began to inquire about the reason behind his urgency, these 3 had already undergone a round of psychological preparation, starting to bless Fang Xinghe. If you want to do it, go ahead. You can definitely succeed. Fang Xinghe felt a surge of emotion, gently encouraging them. You all must strive as well. Once you surpass the age of 14, you are half an adult. Siblings can accompany you for a lifetime, but the journey of life must be traversed alone. To be honest, this paternal tone was somewhat excessive, yet Fang Xinghe felt there was no other choice. Should he merely encourage them to continue their aimless drifting? He was acutely aware of the consequences of such aimlessness in his homeland. Enough of this. Let us all be clear-headed. The young eagles chattered animatedly, failing to uncover the true urgency behind Fang Xinghe's intentions, yet they understood their brother's determination. Reluctant to accept it, they had no choice but to acquiesce. The final scene of their parting was quite melancholic, as if each had lost a part of their soul. In truth, the reason for skipping a grade was quite simple. Fang Xinghe required more explosive moments. Aspiring to be a star-level young author, relying solely on 2 or 3 essays was far from sufficient. Xiaoxi had garnered first prizes consecutively for 2 or 3 sessions before receiving an opportunity to publish, followed by a prolonged period of quiet development, only to gain some public notoriety after being embroiled in a plagiarism lawsuit. And it was, indeed, a negative notoriety. Fang Xinghe was confident that his competition entry surpassed Xiaoxi's 2 first prizes by a considerable margin, yet this was still inadequate. During the inaugural and preceding sessions, the only notable societal event was Han Han, who, despite excelling in studies, exhibited extreme subjectivity, seemingly failing to the point of expulsion. Fang Xinghe was not privy to the specifics but understood the general context. Failing grades, retention, rebellion, and grandiose claims sparked a nationwide discussion. For an extended period, Han Han was the sole top-tier sensation. The magnitude of his popularity was such that Fang Xinghe dared not speculate. In any case, he was immensely popular, explosively so. Although Fang Xinghe had not experienced it firsthand, he could only rely on conjecture. Nevertheless, he had resolved to embark on a campaign of synergistic publicity. At this juncture, it is imperative that I share the same fate with my beloved friends, my brothers, and my esteemed companion Han Xiao. Without him, how lonely would I be? Without me, how desolate would he feel? Thus, while Han Han embarks on a rebellious path, Fang Xinghe takes the route of redemption, together forming a captivating narrative that intertwines their fates across the southern and northern realms. Just imagine, originally both being underperformers, and then suddenly awakening to a new resolve, their paths diverging dramatically. What a theatrical opposition that presents! Moreover, how naturally it lends itself to sensational discourse. In such times, Fang's past, his wild spirit, his charm, and his story of redemption will accumulate value exponentially. On the negative side, Han Han will share the burden of scrutiny. Conversely, on the positive side, Han Han provides a point of comparison. A win-win scenario, wouldn't you agree? Of course, my brother Han does not emerge unscathed either. While such a comparison may be irksome, once they are bound together, Han Han's rise will inevitably elevate Fang Xinghe, and likewise, Fang Xinghe's narrative will also enhance Han Xiao's. The continuity is far more compelling than that of the Han Si quartet. After all, I am in a position of superiority, casting shadows upon Fang. What is there to fear? The opportunistic Fang, when engaged in serious matters, never shies away from boldness. As plans materialize, he eagerly aims for the long-term benefits of his esteemed brother, growing increasingly exhilarated with each thought. Hey, let us keep this report card safe. The four brothers will head home together. Until the usually silent duo Yu unexpectedly inquired, "Brother, how do you plan to spend your holiday?" "Just stepping out to learn something new," Fang Xinghe casually replied before turning to Lu Fu. "To get rich, I need some funds. I fear it may not suffice." Lu Fu's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. "Short on cash?" "Brother, several classes in the third year have yet to pay their respects for January. Shall we go for a big score?" "Enough with the nonsense." Fang Xinghe slapped him lightly on the back of the head, and Lu Fu quickly became compliant. He deftly pulled out 2,000 yuan. "Is this enough?" "This is our little treasury. If we wait a few more days, I can fetch another 1,000 from home. It should be sufficient. I doubt I'll spend too much." "Where to, brother?" The curious duo Yu finally couldn't hold back. Fang Xinghe smiled gently, his gaze distant and his tone dreamy. "To Wudong Mountain, to learn martial arts." Chapter 8. No shame left. Fang Xinghe sealed 3 essays in an envelope and sent them off, addressing them to Lu Fu's home. He then slung a canvas bag over his shoulder, pocketed his phone, and set off with Duo Yu. The inclusion of Yu Xiaoduo in this journey was both unexpected and yet entirely natural, as he truly felt superfluous at home. "I want to accompany you to broaden my horizons. If I can apprentice at Wudong Mountain, I will devote myself to mastering martial arts. After all, I certainly won't be admitted to a prestigious high school once I acquire the skills. I shall serve as your bodyguard, shielding you from harm." Gazing at Yu Xiaoduo's resolute expression, Fang Xinghe felt a momentary daze. In his memories, he seemed to have never witnessed such determination. After a few seconds of contemplation, Fang Xinghe beamed with delight. "All right, good brother, let us go together. Return home to gather your things, then come find me." That very night, Yu Xiaoduo arrived with a snakeskin bag in tow. The following afternoon, the two young boys embarked on a long-distance train to Hubei. The funds originally allocated for one person must now sustain the lives of two. Thus, Fang Xinghe opted for a hard seat. Upon boarding, Yu Xiaoduo found everything to be a novelty, while Fang Xinghe, despite his restraint, felt a flicker of curiosity within. However, this sense of novelty and intrigue quickly dissipated after the green train rattled along for a considerable duration, leaving only monotony and fatigue in its wake. A grueling 40 hours lay ahead. Moreover, it must be noted that the green train from 1999 hardly boasts safety. A gaunt, middle-aged man, perhaps perceiving their youth, approached to engage in idle chatter, his intentions unclear. Yu Xiaoduo felt perplexed, yet Fang Xinghe, with a smile, observed for a moment before abruptly stating, "Xiaoduo, if he dares to touch you again, I shall create 2 holes in him and reveal what sort of fiend he truly is." Yu Xiaoduo promptly thrust her hand into her pocket, gripping the hilt of her dagger, her eyes glinting with ferocity. The middle-aged man immediately raised his hands in surrender and retreated, chuckling awkwardly, soon shifting to another seat. After passing Shenyang, the clock struck 11 at night, and the carriage gradually fell silent, though some passengers began to move about. Fang Xinghe noticed that certain individuals cast wary glances in their direction. Is there truly no thief in the world? It would be best if they did not provoke me. The reckless bravado he had previously displayed proved effective, as both he and Yu Xiaoduo closed their eyes in turns, undisturbed throughout the journey. From that point onward, their travels proceeded smoothly. After an interminable 38 hours, the train arrived at Shiyan East Station. The young travelers disembarked, stretching their limbs after the long journey. It was only then that a reinvigorated Yu Xiaoduo inquired, "Brother, why must we visit Wudong Mountain?" "Because true martial arts reside here," Fang Xinghe replied succinctly, though his mind was awash with thoughts. In his previous life, in his desperate struggle for existence, he had tried every means possible. The Sanfeng sect of Wudong Mountain, renowned for producing the esteemed Taoist Qin Shixing, beckoned him to seek knowledge. In a certain sense, the Wudong health preservation class had indeed afforded him some extra time. Through practices such as calming the mind, maintaining right intent, standing meditation, and balanced diet, he had come to realize, despite his inability to avert death, that there was genuine substance in their teachings. Regrettably, he had only grasped the principles of health preservation, remaining utterly ignorant of Wudong's martial arts and swordplay. Now, with a second chance at life, he was determined to fill that gap. The personal abilities section remained empty, not only visually displeasing, but also a considerable waste of the formidable strength bestowed by his father. Since he could enhance his skills, it was only prudent to learn as much as possible. One never knows when such knowledge might prove invaluable. After all, once initiated, he could be forcibly elevated, and his energy would be more than sufficient to accommodate it. Yu Xiaoduo followed closely behind, brimming with questions. Brother, how do you know all this? Fang Xinghe casually replied, by reading more books and newspapers. With wide-eyed anticipation, Yu Xiaoduo continued, then, if we learn the true martial arts of Wudong, can we do as we please? What are you thinking? Fang Xinghe chuckled softly in response. Striking an ordinary person poses no challenge, yet when faced with a seasoned martial artist, one must hastily resort to a weapon. Yu Xiaoduo was utterly disheartened, murmuring, I once believed that Wudong's martial arts were truly formidable. Fang Xinghe, fearing he might lose his resolve, patiently elucidated. Taoist practices fundamentally aim at fostering health, harmonizing body and mind, enhancing circulation, replenishing blood and energy, and nourishing the 5 internal organs. Only a minuscule portion of weapon techniques incorporates combat principles. The astute citizens of our nation have never upheld the tradition of confronting adversaries unarmed, nor do they advocate such folly. In ancient times, true combat prowess was characterized by proficiency in archery and horsemanship, as well as mastery of blades, shields, and long spears. Fist techniques merely serve as foundational training for stretching muscles and bones and coordinating the body's movements. When one has solidified their foundation, they undoubtedly surpass the average individual. Yet this does not grant them the right to challenge professional competitors. It is those charlatans of Qigong who, in their quest for profit, have mythologized both boxing and martial arts. In reality, there exists no such mystique. One must trust in science, which asserts that flesh cannot withstand steel. Therefore, train diligently, cultivating agility and strength, sharpening one's senses, and promoting longevity. These virtues surpass all else. Fang Xinghe, who harbored an irrational obsession with health at the tender age of 13, found himself pondering matters better suited for a centenarian. Nevertheless, his words rang with truth, echoing the teachings shared by the Wudong masters with their pupils. They conveyed with utmost clarity, the essence of martial arts lies within weaponry, yet it has long become outdated. Our Wudong Tai Chi embodies both fist and skill. But it is not a combat technique. We do not advocate for intense training to unleash latent potential. Instead, one must cultivate a clear mind and righteous intentions, practicing with a mindset focused on nourishing one's essence, energy, and spirit. It was articulated plainly. One should not rely on fists, nor should they be taught to wield weapons. The true path is to prioritize health. Consequently, Fang Xinghe has never placed his faith in the grandiose claims of traditional martial arts practitioners. His decision to ascend Wudong Mountain was primarily driven by the additional advantages that martial arts would confer. In the years to come, actors proficient in martial arts would undeniably enjoy greater opportunities than their less skilled counterparts. Firstly, the physicality and grace acquired through martial arts training significantly enhance one's appearance. Secondly, the opportunities within martial arts-themed films and dramas are far more abundant and promising. Those well-versed in martial arts bring authenticity to their performances, exuding both charm and beauty in wide shots, while newer, less adept actors often rely on close-ups, slow-motion sequences, and haphazard editing to deceive audiences. When one attempts to mislead viewers, they will naturally express their dissatisfaction at the box office. In 2023, Fang Xinghe undertook a marketing campaign for Huanrui's Century, promoting Cheng Yi's action sequences. It was the easiest task he had ever encountered. He could speak freely, as competitors dared not mock, only holding their noses and remaining silent. For during that era, he was indeed the foremost, if not the singular, rising male actor. Moreover, Fang Xinghe harbored a grand ambition to become a truly versatile and exceptional actor. In the domestic entertainment scene, there emerged several films with commendable themes and narratives. Yet either the actors' performances fell short, or the action sequences were severely lacking, or the production budget was excessively constrained. Ultimately, these promising projects were rendered disappointing, prompting sighs of regret. Fang Xinghe has never intended to rely solely on hype for success. He yearns to witness how a combination of top-tier aesthetics and emperor's acting prowess, a master's martial skills, and a scholar's talent might profoundly impact the world. A person's life undeniably requires a splendid and resplendent segment. However, Fang Xinghe aspires not merely to 1, 2, or 3 instances of brilliance, but to a continuous radiance. On January 15th, after half a day, Fang Xinghe, accompanied by Yu Xiaoduo, ascended Wudong Mountain. Beside the Zixiao Palace, they discovered the Sanfeng Sect Martial Arts Academy, still known as the Wudong Taoist Martial Arts School. The master in charge, perceiving the youth of the two, inquired with great scrutiny. After addressing the customary questions, he asked, "Why have you traveled such a long distance to Wudong Mountain?" Fang Xinghe glanced at the dimly lit inner hall, raised his voice, and responded with fervor, "I wish to become a martial arts superstar like Jet Li, to showcase the magnificence of Chinese martial arts. However, I do not wish to learn at Shaolin Temple, for I believe that Buddhism, an external religion, is merely grandiloquent. I am confident that our Taoism possesses genuine skills, and even stronger ones." In the inner hall, the lean Taoist priest, who was attending to guests, could not help but curl the corners of his mouth upwards. Realizing this demeanor was insufficiently ethereal, Taoist Zhong hastily composed himself, yet it was a challenge to suppress his amusement. Meanwhile, the 2 large monks, as guests, exchanged glances, one with a wry smile, the other shaking his head, internally scoffing. What a little brat. He is willing to sacrifice his dignity to seek a master. Chapter 9. Would you like to be my closed-door disciple? The foundation is indeed commendable. Taoist Zhong Yunlong placed a hand on Fang Xinghe's shoulder. Speaking in a calm tone, "You wish to become a martial arts star?" "Yes." Fang Xinghe merely nodded, his few words and respectful demeanor reflecting his admiration and obedience. "Well, the conditions are indeed promising." Taoist Zhang stroked his beard, scrutinizing Fang Xinghe, lingering on his still youthful yet handsome visage for an extended moment, before finally nodding gently, "Then strive diligently in your practice." Fang Xinghe clasped his fists in respect, replying earnestly, "Yes, master." Having aired an address, he realized that the proper titles of master and disciple were of great significance, and he could refer to him as Taoist or director. Taoist Zhong waved his hand, though a smile lingered at the edge of his lips. "Yes, director." When it was Yu Xiaoduo's turn, Taoist Zhong offered a succinct remark, "You have good talent. Give it a try." Once Taoist Zhong departed, Yu Xiaoduo excitedly waved his fists. "Brother, the director praised my talent." Fang Xinghe could not contain his amusement, finding his brother's innocence quite entertaining. "You've only heard the praise. Why not consider the difference in attitude?" Yet, he would not dampen his little brother's spirits and cheerfully said, "Let us go, pay the fees, and from here on, we will strive together." Payment, arrangements, and familiarization with the environment ensued. Although the short martial arts training program was accessible through payment, the 2 youths received the finest treatment. They resided in a sparsely populated room, enjoyed ample food including meat, and received meticulous guidance from their senior brothers. Thus, Fang Xinghe commenced an exceedingly disciplined life on Wudong Mountain. Rising at 6 in the morning for morning lessons, they were taught to respect nature, abide by the laws of heaven and earth, cherish family and country, honor parents, respect teachers, discipline oneself rigorously, and treat others with kindness. Supreme virtue is like water, benefiting all without contention, bestowing kindness without seeking repayment, remembering favors for a millennium. After reciting the pre-class teachings, senior brother Chen Shishing led everyone in standing meditation. The experience of witnessing renowned figures from previous lives was indeed remarkable, yet Fang Xinghe refrained from seeking their approval, focusing intently on his practice. The standing meditation is the foundation of all. Standing for prolonged periods naturally enhances one's physical attributes, consequently conserving a significant amount of starlight value. After the morning class, the students proceed to the dining hall for their meal. Subsequently, the young disciples diligently study classical texts such as Zhang Sanfeng's theory of the Great Way, direct explanation of the subtlety, essence of the mysterious, and the Tao Te Ching. Following this, they practice according to their varying progress and training regimens. Strength training and weighted exercises are deemed unsuitable for the youth. Thus, Fang Xinghe is limited to practicing forms, specifically learning the Wudong Tai Chi 13 postures, 12 forms, small frame, fundamental swordsmanship, and the 36 leg techniques. Mastery lies not in quantity, but in precision. One must clearly define their objectives. If the goal is merely to appear impressive, then focusing on foundational skills, encompassing punches, kicks, and sword techniques, will suffice. After lunch, there is a period for rest and free activities. Being in a developmental phase and possessing limited endurance, Fang Xinghe requires a brief nap before resuming his studies. He is currently self-studying the curriculum of the third year of junior high school, achieving remarkable efficiency and rapid progress in his learning on the mountain, even having the energy to contemplate writing a lengthy piece. After dinner, the senior disciples engage in their respective practices, while the other students are free to pursue knowledge aligned with their interests. The Sanfeng sect is rich in talent and offers a wide array of teachings, including health preservation, alchemy, traditional Chinese medicine, classical literature, and the cultivation of the mind and spirit, all of which are immensely practical. Naturally, the knowledge that captivates and intrigues the more curious students is the authentic Taoist sexual arts, yet Fang Xinghe remains indifferent. It is precisely due to his calm demeanor that he learns the most swiftly and comprehensively. When Taoist Zhong has leisure and interest, he engages the students in conversation, often in the incense-filled side hall, discussing the past and present. Fang Xinghe finds great enjoyment in the captivating tales of the martial world that Zhong shares, which, despite their often mystical nature, exude an inexplicable romance. Amidst this fulfilling existence, time seems to accelerate. Before long, they arrive at New Year's Eve. This year's New Year's Eve falls on February 15th. The day prior, everyone retires early, eager to prepare for the celebrations. The short-term students have all returned home, leaving only Fang Xinghe, Yu Xiaoduo, Zhang Xian, Tang Chao, Wang Charlie, and a few unmarried senior disciples on the mountain. After paying respects to the ancestors and Taoist deities, Taoist Zhong summons Fang Xinghe to a private room. After all these days of practice, how do you feel? Fang Xinghe contemplates briefly and surprisingly replies, "My mind and body are clear and fulfilled." "Excellent," Taoist Zhong responds, clearly pleased. "Xinghe, you are diligent, grounded, intelligent, and courteous, a promising candidate for cultivation. Would you be willing to formally become my disciple?" Over the past month, Fang Xinghe has remained industrious, and Taoist Zhong, along with the senior disciples, has observed him closely. The Taoist has never favored any child as much as he is Fang Xinghe. The boy's presence is particularly pleasing, especially as he is an orphan. At this moment, the Taoist even entertains the notion of passing the entirety of the Sanfeng sect to him. However, after a moment's thought, Fang Xinghe solemnly shakes his head, saying, "I decline." Taoist Zhong, startled, inadvertently plucks several strands of his beard. "Why?" Fang Xinghe raises his head and sincerely responds, "Master Zhong, I do not possess a temperament conducive to harmony. I am determined to stir the winds and clouds. I will inevitably become ensnared in the realm of fame and fortune, facing both blessings and calamities, with my reputation subject to both praise and blame. I truly do not wish to burden the purity of Taoism or tarnish the name of our revered founder." This statement is both candid and astute. Fang Xinghe aspires not to be a mere humble and amiable martial arts star like Li Lianjie. He dares to sensationalize news that Li Lianjie would shy away from, to speak truths that Li Lianjie would refrain from voicing, and to oppose individuals and matters that Li Lianjie would not dare challenge. In essence, it can be encapsulated in a single phrase, planting a golden lotus in the fire. "I shall thrive in my wildness." Zhang Daozhong remained silent for a long moment before he sighed. "I knew you were not one to remain complacent, but I never expected your heart to be so untamed. A youth with your disposition is indeed a rarity in my lifetime." He relented, saying, "Let us set aside the matter of apprenticeship for now. After the new year, I shall teach you some invaluable techniques." Fang Xinghe bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Master Zhong. I shall forever cherish your earnest guidance. Go forth, my foolish child." The events passed quietly, unbeknownst to others. On New Year's Eve, after enjoying dumplings while the television broadcast a festive gala, everyone gathered around the table to chat. As the conversation flowed, Zhang Daozhong could not resist offering further insights to Fang Xinghe. "Your innate potential may not be exceptional, but once developed, your physique should be quite impressive. With such striking features, you are indeed well suited for a career in performance. Therefore, do not become complacent. You must persist in your practice and refine your foundational skills to the utmost. Yu Xiaoduo could not help but inquire, Master, what exactly is innate potential? Zhong Daozhong sipped his tea leisurely and explained, in contemporary scientific terms, it encompasses bone structure, bone density, muscle quality, and all aspects of physical constitution. Long limbs in ancient times would allow for greater movement and longer attack ranges. Broad shoulders and sturdy bones would enable one to carry more weight. High muscle density translates to greater strength, and traits such as a short neck, thick fingers, and a sturdy waist each possess their own advantages. Historically, those who excelled in martial arts rarely had aesthetically pleasing physiques. Practicality and beauty are often at odds, which is why many renowned warriors recorded in history appear quite formidable. Yu Xiaoduo excitedly compared himself to this, exclaiming, "So I will definitely be strong in the future." Brother Chen chuckled softly. "That is precisely why Master praised your innate potential." Fang Xinghe pondered deeply and posed another question. How can one achieve attractiveness? Zhong Daozhong responded, "This involves various qualities. First and foremost, having a good physique is paramount. Secondly, one must possess grace. Having observed generations of martial artists at the national level, I can say that while Li Lianjie may not rank in the top 20 in actual combat, when it comes to aesthetic fighting, he is undoubtedly among the top 3. In truth, his physique is rather unremarkable. He is not particularly tall, has short arms, and his form is quite average. Yet, what makes his fighting so visually captivating? It's the grace." Yu Xiaoduo interjected with excitement. "Yes, it's the rhythm." "Indeed," Zhong Daozhong affirmed, "there is a sense of rhythm. Therefore, even with identical movements, he consistently delivers a mesmerizing performance." Zhong Daozhong nodded and delved deeper. "And from where does this grace derive?" "Personally, I believe it lies in coordination. Coordination is the foremost element of movement aesthetics, far surpassing all others. We all understand that martial arts training emphasizes explosive power. We cannot merely cultivate raw strength. But what gives rise to exceptional explosive power? It is not merely one's strength, speed, or explosive power that defines true prowess. Rather, it is the harmonious coordination that seamlessly integrates strength and speed that truly elevates one's capabilities. When one possesses exceptional explosiveness, movements that were once languid can suddenly manifest with such swiftness that they leave an ephemeral trace. Yet true mastery is demonstrated when one's hand remains steady and unwavering at the pinnacle of force. This singular moment of stillness embodies the unity of explosive power, control, and balance, fundamentally rooted in coordination. This concept, which I gleaned during my time abroad, has illuminated my long-standing perplexities, and I share it with you today in the hopes that you will heed its significance. If you aspire to tread the path of a martial arts star, cultivating your coordination is imperative. However, I must concede that this is not an easy skill to hone. Innate talent plays a crucial role. So I urge you to take heed. Thank you, Master Zhong. I understand now. Fang Xinghe expressed with profound respect, drawing parallels to the legendary basketball icon Michael Jordan, who exemplifies the pinnacle of coordination. In the dojo, where a television offers an array of programs, Fang Xinghe's mention sparked a collective realization among his peers. Indeed, the way he defies gravity is astounding, and his landings are exceptionally stable, an evident manifestation of innate coordination. Moreover, observe the explosive nature of his initial step, so sudden and elusive. The short bursts of power yield tremendous strength, indicating his mastery of fine motor skills. The genetic endowments of African Americans are remarkable, with their long limbs and remarkable coordination even at towering heights. We, as Caucasians, cannot help but acknowledge this. If Shaquille O'Neal were to don heavy armor and wield mighty hammers, he might even pose a challenge to legendary warriors such as El Bu. Yet, that seems implausible. At 2.16 meters, encumbered by armor, one would struggle to find a horse capable of carrying him at speed. Indeed, it would be akin to a foot soldier clashing with cavalry, shattering through with a single thrust. As Fang Xinghe listened to his senior disciples engage in spirited discussions about how superstars might train in martial arts, with a genuine Caucasian American among them, he felt a peculiar sense of magical conflict. While he found humor in it, he also felt the scene was vivid and brimming with the essence of life, a gathering of vibrant and fascinating individuals. He eagerly joined the conversation, presenting a perspective that would resonate through the ages. It is not that foreigners are inherently superior, but rather that African Americans, shaped by a unique historical context, have thrived. Only the strongest survived, leading to a lineage of exceptional genes that manifest extraordinary abilities. Brother Charlie exclaimed in astonishment. Fang, your perspective is formidable, yet it seems undeniably true. Certainly, it is a reality. In the coming years, those born in the 2010s and 2020s in China will likely rank first in overall quality on the global stage. While they may not match the physical prowess of African Americans, their intellect will far surpass it. They may be slightly shorter than their Northern European counterparts, yet excel in every other aspect. Resilience, allergy resistance, longevity, genetic health, and even combat aptitude are all hallmarks of generations of strength in China. Aside from football, in what other domain do we falter? One could explore international forums to witness the banter of global friends, rife with boasts about the Chinese. Thus, Fang Xinghe found himself ill at ease in the entertainment realm after his rebirth, perceiving a discord between the pride of generations past and the current era. Master Zhong refrained from interrupting their lively exchange, continuing to impart earnest advice to Fang Xinghe. It appears that you have truly grasped the essence of the matter. Henceforth, endeavor in this direction, rather than rigidly adhering to conventional techniques. Take advantage of your developmental phase to engage in specialized training. Yes, I shall remember this. Fang Xinghe has indeed been greatly inspired, and joy springs from the heart. Initially, the starlight value is sure to be quite limited, thus allocations must be targeted. Once the significance of various attributes is clearly prioritized, one can pursue what they need. As an actor, one must harmonize voice, presence, and performance, and it seems imperative to place this second in priority. Once sufficiently elevated, any subsequent training will yield remarkable results with minimal effort. As for the most crucial attribute, it is endurance. Fang Xinghe must extend the effective duration of his learning and training, promptly addressing his shortcomings in endurance, which is the most cost-effective approach. Unfortunately, he must continue to accumulate starlight value. As for the competition, the news remains elusive. Chapter 10. Transmitting Skills, the 6 Harmonies and 8 Extremes. The news of the new concept competition has yet to arrive, but the new year has thunderously commenced. Exchanging New Year greetings with the senior disciples who persevered until the end, Fang Xinghe felt a momentary disconnection within. Has this era already embraced me? It was only when Yu Xiaoduo joyfully embraced him, laughing and jumping, that he realized the era is indifferent to individuals. It is I who have finally accepted the present epoch. This realization broadened his heart's horizon. At this juncture, senior brother Chun, wielding a feather duster, approached him. Fang Shidi. Come, come. Wave the duster and sweep away all your worries to the west. Embrace Tai Chi and summon boundless auspicious energy from the east. In the new year, may all your wishes be fulfilled. Fang Xinghe smiled, his eyes curving with delight. Thank you, senior brother. Happy New Year. What about me? What about me? Yu Xiaoduo eagerly chimed in, impatient for his blessing. All in good time, all in good time. Ha. Yu Xiaoduo sought auspicious words and dashed around the room collecting coins, each one wrapped in red paper, filled with blessings from the mystical realm. Fang Xinghe did not reach out. Yet his senior brothers insisted on pressing a few coins into his hands, which he playfully toyed with, smiling all the while. The first New Year's Eve since his rebirth, Fang Xinghe has spent in a fulfilling and serene manner. Beginning from the first day of the new year, Taoist Zhong personally demonstrated and transmitted 2 authentic techniques. The first was the completely unexpected martial art of the 6 Harmonies Great Spear. Taoist Zhong held a sour juju wood staff, nearly 7 meters in length, and succinctly explained why he chose to teach this particular skill. To master weaponry, one must first understand it. Martial arts have a long lineage, yet only a few truly effective forms exist: bows and crossbows, spears and polearms, swords and shields, armor and hammers, concealed weapons and darts. Among these, the spear reigns as the king of all weapons, the foremost in practical combat aside from the bow. However, my intention in teaching you the 6 Harmonies Great Spear is not to encourage reckless bravery, but rather because the spear, during practice, allows one to easily comprehend the essence of strength. By wielding the long staff, one can feel the rebound force and learn to balance and harmonize it, thus revealing true mastery. Once you have grasped this strength, transitioning to the sword will be effortless. Moreover, as you are in your developmental phase, practicing with the spear should significantly enhance your coordination. Thank you, Master Zhong. For your dedication, I am deeply grateful. Fang Xinghe bowed respectfully, fully focused on learning. The fundamentals of the Liuhe de Chong are remarkably straightforward. With the incorporation of basic footwork alongside techniques such as tremors, intercepts, grabs, and thrusts, one can master them in a relatively short period. However, while this discipline is easy to learn, it is challenging to master. Relying solely on time without genuine practice may result in a lifetime of unfulfilled potential. Fang Xinghe, however, is not concerned about his comrades' lack of progress. After completing both the foundational techniques and routines in just one day, a new entry appeared in his personal skill panel, Liuhe de Chong 2. The second discipline taught by Master Zhong is not a fundamental of Wudong, but rather, it is Bejiquan. Today, I shall impart to you the Mengtsuan Wu style new frame within Bejiquan. The three major lineages of Bejiquan share a common foundation. Yet the new frame boasts a plethora of routines that are visually captivating. Recently, the National Sports Administration has been formulating standardized performance routines for martial arts, with the Bejiquan segment derived from the Mengtsuan new frame, making it particularly suitable for you. The new frame is not only aesthetically pleasing, but also powerful and vigorous. Standing in stark contrast to Tai Chi, however, this set of techniques is the most intricate, encompassing a wide array of content from foundational stances to minor frames, culminating in the 24 major movements of the new 8 great techniques. When Fang Xinghe reached the new 8 great techniques, he recognized them instantly as the viral killing moves popularized on the internet in later generations. Yan Wang's 3 points hand, fierce tiger, climbing the mountain. 3 no cares at the door, overbearing breaks the reins, windward sun palm, left and right door open strongly, yellow aureole embracing claws, and the grounded sky cannon. Subsequently, when animated in a realistic format, these moves captured the hearts of every young man. Mastering this set is not merely about learning, but also about refining one's skills. Wong Kar-wai transformed the Grandmaster into the legend of Gong Air, while Yang Chaowei's fighting scenes pale in comparison to the domestic violence depicted in Sichuan and Chongqing. Given the opportunity, I must create a film titled The Last Grandmaster to thoroughly embarrass them. With a resolute determination, I began to diligently practice. Both disciplines stem from the Bejiquan lineage, and the reason for prioritizing the spear before the fist likely lies in Master Zhong's awareness that Fang Xinghe would not remain for long. Thus, he chose to introduce the simpler techniques before the more complex ones. Sure enough, on the afternoon of the 8th day, the steadily increasing starlight value suddenly surged dramatically. Fang Xinghe immediately realized that his essay had likely captured the attention of the judges. Judging by the commotion, the response must have been quite remarkable. Indeed, it was an overwhelmingly strong reaction. Renowned writer Yi Xian and Fudan University literature professor Chen Sai were reviewing manuscripts together. Chen Sai initially skimmed through the piece titled The Dog Days of Youth, and, after about 15 seconds, he abruptly paused after several paragraphs, rifling through all the manuscripts before handing another one titled Sex, Violence, and Lies to Yi Xian. Old Yi, set aside your own work for a moment and take a look at this young talent's. What's this? Yi Xian lifted his head, adjusting his glasses. Is it intriguing? It's more than just intriguing. My piece pales in comparison, he replied. Hey, this child is only 13. All right, let me see. As Yi Xian took the manuscript, he felt a jolt of excitement upon reading the title. Chen Sai resumed his reading of Youth, meticulously pondering the content. How do you perceive youth? My question to all who read this line is, have you ever truly contemplated the origins of the joy and pain of youth? If you do not possess an answer at this moment, then heed my words. I shall first inscribe the conclusion here. There is no room for debate, though you may freely engage in argumentation. The joy of adolescence undeniably stems from sheer folly, a lack of understanding, and reckless abandon. I have previously stated, the thoughts of the mentally unhinged are expansive, and the youthful fools find abundant amusement. You see, the sages have long elucidated this matter. Happiness is most uncomplicated. Do not overthink it. As for the so-called pains of adolescence, truly, you are far too inclined to embellish your own experiences. What is pain? It is, quite evidently, a state of persistent suffering. The preceding generation, burdened by their anguish, became mentally impotent, unable to rise fully, and when they did, it was only momentarily. Thus, they birthed the genre of pain literature. I have recognized several familiar names among the judges of this current competition. In contrast, our generation suffers only superficial wounds. Our pain is not genuine, merely a display of affectation. I suspect we may end up creating a literature of trivial discomfort. However, irrespective of our differences, Both our generation and the trembling, voiceless cohort of the 70s have endured their share of tumultuous adolescence. That much is indeed true. From my observations, the root of why adolescence remains the most excruciating period for the majority lies in the incessant desire to please certain individuals or circumstances. All right then. Shinsai had just completed reading the entire text, yet before he could savor it thoroughly, he was abruptly interrupted by the impassioned Yexin. Moreover, Yexin was eager to inquire. Old Shin, is there more? Shinsai casually handed over the last piece titled Growing Up, while firmly clutching Youth. You should read this one first. I still need to ponder my piece. Wang Meng, seated across, curiously lifted his gaze. Is it that good? Let me have a glance. Yexin passed along sex, exclaiming with enthusiasm, it is not merely good in the conventional sense. Do you understand? Never mind. You will see for yourself. There are only 3 pieces in total. Chen Danya couldn't secure any, thus she inched closer to Chinsai while inquiring, how does it compare with that child Han Han? Not quite in the same league. Chinsai replied, his eyes momentarily fixated on the manuscript. Han Han is remarkably astute among the youth, possessing a mature perspective and profound thoughts. His expressions of joy, anger, and mockery all manifest as literary art, while Fang Xinghe is driven to surpass everyone, embodying ferocity, arrogance, and dominance. In summary, he is spicier than Han Han and even more audacious. You have piqued my curiosity. Hurry and read. Do not keep me in suspense. The room swiftly fell silent, save for the rustle of pages turning. In this day and age, the literati are indeed earnest in their pursuits, shamelessly so, while also being refreshingly pure in intent. The individuals gathered in this room, willing to take time to serve as judges for students, naturally aspire to contribute to the enhancement of secondary school literature and to infuse fresh vigor into the literary world, with pure intentions solely focused on the writings. Fang Xinghe undoubtedly captures attention and enchants the heart. After everyone had perused the pieces, Wang Meng jested, Old Yi, you have written about our generation of youth. What are your thoughts on this new generation? Not comparable, not comparable. Yi Xian humbly waved his hand, furrowing his brow as he reminisced, then smiled. Ah, I was probably still naively yearning for love at the age of 13 or 14, too timid and lacking the ability to put pen to paper. Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd, with the ladies laughing particularly unabashedly. Tining jested, Oldie even wrote wasted years, which belongs to the genre of soft, melancholic pain, yet was mercilessly criticized by the young ones. Damn it, Teacher Yi exclaimed in exasperation. Aren't you from the previous generation? Teacher Tai retorted with conviction. I am a woman. I do not need to be tough. Ha ha. Again, the room was filled with uproarious laughter, a joyful explosion. Wang Yali self-deprecatingly remarked, you all have names and reputations. Unlike us from the 70s, who can only tremble in fear. This child is truly fierce and wild. A bit of wildness is good. It's essential for literature, where one must not adhere strictly to the rules. So, shall we let everything slide? Let's leave out the love part, shall we? 2 pieces on it should suffice. Chen Danya was the first to voice dissent, with the project director, Li Qigong, nodding in agreement. Well, when we finalize the book, we must consider the vast audience of school-aged youths, including love is inappropriate. What a pity. What a pity about that. That child will eventually publish a book and include it. Indeed, Xiaofang certainly appears to be a handful. A handful or foolishness. If it were your son, which would you choose? Have you lost your mind? If my son had such talent, I'd accept any trouble he brought. Ha ha. The editorial department was filled with laughter and joy. Everyone was delighted to discover a promising talent, feeling the significance of their work. Thus, on the 10th day of the new lunar year, a swift response arrived from Bao Fu, the one who struck it rich, sending a digital code to Fang Xinghe. Fang Xinghe called his home, and the receiver was filled with Bao Fu's excited screams. Brother, you made it. March 27th. Go to Shanghai for the semifinals. Chapter 11, a serious disruption. In truth, regardless of whether the news of the semifinals had arrived, Fang Xinghe was already preparing to return home. The second semester was about to commence, and he could not remain on the mountain indefinitely. The next day, he packed his belongings, facing farewell. Director, I will return during the summer vacation. This was said by Yu Xiaoduo, with tears welling in her eyes, reluctant to part ways. Yes, practice well. Daoist Zhong nodded gently, his long sleeves billowing, exuding an ethereal aura. Fang Xinghe clasped his hands in front of his chest, left hand embracing the right. with the thumbs tucked in and the remaining fingers together, bowing in respect. Director, I shall never forget your impartation of skills. Take care. Gatherings and partings are part of life. There is no need to dwell on them. Although he spoke thus, Taoist Zhang stroked his beard, enduring his emotions. Yet could not help but add, do not become complacent after returning. When you have time and energy, I will introduce you to the other two major schools of the complete 8 extremes, Mengtsuan old frame and Luotuan hard frame. After that, it will depend on your own practice. Yu Xiaoduo asked, so am I truly the one with better potential? I feel the treatment is somewhat unequal. Fang Xinghe naturally understood this affection and bowed deeply, filled with gratitude in his heart. After bidding farewell to my seniors one by one, I embarked on my journey home. It was yet another 40-hour ride, and by the time I set foot on the land of my county town, it was the early spring. Upon arriving home, I hastily discarded my belongings and headed to the bathhouse for a thorough wash, scrubbing away half a pound of dead skin. When I stood before the mirror once more, I was astonished to find a remarkably handsome young man, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Just a short while ago, I had been an ordinary wildflower, yet now, with an appearance score of 99 and a height of 174 centimeters, my skill set was brimming with potential, having wasted not a moment of time. Attributes panel, appearance attributes, attractiveness 99, physique 72, physical attributes, strength 54, speed 80, endurance 61, agility 75, flexibility 73, hidden attributes, coordination 72, perception 60, recovery 74, immunity 61. Health 71, artistic attributes, writing 79, skills panel, Wudong Tai Chi posture, 42 Wudong Tai Chi 13 forms, 33 basic swordsmanship, 28 basic footwork, 27 basic leg techniques, 25 Mengtsuan new style Bajiquan, 10 Live Great Spear, 12 Starlight panel, number of fans, 128, Starlight value, 4,758, Star Radiance value, 0 at this stage of development. All my attributes had improved. However, in comparison to the rapid growth of my physical attributes, the hidden attributes increased rather slowly, barely nudging upward by a point or two. This is likely an immutable fact. External attributes are simply easier to cultivate, while innate talents are far more challenging to enhance, leaving me with only the hope of starlight. On the brighter side, my fanbase was growing quite rapidly. Those I interacted with regularly generally held a favorable impression of me. Nonetheless, after such a prolonged period, having only 128 fans contribute less than 5,000 starlight was indeed disheartening. This indicated a harsh reality. In the absence of significant events, the emotional investment of ordinary fans in their idols was evidently insufficient. After all, everyone has their own lives. Why would they think of me without cause? Enthusiastic fans are, after all, a rare breed. To address this issue, it is imperative to produce a sufficient volume of works. With more creations, fans can casually glance at them in their spare time, naturally recalling my presence. The quantity of works can address the issue of engagement frequency, while the quality of those works will enhance emotional investment, thus deepening the impact on the audience. When the body of work is both numerous and exceptional, the artistic life is destined for longevity. However, there lies a subtle distinction. Having numerous high-quality works does not necessarily equate to having a large and devoted fan base. The intricacies involved could easily fill a dissertation, and it is something that I, being deeply entrenched in the marketing front lines, have come to understand. While the current entertainment companies and even the stars themselves remain somewhat perplexed. Thus, gazing at my strikingly handsome reflection in the mirror, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Deeply optimistic about the future. The first step had been successfully taken. All that remained was to forge ahead with determination. With a buoyant spirit, I returned to my small courtyard, where fortune and adventure had already arrived with my companions. Upon seeing me, everyone erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Aside from the usual compliments, each one was taken aback. Wow, bro, how have you become even more handsome? Exactly. You were handsome before, but not to this extent. Have your eyes changed? Oh my. I feel overwhelmed. My heart is racing uncontrollably. Do you require a consort? I am proficient in various skills. Away with you, you ridiculous creature. No, you should leave. Beansprout. Two female hawks inexplicably began to quarrel. Although the matter was trivial, Fang Xinghe felt a pang of guilt. Alas, it is all due to my wretched charm. He offered no explanation for his companion's bewilderment. Although he possessed a decent appearance, originally rated at 75, he had now developed to an impressive extent. A simple excuse of going through puberty sufficed to deflect any suspicion. For now, he would simply indulge in his vanity. However, his unfortunate attire and atrocious hairstyle capped his appeal by at least 9 points. Once I have tidied myself up, you shall truly comprehend what it means to be stunningly attractive. After a bout of laughter and merriment, Fang Xinghe had treated them to skewers. Surprisingly, a group of over a dozen young individuals, along with drinks, only cost around 100 yuan. The cold dishes at this moment were remarkably delectable. Despite being out-of-season varieties grown in greenhouses, the cucumbers were bursting with flavor, and the tomatoes were sweet, tangy, and delightfully tender, leaving Fang Hui feeling exhilarated. He then pondered why such exquisite varieties had been discarded. Regardless, I shall showcase them daily from now on. After relishing the meal, as they were wrapping up, the suddenly affluent asked, "Brother, a new dance hall has opened in the county." "What dance hall?" Fang Xinghe felt that this lad was becoming rather frivolous and playfully smacked the back of his head. "Is the computer room not sufficient for your amusement?" The slightest commotion caught the attention of the bold and eager, who hurried over, bouncing with excitement. "Take me along. Take me along." "Very well, then let us all go." A group of over 10 people stormed into what was still referred to as an internet CAF. Upon logging in and settling down, Fang Xinghe was busy fending off the clingy bold one when a familiar, yet foreign sound suddenly resonated nearby. "Oh, is it happening?" Fang Xinghe turned to Zhang Qi and inquired, "What is that software for?" Zhang Qi excitedly explained, "It's for chatting and making friends." "Brother, I'll download it for you. It's incredibly interesting." "Very well." As he busied himself, a little penguin icon appeared on the desktop. After a brief exploration, Fang Xinghe successfully registered an account. Astonishingly, a 5-digit number starting with 11,588. Is Tony Ma truly in such dire straits now? While he chuckled at the thought, Fang Dabin and the others also created their accounts and began adding each other as friends. Fang Xinghe awkwardly navigated the rudimentary software when suddenly, a clever interlocutor sent a message. "Hello. Who are you? Who is this?" Learning so quickly, he casually replied, "It's me." Upon clicking on the profile picture, he was taken aback. The user ID was 10,001, the very account of Tony Ma. Before he could comprehend the situation, a reply from Ma arrived. "What a coincidence. It's me. How are you?" Fang Xinghe nearly spewed his soda across the screen, feeling utterly bewildered. "Wait, what is going on, brother?" Assuming it was a misunderstanding, he cautiously probed, "Really? I don't believe it." "It's true," replied Qiuyi. "If you don't believe me, look at my avatar." Indeed, it had transformed from a blue-haired male to a girl with purple hair and large eyes. He truly lacks intelligence. Clearly a man of science and engineering, who bestowed upon you the audacity to engage in such antics. Fang Xinghe could hardly contain his laughter as he responded, "Very well then, I shall be your protector. A social big brother from now on." Qiuyi exclaimed, "Is that true? How impressive. Where are you from?" Xinghe Zhanlan replied, "Everything north of Shanhaiguan is my territory. Remember, should you need anything in the future, simply invoke my name, and you may do as you please." Tony fell silent, likely lost in thought. After a fit of laughter, Fang Xinghe browsed the news online, finding it rather mundane, and decided to head home. Just before leaving, Fang de Dare once again approached him, clinging to him and asking, "When are you heading to the Magic City? Will you bring us gifts?" "Oh, so you remember to bring along Ludington when it's time for gifts? Look at us. We're good sisters. You should spend your own money on your good sister's gifts. That would show sincerity. As for me, being a mere errand runner, isn't it reasonable to ask for a little compensation?" "What?" The young girl was momentarily dazzled by Fang Xinghe's words. Just as she began to ponder where it all went awry, the leader of the water army employed his usual tactics. "I reckon I'll be departing on the 23rd. The green train is far too slow. It's truly a torment." Fang Yuding felt a mix of disappointment and sympathy upon hearing this. It would indeed be exhausting. "Unfortunately, I couldn't make it past the preliminary round. Otherwise, I could have accompanied you. You might as well give up. Thank goodness you didn't advance." Fang Xinghe thought to himself, suppressing his inner disdain, and playfully coaxed the girl and Ludington together before making a hasty exit. 13 years old. What a sin. Upon returning home, he found himself restless and continued to toil. Fang Xinghe sketched a couple of designs and sought out a seasoned tailor in the market. "You mean you want a tailored Zhongshan suit?" The master seemed a bit concerned for his finances, "But you're still growing, right? A suit that fitted perfectly will be useless after just a couple of wears. Isn't it sufficient to look handsome once?" Fang Xinghe replied with a smile. There's an important occasion where I must dress appropriately. All right then, come back in a week to collect it. The tailor sighed, murmuring softly, I must say. A fitted Zhongshan suit without a chest pocket does look rather appealing. Fang Xinghe had no knowledge of fashion design. It was merely a simple, minimalist fitted Zhongshan suit paired with a small collared white shirt. Even in a future context, it would accentuate one's looks and physique. Indeed, I'm serious about making a statement. Chapter 12. The years when wealthy women pursued me relentlessly after spending only a couple of days at home. The school year finally began. On the day of registration, as Fang Xinghe entered the classroom, his classmates erupted in excitement once again. Wow, bro, you're truly impressive. Maya, Fang Xinghe is simply too handsome. Last semester, he was just a bit charming, but after a vacation, he has practically caught up with Jin Chengguo. Just average, really. Fang Xinghe is so cool. I wish I could date him. This time, even the diligent and demure girls in class could no longer contain themselves, whispering to their friends, their eyes fixated on the captivating boy. In preparation for the competition in the Magic City, Fang Xinghe had specifically dyed his hair a striking red. On either side, the hair was clipped down to a mere stubble, while the hair on top, styled with wax, resembled a fiery blaze of dark crimson. His striking visage, rated a perfect 99, indicated that his impeccable bone structure could suit any hairstyle. With his entire face now exposed, he was undeniably captivating. To accentuate his rebellious aura, he had skillfully thinned his eyebrows, adding an extra touch of sharpness. The effect was so astounding that not only did it astonish those around him, but even Fang Xinghe found himself bordering on narcissism. Generally, it is only superficial men who excessively concern themselves with their appearance. However, Fang Xinghe believed himself to be an exception. I am not superficial. I am particularly superficial. As for the reason behind his red hair, it was a mere nod to the recent conclusion of Slam Dunk, coupled with Michael Jordan's legendary status reigniting the fervor for basketball. With such an advantageous trend at hand, how could one not take advantage of it? Now, he could hardly contain his eagerness to enter the competition, envisioning a fierce performance that would leave no trace behind, compelling reporters to write articles that would overshadow all others, as he prepared to present himself to a national audience for the first time. Could he not be considered the most sincere of them all? He must be, for the media would surely fall in love with him. When Lao Fang entered the classroom, he instinctively scanned the back, only to suddenly smack his forehead and let out a heavy sigh. Fang Xinghe, what are you up to now? I'm bringing glory to our alma mater. Fang Xinghe retorted confidently. I'm off to compete in the Magic City. That place is notoriously exclusive. We can't let them think we're from the countryside, or winning an award might be mistaken for mere luck, don't you think? Well, considering your reasoning, it does seem necessary, Mr. Fang replied with a wry smile, shaking his head before producing a document. Here, your proof of participation. Keep it safe, don't lose it. While Fang Xinghe didn't need to request leave for his escapades, he did require official documentation from the school for the competition, lest he be categorized as absent. Thank you, teacher. By the way, could you keep an eye on Fang Yuding? She has been persistently bothering me lately. Fang Yuding, who had been stealthily approaching, widened her eyes in shock, trembling with anger and feeling utterly frigid. Is this man a dog? Can't you restore some of your aloof, domineering charm? I cannot. Fang Xinghe raised an eyebrow at her, then gleefully watched as she was pulled away by her father by the scruff of her neck. The result was that Lu Tingting seized the opportunity, easily attaching herself to the Eagle King. Yet, without Fang Yuding's boldness to charge ahead, she reverted to a quieter demeanor, obediently studying alongside her idol, which was quite endearing. As time swiftly passed, studying and training simultaneously, on March 23rd, Fang Xinghe set forth once more. The so-called express train to the Magic City did not expedite the journey significantly, but this time, the ticket was reimbursable, prompting Fang Xinghe to opt for a sleeper berth. Enduring the mingled scents of stinky feet, pancakes with scallions, corn, tea eggs, baijiu, and cigarettes throughout the journey, he effortlessly penned a new essay titled The Jianghu on the Green Tray. His focused writing posture caught the attention of the lady on the upper bunk across from him. She was indeed a remarkable sister, mature, elegant, and intellectually stimulating, radiating an aura that attracted admiration from all around. From the moment she boarded the train in the imperial capital, the two gentlemen in the same compartment made several attempts to engage her in conversation, only to be met with polite, yet distant refusals. Consequently, she took the initiative to extend an olive branch to Fang Xinghe, expressing her desire for a chat. Are you engaged in creative writing? Young student? Sister, let's be direct. Fang Xinghe replied, glancing at her before nonchalantly withdrawing his gaze. While you seem to have nothing to do, I am quite busy. Are you enamored with this face, or merely seeking someone to alleviate your boredom? Present your credentials. You are quite amusing, she remarked, setting aside the magazine in her hands with a determined air, eager for a deep conversation. However, upon noticing the publication sprawled across the table, Jian, Yilin, Reader, and Youth Digest, Fang Xinghe felt disinclined to engage. Later, as the influx of overly sentimental narratives began to shift towards foreign influences, he remained aware of the earlier high-density themes from Yilin. It seemed to him that they took advantage of the current generation's lack of exposure to the outside world, forcefully prying open their mouths to inundate them with clichés, and if they resisted, they would be whipped with an array of absurdities. Thus, even though a fee of 1,000 yuan per 1,000 words was readily accessible, Fang Xinghe had no intention of submitting any work to them. As a reincarnated soul, he refused to leave behind such a tarnished legacy. Fang Xinghe truly wished to disregard her, finding her the epitome of an early, pretentious female literary enthusiast. Yet, she was remarkably skilled at bringing an abundance of snacks. As a result, he engaged with her half-heartedly while shamelessly indulging in 4 cups of instant noodles, 2 bags of vacuum-packed chicken, 4 packets of beef jerky, and various fruits and dairy snacks. The 2 gentlemen across from him were enviously red-eyed, but there was little they could do to emulate his audacity. As their conversation drew to a close, and they approached their destination, Fang Xinghe had revealed nothing substantial about himself, while she had divulged details about her ex-boyfriend's unpaid debts. She inquired several times, "You seem quite mature. Are you really not yet 18? Faced with her subtle hopes, Fang Xinghe smiled at her in a manner that was particularly unchivalrous. "Certainly more than 18. Is that satisfactory?" That smile was a polished facade, reminiscent of the charming smiles practiced by idols and later generations, radiating an alluring sweetness. Who could resist such a smile? Instantly, her ears turned a shade of crimson, and she shyly covered her mouth, her eyes glimmering with a feminine allure that often accompanies maturity. She then took a seat on the lower bunk next to Fang Xinghe. Excellent. New writing material had emerged, the years when I was pursued by wealthy women wherever I went. As he drafted the outline for his new article, the train finally arrived in the bustling metropolis. Fang Xinghe metaphorically pulled up his pants, though he had never truly stripped. 30 years ago, the metropolis was beyond Fang Xinghe's wildest imagination. The area around the train station was chaotic, a whirlwind of disorder. Upon exiting, the environment was less than pristine. The Red Arm volunteers were striving to maintain order, but their reach was regrettably limited. Thus, as soon as he stepped out, he found himself targeted by unscrupulous thieves, hasty taxi drivers, and dubious women, all clamoring for attention, including a flamboyant innkeeper who declared, "What a beautiful girl we have here." How delightful, the metropolis truly was welcoming. Fang Xinghe brushed aside an outstretched hand, casting a piercing gaze at its owner, causing the scrawny man to retreat nonchalantly. With an abundance of targets available, there was no need to stubbornly pursue one. It was best to change course if things became difficult. The event staff had clarified how to navigate the subway in advance. Yet before Fang Xinghe could execute his plans, his sister forcibly led him across the street. "Come on, brother, I'll take you wherever you need to go." The moment he laid eyes on her rather unattractive square-headed Mercedes, the young man realized that the worth of his own appearance was still on the rise. "All right then. Let us take advantage of it a bit longer." As they arrived at the intersection of Zhaojiabang Road and Dong Road, Fang Xinghe signaled that he had reached his destination. Before he could exit the vehicle, his sister handed him a business card, advising, "If you encounter any trouble, be sure to call me." "Okay, thank you, Sister Lei." Fang Xinghe responded with utmost obedience, but once he stepped out of the car and crossed the street, he casually tossed the card into a nearby trash bin. This was clearly a second-generation Shanghai young lady who could indeed resolve many issues. However, the trouble she carried with her far exceeded Fang Xinghe's current level of concerns. Thus, it was best to part ways amicably and forget each other in the vastness of life, for he had no desire to linger. He walked away with a certain nonchalance, unaware that his sister was watching him from the car, biting her teeth and smiling as she saw him discard the card. Little brat. So proud, it's truly annoying. What a coincidence. Li Qigong, the chief coordinator of the new concept committee, also perceived Fang Xinghe as arrogant upon their first encounter. When Fang Xinghe registered at the reception, Li Qigong happened to be stationed there. Initially, he was engrossed in writing, only to be startled awake by the series of gasps from the hotel receptionists. Upon lifting his head, he was met with the striking visage of a boy whose face radiated an almost divine aura, causing him to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. He experienced an overwhelming sensation akin to having chilly oil invade his nostrils. It was initially jarring, followed by a slight sweat forming on his nose, and ultimately a rush of exhilaration. "Classmate, are you here to participate in the new concept writing competition?" "Yes." Fang Xinghe glanced at him disinterestedly, casually placing his registration form on the desk. At that moment, he had entered a state of detachment, thinking to himself, "I am here to conquer all. I have no intention of making friends. So everyone, stand against the wall properly." Li Qigong sensed the icy indifference emanating from the young man, which ignited a surge of intense anticipation within him. He hurriedly glanced at the registration details, suddenly overwhelmed with joy. "You are Fang Xinghe?" "Yes, this is my ID card." "Indeed, just as it should be." Li Qigong sighed inwardly, realizing that the few articles he had read were an impeccable match for the boy before him. Had he first seen the boy and then speculated about his writings, he would still have associated youth and sex with him. His astonishment stemmed primarily from the fact that this handsome youth, already standing at 175 centimeters, hardly resembled a mere 14-year-old. Another member of the registration team, acting with a sense of responsibility, inquired, "You are not yet 14. How do you possess an ID card?" "I am an orphan. The Civil Affairs Department helped me obtain it." Fang Xinghe's calm and indifferent voice elicited a hushed gasp from the front desk girl and the onlookers among the staff. As the fan count on the screen surged to 4 in an instant, all of which were solid supporters at the second tier. What kind of work would a talented and handsome young boy require to garner such admiration? Allowing maternal instincts to run rampant would suffice. Without turning back, Fang Xinghe gently tapped the table, prompting the seemingly guilt-ridden staff member, "Do I need to sign in? Where's my room?" Truly capable individuals never feel the need to feign hardship, for when your work captivates others, they will naturally seek to know you and will conjure images of the hardships you endured in their absence, evoking their sympathy. "Oh, all right, sign here." Li Qigong, roused from his reverie, promptly led Fang Xinghe to his room. Each contestant had a private suite, ensuring they received the utmost rest, with meals provided thrice daily. He reminded Fang Xinghe to descend on time. He clearly wished to engage Fang Xinghe further, yet the latter coldly issued a dismissal. "Thank you. But if there is nothing else, I would like to rest." "Oh, understood. Please rest well, and if needed, seek out our staff." After Li Qigong descended, he lingered at the reception for a while, but restlessness overtook him. Ultimately, he hastily departed, racing back to the Manya editorial office. Upon entering, he exclaimed, "Guess who I just saw?" The judges were not all present. Some were preparing to arrive on the 27th to oversee the competition, leaving only a few in the room. "Who? Take a guess. Is it someone who excites you so much?" Chen Danya's eyes suddenly brightened. "Fang Xinghe?" "Yes, it's him." Li Qigong gulped down nearly half a cup of tea, releasing a long sigh. You cannot imagine how handsome that boy is in person. The traditionally minded deputy editor, Lao Zhao, frowned slightly. "This is a writing competition. It's about writing ability. What does looks have to do with it? He can become famous." Li Qigong responded instinctively. "I can't predict how he'll fare in the semifinals, but once his photos are released, I guarantee that young girls across the nation will go wild." Lao Zhao grew increasingly displeased, but the curious Chen Danya interjected before he could speak. "Is it really that exaggerated? Given his level, winning an award should be a breeze. If he can leverage additional advantages, Mignon might truly have a chance." Wang Yali from the Writer's publishing house became thoroughly intrigued. "Our preliminary plan is to ride the wave of this new concept to see if we can unearth a few young writers who possess both skill and style, thereby infusing some fresh air into the stagnant literary scene." "Qigong, do you think Fang Xinghe is up to the task?" "You've read his articles." Li Qigong replied confidently. While a lengthy novel is hard to gauge, his essays alone could certainly deliver a jolt to the adolescent readership market. "Indeed," Wang Yali shifted her tone. "So when shall we go see him?" "Let us not." Li Qigong waved his hand dismissively. This child was quite rebellious, with an excessively strong sense of self-preservation. As Li Qigong rambled on, Fang Xinghe gained 5 more fans. Wang Yali and Chen Danya could no longer remain seated. They felt compelled to guard the hotel. Yet they were reluctant to disturb Fang Xinghe by knocking on his door, so they waited in the dining hall. Thus, when Fang Xinghe descended to partake in dinner, he noticed 2 ladies casting furtive glances in his direction. The remarkably handsome young man gave it little thought, as all women seemed to steal glances at him. The allure of his striking 99-point beauty became increasingly evident after he departed from his usual territory at Sanzhong. After dining, he returned to his room and seized the opportunity to complete several sets of practice papers. The upcoming preliminary exam held little significance for him. Securing a first prize was a certainty, the only difference lying in the extent of his performance. Rather, it was the high school entrance examination that posed a greater challenge. Confidence stems from competence. Over the ensuing 2 days, he encountered numerous contestants hailing from various regions. Each individual's expression upon seeing him was remarkably similar. The charming youth always bore a semblance of nonchalance, yet his posture remained upright, his core perpetually engaged, exuding an effortless grace in every movement. The typical adolescent slouching and timidity were conspicuously absent in Fang Xinghe. Moreover, his martial arts training had transformed his previously relaxed demeanor, rendering the strikingly handsome Fang even more captivating and charismatic. This, however, resulted in him not forging any friendships. Other contestants often engaged in casual conversations, yet upon glimpsing his figure, they would immediately grow uncomfortable. The fragmented remarks he occasionally overheard were merely expressions of admiration from girls exclaiming how handsome he was and boys commenting on his impressive demeanor. "Bro, you know too much." Fang Xinghe sometimes mused to himself. "Actually, I am quite approachable. A simple gesture would suffice." Yet ultimately, he did not seize the opportunity to break the ice, as time was in short supply and the notion of making friends was temporarily set aside. Furthermore, becoming friends with him might not be a fortunate circumstance at all. Time swiftly passed to the 27th. The 135 contestants arrived early at the Nanyang Model High School, in an old building named Jingshin, dispersed across 7 examination rooms. Awaiting the questions, Fang Xinghe sat in the last row, idly twirling a pen. During the waiting period, he indeed did not spot Han Han. At that moment, the amiable brother was likely styling his hair in a manner reminiscent of Chun Haonan, often shyly lowering his head, occasionally donning glasses. Although he spent most of the time without them, the youthful Han Xiao was undoubtedly more entertaining than the director Han Han. Not seeing him brought a hint of regret to Fang Xinghe, yet at that moment, he was also a sight to behold in the eyes of others, rendering boredom a non-issue. Someone in front discreetly turned to steal a glance at him, their gaze shifty, laden with a palpable sense of secrecy. "There's no need for that. Sister, if you wish to look, do so openly." Fang Xinghe suddenly raised an eyebrow at one fortunate girl, startling her into retreat, her knee colliding with the table leg. Producing a dull thud, the girl, on the verge of tears, laid her head on the table. "Very well, I shall certainly write you into my book one day." The mischievous grin spread across his face as he scrawled his name, Fang Xinghe, at the top of the manuscript paper, carelessly, casually, not particularly aesthetically pleasing, yet possessing a unique style. A series of footsteps echoed down the corridor as a teacher, sporting a lion's mane hairstyle, entered the room, holding a gleaming apple. He displayed it to everyone before suddenly taking a bite. He placed the partially bitten apple on the podium and cheerfully addressed the students. "Class, this is your essay prompt. You have a total of 3 hours to write as you please." A mild chaos erupted in the classroom. Students felt a wave of panic, caught off guard by the unusual challenge. Memories long buried suddenly assailed Fang Xinghe, reminding him of the notorious second-round topic from the inaugural new concept essay competition, which was said to be quite mischievous. This was indeed a tricky prompt. The vastness of the topic made it difficult to establish a clear stance, rendering the task of writing something remarkable quite challenging. However, Fang Xinghe remained unfazed. With a smile, he effortlessly jotted down 7 or 8 outlines. Chapter 14. The essay for the second round. Overwhelmed by postmodern information bombardment, Fang Xinghe swiftly discerned the most valuable perspective. Concepts like beauty in imperfection and environmental degradation were too commonplace, easy to write about, but lacking in depth. The most compelling approach would naturally delve into the intricacies of human nature or offer critiques of society and politics. Yet, considering the audience he would face upon completion, he refrained from being overly profound. Fang Xinghe took a moment to weigh his options and ultimately settled on the notion that human nature is inherently neutral, neither good nor evil. It is our circumstances that shape who we ultimately become. Once this realization dawns, we can actively cultivate the person we aspire to be, to understand one's fate yet not be bound by it. This is the true path. Such a notion is undeniably rebellious yet optimistic, echoing the themes in his previous work, Youth. The impact on adolescence might be bewildering yet not taxing to comprehend, while there may be a threshold to understanding. The lack of full comprehension would not hinder their sense of coolness. Thus, the goal was to embody a striking figure both in appearance and intellect. Drawing in admirers, a fundamental aspiration for Fang Xinghe since he embarked on his writing journey. Yet, his limited grasp of the contemporary youth culture left him without complete assurance. He could only strive for the best possible outcome. With a clear core idea established, he began to write. A teacher stood before me, producing a beautifully red apple. And with a crisp bite, he marred its perfect surface. The unsightly teeth marks marred its once pristine form, which could have lasted for an extended period. Yet, within half a minute, oxidation began to set in at the bite's edge, foreshadowing its swift descent into decay. What taints its wound? The very air surrounding it. And what, then, sullies us? It is everything within civilization. Philosophers, madmen, and naive youth yearn to transform the world, yet the world remains indifferent, existing without joy or sorrow. Only civilization responds to them, and it is the individuals who constitute civilization, along with their myriad conscious actions, emotions, and desires, that shape, sculpt, and sometimes even torment the delicate individuals within it. This is the essence of contamination. This process can be beneficial at times, detrimental at others, but often it resides in a neutral space. What constitutes a benign process of infection? It seems to be a nurturing experience, where the exquisite outer layer remains unscathed, diligently absorbing nourishment while effectively filtering out toxins. I am uncertain, having never witnessed it. This is merely conjecture. Conversely, what of a malignant process of infection? It resembles the current state, where a bite has taken its toll, leaving a gaping wound through which everything penetrates. The injury rapidly festers, ultimately either decaying to the core or forming a grotesque scar. Many of my contemporaries, whom I frequently encounter, have been bitten long before our acquaintance. Consequently, I perceive their development as somewhat stunted, oddly shaped. Yet, in truth, they regard me similarly. This peculiar phenomenon, where a crow can only see the pig's blackness while remaining oblivious to its own, has spurred my reflections, leading me to unearth a harsh truth. The fundamental reason determining what we, the uncherished wild children, ultimately become is contingent upon the stage at which we were bitten and the trivial matters that led to it. Some causes are steeped in sorrow, while others are rather absurd. Perhaps it was merely a jest at my mother's expense. Or perhaps my father lost money in a card game. Even a teacher's hesitation in responding out of fear during our initial interaction could provoke a monstrous bite. There are always inexplicable reasons that render us the vessels of frustration, and until the pain pierces our consciousness, we remain blissfully unaware. How tragic! Even more lamentable is the fact that the harm extends beyond mere venting. Traumas stemming from parents' incessant quarrels, infidelities, divorces, or even untimely deaths can penetrate to the very marrow. I wish to refrain from elaborating on this segment. I leave it to you to draw your own parallels. Regardless of the myriad reasons, the outcome remains uniform. The missing piece no longer fortifies us against external infections. Therefore, no matter how benevolent the individuals we encounter or how diligently we are cared for, the rotting portions continue to spread inward. Thus, we transition from the purest essence of infancy to the bewilderment and resentment of adolescence, mired in conflict, and ultimately to the hypocrisy and numbness of adulthood, scraping by in a world of base desires. It is perhaps best not to delve further. Some individuals reach this juncture only to perish, buried years later. Who indeed coined the phrase living dead? Such profound wisdom, the onset of decay, occurring during childhood, is invariably the most harrowing. The absence of a nurturing childhood is a malady that may require a lifetime to heal, with no guarantees of success. When it occurs in adolescence, the impact is somewhat mitigated. Children possess a degree of resilience, perhaps even awakening a second form of strength. For instance, I am fiercely combative. My second form akin to 30 wolves or 40 tigers, truly formidable. The injuries sustained during this phase, I refer to as adolescent disillusionment. Their severity varies, contingent upon the nature of the wounds inflicted. Ultimately, the setbacks experienced during one's youth can be perceived as beneficial for a young man in his 20s. The trials and tribulations that one does not endure in adolescence may be compensated for by society, serving as a means of personal fortification. As for me, I have had my fill of adversity, and now find solace in observing the misfortunes of others. I reflect on the stages of life and the trivial matters that have left me in a state of uncertainty regarding the extent of my grievances. It is often those closest to us, parents, friends, mentors, who can inflict the most profound pain. A mere bite from a stray dog leaves no lasting scars. One can simply rally a few comrades, deal with the beast, and feast on its flesh, realizing that when docile, it is a pet, but when unruly, merely sustenance. However, the dynamic with loved ones, particularly parents, is different. Their discord, favoritism, ignorance, and volatility leave a child feeling helpless. Initially, I struggled to comprehend this, but eventually found clarity in Taoist texts. Our fortunes are not within our control. The families we are born into, the environments we grow up in, the education we receive, and the gaps that emerge in our character, before the age of 18, we are powerless to decide. This encapsulates what is often referred to as fate. The Tao teaches us about destiny, and while the Chinese culture embraces the notion of fate, the Taoist perspective is never one of despair. Guhong famously proclaimed in Biopuzi that my fate lies in my hands, not in heaven, a powerful assertion. Before the Qing dynasty's advocacy for conforming to destiny, our ancestors believed in the possibility of defying fate, tracing back from Zhuge Liang's seven-star lantern to the flood control of Diyu, exemplifying the spirit of striving against adversity. There are concrete methods to navigate these challenges. Laozi, in the Tao Te Ching, instructs us to know the masculine, but keep to the feminine, suggesting a return to simplicity, akin to the nature of a child. It matters not if we have been wounded. We must learn and grow, becoming wise to the ways of the world without succumbing to conformity. By nurturing our inner spirit and gradually mending our wounds, we can ultimately return to a state of innocence and alignment with the Tao. I deem this a pragmatic approach to problem solving. When one realizes they have been hurt, it is crucial not to panic, but to assess the injury, discern its severity, and reflect on its costs. Then, one must vow to prevent a recurrence. Following this, the fight must begin. Striving for strength and flourishing in resilience, we shall reach a point where, if confronted again, we can decisively silence our adversaries. Sufficient strength can resolve all dilemmas, whether it be the superficiality of wealth, the profundity of knowledge, a robust reputation, or even a vigorous physique. In essence, anything is preferable to succumbing to fear and stagnation. The day we cease to resist and remain stagnant is the day that the self, who has painstakingly emerged from the womb and developed into who I am today, truly perishes, inscribed in the ledger of the underworld with the damning label, worthless. If I were that apple, anyone who wishes to take a bite must brace themselves for a life of porridge. Wild? Indeed, such is the essence of youth. Yet, the more probable scenario unfolds thus. When one becomes sufficiently formidable, there is no need to wield power. Smiles abound wherever the gaze wanders. I can relate to this sentiment deeply. Prior to the first semester of the second year of middle school, I often found myself in brawls, as there were always those who sought to assert their dominance over me, attempting to carve out their significance at my expense. This continued until I accomplished a significant feat, after which an aura of tranquility enveloped the campus. Whenever I ventured out, everyone greeted me with nods and bows, rendering the experience utterly mundane. Thus, I chose to mend my ways, laying down the blade and picking up the pen to compose these nonsensical musings. At this moment, a wave of irritation washes over me, prompting me to question, why, as the illustrious figure who dominates the middle school realm, am I seated in this dismal place? Straining to articulate these grand philosophies that ultimately bear no consequence to me, upon contemplation, the answer becomes evident. Ah, I seek fame, for with fame comes fortune, and with fortune, the freedom to flourish and pursue my passions. This is no cause for concern. To grow stronger, I am willing to endure a plethora of temporary unhappiness and steadfastly persevere until I achieve complete success. Just like a fierce tiger resting on a desolate hill, biding its time, enduring in silence. A fine poem, wouldn't you agree? I also appreciate the latter two lines, though the original text is inconvenient to reproduce. So allow me to summarize their essence. One day, when I have risen to prominence, I shall repay grievances in kind, ensuring that all those who have carelessly gnawed at me shall be reduced to mere fragments, their ashes scattered to the winds. A touch vindictive, perhaps, but this is the person I aspire to become. I do not recommend emulating me, but feel free to take inspiration. As I pen these words, A surge of genuine emotion swells within me, gradually crystallizing into clarity. I am not a good child. Rather, I am the wild child, feared and scorned by many. Yet, I am not malevolent. I merely resist, contending against a malice whose origins I cannot fathom. Presently, I thrive, living vibrantly albeit with struggle. May you all find the same. Unyielding to domestication, untainted by corruption, defying fate, and actively becoming the person you most desire to be. If more individuals embody such qualities, none of us shall remain solitary. As Mr. Lu Sun eloquently stated, we need not wait for others to illuminate our paths. We need only emit our own light, which, though perhaps not dazzling, will shine brightly amidst our wounded brethren. Thus, this may very well be the era that belongs to us. Behold, I too am a philosopher, a visionary, or perhaps merely a youthful fool, yet upon reflection, there is nothing particularly amiss in that. So let it be. I eagerly await the day when it arrives. Chapter 15. The first encounter with the great brother. The draft flowed seamlessly, and Fang Xinghe reviewed it twice, suddenly doubting whether it exuded an excess of paternal sentiment. After pondering for a moment, he realized that some matters simply cannot be reconciled. The loftiest principle that can be articulated by an apple with a bite taken out of it is, after all, quite limited in scope. The composition is not an extensive narrative. Due to its brevity, it flows in a single line. To achieve an impactful effect, one must convey sufficient emotion. When emotions run too high, there will inevitably be those enamored and others who recoil. No piece of writing can be so exceptional that it must be universally adored. As long as it aligns with the intended audience, there is no need for excessive demands. Considering the target demographic comprises teenagers from the print media era, the current level of writing seems just right. Thus, Fang Xinghe made a few simple refinements to the text before finalizing it. He meticulously transcribed the entire piece and raised his hand to submit it. Finished? The invigilator, with a pleasant demeanor, regarded Fang Xinghe with a distinct sense of esteem. There's still time. Want to you refine it further? The youth sensed this and smiled faintly, responding, There's no need for any modifications. It's good as it is. Very well, you may leave, and do take care. With that, Fang Xinghe exited with an air of nonchalance. By late March, the campus of Shanghai had begun to embrace the essence of spring, basking in rare, splendid weather with warm sunlight. Traversing the narrow path beside the old building towards the school gate, he encountered no one along the way. He glanced back at the building, which was brewing with potential energy, and smiled lightly, stretching languidly in a moment of carefree ease. Who awakens first from the grand dream? I, in my madness, am well aware. Upon arriving at the hotel, he politely inquired at the front desk about where he might press his clothes. The young lady appeared pleasantly surprised, quickly responding, Please hand your garments to me. I will fetch the staff for you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Fang Xinghe acknowledged with a minimal nod, refraining from a smile. Nevertheless, the young lady remained visibly encouraged, mustering her courage to ask, Your eyes are beautiful. Are they natural? This is precisely why Fang Xinghe often adopts a cool demeanor in public, not due to a split personality, but rather because these young women, both girls and older ladies, are rather unreserved. You always behave this way. How disheartening it must be for those less fortunate in looks. Fang Xinghe shook his head, patiently responding with one final remark. No, they began to change gradually starting in the first year of junior high. I'll go retrieve my clothes. Please wait a moment. Not a bother at all. Hee hee hee. The young lady squinted with a peculiar laughter. One need not look to know she was yet another infatuated admirer, caught in the throes of youthful affection. Though it was merely a brief exchange, within her mind, a narrative had likely reached its climax, pondering names for future children, perhaps. As he turned to ascend the stairs, Fang Xinghe could no longer suppress a smile. Is it exhilarating to be fervently adored? To speak candidly, it is immensely gratifying. It satisfies the inherent vanity of being human. Regardless of gender or status, the desire to impress is a fundamental necessity, and there is no shame in admitting this. If such affection is not merely ephemeral, but also stems from genuine admiration for one's prowess, the delight is even greater, elevating one to a euphoric state. This, indeed, constitutes a portion of Fang Xinghe's motivation. After retrieving his entire outfit, he returned to continue his studies. During lunch, as I descended to the dining area, I overheard numerous participants expressing their grievances about the challenges of the competition, lamenting about its difficulty, and reflecting on their unsatisfactory performances. Perhaps it was the easing of tension post-competition that allowed a few young women to muster the courage to gaze at Fang Xinghe. They merely observed, refraining from initiating conversation. Their assertiveness markedly lacking compared to future generations. This was not a matter of innocence, but rather a reflection of their personal awareness being constrained by their environment. In simpler terms, their mentality was not sufficiently robust. In stark contrast stood the elder brother, who was audacious enough to speak his mind, a true role model for our cohort. It was yet another day filled with thoughts of him. As the saying goes, what you constantly think about will surely resonate. In the afternoon, when Fang Xinghe went to retrieve his clothes, he unexpectedly encountered Han Han in the hotel. Accompanied by teachers Li Qigong and Yi Zhaoyan, Han Han, with her flowing hair, along with a middle-aged man, passed through the corridor, heading straight for an empty room. Upon spotting Fang Xinghe, teacher Li appeared particularly delighted. "Xiao Fang, how did you fare?" "Quite steady," Fang Xinghe replied, neither boasting nor being overly modest, before turning his gaze toward Han Han. At that moment, Han Han also raised her head, and as their eyes met, Han Haonan stood frozen, his eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, embodying the literal sense of being dumbfounded. The striking beauty of 99 seemed to have startled the elder brother. In truth, Han Xiao was also a handsome young man, possessing no significant flaws in his features. And his overall demeanor was quite remarkable, and 80 would not be an unfair assessment. However, the realm of attractiveness is exceedingly sensitive to comparison. The gap between 99 and 95 is already vast, let alone when juxtaposing 99 against 80. Such comparisons can indeed be rather harsh. Fang Xinghe smiled at the dazed elder brother and then turned to inquire of Li Qigong. "What is the situation here?" One of the participants was not notified due to an oversight on our part. His preliminary work is of high quality, and coincidentally, he resides locally in Modu. Thus, we secured an opportunity for him to compete individually. We are accompanying him to the exam. Teacher Li spoke sincerely, seemingly unperturbed by the notion of discussing such matters with a young individual. Adopting a respectful demeanor, Fang Xinghe kindly suggested, "The reason is not of utmost importance. Since you have faith in his abilities, they must surely be commendable. However, it would be prudent to ensure procedural justice. Would it not be better to include a notary?" Teacher Yi suddenly clapped his hands. "How could we be so forgetful? Look at the oversight in our arrangements." Realizing the oversight, Teacher Li hurriedly made his way to the room. "I will call the notary office. Please have Xiao Lu come over, and let us wait a moment." The middle-aged man, visibly relieved and grateful, hurriedly expressed his thanks. Thank you. I am truly grateful for your reminder. Otherwise, if this child were to achieve results, he would be subjected to scrutiny. May I ask your name, young student?" Fang Xinghe. The elder brother nodded appreciatively, maintaining a demeanor of grace as he waved farewell to the group. "You may proceed with your examination. I shall return to review some materials." The group entered the private room, and teacher Yi continued to sing Fang Xinghe's praises. Xiao Fang is particularly remarkable, having come from an orphan background to participate alone. Not only is his writing level exceptionally high, but he also exhibits extraordinary independence and maturity. Han Renjun nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is evident from a single remark. One appears like a phoenix, yet within, possesses the spirit of a dragon. Han Han pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent, yet his inner determination was unmistakably ignited. He was never a malicious individual, but his pride was genuine. He had never yielded to anyone his own age. Upon hearing everyone extolling Fang Xinghe, he secretly resolved to compose an impressive article later, to demonstrate who the true prodigy was. Around 3 in the afternoon, while Fang Xinghe was engrossed in a physics test for the 3rd year of junior high, Teacher Yi arrived at his door accompanied by 2 ladies. "Xiao Fang, the exam is over. I finally have the chance to see you. Please, have a seat." "Teacher Yi," Fang Xinghe replied courteously. There was no need for him to flaunt arrogance. It was more powerful to harbor it within. "I would like to introduce you," Teacher Yi began, mentioning the names and professions of the 2 ladies, which provided Fang Xinghe with a semblance of insight. Wang Yali was the head of the editorial department at a publishing house, while Chun Danya was the sister of Chun Danqing and the editor-in-chief of the Ximin Evening News. Although Fang Xinghe was not well acquainted with the publishing house, he had some knowledge of the Ximin Evening News, which was then the 3rd largest newspaper in the country, surpassed only by the People's Daily and Southern Weekend. Moreover, the Ximin Evening News was quite modern, already offering an online edition, which Fang Xinghe always consulted during his internet research. After all, they were part of the inaugural new concept competition. Any one of them was connected to a network that was far from ordinary. Despite this, he maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of flattery or surprise. Hello, Teacher Wang and Teacher Chen. How may I assist you? Please have a seat. Wang Yali appeared genuinely fond of Fang Xinghe, exuding warmth and a nurturing spirit. Despite being only 30 years old, born in 1970, she pulled Fang Xinghe to sit beside her on the bed, while she took a seat on the opposite bench, launching into an enthusiastic monologue. Ever since I read your 3 essays, I've been eager to meet you. However, as judges during the preliminary round, it wasn't appropriate for Chun and me to discuss anything with you. Now that the exams are over, we rushed over, not for any particular reason, just to see you in person and inquire about your future plans. Her candid and direct approach disregarded the unspoken rule of superficial acquaintance. Meanwhile, Chen Danya was more gentle, smiling as she praised him. Xiao Fang, you are truly impressive. All the women in our organizing committee wanted to meet you, but Teacher Yuan Min and the others are busy grading papers. We simply took a break to come see you, and on our way, we heard Zhao Yin and Qi Gang mention how much you assisted them. Teacher Yi interjected cheerfully. Indeed, in our haste, we almost forgot about the notarization issue. Rin Jun is familiar with many judges. Without Xiao Fang's reminder, if Han Han were to win an award, our credibility would surely be questioned. Fang Xinghe observed the trio engaging in a lively discussion and chose to remain silent, listening with a faint smile until Wang Yali inquired, Xiao Fang, at such a young age, how do you seem so knowledgeable about notarization? Recognizing this as a splendid opportunity, Fang Xinghe prepared to clarify his understanding. Before my mother departed, she bequeathed to me a modest courtyard, which my uncle now covets. In a fit of frustration, I nearly set his house ablaze. When the civil affairs officials and my uncle came to mediate, they inadvertently notarized the situation. His tone was remarkably light and nonchalant. After all, much time has passed, and he has faced death himself, allowing him to discuss the matter with ease. However, for the 2 women present, it served as irrefutable evidence of the anguish that little Fang harbors within. As a literary soul, I am inherently emotional, and women tend to feel even more acutely. Consequently, both elder sisters had tears welling in their eyes, overwhelmed by maternal instincts. While I am aware that many endure hardship, witnessing such a young child struggling alone for survival is particularly distressing. Should that scoundrel provoke you again, do not confront him directly. Inform Auntie, and she will handle him. What sort of person is he? Fang Xinghe, however, remained composed, gently redirecting the conversation. I have heard that universities are placing great emphasis on this upcoming competition. Is that so? Indeed, the instructors are diligently reviewing the submissions, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should finalize a few guaranteed placements today. We are approaching this competition with great determination to make it impactful. Thus, Peking University will certainly select a candidate, and you will learn of their identity during the awards ceremony tomorrow afternoon. Upon hearing this news, Fang Xinghe felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Peking University's willingness to cooperate, the foundational momentum is assured. Furthermore, the relentless promotion by various publications will amplify the outreach, indicating that he can focus on preparing his long-form work upon returning. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Wang Yali fortuitously inquired, Little Fang, your skills are remarkable. Have you considered publishing a book? Fang Xinghe pondered for a moment before nodding slowly. Actually, I am in the process of writing. Really? Wang Yali exclaimed with genuine delight. A collection of essays may be published by mid-year, and the buzz around it will be significant. If you can complete the book smoothly, you should ride the wave of success. This sister is remarkably forthright and ahead of her time, truly deserving of her position as a director. However, both Teacher Yi and Chen Danya exhibited a more cautious stance. In today's literary market, young authors may not easily gain recognition. Little Fang should prioritize his studies for now. Hastening to publish may not be wise. Wouldn't it be better to participate in a couple more rounds of the new concept competition? No worries, Wang Yali replied, her enthusiasm undiminished. Just your face on the cover would sell 5,000 copies. Chun and Yi instinctively turned to glance at Fang Xinghe, and thus, they did not oppose her. Indeed, you are capable of selling books. This is a splendid strategy. Wang Yali beamed with pride and asked Fang Xinghe, when do you think your book will be ready? Make sure to come to Andy. I will secure the best treatment for you. All right, thank you, Sister Yali, Fang Xinghe replied, merely acknowledging her without specifying when the writing would be completed. The mere mention of sister had Wang, the director, floating on air, laughing heartily. At that moment, In the judge's office, laughter and commotion also ensued. Yu Hua stood up, waving a test paper. How can this possibly merit just 2 points? Why only 2 points? He approached the teacher from the Nankai Chinese department, who had awarded him a mere 2 points, and fixed his gaze upon him. Pray tell, why did you bestow such a paltry score? The instructor, unable to meet Yu Hua's eyes, replied, it strayed from the topic. Yu Hua remained silent and presented the paper to Li Qigong, who also felt it had not deviated from the prompt. Thus, a debate ensued among the teachers, who concluded that it deserved a 3rd prize. Meanwhile, several female authors were embroiled in their own dispute. Given Lu Lina's caliber, she truly merits a 1st prize. One exclaimed, I disagree. How remarkable can she be? I still recall her cipher in the wind. Now I understand that my heart is a collection of codes. And on that fateful afternoon in the 2nd year of high school, as he entered with the wind, those codes became entangled. That sequence of numbers transformed into an enigmatic riddle, one I cannot decipher. Fang lamented. Isn't it an extraordinary gift for a high school student to articulate the secretive emotions of first love so beautifully and purely? I concur that her preliminary work was exceptional. But the finals are another matter. Indiscriminately awarding prizes is unjust to the other children. Was Ding Yan's preliminary work not impressive? Her finals piece maintained the same standard. Suddenly, Tai Ning raised her hand, holding up her manuscript. Enough of the squabbling. The 1st prize has been decided. All eyes swiftly turned towards her. Li Qigong pondered aloud. When did we have a 1st prize evaluation? Surely, there cannot be a manuscript more talented than A Glimpse Through the Cup. Chun Sai's eyes brightened as if struck by inspiration. Could it be Fang Xinghe's? This name seemed to possess a certain enchantment. Upon hearing it, everyone immediately set aside their tasks and gathered around. With so many present, how can we read it all? Who will recite it? I will, exclaimed Professor Chao Wenchuan from Peking University, eagerly pushing to the front. Having experience in broadcasting, my Mandarin is impeccable. Do not contest with me? The others agreed to let him take the lead. Thus, a remarkable scene unfolded. As a group of writers and scholars listened to a professor read a high school student's essay, as he reached the passage about the infection of civilization, all minor noises in the room faded into silence. When he recounted how the bitten children developed in peculiar ways, some instinctively shifted in their seats, as if suddenly uncomfortable. When he delivered the line about the fundamental reason for what we, the uncared-for wild children, ultimately became, brows furrowed and expressions turned grave. Among such a learned assembly, skilled at extracting meaning from text, who could fail to perceive the profound implications? The term wild children itself serves as a symbolic antithesis. And paired with the phrase what we became, it was not merely jarring but deeply piercing. On the surface, this essay appeared straightforward, yet it was as sharp as a scalpel, dissecting a common yet often overlooked reality. A heavy atmosphere gradually enveloped the entire room. Chapter 17. Knowing yet not following. My fate is mine to command, not to be determined by heaven. The lengthy piece of over 2,000 characters was read in one breath, without interruption. However, once the final syllable resonated, chaos swiftly engulfed the room. The new concept of composition differs from scientific competitions in that it lacks fixed standards. Thus, the merit of one's writing is subjectively determined by the judges, who often engage in vigorous debates. In the conference room, disputes are not a novel occurrence. Nor is this their first clash. However, this time, the intensity is particularly pronounced. Yu Hua swiftly approached Teacher Chao, exclaiming, "Give me the manuscript. Your vague Beijing accent barely qualifies as Mandarin. I shall examine it closely." Chao Wenchuan's expression soured as he handed the manuscript to Su Tong. With a cheerful grin, Su Tong took the paper and deftly evaded Yu Hua's scrutiny, saying, "You won't make sense of it. Just wait." Han Xiaoyuan observed their antics, shaking his head in dismay. This is hardly the caliber of a high school essay. Fudan University mentorchancy interjected with humor, nor is it reflective of university-level composition. I am most aware of my students' capabilities. Zhao Chantian sighed. One piece titled Youth, another titled The Apple of the Semifinals. Both intricately express the wildness and rebellion of adolescence. That is far more than mere rebellion, Yi Zhaoyan countered immediately. It echoes the multifaceted pressures exerted by family and society. From the child's perspective, everything is palpably real. I even believe it depicts a universal phenomenon. Indeed, this is not just empty lamentation. It is profoundly authentic and weighty. Teacher Tai Ning's demeanor turned serious as she began to introspect. My son is currently in his adolescent years. and I feel that my approach to his education lacks both warmth and respect. I often resort to harshness, which leads to frequent conflicts between us. Now, upon reading Xiao Fang's article, I find myself genuinely moved. The female writers were suddenly filled with countless thoughts, each vying to speak. Today's children are indeed challenging to manage. You may criticize them, but it must be grounded in a clear and justifiable reason. If the criticism is merely for the sake of criticism, the scenarios depicted in the text will inevitably arise. My own child is even more worrisome. He does not rebel, yet he also refrains from communicating, sharing nothing with us. It is exhausting. It goes without saying. Surely you must have unknowingly wounded his sense of dignity at some point, and failed to notice it. In truth, we too possessed our own sense of pride in our youth. I was once severely punished for lying, yet I had not lied. They simply refused to listen to my explanation. Decades later, that singular incident remains vividly etched in my memory. Devoid of childhood, how does Fang Xinghe's mind function? A brilliant summation indeed. Educating children is exceedingly difficult. We must be vigilant, lest we inadvertently lead them astray without realizing how. Old Zhao furrowed his brow tightly. Visibly displeased, such alarmism is unwarranted. Do you suggest that a parent's punishment can utterly extinguish a child's spirit? Which of us has not matured under the discipline of our parents? The article is commendable and highly evocative, yet this child is too extreme, too utilitarian. Stop. Let us not conflate this with the author personally. Chairman Wang Meng intervened to regain control of the discussion, preventing the elder editors from further digressing. He remarked, "While there is indeed a hint of incitement and encouragement of vengeance in its extremity, what we seek in the new concept initiative is precisely this authenticity, this natural and vivid response." Upon reading this piece, I personally feel a profound sense of joy. Uxin immediately concurred. Kai Yuanpei proposed that literature must embody humanistic and aesthetic functions, capable of shaping the human soul, cultivating the spirit, and nurturing cultural sentiments. Fang Xinghe's modest examination essay astonishingly achieved all of this, which I deem a remarkable feat. He is indeed an extraordinary youth. Lao Xing pursed his lips, insisting, "I do not appreciate this. Such writings could lead the youth astray." Li Qigong swiftly intervened to shift the topic. "This child is quite peculiar. How has he even read Bao Puzi? Who among you has perused that work?" Laughter erupted in the room, with everyone shaking their heads. "Not I, nor I. I am the least knowledgeable. I do not even know who Wen Kong is." All right, back to business. Who wishes to critique his essay? Me. I must do it. When Wang Yali and her companions returned to the office, they were greeted by a scene of commotion. A gathering of distinguished writers and professors were huddled together, clamoring to offer their opinions. "What is happening?" Tai Ning, looking exasperated, explained. "They are all vying to critique Xiao Fang's essay. Look at Yuhua." Yuhua was playfully tugging at Su Tong's arm, who refused to relent, holding high Fang Xinghe's manuscript, admonishing, "Have you ever written a preface? Do you understand what it means to critique? Let go. I shall go first." Wang Yali and Chen Danya, having yet to see Fang Xinghe's semi-final work, exchanged glances of curiosity. "Is it truly that exceptional?" "It will exceed your expectations." The three of them grew increasingly eager, yet unable to squeeze into the fray, resorted to asking for details to satiate their curiosity. "So what exactly did he write?" Tai Ning casually handed over the draft paper before it was transcribed. The moment Chen Danya glanced down, she was met with a magnificent and innate grandeur. "To know and not follow. My fate should be determined by myself, not by heaven. Reflections inspired by a bitten apple." Hiss! Chen Danya gasped, feeling a tingling sensation throughout her body. The following morning, Fang Xinghe received the anticipated notification. He had won an award and was to attend the ceremony at the hotel conference room that afternoon. First prize in his group, effortlessly achieved. He stood before the mirror, smoothing his attire and meticulously fastening the collar of his Zhongshan suit to reveal only the edge of the white shirt beneath, then applied hair wax to style his hair, instantly transforming into a striking figure. However, feeling that his flair lacked sufficient impact, he adorned his left ear with carefully selected silver earrings, cursing as he did so, "That damned young and dangerous has led astray so many youths." Grateful for the small town of Nong'an, which boasted only ear-piercing shops and no reputable tattoo parlors. Otherwise, with Fang's initial audacity, he would surely have summoned dragons and tigers onto his skin. One can only say, he was quite fortunate. Compared to tattoos, ear-piercing is indeed a trivial matter. In truth, Fang Xinghe did not particularly enjoy wearing jewelry, but preferences aside, Professionalism dictates that one must be responsible for their image as a star. Having decided to pursue a path in stardom, there was no need for hesitation. Everything was to serve the purpose of gaining followers. He scoured every jewelry store in the county, his demeanor a blend of frustration and meticulousness, carefully selecting numerous exquisite ensembles. This exemplifies professional acumen. In a future era characterized by diverse aesthetics, earrings will remain a significant element of personal style, commanding substantial preference. Presently, their influence is destined to amplify. After all, the greatest rebellion among today's youth remains confined to hairstyles, crucifix necklaces, and flared trousers, which pale in comparison to the nonconformity of the next generation. As for Mr. Fang, he is indeed a step ahead. At last, ready to depart, he fortuitously encountered a girl from the adjacent room. As she lifted her gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her eyes, scurrying along the wall as if to escape. Ah, what a charming era this is. Clearly, the effect is striking. The self-assured king raised his chin, buoyed by a delightful mood as he made his way to the conference room. Along the way, anyone who caught sight of him gasped in awe. The annual output of Xian was consumed in mere minutes by the throng of admirers, followed by a cacophony of whispers. He is so handsome, quite conventional, isn't he? He truly doesn't appear to be a good person. You know too much. Look, it's Fang Xinghe. Wow, has his name spread so widely? Oh dear. When it's time for the awards, I must avoid standing next to him. I can't bear it. Come on, we're all buddies. Why should men make it difficult for each other? Fang Xinghe glanced at the murmuring fellow, deciding that if the opportunity arose, he would choose to take a photo with him. This is not a hardship. It is a test of resilience. Upon reaching the second-floor conference room, the banners were already unfurled, and the venue was meticulously arranged. Staff members bustled about, while the esteemed judges attended to their duties, with the only two reporters armed with cameras positioned beside Chandanya. The moment Fang Xinghe stepped through the door, the eyes of female judges such as Wang Yali, Chandanya, and Yuan Min brightened. However, a few older male judges furrowed their brows. This encapsulates the duality of gain and loss. Flamboyance attracts more attention, but it also invites greater scrutiny. Nevertheless, the majority of the judges greeted him warmly, many smiling and nodding in amiable recognition. The award ceremony was rather unremarkable, with first prizes being distributed generously. A group of individuals held their certificates aloft, forming 2 or 3 rows beneath the banner, awaiting the photographers. Fang Xinghe found himself positioned in the center, not vying for the prime spot. Yet the photographers directed him, "Student Su, please step into the middle." As he moved to the center, the 2 young men beside him, faces stricken with fear, hurriedly shuffled to the sides, their small steps reminiscent of a devil's dance. Click, click. With the sound of the camera shutters, the moment was immortalized. Chapter 18. Your perfect scores. He is beyond perfection. Fang Xinghe remained oblivious to the multitude of photographs taken of him. What he didn't know was that when the ceremony concluded and attendees began to mingle, those 2 reporters circled around him whenever they had a moment to spare. The effect of his carefully curated appearance, enhanced to a striking 99 points, was now manifesting in all its glory. The schemer within him recognized that his plans were advancing with remarkable success. In a state of exuberance, he took the initiative to greet his esteemed older brother. "Hello, congratulations on winning first prize as well." Han Han replied awkwardly. Thank you for the reminder, though I am not particularly concerned." To substantiate his words, he elegantly swept his long hair back. Look at that, so juvenile. Yet, this was the youth that Fang Xinghe could never return to. Although he cursed more harshly and appeared more reckless, youth is youth, and the sensation is entirely different. Fang Xinghe continued to tease young Han, "Your hairstyle is quite dapper, but you still need to align with my standards." Han Han's immediate reaction was to retort, but as he lifted his gaze, he promptly closed his mouth again. Damn it, this guy is infuriating. What to do? Does your school not intervene? As long as I don't cause trouble, I'm giving them face. Fang Xinghe, with a twinkle in his eye, regarded his elder brother as if he were gazing at a familiar stranger, or perhaps witnessing a symbol of an era he did not quite understand. Wow, you're really impressive. It was evident that his elder brother was somewhat envious, and his astonished admiration echoed the vernacular of the late 20th century. Fang Xinghe harbored doubts. Would he perhaps cut his long hair the next time they met? After such a stark contrast, the youthful Han might very well question his own aesthetic. You could do it too. How about dyeing it blonde? The mischievous suggestion from the dog was unsettling, as it appeared that his elder brother was genuinely contemplating it. Initially, Fang Xinghe intended to continue teasing him, but then Chun Danya waved him over, signaling for him to come. Goodbye, let us chat next time. The unmistakable special treatment left the exuberant youth unable to conceal the astonishment in his eyes. Ah, okay, goodbye. Fang Xinghe strolled through the chaotic venue, clutching the framed certificate in one hand. The other children hardly dared to move freely. Occasionally, when they shifted, their demeanor was stiff and restrained. Yet Fang Xinghe glided through the space as if on a runway, effortlessly and with poise. Upon reaching the atrium, a bespectacled, refined middle-aged man suddenly blocked his path. I am the admissions officer from Peking University. My surname is Wu. Young Fang, time is of the essence. So I will be direct. Would you be willing to attend Peking University? Fang Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. Many professors, writers, and candidates surrounding him were equally stunned. Under 14, how absurd. I'm only in the second year of junior high. Regaining his composure, Fang Xinghe responded calmly. I know, Mr. Wu insisted. Not letting go of him. However, we can reach an understanding, participate in another new concept competition, and when you enter the first year of high school, I will specially recruit you, provided you agree to come to Peking University. Everything else can be negotiated. Chen Sai from Fudan University suddenly reacted. Incensed, you can't poach like that. Targeting a second-year junior high student? Why not? Mr. Wu retorted confidently, I have the authority for special admissions, do you? Chen Sai did not, and thus his face turned crimson. This is outrageous. Young Fang should be diligently studying and absorbing knowledge. You are stunting his growth. He reprimanded with righteous indignation, yet when he turned to face Fang Xinghe again, his expression softened to one of warmth and enthusiasm. Little Fang, you may proceed to high school first. There is no rush, and we at Fudan can make an exception for you. Goodness, have you all secured your positions already? One must be a bit impatient, I suppose. Nearby candidates began to murmur, some with envy, others with jealousy, and a palpable sense of discontent was evident. Why should Fang Xinghe be the sole recipient of such favor when all had achieved first-class honors? Many young minds struggled to comprehend this. Yet the judges who gathered found it entirely justifiable. In this year's new concept composition competition, awards were conferred without ranking. However, during the semifinals, there was indeed a scoring mechanism in place. Groups of 3 would review and assess, taking the median score, which would then be submitted to the chief examiner for a final review, determining the ultimate score as the basis for awarding. It was precisely this process that led to the collision over Yu Hua's essay, which received a mere 2 points. Such collisions occurred more than just a few times. Only 2 candidates received unanimous first-place honors, yet a unanimous vote does not equate to a perfect score. In the cup, one sees others did not achieve full marks. Nor did knowing, but not following exceed expectations. Little Fang, are you aware of the score your essay received? Teacher Wu continued to hold on to Fang Xinghe, smiling warmly with an unwavering determination that suggested he simply must succeed. Chen Sai's expression darkened as he prepared to interject, but Teacher Wu was quick to speak, revealing the situation with remarkable swiftness. The perfect score is 100, yet Professor Chow from Peking University's Chinese department believed knowing but not following deserved more, awarding it 110 points. However, that old curmudgeon, Professor Chun, insisted on the adage that pride invites loss while humility brings gain, and would only grant 99 points. Even the notoriously frugal teacher Wang awarded 100, which only served to amplify the absurdity of the situation. Clearly, you excel, yet he insists on holding you down. What arrogance! You, Chen Sai, infuriated, felt his hair bristle, and he exclaimed, you shameless scoundrel, despicable wretch. The nearby admissions teachers erupted in laughter, eagerly adding salt to the wound. Huh, caught off guard, were you? Professor Chow was waiting to ambush you with his scoring. No wonder your Chinese department at Fudan is struggling. Just look at your foolishness. Little Fang, do not attend Fudan. Chun is obstinate and loves to argue, and you would find it unbearable under his tutelage. These individuals, realizing they could not compete with Peking University and Fudan, had no intention of swaying Fang Xinghe but were wholly devoted to aggravating Chen Sai, reveling in the spectacle. Nearby candidates exchanged glances, then turned to the center where Fang Xinghe stood, surrounded by admirers, astonished and swallowing in disbelief. Exceeding expectations? How could this be? Those who had secured first place hurriedly retreated, wishing to avoid the haunting visage of Fang Xinghe and the accolades bestowed upon him by esteemed professors. Those who received second place were left bewildered and weary, pondering, how many points is a second place finish worth? How far am I from Fang Xinghe? Meanwhile, Those who received third place moved closer, eyes gleaming with excitement, eager to partake in the gossip. The gap was so vast that there was truly no need to dwell on trivial matters. Enjoying the spectacle was far more delightful. As the esteemed Han Han silently stood beside Li Qigong, his gaze was profoundly complex. Do not overthink it, Li Qigong gently reassured him. Maintain your current style and level. By the time you reach your senior year, you will have the liberty to choose freely among the top universities such as Tsinghua and Peking. Why must I wait until my senior year? Han Han retorted, his pride and sharpness evident in his words, leaving Li Qigong momentarily speechless. Li Qigong stammered. Xiao Fang is younger and lacks familial support. Perhaps he needs it more. Han Han understood all too well. He was not one to suffer in silence and boldly confronted. You all believe I am inferior to him, do you not? Li Qigong hastily defended. Where do you see any notion of superiority or inferiority? Of course it is apparent. At present, Fang Xinghe is certainly stronger. Everyone asserts this. The two pieces submitted for the preliminary round, the dog days of youth and desire, when recalled, tightened his brow, clearly transcending mere middle school level. Both exhibited rebellion, yet while Fang Xinghe plunged incisively into the main arteries of emotion, Han Han's writing merely skimmed the surface, revealing a stark contrast. What has he actually written? Faced with Han Han's discontented expression, Li Qigong shook his head, sighed, and led him out the door. Hey? Where are we going? Han Xiao asked, puzzled. I am taking you to see what he has truly written. Li Qigong smiled gently, placing an arm around the young man's slender shoulders, finally uttering a truth. Recognize the disparity, strive earnestly henceforth, and let your shame fuel your ambition. Do not squander your nearly unparalleled talent. Han Han clenched his jaw, blood surging with indignation, his breath becoming labored. Yet he did not storm off. Instead, he was provoked into a fierce defiance, striding after Li Qigong, bursting into the small conference room for manuscript review like an enraged bull, sneering as he sat at the desk. Come, where's the disparity? Show it to me clearly. Chapter 19. I haven't diminished. Li Qigong wasted no words, presenting Fang Xinghe's manuscript, piling it before Han Han. Here, look. The top piece was precisely another day of yearning to grow up. At first, Han Han approached the reading cautiously, but as he progressed, his apprehension eased, confidence building with each page. Upon finishing, he let out a light laugh. Is this it? The spirited youth radiated confidence, eyebrows raised high, lounging in his chair, shaking the manuscript playfully. The writing flows well. What else is special about it? This type of school-themed light prose is fitting for his age, yet I lost interest in writing such things back in 6th grade. Do not rush, Li Qigong smiled enigmatically, encouraging him to continue exploring. That was merely a casual essay, with little thought invested. Now, look at the others. Huh, Han Han scoffed, setting growing up aside to pick up the next piece. Upon seeing the title, his nonchalant demeanor shifted, revealing a newfound gravity. It was the topic for the finals. Knowing but not following. My fate should be determined by me, not by heaven. Reflections on a bitten apple. From the perspective of literary knowledge. While an adept essayist may not necessarily excel in the realms of novel writing or prose, the fundamental ability to appreciate literature is indeed universal, and one's sensitivity to the written word should remain unquestioned. Thus, the grand ambition inherent in the entire topic was palpable to Han Han. He instinctively straightened his posture, invigorated his spirit, and read with meticulous attention. The room fell into a hushed silence. Upon reaching the final page and absorbing the last word, Han Han remained speechless for a considerable time, suddenly raising his hand to rub his cheek. Li Qigong, with a playful smile, inquired, How do you feel? Do you sense a kinship akin to that of high mountains and flowing waters? It's tolerable, Han Han replied, somewhat begrudgingly pursing his lips. If I were given the same topic, I could compose something too. Yet, despite his words, his tone was markedly subdued, and his gaze bore a hint of uncertainty. Could I truly write with such finesse? Han Han was unsure. He felt he might be capable, yet lacked conviction, instinctively sensing that the elevation in quality was somewhat beyond his reach. Thus, this was not mere boasting, but rather a nebulous recognition of potential. I believe you can produce something worthy, Li Qigong concurred, but then shifted his tone abruptly, asserting, however, peering into the cup does not compare favorably to knowing yet not complying. The scope is vastly disparate, and your writing still relies too heavily on instinct. Han Han, feeling vexed, ran his fingers through his long hair, contemplating a rebuttal but ultimately remaining silent, releasing a heavy sigh. He was a person of dignity, unwilling to engage in baseless disputes. Let us see, he murmured softly, setting aside knowing yet not complying and reaching for the next piece, titled The Dog Days of Youth. Before he embarked on his reading, he pushed his chair forward, abandoning his casual slouch against the backrest, and leaned over the table, burying himself in the text. His shoulder-length hair cascaded down, enveloping his face, leaving only his furrowed brow exposed to Li Qigong. Old Li chuckled discreetly, leisurely lighting a cigarette. As an old friend of Han Rojun, he felt a sense of responsibility to guide young Han towards a balanced mindset. After all, isn't this the method? Shortly thereafter, Han meticulously read through the opening lines, suddenly feeling a wave of discomfort, and vigorously tugged at his hair. Damn, my friend, you truly spare no one. The entirety of Youth revolves around 2 words, please. From the outset, the author positions himself as a sage, chastising the pain-stricken predecessors as impotent while condemning the post-80s generation en masse, revealing a raw and unabashed ferocity. As he continued reading, the tone grew increasingly fierce, more untamed. By the climactic conclusion, Fang Xinghe's style struck like a bolt of divine thunder, leaving Han dizzy and numb. It was akin to an illusion of being crushed beneath a heavy truck, rendering him breathless. Holy cow! Young Han exclaimed, springing to his feet, astonished. How dare he write like this? He dares indeed, Li Qigong replied, spreading his hands, and while he revels in his audacity, I find myself on pins and needles, still compelled to award him high marks. To be honest, Han also felt a sense of discomfort akin to sitting on needles. How could one remain seated under such circumstances? He stood up, striding to the window, resting his hands on the sill as he gazed into the distance. The chair he had pushed aside emitted a sharp, plaintive creak against the floor. Li Qigong remained silent, neither criticizing nor showing concern, continuing to indulge in his smoking. Meanwhile, Han Xiao, deeply affected, took a long breath, gradually calming his emotions. He turned to lean against the windowsill, silently reading the final article, Sex, Violence, and Lies. For the next full 10 minutes, the silence in the room was deafening. After finishing the last word, Han Xiao hung his head, gripping his chin, standing there for a long while, eventually coming to his senses with a bitter and bewildered expression. I am inferior to him. The simple 4 words lodged in his throat, turning over and over, yet he could not utter them. A multitude of unprecedented negative emotions, shame, guilt, confusion, and frustration, crashed against his tumultuous heart. Li Qigong rose and approached him, taking the manuscript from his hands, reorganizing it, and then gently embracing the young man's shoulders, saying, "Come on, let's go home." Han descended the stairs in a daze, got into the car in a stupor, and returned home in a fog, locking himself in his bedroom. Lying on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, the rebellious adolescent felt for the first time the crushing weight of innate talent and wild impact. He remained proud, yet his confidence wavered. What on earth was this monster? In comparison, was I too weak, too sentimental, too capricious? Once reflection commenced, it was not easily concluded. In a daze, Han suddenly realized that he too had become a pretentious child ensnared in the pains of adolescence. The groundbreaking words from Youth surged back into his mind, and in frustration, he slapped himself, cursing as he pounded the bed. Damn, what a fool, seeking scorn. Yet, despite his regrets, he forced himself to rise, sitting at his desk to begin imitating that piece on Youth. This was neither surrender nor cowardice. It was a shared appreciation for the hunt. The writing was indeed intriguing, not an endeavor to learn or delve deeper, but merely, to admire. Easily convincing himself, the adolescent began to dissect the text, feeling deflated, unable to maintain his pride. Fang Xinghe remained unaware that at this moment, his elder brother had been struck to the point of madness. He was busy too, caught up in projecting an air of superiority. In the eyes of these examinees, Fang Xinghe was excessively arrogant, not only rejecting the windfall that had fallen from the sky, but doing so with an effortless coolness. Now was hardly the time to dream of where to attend university. I was merely 13, having achieved only a trivial amount. Yen Ba wore a face of calm restraint, not becoming arrogant. Yet that light demeanor was even more audacious than arrogance itself. Thank you for your kindness, but regrettably, I am particularly uninterested in the Chinese department, even if it bears the name of Peking University. Teacher Wu and Qin Si exchanged a glance, simultaneously shaking their heads with a wry smile. Great. The little madman had just dismissed both options, as the literature special admission could only go to the Chinese department, with no other possibilities. No worries. We are not in a hurry. Old Wu decided to play the waiting game and hurriedly shifted the topic. saying, "You should focus on your studies for now. In a few years, we shall reassess, as circumstances are ever-changing." Fang Xinghe nodded respectfully and politely excused himself. "Then I shall take my leave for now. Thank you once again." Old Wu and Old Chun gazed longingly at Fang Xinghe as he approached Danya, hands on hips, and sighed in unison, "Alas, I once directed my heart towards the bright moon, yet the moon remains aloof, looking down upon us. Who can fathom this anguish? Certainly not Danya, who, with a keen sense of propriety, inquired, "Do you not like Peking University?" Fang Xinghe shook his head. "It is a matter of the discipline, not the institution." "Oh, Ms. Chun," somewhat perplexed, refrained from further discussion on the subject and, in a conciliatory tone, remarked, "Xiao Fang, our reporters would like to conduct an exclusive interview with you. Would that be convenient?" "Of course," Fang Xinghe replied nonchalantly, "although I don't believe an interview holds much significance at this moment." The reporter chuckled at this. "I have heard Editor Chun commend your maturity, and it appears to be true. I am Wang Tong from Ximin Evening News. Shall we find a place to sit and converse at length?" "Let us go to my room," Fang Xinghe said, turning to lead the way, with Danya and Wang Tong following behind, engaged in quiet conversation. In truth, the interview seemed rather superfluous at present. Perhaps it would be wise to postpone the article until it has matured? "Let us have a chat first. Even as a draft, I must gather more material than others. Especially since I am someone whom Sister Chen has faith in." Danya was pleased, responding with a smile. "If necessary in June, I shall assist you in applying. What is yours, and no one can take it away." Fang Xinghe interjected abruptly, "What will happen in June?" "You are quite astute," Danya playfully chided. Then elaborated, "Chen Jiayang has received a promise of guaranteed admission from Peking University, and now we await the acceptance letter. Once the matter is firmly established, relevant reports will follow promptly, likely around mid to late June." Fang Xinghe immediately recognized that both the academic and media circles were genuinely prepared to usher in a new paradigm in the study of the Chinese language. He sincerely remarked, "A favorable wind propels me towards the azure skies. This is indeed the pulse of the era. I am immensely grateful to all the teachers for their dedication and effort towards high school Chinese language education, which has revealed that the literary world still possesses integrity, continues to call out, and remains industrious." It felt somewhat inappropriate for him to express such sentiments, yet he genuinely felt a deeper respect for his teachers. Wang Tong's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Such a grand perspective you possess." However, Danya was not entirely satisfied and playfully admonished, "Just a few points?" Fang Xinghe chuckled. 3 points are quite considerable. 5 points are reserved solely for Sister Chen. I, after all, aim high. You are small but clever." Danya burst into laughter, clearly delighted. Yet, she said nothing of herself, merely stating, "Once the teachers hear your thoughts, they will surely be gratified. When you truly step into the literary world, you may converse with them more. They have all read your writings and hold you in high regard." Fang Xinghe quipped in response, "You did not specify whether the impression is good or bad. I suspect it leans more towards the negative." "Ha ha, you rascal." Danya could hardly contain her laughter, then sighed. "With such a vibrant mane of red hair, do you really expect those old-fashioned folks to take a liking to you?" Wang Tong chuckled and replied, "Is that so? I believe, aside from a few, most teachers speak highly of Xiao Fang. The article is splendid." Danya continued her praise, her enthusiasm palpable. "In the essay competition, it is talent that shines. With Xiao Fang's remarkable writing, anyone who reads it cannot help but feel delighted." The president of Fudan University, upon reading the piece, was eager to extend an invitation, but upon realizing the writer's tender age, he reconsidered. Wang Tong immediately noted this in his mind, even considering it as a potential title for an interview. What a sensational highlight. However, he soon found himself pondering, just how outstanding were those essays to elicit such unanimous acclaim? Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Do you still have drafts of those essays? I would love to see them." Fang Xinghe shook his head. "No, the drafts from the preliminary round are at home, and the papers from the semifinals cannot be taken out." Danya promptly interjected, "Before publication, everything must remain confidential." "Little Wang, you shall have to wait until the anthology is released. Reading it then will surely provide a deeper appreciation." It appeared there was no other choice. Wang Tong felt a tinge of regret, but pressed on with the interview. "Xiao Fang, returning to our previous discussion, what are your thoughts on the new concept competition?" Fang Xinghe pondered for a moment before responding. "The motivation is commendable, the process is commendable, yet the outcome may not necessarily be favorable. Nonetheless, it is undeniably a significant, meaningful, and pioneering endeavor. As one of the beneficiaries, I will forever cherish this experience. Wow, your words are truly profound, Wang Tong exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only muster a rather lackluster compliment. You are the most intellectually elevated youth I have ever encountered. Indeed, Chandanya beamed with pride, as though Fang Xinghe were her own son-in-law. Despite his rebellious appearance, Xiaofang possesses a remarkable intellect. The entire interview revolved around this notion, ultimately confirming it, and culminating in a piece Wang Tong could hardly wait to publish. However, he knew he must exercise patience and await the right moment. Chapter 20. Reason before literature. Virtue above Confucianism. That evening, as Fang Xinghe was about to head to the dining hall for one last complimentary meal, he was forcibly dragged by Chandanya to attend a farewell dinner organized by the youth group. You came to Shanghai alone. I simply must treat you to a good meal. Come on, don't be shy. All right then, let us go. Upon arriving at the restaurant and surveying the room, he noted he was the only student present, with none of his friends in attendance. Naturally, not all the teachers were there either, with around 12 or 13 in attendance. The only familiar face to Fang Xinghe was Yu Hua, whose mischievous grin felt oddly comforting. There were also esteemed figures such as Wang Ming, Yi Xian, and Han Xiaoyuan, whose names he had only heard of in passing. Truth be told, he was not well acquainted with any of them. To avoid saying something amiss, he chose to remain silent, only responding when prompted. Everyone knew of Fang Xinghe's circumstances, and they assumed he was merely a rebellious spirit, while in truth, he was quite introverted and shy. Until Yu Hua praised him, saying, Fang Xinghe, your writing is exceptional. How can it be so remarkable? Truly impressive. It was then that Fang Xinghe smiled for the first time, replying, Thank you, Teacher Yu Hua. Your works are also splendid. I thoroughly enjoy your red sorghum, wine country, and big breasts and wide hips. The table fell into a sudden silence, everyone looking bewildered. Once they finally processed the moment, a wave of laughter erupted. Damn! I will challenge you to a drinking contest, Yu Hua exclaimed, moving closer and playfully threatening the younger one. Today, only one of us can survive. All right. Fang Xinghe calmly set out 2 cups and reached for the bottle. I can drink at most 2 gin. The rest is all yours. What? Yu Hua's expression visibly shifted to panic as he hurriedly seized the bottle, clutching it tightly. I was just joking, can't you tell? How could I drink with a child? Laughter erupted again, with everyone playfully mocking Yu Hua, who took it in stride, babbling about how a writer avoiding alcohol isn't cheating, creating a jovial atmosphere. Following this incident, they gained a new perspective on Fang Xinghe. Beneath his polite exterior lay a fearless and unyielding spirit. The conversation shifted to Fang Xinghe's essays, extending to discussions about family life and related matters. In truth, the topics were rather mundane. Fang Xinghe lightly declined their sympathy, but welcomed critiques and discussions about his writing. Among writers, there is a penchant for grandiloquent discourse and spirited banter. Most attendees could stick to the topics at hand, with only a couple attempting to assert their seniority. Speaking in a condescending tone, Fang Xinghe discerned the difference and remained composed, until teacher Wang Ming inquired, How come you are so well-versed in Taoist texts? Fang Xinghe set down his chopsticks, drew a line in front of him, and articulated his thoughts. I personally feel that modern Chinese literati will likely gravitate towards Taoism rather than Confucianism. The limits of Confucianism today are either Zhang Zai's 4 sentences of horizontal channel or Wang Yangming's unity of knowledge and action. Both have profound influence externally and promote self-cultivation internally, yet may not suit future developmental trends. In the next century, the pace of global change will be rapid, requiring every nation to strive to keep up with this wave. The importance of science and technology, as well as research, will surge dramatically. The future belongs to the scientifically inclined, no longer driven by literary figures. Since politics is no longer the stage for literary individuals, and mere self-cultivation feels too passive, our generation will inevitably face the predicament of having some influence yet struggling to define our positions. Is literature still significant? Yes, but it must take a backseat to development. Once we have gained a certain level of strength and begin to fulfill spiritual needs, can literature truly surpass film, television, games, and music? That remains uncertain. Such is the era. What can individuals do? Therefore, our generation of literati is destined to be impure and fraught with confusion, during which Taoism becomes exceedingly relevant. Embracing a spirit of freedom and nonchalance, one navigates the delicate balance between worldly engagement and transcendence, pursuing the realization of personal value amidst the mundane, while also ascending to the fundamental spirit of the Chinese nation. The rigidity of Confucianism contrasts with the unrestrained authenticity of Taoism in that more liberated and romantic future. Reason precedes literature, and the Tao transcends Confucian doctrine. This conviction I hold unwaveringly. Thus, my preference lies with the Tao Te Ching rather than the Analects. I do not perceive myself as a traditional literati of the Huaxia. As a new generation, it is likely that traditional scholars will become a rarity. After the weighty silence that followed, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Yu Hua widened his eyes, twisting awkwardly to glance at Fang Xinghe. Chen Danya wrapped her arms around herself, gently caressing the goosebumps on her skin. Teachers Tai Ning and Xiao Yuan exchanged glances, their mouths remaining agape. Li Qigong nervously fidgeted with his glasses, wiping them repeatedly. Was the discourse deafeningly profound? Indeed, but perhaps not to an irrefutable degree. Yet, when such piercing insights are articulated by a mere boy not yet 14, the depth of emotional upheaval is beyond description, even for the most skilled wordsmiths among us. Xiao Fang, Wang Ming attempted to continue, but faltered. Damn, Yi Zhaoyan muttered something indistinct, his voice trailing off after the profanity. Meanwhile, editor Zhao Changtian pondered deeply. You seek the Tao, while we cultivate literature. Does this subtly indicate that we are not of the same ilk? He squinted at Fang Xinghe, but discerned nothing, until Wang Yali playfully tousled Fang Xinghe's hair, exuberantly declaring, "Truly my brother, you've brought honor to your sister." The atmosphere began to thaw. Thus, the discourse surrounding Taoism and Confucianism continued for nearly 2 hours, escalating into fervent debate. Some championed the merits of Taoist philosophy, while others upheld the enduring significance of Confucian tenets. Overall, there was a prevailing sense of pessimism regarding the trajectory of literary development, yet an inexplicable glimmer of hope lingered. Fang Xinghe, however, withdrew from the discussion, indulging in the exquisite Huayan cuisine. This meal marked the most delectable experience since his rebirth. As the gathering drew to a close around 9:30 p.m., everyone exchanged contact information with Fang Xinghe. They had a second engagement planned to sing karaoke. Yu Hua clung to Fang Xinghe, unwilling to let go, yet he declined to join, bidding farewell to gather his belongings. Chen Danya escorted him back to the hotel, earnestly advising, persist in your studies and writing. Do not squander your talent. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call me. Fang Xinghe gratefully embraced this nurturing figure, whispering, I will. It's been a pleasure to meet you, Aunt Chen. Chen Danya responded, I am even more delighted to have discovered you through this competition. Fang Xinghe smiled and waved, ascending the stairs. Meanwhile, in a notably trendy venue, Wang Ming confidently asserted, Fang Xinghe will undoubtedly become an extraordinary individual. Yu Hua rolled his eyes in frustration, acknowledging that he was already quite remarkable in his own right. Chen Sai let out a long sigh, remarking that he was not of their generation, nor even of his contemporaries, but rather belonged to a future yet to unfold. Wang Yali's excitement persisted unabated, her enthusiasm still soaring. She exclaimed, I am now all the more eager for his novel. I have an inkling that it will be a work utterly unexpected, perhaps not exceptionally good, but undoubtedly extraordinary. Everyone found this speculation quite plausible, even placing bets on various potential directions. It was a rare sight to witness a group of esteemed authors and top literary figures so engrossed in discussing a young prodigy. Yet, those engaged in the conversation felt no strangeness, for some individuals possess an extraordinary aura that, after only a brief exchange, lingers in one's mind, unforgettable and profound. The next day, Fang Xinghe boarded the train home, and after a bumpy journey, he finally returned to the small county town, immersing himself in the current battleground of life. Despite being away for a week, the campus seemed to have undergone no changes, as if time had stood still. However, certain transformations had quietly become part of the daily routine. Duiyu, engrossed in martial arts, had grown taller and more composed. The boastful tales of sudden wealth pervaded the campus. Anyone caught by him was obliged to listen to his stories of how impressive his brother was, followed by applause. The awkwardness that once plagued him had dissipated, and to his dismay, he realized that when he tried to engage Lu Tingting in conversation, she no longer blushed. Little Lu had made significant academic progress, nearly catching up to Fang Yuding, which made Fang Darren quite anxious. Yet, when faced with the choice between academics and romantic pursuits, she resolutely chose the latter. Returning to him with laughter and idle chatter, Fang Xinghe took a moment to counsel old Fang. If the child is disobedient, discipline is still necessary. With her mind already set on relationships at such a young age, do you not fear that she might present you with a grandchild as soon as she enters high school? If you truly cannot bear to be strict, you might discreetly inform my teacher's wife. She would surely take action. Old Fang shuddered, breaking into a cold sweat at the thought. After pondering, a look of firm determination emerged in his eyes. The following day, Fang Yuding, with tears in her eyes, kicked Fang Xinghe vigorously, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! You are inhumane!" Fang Xinghe dodged a couple of her kicks, allowing her to vent her frustrations. He could hardly contain his laughter. His mind filled with images of her being chased and whipped by the teacher's wife. The surrounding classmates erupted into laughter, and soon the entire class was caught in a wave of mirth, the volume escalating with each passing moment. From that day forth, Fang Darren began to sulk in response to him. How delightful it was to finally have some peace. In truth, Fang Xinghe cherished these moments, fully aware that it would not be long before he could no longer reclaim the tranquility of the present. That day arrived swiftly. Just a few days after his 14th birthday, on a Wednesday in mid-April, Baofu burst into the classroom with a copy of the magazine Mingya, shouting, "It's published. Brother, you're in print." In that moment, Baofu basked in the rarest experience of being the center of attention, surrounded by admiration. Rich brother, let me see. Wealth intoxicated him, leaving him disoriented. In a moment of careless release, he lost sight of the magazine that was rightfully his. Yet, how could one magazine suffice? That afternoon, the class was graced with over 20 copies of the April issue of Manya, with nearly every girl clutching one. The reason was simple. The cover featured Fang Xinghe. That afternoon, the cover boy finally borrowed a copy from Lu Tingting in exchange for an autograph, allowing him to behold the true visage of the April issue. The cover showcased a half-length portrait of him, captured candidly by a reporter in a moment of surprise. In the image, the young man is slightly turned, as if called by someone, and he gazes ahead with a subtle turn of his head. Beneath his fiery red hair lies a face that reveals little emotion, with eyes that are both clear and serene. His irises, a delicate amber set against a grayish-brown background, exhibit a remarkable translucence, radiating a captivating iridescence in natural light. This evokes a mild sense of exoticism, coupled with an overwhelming sense of beauty. The exoticism is tempered by his distinctly Chinese features. Upon a mere glance, one could not mistake him for anything but a child of their own, reminiscent of an ancient nobleman. Yet, the beauty is striking, as those unique eyes are set within a flawless bone structure, creating an ineffable impact. On the cover, the youth gazes into the camera, neither curious nor excited, but rather tranquil. This tranquility emanates an air of detachment, as if he exists in a realm separate from the world, untouched by the reality of the moment. Does this cool demeanor breed repulsion? No, it instead cultivates an even stronger allure. Indeed, many young girls found themselves momentarily paralyzed upon encountering his visage. At that time, the term aloof had yet to be coined, prompting a particularly exuberant classmate to exclaim, "How incredibly proud." A nearby desk mate quietly countered, "More like cold and proud." A girl from the front suddenly turned around, declaring, "I feel a prince should look like this." Her companion chimed in, "Which prince? The kind from European royalty? He certainly has an aristocratic air." Hey, isn't Li Ming the epitome of nobility?" Another interjected. "Fang Xinghe, on the other hand, is, well, cool and rebellious. He's downright defiant." Indeed, even Xie Tingfeng pales in comparison. After seeing him, the usually handsome elder brother suddenly appeared less striking. "Oh, it seems I might be falling for someone else." Sob, sob, sob. A chorus of young girls chattered animatedly, each one contributing to the symphony of excitement. Today, across the nation, girls were in a whirlwind of chatter. Meanwhile, Fang Xinghe reveled in the soaring numbers of his fans and the glimmer of his rising star value. Manya dedicated a substantial portion of its content to narrating the story of the new concept competition with Li Qigong. Serving as both an editor at Manya and the chief organizer of the competition, emphasizing two of the contestants as key figures. Firstly, there is the remarkable Han Han, who, from the blunders of the staff to the impromptu supplementary examination and the peculiar questions that posed a challenge, managed to craft an astonishing article within a mere hour, securing first prize. In essence, it is a dramatically rich narrative that captivates the audience. Furthermore, immediately after the critique, Manya released the complete text of A Glimpse of a Person in a Cup. Fang Xinghe, for the first time in his life, encountered this legendary piece and read it meticulously. Upon finishing, he could only think, It is indeed impressive. It is worth noting that Han Han is not a reincarnated individual. He is a genuine 16-year-old boy, and thus his linguistic intuition, accumulation of knowledge, and thought process are truly exceptional. As a result, the wealthy and impatiently scrutinizing individual muttered, "What nonsense is this? And how could there be a supplementary exam? There must be some underhanded dealings." This controversy surrounding Han Han is partly derived from those who fail to comprehend the value of the article, focusing instead on the issue of fairness. It is not to the extent of any conspiracy. After some contemplation, Fang Xinghe found an accurate description. At most, it is a matter of minor favoritism. What is going on? The ears of his companions perked up. Fang Xinghe casually responded, "The opportunity for a supplementary exam is undoubtedly influenced by Han's father's connections. After all, he is quite familiar with the editors at Mingya, and it is entirely normal to extend a courtesy in such trivial matters. However, this competition does not involve direct rivalry, and there is no cap on the number of first prizes awarded. Anyone who writes well can win. Moreover, Han Han is not a recent graduate vying for guaranteed admission. So overall, it does not compromise fairness. Therefore, the ability to produce a commendable piece from such an impromptu prompt is a testament to his true talent. As a professional in the entertainment industry, Fang Xinghe is one who places utmost faith in genuine ability. In a realm where many invest in marketing, it is often those few who spin the least that ultimately prevail. Is this not a form of validation? The deeper one navigates this circle, the more one should revere true skill, rather than merely the so-called benefactors and backgrounds. Backgrounds may secure opportunities, but seizing them entirely depends on the individual. There are countless heirs and heiresses in the entertainment industry, yet few have risen to prominence. Chen Feiyu, Dong Zijian, Guan Xiaodong, and Zhang Taizi are just a few examples. Fang Xinghe took over a marketing task from a certain individual, which proved to be an unwieldy burden. Even their attempts at acting in adaptations of Danmei novels garnered little attention, falling short compared to others who at least possessed genuine wit. As a result, Fang Xinghe does not envy Han Han's resources and favorable treatment. He has earned it, and surely, he too possesses merit. However, the fledgling talents remain disgruntled, fixating on the pivotal question, why was only his article published, and where is yours, brother? Fang Xinghe flipped through the pages and quickly spotted a statement or prelude written specifically for him by Li Qigong. It resembled a rather sentimental piece of flattery, not much different from the marketing scripts of later times. Thus, he deduced that it would likely be released in the next issue, teasing the audience's appetite. Alas, Lu Tingting and several other girls instantly slumped, their faces filled with despair. A month of waiting? How unbearably long! Fang Xinghe, not wishing to engage further, merely smiled, which caused the hearts of several young ladies to race. You, step away. No more of that electric gaze. Are women inherently enigmatic from a young age? Chapter 22. Excessive flattery. Having diligently completed 2 sets of exercises, during the intermission, Fang Xinghe perused Li Qigong's reflections. Previously, Fang Yuting, Lu Tingting, and others eagerly consumed this passage, occasionally reading aloud, only to suddenly bury their faces in their books with soft giggles. Countless girls across the nation were likely engaging in similar behavior, driven by affection, curiosity, and a fluttering heart. Of course, it is not to suggest that boys are disinterested in the M magazine. In this era, the options for engaging content are exceedingly scarce, and fewer still evoke a sense of novelty. Thus, they too partake in its pages. However, their initial impressions of Fang Xinghe tend to be decidedly negative. Jealousy is a natural inclination. It is difficult for boys not to feel threatened when a strikingly handsome young man bursts into their world with such commanding presence. Nevertheless, this animosity is easily dispelled. There exists no real conflict. As long as Fang Xinghe significantly surpasses them, admiration will ultimately prevail. Through Li Qigong's words, Fang Xinghe emerges as an extraordinary figure. He writes, "That day, while I was at the reception desk enjoying a moment of leisure and drafting materials, I suddenly heard a series of unmistakably restrained, yet uncontrollable gasps. The hotel staff inexplicably became excited, covering their mouths. Following the sound, I looked up and beheld a radiant youth, as brilliant as the sun, striding toward me. In my own writings, I seldom employ such extravagant descriptions. They strike me as overly theatrical. Yet, on this occasion, I broke my own rule, not entirely, for I genuinely felt as if the light shone solely for him." Li Qigong lavished Fang Xinghe with effusive praise, a stark contrast to his portrayal of Han Han. It was evidently subjective and excessively sentimental. Fang Xinghe is the kind of person who inherently radiates brilliance. I once doubted the existence of such individuals, only for reality to deliver a resounding reminder to refrain from dismissing the impossible. If you believe Fang Xinghe is simply handsome, you are gravely mistaken. His writings circulated among every member of our judging panel, and all were impressed, each finding a resonance within his words. They praised Ding Yan for her refreshing and gentle style, likening her to a young Eileen Chong. They lauded Lu Lina as a new realist, her prose delicate, beautiful, and pure. They commended Han Han for her sharpness and incisive insights, imbued with a uniquely youthful anger, truly remarkable. When discussing those aforementioned young talents, our opinions consistently aligned. Yet, once the conversation shifted to Fang Xinghe, the atmosphere grew chaotic. Yu Hua extolled him with two simple words, incredible. Xiao Yuan admired his sharpness, noting how his words could cut like a knife. Wang Ming remarked to us that Fang Xinghe would undoubtedly become an extraordinary person in the future. Principal Wu, grasping his hand, urged, in a few years, you must apply to Peking University. I will personally recommend you. I found myself embroiled in a dispute with two veteran editors over Fang Xinghe. They deemed him overly radical, his prose crude and unrefined, potentially leading astray the youth. Tai Ning countered, are we organizing the new concept competition merely to select formulaic essays? Everyone believes that his writing transcends his age. At just 14 years old, his words possess a depth that is remarkable. Even those who are not fond of him must acknowledge this fact. After the semi-final, Zhao Yan, Li, and Danya hurried to find him, exclaiming that there was no need for pretense any longer, and they were eager to get to know him. As they engaged in conversation, their admiration only grew. Perhaps it is his unique experience of becoming an orphan at an early age that has endowed him with an independent perspective and profound insights. Eventually, we came to understand the emotional core of his writings, yet he remained an enigma. When we expressed concern for his familial struggles and life challenges, he merely shrugged them off, stating, it's really nothing new. However, when we delved into serious topics, he turned the tables and imparted wisdom upon us. Can you imagine the shock I felt in that moment? It is difficult to convey. He is undoubtedly the most remarkable talent we have unearthed in our current societal context. I find it challenging to articulate or define. You shall see for yourselves. The thought of the publication of the new concept essay collection sends my heart racing with excitement. And I am eager to share this joy with everyone. Each of us teachers is confident that you will appreciate it as much as we do. For we have an abundance of extraordinary young talents, Han Han, Ding Yan, and Fang Xinghe. They are destined to create a significant impact, and I firmly believe this. Eagerly anticipating that day, Fang Yuding reluctantly read the last word, smacking her lips. Is that all? What comes next? There is nothing more. The editor had left a mere tease. Due to limited space, we can only introduce it up to this point. I wonder how many students were left wanting more. Their curiosity piqued. Fang boldly approached Fang Xinghe, no longer in a cold war with him, playfully requesting to see his draft. Fang Xinghe caught sight of Lao Fang's head peeking through the back door and raised his voice in shock. Are you coming to my house to see my collection? What for? Do you have any semblance of femininity? Fang Yuding, bewildered, questioned how his treasured drafts could lack such qualities. Before she could process her thoughts, an enraged Lao Fang appeared, trembling with indignation, pointed a shaky finger at her a few times, and stormed off. No. Fang boldly realized what her father intended to do, losing her bravado and letting out a desperate cry, feeling as if she had shattered. Just before the laughter erupted, she suddenly punched Fang Xinghe and hurriedly chased after her father. Dad, dear father, please let me explain. The laughter erupted as they nearly doubled over, feeling that the older brother was simply extraordinary. Then, the exceptional brother continued to tackle his studies, concealing his accomplishments and accolades. As the school day drew to a close, Li Qigong sent a digital message, urging a prompt reply. Fang Xinghe returned his call from the small shop at the school gate, and old Li joyfully announced, our magazine issue has sold out. Oh, congratulations. Fang Xinghe responded, though he was not surprised, yet felt a surge of happiness. Li Qigong continued, initially, we boldly printed 20,000 copies, and to our astonishment, they sold out before noon. All channels are clamoring for a reprint, so we have decided to print an additional 50,000 copies. I have a premonition that they will sell out again. This is wonderful. Minya has finally turned the tide. It is all thanks to you. Li Qigong expressed his profound gratitude, astonished that merely placing your photograph on the cover could yield such impressive sales. Fang Xinghe understood his sentiments towards Menya, but was reluctant to let the atmosphere become too somber. Thus he jested, "Well, I approve of you using my photo for the next issue, but remember to send over the portrait rights fee." Ha. Li Qigong laughed heartily, filled with confidence. "Rest assured, good fortune will not elude you. In the next issue, not only will we continue to feature your cover, but we also plan to publish your essay from the semifinals. Get ready for success, little Fang." Fang Xinghe glanced at the panel, thinking to himself how eagerly he anticipated the next wave, wondering how many attributes could be added. From that day onward, Fang Xinghe's follower count and starlight value entered a period of exponential growth. Within a month, the sales of Menya's April issue skyrocketed from over 10,000 copies to 250,000. Meanwhile, Fang Xinghe's followers explosively surged to 1 million. In this era, a book typically circulates among at least 10 students. As not everyone can afford to buy it, yet many will borrow it to read. The figure of 250,000 sales implies that potentially 3 million people have seen his face. The significance of top-tier attractiveness was dramatically magnified at this moment, when 99 girls glimpsed the magazine cover. At the very least, they would be inclined to seek further understanding, thereby establishing a nascent fondness through the words within. The conversion rate of 3 million viewers to 1 million casual followers is nothing short of legendary. In the forthcoming entertainment era, if one could market a hard photo to reach 3 million individuals, converting just 100,000 casual followers would guarantee that the company owner would call you father on the spot. Adoptive father, you are truly a celestial star descended to Earth. It is indeed as exaggerated as it sounds. In the post-traffic era, no emerging star could achieve a conversion rate of 1 through mere hard photos, GIFs, and other simple exposures. Before the advent of the traffic era, the first ordinary individual to gain fame solely from a photograph was Cheng Lin, followed by Milk Tea. And then NASA, with their audience reach ranked as Milk Tea Cheng Lin NASA. While conversion rates remain untraceable, they are certainly low, undoubtedly below 1 in 1,000. Yet, what of Fang Xinghe? At his peak this month, he boasted 1.2 million casual followers, stabilizing around 1 million with an astonishing conversion rate of 30. Exaggerated, terrifying, and astonishing. Although the number of steadfast fans may not be extensive, ultimately only amassing 4.7 million starlight value. This was due to the lack of published works and insufficient depth of impact, rather than any deficiency in his appeal. Nevertheless, he felt immensely satisfied. First, gratitude for the era. Second, appreciation for the decision that enhanced his attractiveness. Third, acknowledgement of the efforts put into crafting his persona. Without these factors, the current results would surely not have been achieved. Attractiveness is the foremost productive force in the entertainment industry. This is the truth. Beginning with allure, ensnared by talent, indeed. At present, Fang Xinghe has merely taken the initial step of attracting followers, hence his starlight value is somewhat modest. However, once he attains further development, a refreshing transformation is sure to unfold. With a modest accumulation of wealth, it is only natural to indulge in expenditures. After a prolonged period of diligent practice and cultivation, Fang Xinghe's foundational data is now quite impressive, though the rate of attribute growth has evidently decelerated, with the physical development akin to that of a middle school student. His current capabilities seem to represent the pinnacle of his potential, while rigorous training might yield slight improvements. Such efforts are unnecessary. It would be more prudent to enhance what can be elevated. Regrettably, attributes exceeding 70 cannot be augmented at this stage, leaving him to elevate those below 70 to a respectable 69. After a spree of extravagant spending, his new attributes shine brilliantly. Attribute panel, appearance attributes, charisma 99. Physique 75, physical attributes, strength 69, speed 80, endurance 69, agility 75, flexibility 73, hidden attributes, coordination 72, perception 69, recovery 74, immunity 69. Health 73, artistic attribute, writing 79, skill panel, Wudong Tai Chi stance, 60 Wudong Tai Chi 13 postures, 60 basic swordsmanship, 60 basic footwork, 60 basic leg techniques, 60 Mingsuan new framework 8 extremes, 66 harmonies great spear, 60 starlight panel, fan count, 101, starlight value, 10,222, star radiance value, 0, following the comprehensive enhancement of attributes. A brief session of Tai Chi revealed a remarkable difference. The movements exhibited greater strength, a more stable core, enhanced control, and a newfound gracefulness, all flowing more naturally. Every increment in attributes has proven worthwhile. The hardware has improved, and the software functions with greater fluidity. Alas, the software's level remains subpar. How splendid it would be if the average could reach 80. Gazing at the starlight value restored to 5 digits, Fang Xinghe sighed. How impoverished. Such arduous efforts yield meager returns, yet expenditures seem all too effortless. Do you feel the same? Upon closer examination, it is evident that 3 million starlight values are required just to elevate 7 skills to 69 points, followed by an additional 70 million starlight values to raise them to 79 points. Clearly, such costs are insurmountable. If merely 7 skills pose such a challenge, what will transpire when he possesses 70? The prospect is daunting. With the same starlight value, it is patently more meaningful to enhance fundamental attributes. Attributes form the foundation, while skills are the application. With elevated attributes, the efficiency of self-directed learning and training will surely increase. Although one cannot ascend to greatness in a single leap, Fang Xinghe remains undeterred. The system is already formidable, granting him the opportunity to earn a 100-fold return through diligent effort. What more could he desire? There is no need for hesitation. He shall simply continue onward. As the days progressed steadily into mid-May, a little over a month remained until the crucial entrance examination. The eagerly anticipated May issue of Manya was finally published. Without any reminders, on the very day of its arrival, nearly every classmate had a copy in hand. Fang Xinghe, could you please sign my copy? The girls, barely able to glance at it, surged forth collectively, seeking his autograph. What distinguishes good students from bad ones is inconsequential in Fang Xinghe's presence, where they all appear as mere young girls. The ballpoint pen danced gracefully across the pages, and after the entire class had signed, he set aside the volume that promised wealth, eager to glimpse its contents. This edition of Manya is refreshingly straightforward, devoid of convoluted introductions, and directly presents the full text of Fang Xinghe's essay from the semifinals, accompanied by 7 comprehensive critiques from esteemed writers. And the cover. It features a full-body portrait of Fang Xinghe, his left hand casually hanging by his side, while his right hand nonchalantly sways a certificate as he strides forward. The journalist, perhaps guided by some inscrutable judgment, blurred all background details, leaving only him vivid, vibrant, and liberated, creating an effect as though he were traversing a realm of illusion. Advancing towards the audience, the photograph is truly stunning. In a moment of genuine admiration, he felt an indescribable charm, prompting him to ask Lu Tingting, "Isn't he just stunning?" "Absolutely." Lu Tingting nodded vigorously, truly feeling the moment. Their shared excitement was palpable, marking a rare instance of her enthusiastic response, rendering him nearly euphoric. Fang Xinghe, along with his companions, Bao Fu, the overly talkative one, the stuttering friend, and the unfortunate star, all exchanged bewildered glances, sensing the scene was indeed difficult to encapsulate. "Seriously, Tao Dang, what is fueling your excitement?" A collective intake of breath echoed among the group, followed by a resigned exhalation as they returned to their own pursuits. Perhaps it was best to let the child enjoy his final year without interruption. Fang Xinghe shifted his gaze and opened the magazine. Simultaneously, nearly 100,000 middle school students turned to page 22, eager to read the unique article. Among them were many future luminaries, 80s actresses, singers, and female screenwriters, who were then mere elementary and middle school students. When the essay title, which felt utterly out of sync with the current era yet perfectly attuned to their age, caught their eyes, who knows how many hearts raced with an inexplicable thrill. In contrast to the straightforwardness of peering into a cup, this title stirred deeper emotions, more passionate, audacious, and invigorating. Delving into the text revealed even more distinctions. Peering into a cup posed a certain barrier to appreciation. Its love and hate were profound, with critiques that merely skimmed the surface, requiring careful contemplation. Leaning towards stream of consciousness, knowing but not following, however, was starkly different, blunt, and unyielding. There was no need to ponder the author's intent. One merely needed to follow along. As Fang Xinghe laid everything out with clarity, readers were invited to reflect, like gazing into a mirror, to discern whether they were merely joyful fools or individuals who had been consumed yet dared not resist. The prevalence of the latter was staggering. Minya's adventurous preparation of 400 000 copies of the magazine proved insufficient. Later, Li Qigong described today's events as the moment when, from the publication of that article, the realm of Chinese youth literature finally welcomed a tangible idol. Chapter 24. Warmth. 12-year-old Mao Xiaotong had just entered the 6th grade of elementary school. Her academic performance less than stellar. However, her artistic talent shone brightly. She had achieved a grade 5 in piano and had begun to learn Latin dance, emerging as a little beauty among her peers, both melodious and graceful. This afternoon, upon arriving at school, she noticed a group of female classmates huddled together, chattering animatedly about something that piqued their excitement. It was of no concern to her, she thought. Xiaotong's relationship with the girls in her class was rather tenuous. Her introverted nature and early decision to attend a dance school instead of a conventional middle school left her without much common ground with her peers. Sitting down at her desk with unwavering focus, she allowed her hair to cascade over her face, retreating into her thoughts. Suddenly, her deskmate poked her. "Xiaotong, did you buy today a sprout?" "Huh," she replied, perplexed. "Fang Xinghe." Her deskmate gestured dramatically. "That incredibly handsome cover from the last issue. Didn't you see it?" Oh, she recalled, yet remained unclear about its relevance to her. "So? What's the matter? His essay got published. It's super impressive. What does that have to do with me?" A hint of impatience stirred within her, though she masked it with a nod. "Oh, that's indeed quite remarkable. Right? Right?" Her deskmate grinned widely, persistently urging her. "Hey, aren't you going to take a look? I didn't buy it." "No worries, you can borrow mine." "Really? Is it that important?" she retorted, questioning why she should read an essay merely because of the handsome young author her deskmate admired. Xiaotong felt somewhat exasperated by the whole notion, indifferent to the allure of physical appearance or the writings of middle school students. However, before she could decline, her deskmate thrust the magazine into her hands, her expression brimming with anticipation. "Just look. Fang Xinghe is truly handsome, cool, and talented." Oh, fine. She wasn't entirely incapable of rejection, but deemed this trivial matter not worth the effort. After all, class was rather dull, so she might as well take a glance. Yet, she did not specifically seek out Fang Xinghe's article. Instead, she casually opened the magazine and began to read from the start, turning the pages one by one, lingering on those that intrigued her and swiftly skimming through the rest. It wasn't until page 22 that the title of an article seized her attention, stirring a profound emotion deep within her. Should my fate be determined by me? Such a resonant phrase. She shifted in her seat, leaning over her desk, fully engrossed. From the very first sentence, she found herself submerged in the text. The word contagion evoked a visceral reaction within her. Then came that intricate, unbroken sentence, suggesting that only those who embody civilization, along with the myriad consciousness, actions, emotions, and desires birthed by humanity, would sculpt, shape, and even manipulate or devastate the fragile individuals within civilization. Though she grasped little, her heart trembled at the revelation. The notion of fragile individuals resonated as a key theme in her life, instantly flipping a switch within her. She instinctively clenched her fists. No classmate knew that her biological father was a drug addict, who frequently fought with her mother and, in his madness, acted like a beast, even going so far as to abandon her in a trash bin when she was very young. Why? Simply because he could not procure money from her mother to buy drugs. It was a cold day, and she was terrified, crying out loudly. Perhaps fate intervened. Her mother, unexpectedly closing her stall early, passed by and heard the faint cries, retrieving her from the refuse. That night, a little girl quietly perished, only to be reborn as a cautious, understanding new life, seldom crying anymore. Now, she no longer remembers the specifics, yet the deep-seated cold and fear occasionally remind her, Mao Xiaotong, that she is not a complete child. Thus, she is acutely aware of the nature of malevolent encroachments and what it feels like to be bitten. Each word from Fang Xinghe seems to be inscribed directly upon her heart. Once a girl who despised studying and shunned reading, she now experiences a wondrous resonance with the written word. Mao Tong. Mao Tong. Her deskmate gently roused her from her emotional reverie, timidly inquiring, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Nothing at all," she replied, only realizing her voice was hoarse after saying it. As she reached up to wipe her tears, she discovered the warmth of the tears still rolling down her cheeks. "I'm just so moved." Sniffling, Mao Xiaotong buried her head again, choking out, "Don't mind me. Let me finish reading." Her deskmate, puzzled, scratched her head, wondering. Fang Xinghe's writing is indeed excellent, But is it truly that moving? Why do I only feel its power? She did not understand, yet chose not to disturb Mao Xiaotong further, allowing her to immerse herself in her fervent reading. The traumas of childhood are always the most profound. The absence of a childhood is a pathology that requires a lifetime to mend. Yet no one can guarantee a complete healing. Indeed, some wounds may never fully heal. The family we are born into, the environment in which we grow, the education we receive, and the gaps we endure before the age of 18 are beyond our control. What can I do? When one realizes they have been bitten, do not panic. Carefully examine where the bite occurred and the extent of the wound, then reflect on the reasons behind it. Make a vow to oneself that such a situation shall never arise again. Yes, indeed. A promise should be made, never to let that person harm me or my mother again. Now, I am thriving. Though it requires effort, I live vibrantly. May you all, too, remain untamed, untainted, and unyielding to fate, actively becoming the person you most aspire to be. Ah, how wonderful. Truly, if this can be achieved, there is no more beautiful future. I desire this, too. I wish to become a strong and vibrant version of myself. Mao Xiaodong seemed to be gazing into a mirror. Reflected back was herself, yet within the mirror, it was Fang Xinghe. A magnificent force enabled her to perceive her true self through Fang Xinghe, drawing courage and determination from the wild proclamation that followed. This warmth was a sensation she had long been deprived of, unique, unconventional, yet undeniably genuine. What do you think? Her desk mate suddenly nudged her gently, his innocent, sparkling eyes brimming with pride. Isn't he remarkable? Indeed. Mao Xiaotong nodded vigorously, her nose slightly sniffed. So impressive. The little girl erupted into a joyful, innocent laughter, as if she had seized the entire world. With great solemnity, Mao Xiaotong retrieved 5 yuan, purchasing the magazine, now dampened by tears, and carefully tucked it into her backpack. Upon returning home from school, she cut out the cover and affixed it to the wall beside her bed, a place she could gaze upon at a mere turn of her head. Though she did not fully comprehend the essence of idol worship, she had already embedded Fang Xinghe in her heart. As night deepened, Mao Xiaodong dreamed of falling into an absurd and terrifying world. It was a desolate expanse, parched and barren, with the air thick with crimson ash. In the distance loomed shadowy figures resembling desiccated corpses, vacantly gazing skyward. Following suit, Mao Xiaotong looked up, her pupils constricting. What sky? It was distinctly a fleshly canopy marred with gaping wounds. This canopy pulsated like a heart, its rhythmic expansion and contraction tearing open wounds that unleashed torrents of blood rain, overwhelming her. The corpses emitted a chilling wail, a cacophony of anguish and rage. Ceaseless and relentless. Trembling, Mao Xiaodong retreated to her original position, a vast, ominous dumpster. It was terrifying, yet she had no choice but to pull all the refuse around her. Covering herself, biting her lip tightly, curling into a corner, shivering uncontrollably. Time passed, though she could not fathom how long, as her coldness and fear intensified. The dread tightened around her throat like an invisible noose. Suffocation, pain, despair. Just as she felt she could bear no more, a sudden silence enveloped her. The howls ceased, and the blood rain inexplicably stopped. She looked up in confusion, and amidst the grotesque horror, she spotted a pair of hands gently caressing the wounds of the sky. Fingers brushed lightly over the torn flesh, instantly soothing the tumultuous blood and sinew, as if a warm spring breeze had calmed a frightened creature. Who is that? The girl strained to widen her eyes. Yet, the owner of those hands remained indistinct, at times resembling her mother, at others a red-haired youth, or even her future self. Mao Xiaodong gazed intently, her fear gradually subsiding, emotion settling softly, yet something within her surged to the surface. Inhale, exhale, inhale, the breaths grew heavier, courage blossoming inch by inch. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth fiercely, thrusting aside the debris, climbing up to the opening of the dumpster, and leaping forth. Thud. She fell heavily to the ground, disregarding the pain as she scrambled up the mountain of refuse before her. Who are you? Let me see clearly. The girl fought her way through the filth, her diminutive figure flickering in and out of view, struggling valiantly amidst the ashes. With a heightened perspective, countless figures simultaneously surged forward, scaling mountains when encountering them, and fording rivers when faced with water. The horde of the undead crossed boundaries, evoking unparalleled horror. Suddenly, the figure above halted, slowly lowering their head. Mao Xiaotong held her breath, gazing in anticipation, yet at the last moment, she jolted awake. She sprang up from her bed, panting rapidly for a spell, before suddenly recalling something. She turned her head sharply and, at last, illuminated by the moonlight, discerned the face of the red-haired youth. The cool moonlight bathed his visage, rendering it both radiant and grand. The girl stared in a daze for a moment before bursting into tears, her sobs growing increasingly poignant, liberating, and cathartic. Manipulating words is not a remarkable feat, yet on this very night, and in the days and nights that followed, Fang Xinghe's profoundly empathetic prose warmed and encouraged numerous children who had been bitten. Chapter 25, The Outside World Changes Because of Me. The following day, Mao Xiaodong attended school with a smile. It was on this day that she finally made her first friend, her deskmate Daodu, an ardent admirer of Fang Xinghe's striking looks. In truth, they did not share much common ground, as their thoughts and personalities diverged significantly, but what did it matter? As long as they cherished Fang Xinghe, all girls could be considered friends. The rationale was simple, yet simplicity does not preclude correctness. Having someone to hold in her heart was indeed a tremendous blessing. On the same day, Li Qigong excitedly informed Fang Xinghe, within just 24 hours of publication, the editorial office of Manya has been inundated with calls. All right, I understand. Fang Xinghe replied nonchalantly, for he had already been aware. Since the previous day, his star value had been soaring, reaching 1.7 million before bedtime. Upon waking and checking again, it had risen to 2.85 million. In a single day, he had amassed half of what took the previous month to generate. The disparity between having works and not having them was stark, as was the difference between a well-crafted piece and a hasty one. His total fan count easily surged to 1.4 million and continued to rise. Indeed, attracting fans might only require a face, but retaining them necessitated something far more profound. Li Qigong was somewhat vexed by Fang Xinghe's indifference, promptly announcing another piece of good news. Yesterday alone, we sold at least 100,000 copies. Our initial print run of 500,000 will surely fall short, and we will need to undertake large-scale reprints. However, Fang Xinghe remained less optimistic. The places you can distribute to are quite limited, aren't they? The audience is finite. Let us not indulge in unfounded exuberance. The old man bristled with indignation. We can reach at least as many locations as Jean. Chuckling lightly, Fang Xinghe replied with a dismissive smile. Story Weekly has a circulation of 2 to 3 million per issue, while Jean maintains over 1 million consistently. Outpacing them is no trivial matter, editorly. Li Qigong nearly exploded with frustration, his ire palpable even through the phone. That was in the past. Just wait and see how I surpass Jean this issue. Oh, such confidence. Do you have some special promotional strategy? Fang Xinghe's curiosity piqued momentarily, yet he could not muster the energy to inquire further. In matters where he cannot provide assistance or alter the situation, he never frets unnecessarily, thus sparing himself from needless frustration. Very well, I wish you success. Is there anything else? I still need to return a call to Sister Yali. You rascal! It is you who desires fame, yet now you are languid. I truly find it amusing. As Li Qigong listened to the busy tone on the receiver, he felt a surge of anger and confusion, yet also a sense of calm. His career has yet to reach fruition. It is indeed premature to celebrate now. Thus, he resolved to await the completion of this matter before seeking accolades. It is impossible to refrain from boasting, for he greatly enjoys conversing with Fang Xinghe. Meanwhile, Fang Xinghe returned a call to Wang Yali. Sister Yali, what brings you to call? What? Is it not permissible to chat with you? Congratulations on your tremendous success. Although it is merely an essay. The editors at our publishing house were astounded after reading it. Not a single one failed to commend its brilliance. She was indeed exuberant, chatty, and animated. After a lengthy conversation, she finally broached the main topic. I have a good friend from the Beijing Youth Daily who wishes to interview you. Could you grant her an exclusive? Fang Xinghe countered with a question. How good of a friend? A particularly dear friend, someone with whom I shared childhood skirts. She seldom accepts external interviews, but she is exceptionally interested in you this time, so I assure you she will not write anything detrimental. Nor will she distort the truth or take things out of context. Xiao Fang, you have risen to fame too swiftly. It is essential to have trustworthy individuals in the media. Her lengthy discourse was filled with invaluable insights. Even in this age dominated by the internet, traditional media still wields the power to manipulate truths. Securing allies within prominent publications is an exceedingly crucial strategy. Very well, I accept. How about after the high school entrance examination? That sounds good. Focus on your preparations and best of luck. The pace of society today is relatively slow, and the dissemination of influence requires time. The burgeoning sales, concentrated among the youth, do not yet reach societal hotspots, so Wang Yali remains unhurried. Thank you, Sister Yali. I adore your sweet words, haha. After sharing a triumphant laugh, Wang Yali shrewdly reminded him, do not forsake your connections with the Xinmin Evening News. Maintaining ties with two major publications will aid in balancing your position and prevent those blind fools from taking advantage of your youth. Moreover, the relationship between Wang Tong and Chun Danya is layered. It does not possess the intimacy shared between me and Chunhua. In critical moments, you must discern which side to favor. Understood, I comprehend everything. Feeling both exasperated and touched by her lengthy admonitions, Fang Xinghe finally returned a call to Chun Danya. Among the numerous judges who admired him, only Wang Yali and Chun Danya treated him with the care akin to that of an elder. Li Qigong was different. The old man was somewhat utilitarian and verbose. He was not ill-natured, yet a deep bond was unlikely. Aunt Chen also mentioned in interview, Wang Tong is interested. Fang Xinghe confessed, Sister Yali arranged for a reporter from the Beijing Youth Daily, so let us convene then. I am pressed for time at the moment. Can we schedule it for after the entrance examination? Certainly, I shall compose two distinct pieces from different perspectives, separately. After a brief pause, she continued, my troublesome daughter. Your sister was deeply moved after reading your article and cried profusely. She even inquired why I hadn't invited you over for dinner. The impact of your words on the youth surpassed my initial expectations, as the emotions conveyed were profoundly genuine. Fang Xinghe graciously accepted the praise. Indeed. Xiao Fang was an angry, tormented child, lacking the means to articulate her feelings, which was precisely where Fang excelled. Yes, it is truly heartfelt, Chun Danya continued to extol. Then she asked, now that your status as an orphan is widely known, has there been any official acknowledgement from your school or local authorities? Fang Xinghe pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps they have yet to fully comprehend the situation. It will take time to resonate. Indeed, official reactions often lag behind. Yet your popularity has surged, seemingly surpassing Han Han's. Be cautious moving forward. You must prepare mentally for the inevitable criticism and turmoil that will arise in the near future. I understand. Thank you, Aunt Chen. Fang Xinghe was not one to disregard sound advice. He appreciated the goodwill, even if he did not voice it. After ending the call, he initially intended to inform Zhong Shi as well, but after some contemplation, he decided that sharing this minor achievement was unnecessary and opted to wait and see. Ultimately, he abandoned the thought and strolled leisurely to school. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the outside world, the middle school campus was abuzz with excitement. Numerous discussions erupted over whose writing was superior, Han Han's or Fang Xinghe's. Naturally, on his home turf, Fang Xinghe was favored, and the same was true elsewhere. The girls overwhelmingly supported Fang Xinghe, despite the fact that the older brother had also posted photos. However, comparisons in this regard were best avoided, as they could be rather disheartening. Even in Han Han's stronghold, Songjiang No. 2 Middle School, he could not achieve a 50-50 split with Fang Xinghe. While it was no exaggeration to praise the older brother as a dashing and charismatic figure, that was where the compliments ended. As for Fang Xinghe, the accolades flowed abundantly. With descriptions such as handsome beyond Lu Dehua, radiantly dazzling, the most attractive young talent after the four heavenly kings, a mere shadow of peninsula idols, and the sole literary figure comparable to Pan and throughout history. Some may find these praises exaggerated, yet, when compared to the excessive flattery of later generations, they seem rather modest, albeit diverse in form, lacking in originality. Unexpectedly, no one likened him to the illustrious Sakuraji Hanamichi of Chinese basketball. Perhaps it was due to Fang Xinghe's combination of beauty and talent, which rendered him incompatible with the notion of a foolish persona. In any case, while he did not capitalize on the popularity of Slam Dunk, he managed to create his own brand of appeal. However, the burdens of being exceedingly handsome were not without their drawbacks, such as a pronounced division among the male student body. Those who admired him were fervent, while those who disliked him were equally vehement. Isn't he just writing on his looks? If we judge solely by writing, he pales in comparison to you. His close friends, irate on behalf of Han Han, swiftly garnered the support of all their dormitory mates. Of course, their support was hardly wholehearted. It was likely rooted in jealousy over why a classmate, whom they deemed indifferent, would idolize a stranger so fervently. Fang Dog, just die already. Exactly. Without that face, what is he even worth? I perused his essay, and it was merely passable, the prose rather coarse and lacking substance. The girls in our class are quite amusing. Are women not inherently superficial? Fang Xinghe is handsome and talented, yet foolish women are easily captivated by such charm. In any case, I do not find him particularly impressive. He is certainly adept at posturing. Han Han remained silent, leaning on his desk, absently poking at a scrap of paper, his gaze somewhat vacant. A close friend nudged him, whispering, "What are you doing?" "Nothing," Han Han replied, forcefully tearing at the paper, the ballpoint pen shredding it into a chaotic mess. Upon closer inspection, the page was filled with the phrase knowledge, yet not in accord. The process of emulating youth and sex had been rather disheartening. The more he attempted, the more the disparity became apparent. Over the past 2 months, Han Han had been tormented to the point of dizziness. Yet he found a deeper resonance with the sentiment of knowledge, yet not in accord. His friend glanced at him with a peculiar expression, hesitated to speak, and ultimately sighed. "We are determined to fight to the death. Why does your majesty surrender first? Is Fang Xinghe truly that remarkable? He may not be exceptionally impressive, but knowledge yet not in accord is indeed extraordinary. However, its impact varies from person to person. The emotional resonance that any piece of writing can evoke ultimately hinges on 3 crucial elements: the aesthetic sensibility of the audience, the degree of personal experience alignment, and the resonance of shared values. For instance, Dream of the Red Chamber serves as an example of aesthetic appreciation. Siddhartha illustrates experiential connection, while Tiny Times exemplifies shared worldviews. In his writings, Fang Xinghe categorizes adolescents. One type is carefree and frivolous, those with low alignment and resonance who, when encountering knowledge yet not in accord, may not experience profound impact and fail to grasp its brilliance. Conversely, those who have endured hardship possess high alignment and resonance, often venerating Fang Xinghe as a spiritual guide, a form of recognition that is difficult for others to comprehend. The issue lies in the fact that the current readership of his works predominantly comprises urban-only children, with few having genuinely suffered. Rather, many are carefree and blissfully ignorant, with an even greater number being lighthearted and merry. The proportions of these 3 groups increase from minor to major, and Fang Xinghe has only reaped the benefits from the first group, receiving verbal acclaim from the second, while the third forgets him swiftly. This, in fact, is a positive indication that our youth are not broadly living in dire straits. Fang Xinghe's attitude towards this situation is rather laid back. He is content with whatever audience he can attract now, believing that what he cannot reach presently will come in due time. Youth, the great long novel, essay collections, there are ample opportunities, and eventually, he will cover them all. Allowing everyone to engage in disputes at this moment serves to build momentum and attract external attention. Otherwise, how could he break through the confines of his circle? The confident leader of the online army returned to his studies, while the outside world, indeed as he predicted, changed daily. Chapter 26. The Black Tide begins. On the first day, the teacher read Fang Xinghe's essay in class. What a nightmare. Let us forget and start anew. On the first day, the publication sold 100,000 copies. On the second day, due to word of mouth, middle school students rushed to purchase, leading to a remarkable sale of 200,000 copies. By the third day, it was nearly sold out. On the fourth day, the initial reprint of 100,000 copies also vanished in an instant, and newsstands across the nation were clamoring for more stock. At this moment, Fang Xinghe's fan base has surged to 2 million, with a star value of 18 million, clearly marking the emergence of a dedicated core of supporters, even including diehard fans. All this has arisen from merely 2 photographs, an essay, and the commendations of a few writers. Ah, how wondrous this era is. The new generation feels a delightful affection for 1999. However, not all news is favorable. Following several days of explosive sales and enthusiastic responses from the student demographic, public opinion has finally caught up, giving rise to both praise and criticism, but the latter predominates. The previous episode featuring Han Han faced little backlash, simply due to its lack of controversy. At this juncture, Han Xiao had not yet revealed any significant faults. His writings were merely capable of fostering a certain level of rebellion, not warranting targeted scrutiny. Although minor controversies did arise, they primarily revolved around the fairness of retakes and the chaotic nature of the competition, with most discussions still lauding his talent. Anyone who has received a mere 50 cents knows that in the absence of controversy, unilateral praise is rather tedious and fails to generate buzz. Thus, Han Han only ignited a societal discussion after flunking all 7 subjects. Currently, he must capitalize on Fang's momentum. Fang Xinghe now possesses a compelling narrative. His essay recounts his experiences as a school bully, frequently engaging in fights, inciting revenge, and explicitly stating his desire to achieve fame and fortune, each incident deserving of documentation. Moreover, the article has struck a sensitive chord with many parents and educators. Li Qigong, reporting only the positive, has indeed prompted some parents to call the Mingyam magazine office in anger, demanding, "How can you publish such an article?" On the fifth day, the Yangtze Evening News fired the first shot, publishing a critique entitled "Seeking Attention? How can essays be written this way?" The essence of their argument echoed traditionalist sentiments, asserting that student essays should extol truth, goodness, and beauty, rather than encourage rebellion against teachers and parents. Nor should they glorify a roguelike false bravado. Maintaining a pure campus is a collective responsibility. Fang Xinghe found this amusing. Yet he acknowledged that the prevailing ethos of the time is such, with the old guard's authoritarian mindset reigning supreme, leaving no room for maneuver. On the sixth day, the Shangqing Daily published a rebuttal. If it is called a new concept, why cannot essays be written freely? By the seventh day, 6 major factions converged to attack Shangqing. A reporter from the Southern Metropolis Daily, having learned of the numerous parental complaints to Mingyia, specifically sought out students and their parents for interviews, resulting in a comprehensive report. No one knows if the interviewees were truly so one-sided, but the published piece was replete with criticism. Recently, a new concept essay has taken middle schools by storm, eliciting an extraordinarily strong reaction. I ventured forth in anticipation, expecting to witness the youthful spirit under new ideas and fresh literary styles, only to encounter another chaotic revelry reminiscent of gangster films. In his portrayal, interview subjects spewed vulgarities, crudely exclaiming how incredible Fang Xinghe is, idolizing him with a fervor akin to that of admiring gangsters, ignorant and blindly frenzied. Upon thorough investigation, he discovered that the boys who idolized Fang Xinghe mostly lagged in academic performance, shunning studies and seeking trouble. The girls who are enamored with Fang Xinghe are often blinded by superficiality and exhibit tendencies of early romantic involvement. Additionally, a segment of well-behaved children has been adversely affected by intense negative influences. Parents interviewed expressed their exasperation. Parent A lamented, "Ever since that dreadful article was published, my child has become increasingly disobedient, constantly clashing with me, and any minor frustration prompts them to raise their voice. What kind of atmosphere is this?" Parent B, visibly agitated, questioned, "Who is the author? Were they born but not properly educated?" The journalist hastily reminded her to temper her remarks, suggesting that direct attacks on the author were inappropriate, particularly since Fang Xinghe is indeed an orphan. The mother quickly apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry, that was not my intention. However, adolescents are inherently rebellious, and this individual exacerbates the situation with their reckless writing. To portray fighting as a form of honor in their essay, I do not consider them a good student or a commendable role model." Parent C, though unhappy, maintained a rational perspective. In regions with slow economic development, societal norms inevitably tend to be more abrasive. Boyhood altercations may indeed be commonplace. I believe we need not exaggerate the situation, but should approach it with an objective mindset. The article itself presents an alternative perspective, prompting us to reflect on potential deficiencies in education. Of course, we are all aware that the more developed southern regions are undoubtedly more civilized, yet we should also learn from them. In summary, the entire report seemed to only fall short of outrightly accusing Fang Xinghe, though the journalist refrained from such vitriol, remaining impartial while parents voiced their discontent. Whether or not parents truly express such sentiments remains dubious. Fang Xinghe, dismissive, scoffed at his contemporaries in this era. Is this all they have? Nevertheless, due to the substantial circulation of the Southern Metropolis Daily, this report indeed cast a significant shadow on him. A direct consequence was the sudden slowdown in sales of the May issue of Budding. It was not that students harbored grievances against him. Rather, the price of 4.8 yuan was not affordable for the average student, necessitating parental assistance for purchase. Yet, with the media's relentless scrutiny, new concept, Fang Xinghe, and Budding became notorious, leading many parents to hesitate in spending that money. Frustrated, Li Qigong paged him 8 times in one day. Yet Fang Xinghe couldn't be bothered to respond even once. He was indifferent to such matters. What was there to fear in seeking the limelight if it meant facing criticism? Moreover, he had encountered many instances of twisted narratives from online commentators, and this was merely a minor episode. In truth, no media's objective criticism, subjective defamation, or even baseless slander truly struck at the core of Fang Xinghe. Yes, his reputation among the newspaper's readership had indeed diminished, particularly among middle-aged parents who generally disapproved of him. However, what value does the approval of the middle-aged hold? Fang had long ceased to covet such regard. There exists a markedly objective and realistic code of conduct within the fan community. The least worthy of appeasement are middle-aged individuals, and one must not squander time on them. Their viewpoints are firmly established and exceedingly difficult to alter. Life is busy with myriad responsibilities, and data cannot be generated, nor can endorsements be sold. Only a scant few affluent women hold value, yet they do not require appeasement. If they are inclined to like you, they shall do so naturally. Thus, it suffices to remain beautifully oneself and uphold respect. In the case of Fang Xinghe, he finds it hard to extend even a modicum of respect. The contemporary middle-aged, born in the 1950s and 1960s, are often perceived as rigid and conservative, lacking the value that the new wave of internet-savvy middle-aged individuals possess. Fang Xinghe, still in his formative years, should prioritize engaging with the youth. Indeed, the brilliance generated by a single young girl far surpasses that of 100 middle-aged individuals. Why bother with their scorn? Let them hurl their criticisms. It serves merely as a form of entertainment for the fans, a delightful indulgence. As for the so-called popularity and national recognition, are they not merely a slight fondness that falls short of true fandom? Professionals understand that the utility of national recognition hinges on the direction one wishes to pursue. In any case, Fang Xinghe currently has no need for it. And by the time he does, his fans will have matured into the backbone of society, and national recognition will naturally follow. Liu Yifei's remarkable national recognition is a testament to this phenomenon. After a decade with no dramas and only a single box office failure each year, she returned, slightly heavier, yet remained at the pinnacle of popularity, for her youthful screen persona is simply too iconic to be tarnished, regardless of the smear campaigns. Once the earlier generation of young viewers gains influence, her ethereal image will be enshrined without any need for deliberate effort. Thus, some matters require unwavering persistence, while others need not be forced. Fang Xinghe smiled and returned to his studies, yet the unfolding events grew increasingly surreal. Chapter 27. Explosive influence for several days. The newspapers have been rife with noise, and the individuals involved have gained considerable heft. Zhao Changtian, the editor-in-chief of Mengya, has become frantic due to declining sales and has taken it upon himself to pen a rebuttal. Some individuals' thoughts have strayed into the realm of absurdity. Why not critique the work from a literary, ideological, or artistic perspective, examining where knowing but not following falls short? Is it a lack of depth in its themes, structural issues, or obscure grammar? As individuals who earn their living through words, they should feel free to express themselves. Alternatively, one could resurrect a past masterpiece and juxtapose it with knowing but not following, boldly proclaiming, "The piece I wrote at 28 is twice as good as Fang Xinghe's article at 14. Oh, but upon realizing they cannot match up, they resort to disparaging the character of the author instead. The core message of the work is a struggle against fate. To selectively quote two passages and accuse Fang Xinghe of encouraging reckless behavior in children is truly shameless. What era are we in? Still resorting to the tactics of the Cultural Revolution? If they must critique from a moral standpoint, let us discuss morality. Does a child's scuffle warrant the death penalty in the harsh crackdown of 1983? What of your own conduct, kissing female students in that year? Fang Xinghe's reference to crows not seeing the black pigs is self-deprecating. Even children understand self-mockery. Yet, they dare to brazenly criticize the pigs, prompting bystanders to retort with disdain. Old Zhao possesses some skill, yet he is ill-suited for this endeavor. His insults lack the necessary sting. If it were Fang Xinghe, he would surely expose the names, affiliations, and details of those who engage in such indiscretions. Do not laugh. Readers enjoy this, and it will remain true even in 2025. Following closely, the Ximin Evening News. Under the diligent efforts of Qin Danya, reprinted the comments from the judges of the new concept competition regarding knowing but not following, effectively creating a harmonious synergy. To be frank, those accolades appear exceedingly compelling. Wang Ming remarked that Fang Xinghe is the most talented youth of this year's new concept competition and perhaps the most gifted of his generation. The piece knowing but not following left me feeling quite humbled. Chen Sai expressed dissent against criticisms of Fang Xinghe's prose as coarse, asserting that his writing is indeed remarkably stylish. The absence of childhood and the harshness of society, akin to wolves and tigers, is depicted vividly. The urgency of seeking validation from one's father and the biting response evokes a profound sense of creativity and imagination. While I cannot definitively claim that such writing is universally commendable, the surprise and delight I experienced upon first reading Fang Xinghe's work surpassed that of any contemporary author, leading me to describe his literary style in 4 words: vibrant and lively. As for my evaluation of Fang Xinghe himself, it can also be summarized in 4 words: he is the future. Tai Ning commented that any display of cleverness within a work could tarnish an article, a novel, or even a person. However, Fang Xinghe's knowing but not following reveals an extraordinary sincerity, a loyalty to his anger, which he expresses plainly and powerfully, launching a vigorous assault on readers through emotion, spirit, and thought. This level of aggression and intensity has never been witnessed in any other youth. He astonishes and even shocks me. Yuhua emphasized the significance of a broad perspective, insightful viewpoints, and humorous language, lamenting his own inadequacies in these aspects compared to Fang Xinghe. His writings embody the 3 essential elements I strive for, evoking a sense of envy for his talent. The emotional core of my piece, I am as timid as a mouse, and his summation in knowing but not following represent 2 distinctly different facets of the same essence. Yet, his very demeanor exudes a bravery that surpasses mine. Hence, I no longer attend events with him. After all, he is not only handsome but also an exceptional writer. Following the publication of the reviews, Fang Xinghe's fans erupted with excitement. They had already encountered the related content in the May issue of Mingya. But once it appeared in the newspaper, accompanied by a clear-cut confrontation, the spectacle filled them with immense pride. The discussions became increasingly fervent, and the battles with dissenters intensified, as friends joyfully shared their thoughts, causing Fang Xinghe's star power to soar. This is the advantage of being a topic of discussion. The heat of discourse and the purity of intention generate an abundance of positive emotions. Victorious, indeed. Although the reality is that numerous parents have criticized Fang Xinghe's article, this does not dampen his spirits in the slightest. That said, what kind of mindset do today's parents possess? Is a slightly intense essay truly that shocking? If they were to read my upcoming piece in youth, would they not lose their composure entirely? In the end, it was the teachers who were the first to lose their composure. On the 8th day, the Yangtze Evening Post published a critical letter penned by a language teacher. The complaint was that numerous students were emulating Fang Xinghe's style in their compositions, resorting to derogatory remarks and consequently receiving low scores. If this trend continued, it would jeopardize their examination performances and have a detrimental impact. Fang Xinghe was particularly displeased. He questioned why the students were not criticized for imitating Han Han instead. Was his elder brother so lacking in prestige that he did not deserve to be acknowledged? In truth, he was quite unjust in his accusations, as even in the past, few students attempted to imitate Han Han's writing. Han Han's prose is conventional yet rather basic. It possesses a unique perspective and an underlying rebellious spirit, infused with a hint of youthful disillusionment that makes it difficult to replicate. In fact, one would be better off directly imitating Qian Zhongshu rather than attempting to mimic him. Conversely, Fang Xinghe's compositions are far more imitable, transcending the era with their edgy and striking appeal, and while the structural emulation is straightforward, the challenge lies in the elevation of thought, which is why imitations often result in low scores. However, the issue of haphazardly written compositions was not the primary concern for the school. What truly troubled them was that these students were not merely imitating compositions, but were fully recreating Fang Xinghe's persona. Within just a few days, secondary schools across various regions began to see students sporting Fang Xinghe's signature hairstyle, shaved sides with spikes on top. To be frank, compared to the currently popular middle parts sported by Guotian Wang or the long hair of Chun Haonan, the Chinese-style spikes appear far more aesthetically pleasing. Some wondered why it took over a month for students to start mimicking after the photographs were published. The appeal of a hairstyle is not solely contingent upon its visual allure, but is heavily influenced by the idol's charisma. Thus, attractiveness is secondary. The crux lies in the rebellious image that Fang Xinghe has established through knowing yet not complying, which has transformed him into a symbol of coolness and trendiness, subsequently igniting a new fashion wave. As the campus was suddenly inundated with youths flaunting vibrant red hair, principals, directors, and homeroom teachers found themselves in a state of exasperation. There was no way to stop it. Such audacity was hardly characteristic of exemplary students. Those unafraid of punishment or reprimand would likely remain unperturbed, and even calling their parents might prove ineffective. So what was to be done? Criticize Fang Xinghe, of course, shifting the blame elsewhere. Yet, societal reactions were not particularly fervent. Reputable schools with strict management faced minimal issues, while less prestigious institutions would see similar behavior irrespective of Fang Xinghe's influence. Even without red hair, students would simply opt for yellow, as they would grow accustomed to it. Criticism regarding their appearances quickly waned and did not stir significant ripples. However, just as Sister Wang and Aunt Chen breathed a sigh of relief for Fang Xinghe, an unexpected event unfolded. As the month drew to a close, a rather sensational incident brewed in a county in Guangdong, igniting public discourse. The Guangdong Report published a photograph depicting two groups of youths in a standoff. The left side adorned with Fang's vivid spikes, while the right showcased the long-haired style of Haonan's gang. Did these groups engage in a physical altercation? It remains uncertain. Regardless, the scene appeared particularly charged, with heightened emotions palpable. The newspaper captioned this momentous image, the ultimate clash between Fang's campus leaders and the old-school delinquents. What has happened to our children? The specifics of the report have become inconsequential. The images speak volumes. Once the photographs were published, the media erupted into a frenzy, with tensions escalating dramatically. Fang Xinghe found it quite amusing. He had never anticipated that a mere essayist could wield such profound influence among those who had scarcely read his work. Are today's youth not overly restless? However, upon reflection, he recalled the non-mainstream movements that persisted until around 2014 and the spirited youth culture that would continue until 2024, which made it less perplexing. Regardless of the era, adolescents yearn for a guiding spirit to navigate their path, dispel their confusion, and nurture their emotions. Yet, the rapid pace of societal development often leaves familial and educational frameworks struggling to adapt, leading to a sense of emptiness. The transition between centuries further amplifies this disparity. As the old and the new, tradition and modernity, decay and reconstruction spiral in conflict, generating a tumultuous and poignant narrative. Emerging at this critical juncture, Fang Xinghe was destined to be perceived as the epitome of trendiness among the youth. To speak of leadership now feels premature. To emulate his fashion is undeniably impressive. To criticize him, well, that is perfectly timely. Thus, he found himself at the center of a significant wave of criticism and even vitriol, capturing the attention of the county. Concurrently, reporters arrived in this serene town. Chapter 28. The outlaw. It was only today that Fang Xinghe learned the name of his principal. Lu, short and stout, yet affectionately referred to as Dashan. Principal Lu courteously invited Fang Xinghe and his teacher, Lao Fang, to sit down and warmly introduce them. These are two leaders from the county's publicity department, aware of the exceptional talent our school has produced, hence their visit. Lu Dashan possessed the gift of gab, speaking delicately and pleasantly. The two officials from the publicity department, a young man and an older woman, did not exude the typical demeanor of leaders. The woman initiated the conversation. Xiao Fang, your essay is splendid, showcasing remarkable literary prowess. Our department holds you in high regard. Seeing you in person, you are even more handsome than in the photographs. What about the substance, dear lady? The young man chimed in with a rather unprofessional tone, akin to an infatuated fan. Have you dined with esteemed authors like Yu Hua, Wang Ming, or Tai Ning? Did you manage to get their autographs? None, Fang Xinghe replied with a polite smile. They sought my autograph. Oh. The two officials appeared genuinely astonished, their demeanor shifting to one of respect. Fang Xinghe, jokingly, tempered his smile and adopted a more serious tone. We are all colleagues. It would be inappropriate for anyone to request an autograph from another, wouldn't you agree? Well, perhaps he had not been entirely serious. The two officials were visibly uncomfortable. Their smiles strained as they struggled to continue the conversation. Principal Lu hastily intervened. Xiao Fang is a brilliant talent, quite humorous. The class leader shot him a warning glance, a look that suggested he should temper his exuberance. Fang Xinghe felt no obligation to extend undue reverence to anyone. In this small county, he was invincible. The orphan, a mere 14 years of age, was the most renowned figure in the entire county, embodying the burgeoning interests of both budding writers and publishing houses, buoyed by the support of the Northern Youth Daily and the Ximin Evening News. Yet, he held the utmost respect for Lao Fang, who, after the loss of his mother, frequently took him out for meals, ensuring he received his fair share of meat. Fang Xinghe, revealing a fierce demeanor yet maintaining composure, calmly stated, "Please speak your mind. I must return to prepare for the high school entrance examination, as time is of the essence." However, the ensuing conversation proved to be devoid of any serious matters. The county wished to conduct a special interview with him for a television feature, necessitating a more solemn demeanor. Although he could forego a script, decorum was imperative. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Xinghe declined, feeling it unnecessary. I dislike your embellishments. Portraying me as something I'm not could have adverse effects. It would be preferable for you to refrain from intervening and await the media's judgment from outside. Despite their earnest efforts, the two could not persuade Fang Xinghe. And even attempts at intimidation fell flat. In this county, every literate resident was well aware of who Fang Xinghe was, what he had accomplished, and had likely read his works. In such a small locale, news spread rapidly and was often regurgitated. Winning first prize in the new concept writing competition was no small feat, especially when praised by a host of prominent authors and criticized by another faction of intellectuals, endowing it with significant prestige. Even the county leaders could not boast of such recognition. After multiple unsuccessful attempts, the sister from the publicity department, addict, ultimately conceded defeat. This little rascal is truly difficult to handle. Once they departed, Lu Dashan hesitated to broach the subject of wanting Fang Xinghe to deliver a speech, opting instead to offer a few words of encouragement before sending him on his way. The advantages of being the antagonist became evident at this moment. As long as he was unwilling, no one could disturb him. Upon exiting the office building, Baofu rushed in like a rolling ball, flustered as he exclaimed, "Not good, brother. Journalists have come to our class for interviews." Lao Fang was momentarily taken aback before admonishing, "What is there to panic about? An interview is just an interview." Baofu, casting a furtive glance at Fang Xinghe, replied bashfully, "I don't know how they found out about our 13 eagles. I fear it might impact Brother Fang." Lao Fang, upon hearing this, smacked his forehead and sighed heavily. Yet, Fang Xinghe remained unfazed. Let them write whatever they wish. Ignore it. No. Lao Fang immediately countered, "What if they write nonsense? I must go investigate." Fang Xinghe shook his head with a smile. "What does it matter if they write falsely? Those who admire me will only admire me more. Besides, I have my own channels to voice my thoughts. If I achieve excellent results in the entrance examination, the more they slander me now, the greater the reward will be later." Though confident in his strategy, he was nonetheless touched by Lao Fang's protective instincts. After a moment's contemplation, he patted Baofu on the shoulder. "Have you handled everything regarding those individuals and matters at school?" Baofu, no longer anxious, nodded with newfound confidence. "Rest assured, brother. As long as there remains even one classmate by their side, they will not dare to speak carelessly." In truth, Fang Xinghe was not afraid of anyone speaking ill of him. He merely detested the thoughtless rumors that ensnared innocent girls. I hope no one would be so reckless. After school, Fang Xinghe finally encountered the two journalists. One was from Nandu, showcasing remarkable initiative, while the other, from Beijing, displayed a rather lackadaisical demeanor. The two journalists intercepted him at the school gate, and after listening quietly to their self-introductions, Fang Xinghe dismissively waved his hand, stating, "I do not accept such abrupt interviews. Remember for next time, please leave." Having experienced life and death, the composed Fang, combined with the fervor of a barbecue enthusiast, exuded an unmistakable aura of authority. The Nandu reporter, captivated by his words and presence, suddenly appeared enlightened, muttering to himself as if struck by inspiration, diligently drafting notes on the spot. Meanwhile, the young reporter from Beijing grew increasingly impatient, not only persisting in his pursuit, but also exhibiting a rather rude demeanor. "We are journalists. We have the right to interview anyone. Fang Xinghe, are you afraid to face the truth of your actions being revealed to the nation? Exposed?" Fang Xinghe halted, turned his head, and regarded him with a penetrating gaze, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The Beijing reporter, riding a wave of excitement from his provocation, found himself ignored as Fang Xinghe suddenly posed the question, "Who has not yet turned 14? From the crowd, a small figure sprang forth, exuberantly exclaiming, Me. I'm 13 and a half. Fang Xinghe offered a slight nod to the youth and continued on his way. The crowd parted before him, as if drawn by an unseen force, creating an imposing spectacle that was both striking and profound. The Nandu reporter, flushed with excitement, raised his camera to capture the moment, only to be deliberately jostled aside by a burly figure known as Bafuku, who grinned mischievously and pointed at his nose before sauntering away, unaware of the brewing storm. The Beijing reporter was about to erupt in anger when a boy nicknamed Heizi rushed up, shoving him in the chest and tauntingly asking, "Are you leaving on your own? Or shall I drag you out half dead?" In disbelief, the Beijing reporter suddenly grasped the implications of not yet 14. His face drained of color, lips parched, and legs weakened. Only then did he realize that the so-called privilege of being an unchallenged kingpin, which he had always relied upon, could do nothing against a reckless outlaw. Among all the outlaws, Fang Xinghe was undoubtedly the most astute and audacious. Chapter 29. The making of a true school bully on the way back. The youths were brimming with excitement. Doubting darted around Fang Xinghe like a lively monkey. Boss, I feel like you've become even more impressive than before. Wow. Yu Xiaoduo kicked out. That is called handsome. Exactly. More stylish than Chun Haonan, a true rival to Xiamich. Goodness. I could never dream of such a nonchalant approach to handling troublesome issues. It instilled in them an indescribable admiration and longing. With a face full of regret, the large eagle sighed. Alas, I was too slow to react. Next time, I must be involved. You are incapable. Fang Xinghe cast a glance at him. The young man protested. How am I incapable? I won't be defeated by him. Fang Xinghe leisurely shook his head. That is precisely why you are incapable. You are indeed fierce, but Heise is well aware of the situation. Oh, so that's how it is. The mischievous children finally grasped that their elder brother merely wished to intimidate the reporter, not to cause any real harm. They were thoroughly convinced. And several girls gazed at Fang Xinghe with adoration. Brother, we are of age now. Don't you want to date us? Upon reaching a fork in the road, Fang Xinghe promptly ushered them home. A bunch of young sprouts, always dreaming of beautiful things, and he was exhausted from worrying about them daily. Hurry home to do your homework. Don't make me slap you. If I don't do it, just go ahead and hit me. Fang Xinghe realized he truly could not manage them and, compelled, unleashed his trump card. Go for the groin. Attack. Upon hearing this, the little hawks shrieked and scattered in panic. Oh my. Excellent. The world was finally quiet. Just as Fang Xinghe had predicted, this minor incident ultimately bore no grave consequences. For Heise was clever, and the Beijing youth reporter was thoroughly intimidated. Before reaching home, Fang Xinghe intentionally called Wang Yali to discuss the matter. Stay put. Let me consult Chunhua first, then I will get back to you. Wang Yali, quite anxious, promptly communicated with her friends. Shortly thereafter, she called Fang Xinghe back. Her tone more relaxed. Ignore him. He is merely a fool eager to rise to power, relying on a bit of background. We will handle the subsequent matters. Chunhua can deal with him. All right, Fang Xinghe nonchalantly replied. I will return to prepare for exams. Wait, Wang Yali exclaimed, surprised, with so many people criticizing you. Are you not at all anxious? If you wish to respond, Chunhua can go over at any time. Fang Xinghe smirked. I only fear they do not scold me harshly enough. What purpose does a verbal rebuttal serve at this moment? What are you waiting for? The results? Yes. Wang Yali grew increasingly astonished. You seem quite confident about your exam results? Somewhat. What is the total score for your midterm exams? What score can you achieve now? Fang Xinghe pondered the last test, uncertainly replying. The total is 615. Last time, excluding physical education, I scored 584. With over 20 days remaining, I should be able to improve further. He was different from his peers. His study methods were mature and efficient, and he was focused. Thus his abilities improved daily. Wow! Wang Yali exclaimed in awe, finding Fang Xinghe truly remarkable. Geniuses are indeed different. You've only been studying diligently for half a year, right? Is junior high knowledge truly so simple? Quite simple, but the most crucial factor is willpower. Wang Yali, undeterred, continued to praise him. Everyone knows the principles. The difference lies in whether one can execute them. Fang Xinghe felt a bit bashful, unable to suppress a self-deprecating smile. In his previous life, during his high school years, he was rather restless and impatient. However, when he struggled to survive, he forged an indomitable will, enduring excruciating pain while mercilessly critiquing others online, earning admiration from those who witnessed his tenacity. Remarkably, after his rebirth, that harrowing nightmare transformed into a plethora of gifts, illustrating the wondrous intricacies of life. Achieving anything requires a price. The youth's lament rekindled Wang Yali's sympathy, rendering her unable to offer any further consolation. Fang Xinghe, too, had no need for it. You're busy. Don't worry about me, he stated, concluding their conversation and sauntering home. Before he could enjoy a moment of peace, the Nandu Daily published a startling report titled Fang Xinghe, How a True School Tyrant is Forged. Old Fang, wearing a grim expression, summoned him to the office, brandishing the newspaper and pounding the desk furiously. This is outrageous. Today's journalists are simply unbelievable. Fang Xinghe casually perused the article, teasingly asking, is this a fax draft? I suspect the journalist hasn't left yet. Should I retrieve him for a little chat to vent your frustration? That one TB necessary, old Fang quickly amended. In truth, I'm not that angry. Despite his words, his face betrayed a mix of exasperation and disappointment. When will you ever temper that stubborn temperament of yours? Why frighten them for no reason? And now look where we are. Well, it's quite good, Fang Xinghe replied, turning to leave with the newspaper in hand. I'll take this along to share the joy. Upon returning to the classroom, many had already received the news and eagerly clamored to see the newspaper, curious about how the outside world had maligned the dashing Fang. In truth, there was nothing particularly novel in the article, as the contents were well known to those around him. However, for those who could only glean fragments of information about Fang Xinghe from the outside, it was remarkably fresh, so fresh that it caused quite a stir. Consider the dazzling opening of those golden 300 words. Initially, I believed Fang Xinghe's self-proclamation as the campus leader in his essay was merely a humorous literary device. But upon arriving at Nangan No. 3 Middle School with intense curiosity, I unlocked a genuinely vibrant campus underworld. Did the anticipation not surge immediately? Subsequently, the responses from the interviewees did not disappoint. Fang Xinghe is the most formidable student in our school. He fights fiercely. He is not alone. He has many underlings. Known as the 13 Eagles, and he is the leader. I'm not familiar with them. I usually steer clear. Yes, he has a bad temper and often engages in fights, even daring to confront third-year students as a first-year. Everyone in the school knows him. He is handsome and fights ferociously. Many girls in our class are quite fond of him. What is that like? Envy, of course. Are we afraid? Not really. Fang Xinghe never bullies good students. Whenever we are picked on, he always stands up for us. Exactly. It's always the older students who bully us. His essays are remarkable. Our whole class uses them as examples. I feel they are written with such vigor. He is truly exceptional. I don't like him. He is too wild. I like him a lot. He is both literary and martial. I'm averse to those ruffians who always make the campus chaotic. But I admire him. Upon his mere presence, he instantly captured the attention of all. One might feel a twinge of sympathy, wouldn't one? During our elementary years. He was not this way. The sudden turmoil in his family undoubtedly transformed him. I find myself pondering, we exist in disparate realms. The reporter concluded, a total of 6 interviewees, each harbored distinctly varied sentiments towards Fang Xinghe. Some expressed admiration, others envy, fear, or even a sense of protection. To them, Fang Xinghe embodies a unique duality, simultaneously a guardian and a tyrant, the most prominent and popular star within the campus, yet an intense flame that remains difficult to approach. In my personal view, his persona is far more intricate. My colleague from the Beijing Youth Daily, Xiao Li, nearly faced calamity due to his recklessness during a brief confrontation, which, through his skilled narrative, transformed into a gripping tale reminiscent of a Hollywood blockbuster. His concluding remarks were particularly thought-provoking. From Fang Xinghe, we glimpse a reflection of an unconventional era. His unfortunate life resembles a half-eaten apple, rotting and decaying far too swiftly, a burden too heavy for any child to bear. Unlike most, he opted for a reactive anger, converting all external harm into an aggressively defensive response towards anyone and anything. This is not his fault. Yet he is undeniably radiating those extreme and unhelpful sentiments, employing his naturally handsome appearance and provocative rhetoric to profoundly influence the youth of this generation. Fang Xinghe is not merely an observer of the civilization he depicts. He is deeply entangled within it, and I feel a sense of sorrow for him. Perhaps we are witnessing the final, brilliant flicker of a genius youth. The article is beautifully penned, while simultaneously benefiting from the misfortunes tied to Fang Xinghe's orphaned identity. It seemingly maintains a neutral stance, crucifying him as a disruptor of the school order. As for judgment, that is a matter for the readers to decide. Chapter 30. The Super Idol of Bad Kids. Upon publication, the report elicited an overwhelmingly strong reaction. Letters from readers flooded the newspaper, sparking a discussion that transcended boundaries. This overflow, signifying a saturation within the school community, shattered the barriers, broadening the discourse to include those previously indifferent. The author gained both fame and fortune, and the sales of the southern metropolis daily soared. Yet Fang Xinghe remained exposed, subjected to the scrutiny of moral guardians. Amidst this climate, the youth found themselves voiceless. However, the inability to voice their thoughts did not equate to acceptance of the criticism. Quite the contrary, this article ignited a wave of admiration among the student body, even more pronounced and palpable than the previous discourse. The girls who already admired him did not waver due to parental disapproval. Meanwhile, The boys who had previously shown indifference finally grasped just how audacious and cool he truly was. Fang Xinghe is undeniably impressive. The attitude of Han Han's roommates at Songjiang No. 2 Middle School had dramatically shifted, each expressing their astonishment and lamenting their inability to criticize him any longer. Xie Jingyuan chuckled at Han Xiao. Old Han, it seems your esteemed status among middle schoolers is about to be usurped. Han Han's expression was tinged with discomfort as he mumbled, different environments yield different outcomes. His enthusiastic friend, Ma Debeo, leaned in, his cheeks flushed with excitement. He is truly formidable. He dominated the entire school in the second year. He exclaimed, "Hey, what do you think? How do those Northeasterners actually fight? Is it like in the movies?" "Certainly." A boy in the front row turned around, resolutely declaring, with the physique of a first-year student. How could they possibly compete against third years unarmed? Fang Xinghe and his crew surely rely on sheer ferocity, each armed with a weapon. They charge and swinging wildly, leaving their opponents terrified. Han Han concurred with this notion, as it seemed logical, yet he refrained from interjecting, unwilling to engage in such discussions. The most fragile student among them, Wang Xing, refuted this distorted admiration. "Isn't fighting terribly barbaric? Our school is civilized." Before he could finish his thought, his female classmate shot back, "Your parents are both officials, pampering you every day. If Fang Xinghe weren't a bit fierce, how could he protect himself? Barbaric? Barbaric is still better than a little girl like you." Wang Xing was infuriated. "You're the little girl. I'm a real man." The two engaged in a bewildering argument, while those around them seemed unfazed, continuing their fervent discussion of Fang Xinghe's actions. "Who isn't yet 14? He is so damn cool." With just a casual remark, his underlings rushed to act. "It's like a movie. Chen Haonan isn't even that wild. He might be the type born to be a leader, cold and astute. No wonder he could unify the school. In my view, the territory of the third middle school is still too small, unworthy of Fang Ji's charisma. Hey, do you think when this news spreads, he could unify the whole county? Absolutely. All the little rascals in the county would surely flock to pay their respects. No need for a fight. Fang Ge would ascend to power effortlessly. Look at him compared to those two in our senior class. What a difference. We are from Shanghai. After all, we're different. Don't bring up where people are from. I've realized that from north to south, only Fang Xinghe dares to be that audacious. There won't be another like him. Yet, it's not as exaggerated. After all, he hasn't engaged in violence, right? That's why I commend Fang Ji's cleverness. He instilled fear without escalating the situation. Now everyone knows not to mess with him. Will reporters dare to provoke him again? That makes sense. As their conversation grew increasingly animated and fervent, Han Han felt a profound sense of solitude, inexplicably disheartened by the subtle changes unfolding around him. Having just basked in the spotlight a few days prior, he was no longer the sole focus, an adjustment that was challenging for anyone to accept. Even more unsettling was the fact that he did not perceive anything wrong with this. Deep within, he harbored a subtle and ineffable envy. Fang Xinghe existed in an entirely different realm, his rebellion at an unparalleled level, an exhilarating experience he had never encountered. A reckless abandon that he would not even dare to contemplate. The pride he held within was once more subjected to a severe blow. His mental state teetering on the brink of collapse, the tumult of adolescent turmoil beginning to churn anew. However, despite the dire circumstances, the world refused to spare him. As a reporter suddenly appeared at his door, ostensibly to conduct an exclusive interview, yet every question revolved around Fang Xinghe. Realizing this, Han Han's lips trembled with anger. "Are you even human? Do you truly regard me as a soft persimmon to be squeezed? Go to hell." Han's expression turned stern, and he adopted a defiant demeanor. "Are you familiar with Fang Xinghe?" "Not at all. What is your personal opinion on Fang Xinghe and his knowing yet not obeying?" "I initially observed while standing, but later, I sat down to watch. I didn't quite understand. Could you please elaborate?" "I was standing when I saw Fang Xinghe, but seated when I encountered knowing yet not obeying." "How did you become a reporter?" The journalist donned a mask of anguish. "Han, what I seek is your perspective. I care not for your inquiries." The interview concluded on a sour note, with Han in a foul mood, resulting in the reporter receiving a hefty dose of disdain, leaving the crucial questions unaddressed. Nevertheless, this did not deter the southern metropolis daily from continuing to stir trouble and spread rumors. The pitfalls he managed to evade were quickly occupied by others. The April issue of Sprout featured a total of 7 contestants, among which 3 were contacted by the southern metropolis reporters. One must concede, The audacious southern metropolis is indeed sharp, bold, and deeply strategic in its provocations. Among them, Lu Jiajun exhibited the utmost caution. He replied, "I have only met Fang Xinghe once and do not know him well. The information I have is merely what you, the media, have shared, so what, indeed, is the truth? Time will tell." He was pressed multiple times for further comments, but he only partially acquiesced. From the articles alone, I hold him in high regard. He possesses a unique sharpness, and knowing yet not obeying has profoundly inspired me. My classmates also regard his work as superior. As for any altercations, such phenomena do not exist in our school. There is no negative influence. Su Ranjia, a freshman in high school, was less astute and fell into numerous traps laid by the questions. I witnessed the threats directed at the journalist. How should I put it? It seems quite normal for such incidents to occur around him. He carries an air of arrogance, often isolating himself during the semifinals and disregarding others. His temperament is rather irritable, somewhat reclusive, and closed off. His striking appearance and demeanor give one the impression of a porcupine. Certainly, his writing is impressive. Yet from his words, I discern a profound anger. He is undoubtedly the type to resort to extreme measures easily. The influence he wields must be detrimental, as it seems many boys in our school idolize him, sporting similar hairstyles, organizing groups akin to the 13 Protectors and 12 Giants, charging around recklessly. My thoughts: do not emulate him, truly. Such behavior will inevitably lead to trouble with the law. I refuse to befriend him. My focus is on diligent study to gain admission to a university and become a person of value to society. I do not imply that Fang Xinghe lacks societal worth. But the undeniable reality I have witnessed is that he has engendered considerable negative influence, with middle schoolers taking pride in mimicking him. A most unfortunate phenomenon, wouldn't you agree? The reporter nodded vigorously, his face alight with excitement. No one truly comprehends Su Ranjia's thoughts, yet the ultimate outcome is that Lu Jiajun's interview was sealed away, while his own was published the following day, alongside a plethora of impassioned letters from middle-aged individuals, culminating in a vehement manifesto. The title reads, "The Super Idol of Bad Kids, Fang Xinghe, Leading Them into a Rapid Downfall." Chapter 31, Criticism and Division in Truth. The articles criticizing Fang Xinghe are far more numerous than one or two. His transgression of the current taboo of threatening journalists has not gone unnoticed. For those who have not experienced the tumultuous 1990s, it is difficult to fathom just how brazen the Fourth Estate was during the era of print media. Wielding control over interviews, distribution, and dissemination, ultimately establishing a definitive authority. They determined the essence of events and individuals, creating an authoritative interpretation based on their own standards. Ordinary people lacked the channels to grasp the truth and the energy to verify details, passively absorbing the imposed narratives and bestowing reverent admiration upon the authors of such pieces. This cultivated their elevated status and nurtured a temperament that, while cloaked in a sense of mission, was often obstinate. Now, a mere Fang Xinghe dares to challenge our authority? Such audacity is inconceivable. Su Ranjia is hardly significant among the critics. His unique position merely serves as another testament to Fang Xinghe's unpopularity. Beyond the southern metropolis daily, over 20 national newspapers, including Yangtze and Yangqing, have joined the fray. They unleashed their formidable influence, interviewing a succession of celebrities, igniting fervor across the media, education, and literary realms. However, a peculiar phenomenon is unfolding. A profound chasm exists between the reality of the world and the narrative spun by the media. For an adult who reads the newspaper daily, it becomes evident that at least 70% of society voices criticism against Fang Xinghe, perceiving him as a representative of arrogance, rudeness, and extreme volatility. Amid such overwhelming sentiment, those willing to defend him, such as Zhao Chunhua, Wang Yali, and Chen Danya, find their voices stifled. Conversely, for those who refrain from reading newspapers, life remains tranquil, the world serene. Little Swallow is undeniably charming, yet wages increasingly fall short. And Nokia's Chinese display phone appears quite fashionable. Aspiring young authors? Not of interest. For a high school student who was familiar with Fang Xinghe prior, an unexpected realization dawns. Fang Gu emanates a captivating allure. He embodies a rebellious spirit unimaginable in 1999. Initially, only girls engaged in discussions about Fang Xinghe, while boys often masked their disdain with indifference. However, following the catalyzing influence of the under-14 demographic, that fragile aversion began to waver. Consequently, as Fang observed the sudden resurgence of his star power, he could not help but beam with delight. Just 2 weeks prior, his star power stood at over 18 million. As the intensity of criticism and counter-criticism escalated, it steadily climbed to 30 million before entering a decline. Yet now, following the Southern Metropolis Daily's report, his star power surged by 10 million within 2 days. If this trend continues, it seems likely that by the time of the high school entrance examination, his little treasury could very well approach a 9-digit figure. However, he could not wait any longer. He yearned to indulge in lavish spending immediately. Attribute panel, appearance, aesthetic 99, physique 75, physical attributes, strength 69, speed 80, endurance 70, agility 75, flexibility 73. Hidden attributes, coordination 72, perception 69, recovery 74, immunity 69, health 75. Artistic skill, writing 79. After a period of relentless training, his endurance increased by 1 point, and his health improved by 2 points. Aside from that, no other attributes had changed. With a total of 7,079 attribute points, an increment of 1 point required 1 million starlight value, while 8,089 demanded 10 million for each additional point. According to his original plan, Fang Xinghe raised his endurance attribute to 80 points, expending a total of 19 million starlight value. Alas, it was a painful expenditure. After a moment of reflection, he sensed no significant change, only that his energy seemed somewhat revitalized. Until the evening, when, adhering to his routine, he completed the last set of math problems, the youth finally experienced the might of 80 points in endurance. At a time when he should have felt drowsy, he was not only wide awake, but increasingly alert. Shall I attempt 2 more sets? Fang Xinghe continued solving problems until midnight before retiring for the night, rising at the usual hour of 6 the following day, invigorated. Endurance, it turned out, encompassed not merely physical resilience, but also enhanced mental stamina. Regrettably, anything above 80 points was prohibitively expensive. Thus, he abandoned the notion of further increasing his endurance. Instead, adhering to his original strategy, he raised his coordination to 80 points, depleting another 17 million starlight value, leaving his treasury nearly empty once again. However, the effects of improved coordination manifested immediately. When he grasped the craft sword and executed his first thrust, he felt an unparalleled fluidity. It was not that he had suddenly become exceedingly powerful, but rather that an ineffable sense of force flowed more smoothly. His grasp of technique became more precise, and his movements were agile and graceful, making practice enjoyable to both perform and observe. After morning exercises, he opened his panel to check his skill proficiency, and indeed, every martial art had seen a slight increase. Though modest, the visible enhancement in efficiency suggested that, should this trend continue, he could eventually master his skills. With more starlight value, he planned to elevate his primary attributes to 79 points before fully concentrating on increasing his coordination. Fang Xinghe had joyfully made this decision, radiantly heading to school. Today held no remarkable events. The reports from Nandu remained the focus, albeit with a few more individuals joining the fray. Among the most flamboyant was a rival from Fang Xinghe's previous life, Song Zuda. He launched a vehement tirade in the Southern Daily. I disdain Fang Xinghe. A so-called genius packaged through hype, a nonsensical essay by a high school student. With his self-proclaimed stylish red hair, he is nothing more than a petty hoodlum. Apart from corrupting young minds, what purpose does he serve? Had I been a judge, such an incident would never have occurred. I would have long since tossed his ridiculous article into the trash. Simultaneously, his brother Lu Xinda and several literary critics issued scathing diatribes across various newspapers, filled more with invective than constructive criticism. Aunt Shun, fearing that Fang Xinghe might be unable to bear the weight of it all, sought to have a heart-to-heart with him. Yet, in truth, Fang Xinghe exhibited no trace of anger, dismissing the topic as mere rubbish. His curiosity piqued solely by the Southern faction. What stance does the South hold now? Aunt Shun, as an industry insider, possessed profound insights regarding this matter. The South was initially founded with the support of reformists within the system, boasting a high level of intellectual rigor, consistently at the forefront of social issues, committed to criticism, and adept at uncovering the truth behind phenomena, penetrating the essence of society beyond the superficial trends. Their various newspapers and publications each focus on different aspects, and one must tread carefully, as this matter is evidently far from resolved. Fang Xinghe pondered for some time, remaining only partially enlightened. So, which side do they now align with? Are they simply hopping between extremes? Before he could fully grasp the situation, Aunt Chin's words took on a prophetic quality. In the latest issue of Southern Weekly, published on Thursday, editor Yin Lianshan authored an article entitled Viewing the Failure of Traditional Education through Fang Xinghe. Fang Xinghe was not at fault. Indeed, he was a victor, as it was our traditional education that faltered, failed, and became incapacitated. The critique pointed directly at the educational system, boldly declaring that there is fundamentally no education below the county level, condemning certain departments for their dereliction of duty. However, regarding Fang Xinghe himself, the tone was exceedingly gentle, encouraging, and imbued with hope. What a clever game you play. You truly are a warrior wielding a great axe atop Guangong's head, engaging in illicit activities before the bakery. The irony was palpable, as the mockingly sinister mountain brought a smile to our dear Fang. This article warrants contemplation from two perspectives. For Fang Xinghe, Yin Lianshan's attitude was evidently one of critique from the southern metropolis, while the Southern Weekly offered praise, a clear indication of an intention to manipulate, to wear down rebellion, ultimately seeking to subdue him into submission. To speak of cunning, none can rival your group of unscrupulous literati. Of course, this was merely ancillary. The true crux of the article lay in its civic critique of the educational system. Fang Xinghe need not await the final conclusions. He grasped the essence from just a few sentences. The realm of hired commentators is a small circle, with an unspoken mutual awareness among them. And Fang excels at peeling back their intentions. Within his framework, professional commentators can be categorized into four distinct types. The first type comprises those who are timid or possess principles, scraping by within the entertainment industry, where their criticisms and praises are merely for amusement. The second type, driven solely by profit, is willing to accept any assignment, indifferent to morality, subscribing to the belief that the greater the tumult, the more valuable the catch. These are the avaricious. The third type, receiving a nominal fee yet delivering work worth tenfold, genuinely believes that their country is unworthy of them, embodying sheer foolishness. The fourth type receives 10 in funding yet disperses 8 to the unwitting laborers, carefully concealing themselves, never revealing their heads unless the opportunity is ripe. Fully aware of the reality and their own intentions, purely malevolent. The representative of the first category is, naturally, Fang Xinghe himself. The second type is aptly exemplified by a certain individual. The third type includes Luo Taijun. The fourth type is plentiful within the cultural sphere, such as that leader who was sentenced due to toxic textbooks. Generally, the distinctions among the second, third, and fourth types are clear-cut, yet occasionally there are multifaceted individuals who are simultaneously foolish, wicked, and greedy. Such exceptional specimens shall remain unnamed, as discernment is left to the reader. Now, they possess remarkable abilities. While the public has access to a limited amount of information and lacks strong discernment, thus creating an expansive space for their existence. When the era of Fang Xinghe's prominence arrives, these individuals will either perish in the outside world, scavenge for scraps, or retreat domestically like despised rats, facing a complete collapse of both life and belief. Engaging with them would merely be an act of grace. With this mindset, Fang Xinghe resolves to spend the final moments before the examination in quiet study, disregarding external affairs. When he eventually finds leisure, he will confront them one by one, ensuring that the venomous wolves will receive their due retribution. However, it turns out he need not lift a finger. The incensed sprouts, affected by their dwindling sales, willingly unveil their hidden trump cards. Chapter 32. A decisive blow. On June 1st, Children's Day, Mr. Bajin's daughter, Li Xiaolin, brought Fang Xinghe's work to the hospital room, reciting it word by word to her ailing father, ultimately earning his painstakingly articulated praise. That day, the Xinmin Evening News published the elderly gentleman's effusive commendation. I am currently battling illness and drawing encouragement from various works. Today, hearing Xiaolin recite Fang Xinghe's piece filled me with joy, akin to discovering a treasure. What kind of accolades does a middle school essay deserve? It begins with the spirit it conveys. While the ordinary may accept fate, we, the children of Huaxia, have always aspired to defy destiny and alter our fates. This understanding is commendable, and it is even more so that young Fang Xinghe possesses such insight. Youth must embody a spirit of resistance. I live in great suffering and often contemplate euthanasia, yet I also find the courage to tell Xiaolin and the others, I must live for you. I continue to struggle, albeit not with steadfastness or bravery. You are not yet at my level, hence it is imperative that you learn to resist, do not be intimidated, and do not stagnate. Fang Xinghe's thoughts and prose resonate across the annals of time with me, and I believe they will resonate with you as well. I encourage everyone to take a look. In the future, I wish to frequently listen to Xiaolin recite his new works, one after another. At my current stage, nothing brings me greater solace than the emergence of a talented newcomer in the literary world. Today, my emotions are stirred, and the pain seems to diminish slightly. Thank you all, and thank you, Fang Xinghe. Though brief and unadorned, this is Ba Jin, who has been hospitalized for a considerable time due to illness. In the modern history of Huaxiao literature, there are but a few masters. Lu, Guo, Mao, Lao, and Ba Jin is the only one still among us. His significance is evident. Moreover, aside from his political and literary stature, the character and morality of the elder gentleman are deeply respected. A single word from him holds more weight than 1,000 from others. Thus, when Xinmin publishes Mr. Ba Jin's sentiments, public opinion erupts in astonishment. The specific reason for this astonishment lies in the fact that most people do not understand why Fang Xinghe deserves such recognition. If there is confusion, one must reconsider. When authoritative perspectives clash with personal beliefs, individuals of this era are more inclined to seek the cause within themselves. Consequently, many individuals, originally indifferent to knowing but not following, or those who had merely skimmed through it, began to reassess the article. The contrasting perspectives inevitably led to diametrically opposed conclusions. Soon, some took the initiative to reflect, while others emerged to vindicate Fang Xinghe. The following day, Yan Lianshan published a new article in the Southern Metropolis Daily, demonstrating a rapid shift in stance. He articulated, "I have consistently underscored that Fang Xinghe is not at fault. The fault lies within the system. I have never claimed that Fang Xinghe's work is insignificant. On the contrary, when considering the article alone, Fang Xinghe's caliber is ahead of his time and exhibits the makings of a literary giant. My previous report did not delve into the literary aspects, leading to numerous misunderstandings. I must now clarify that, without taking into account the personal traits shaped by environmental influences. Fang Xinghe is undoubtedly the most exceptional literary talent we can unearth from our students. This is indisputable. Any voice that questions his talent without addressing his impact is, in essence, a frivolous and disrespectful disregard for fundamental truths, and I regard such utterances as mere noise of this era. Those categorized as noise, such as Song Zuda and Lu Xinda, promptly retreated in shame. However, the reporters did not spare them and swiftly conducted follow-up interviews, posing rather embarrassing questions. Lu Xinda faltered, replying ambiguously, "There must be some misunderstanding. The article my friend showed me was not the original work of Fang Xinghe. I was misled." The reporter pressed on, "So, do you acknowledge Fang Xinghe's high level of skill?" Lu stammered, "Well, I haven't seen the actual article. I have it here. Do you wish to see it now?" I have other matters to attend to. Excuse me, please." Lu Xinda awkwardly retreated in confusion. In contrast, Song Zuda took a more defiant stance, responding, "When I read an article, I never concern myself with the quality of the writing. I only care about its societal impact. I possess my own literary appreciation abilities and standards. That is who I am, a literary critic who dares to speak the truth." The reporter naturally did not let him off the hook and continued to inquire, "So, do you still insist that this is a nonsensical composition of a high school student?" Beads of sweat formed on Song Zuda's forehead. If he persisted, he would inevitably face the wrath of the literary community. Yet, to concede would mean apologizing to a mere child. After much contemplation, he ultimately opted for a remarkably tactful admission of defeat. Whether it is coherent depends on the perspective from which one judges it. Based on morality, literature, or the positive or negative impact, the conclusions will undoubtedly differ. I believe Teacher Bajin's critique holds merit, but I also have my own perspective. In any case, Zuda is a poet responsible to society. By the way, would you like to hear one of my poems? The reporter responded. Are you out of your mind? Of course not. He merely exhibited an extraordinary lack of shame. Regrettably, such shamelessness could not shield him, for even though the reporters failed to extract anything of substance, it did not hinder them from becoming the laughingstocks in the public eye. Upon the publication of the new report, these individuals faced severe backlash. And the newspaper that previously featured the article also bore the brunt of criticism. Numerous readers called in to denounce their irresponsibility, sensationalism, and lack of quality, leaving the entire organization in a state of disarray. This time, failing to impose internal sanctions would undoubtedly lead to accountability issues. The phrase "to lose the rice while trying to steal the chicken" could not be more apt in this moment. Meanwhile, The supporters of the opposing faction reveled in their newfound confidence, launching a comprehensive reckoning against their adversaries. Today, we shall retaliate one by one. This is not to prove my own greatness, but to assert that I must reclaim what I have lost. In essence, this is yet another extravagant celebration among media professionals. However, it is not merely the media that is reveling. The atmosphere in the real world is becoming increasingly charged. Should Fang Xinghe dare to step outside the classroom, he would immediately attract a crowd. Remaining indoors is of no solace either, as his minuscule desk is perpetually inundated with offerings from beautiful girls, primarily snacks and love letters. The snacks must be of high quality, eschewing mundane items like figs or popping candy. The love letters are crafted from fragrant paper, often accompanied by photographs. The younger students are constantly taken aback, exclaiming, "Isn't that the senior from class 2 of year 3? Or isn't that the most beautiful girl from the experimental class?" It is no exaggeration to say that Fang has captivated all the attractive girls from the first to the third year in the county. His earlier rise to prominence based on looks pales in comparison to the current phenomenon. It is evident how radiant he has become following Mr. Ba Jin's commendation. Even when stepping out for a brief respite, all the teachers greet him warmly. The homeroom teacher of class 6, nicknamed the Black-Faced Deity, forced a smile upon seeing him and quipped, "Little Fang, come to relieve yourself personally?" Fang Xinghe had just finished physical exercises when the homeroom teacher of class 1 of year 3, wielding a ruler, dragged him away. "Last time you barged into our class to fight, I refrained from punishing you. It's time to repay that favor, right? You're taking over our language lesson." Fang's head buzzed with confusion. Ultimately, he had to unleash a grand gesture to extricate himself from the situation. "Consider this. If I beckon with my finger, the girls in your class shall abandon their studies and follow me around, eagerly awaiting their turn to collect rewards." Such coarse words were uncharacteristic of him. The teacher, furious and glaring, eventually relented. "Get lost. If you dare to appear at our classroom door again, I'll break your legs." Upon returning home, Fang resumed his studies as usual. Yet he managed to control himself, unlike old Fang. The teachers at the third middle school were utterly exasperated, conducting a collective vote to determine the most ostentatious, shameless, and pretentious nuisance, with old Fang receiving unanimous support. Whenever he was free from teaching, he roamed the school without a care, never holding lesson plans but instead the family, spring, and autumn trilogy, engaging everyone in conversation, leaving no one able to escape. "Old Wang, I recently read Mr. Ba Jin's family and gained some new insights. Come, let us discuss." Teaching music and art is relatively manageable, not particularly burdensome, but instructing language and serving as the homeroom teacher is an entirely different matter. One faces constant misfortune. If caught by him, there is no respite. Even more surreal is the fact that Principal Liu Dashan, overwhelmed by teachers' complaints, decided to intervene, believing the situation had become intolerable. Thus, he sought to have a conversation. Fang Xinghe, perplexed, wondered why he was summoned instead of old Fang to address the matter. Bewildered, he made his way to the principal's office, where Dashan awaited him at the door, beaming with a smile. "Sit down, little Fang, please. Tone it down. No need for such flattery. I'm only 14. Not a chance." Fang Xinghe remained seated while Dashan circled around him repeatedly. Their conversation drifted into absurdity, beginning with Dashan's passion for literature, during which he recited a modern poem he had composed and solicited Fang Xinghe's feedback. In conclusion, he earnestly requested, "When your new book is released, do ensure to gift me a copy." Eager to extricate himself, Fang Xinghe readily agreed. "Certainly, I shall send you 10 copies, all autographed." Dashan was elated, his sincerity evident, at least to a significant degree. This was the year 1999, an era marked by profound sentiments. Although he struggled to comprehend the myriad events unfolding around him, it did not diminish his sense of joy. The profound satisfaction of genuinely existing in this era, amidst authentic individuals, is challenging to articulate. And those troubles and tribulations, aren't they, in fact, compelling evidence of his ability to impact the world? With this thought, his heart brimmed with delight. However, he did not lose himself in this fleeting glory. The criticisms or praises of others, whether bitter or timid, could not sway the resolute spirit of the rejuvenated youth. Fang Xinghe plunged back into the sea of questions, ignoring everything else, solely focused on achieving success in the upcoming high school entrance examination. Unfortunately, the meteoric rise in fan count and star value, along with a colossal unexpected surprise, jolted him from his focus. Star panel, number of fans, 275 star value, 6,250 star glory. 3. In just 1 week, from the 1st to the 8th. Not only had his total fan count neared 3 million, but his star value had also reached a new peak. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The emphasis lay on the star glory. Surprises often arrive unexpectedly. Fang Xinghe couldn't help but grin widely. The first thing he did upon waking each day was to check the numbers on his panel. Resisting? It was utterly impossible. Increase, increase. The final surge before the entrance exam was today. Chapter 33, The Pulse of the Era. An essay leads to Peking University recently. His diligent efforts in indulging in good food, drink, and rigorous exercise had proven remarkably effective. Fang Xinghe's physique had improved, particularly in height, now reaching 175 centimeters. Additionally, his immunity had also increased. Considering the imminent entrance exam and a significant task ahead, Fang Xinghe ultimately resolved to elevate all attributes to 79 points, addressing his shortcomings before fully enhancing his coordination. With determination set, he expended a staggering 54 million star value, elevating all attributes to an exceptional standard. Attribute panel, appearance attributes, aesthetics 99, physique 79. Physical attributes, strength 79, speed 80, endurance 80, agility 79, flexibility 79. Hidden attributes, coordination 81, perception 79, recovery 79, immunity 79, health 79. Artistic attributes, writing 79. Starlight panel, fan count 275, starlight value 650, star glory value 3. The new attributes are remarkably beautiful, not merely in appearance, but also in their practicality. A score of 79 across all attributes is impressive even among adults, let alone a 14-year-old in the throes of adolescence. He felt an unprecedented surge of power within his body, akin to a rebirth. Having languished in bed for an extended period, Fang particularly appreciates the value of every increment in improvement. He is not greedy. Achieving a coordination score of 85 across all attributes before college would be a triumph. The task is not particularly daunting. With an additional 80 million starlight value, he could elevate his coordination to 89, and subsequently utilize the star glory value to boost it to 92 in one fell swoop. That brings to question the origin of the 3 points of star glory value. Eliminating all impossibilities, it is undoubtedly the result of Mr. Ba Jin's influence. As a pinnacle of contemporary literature, he possesses both reputation and prestige. His sincere accolades bestow immense honor and a sense of accomplishment upon his admirers. The intensely powerful and purely positive emotions, abundant in quality, could easily yield 3 points of star glory value, a claim that does not seem exaggerated. In fact, it may even be slightly understated, perhaps due to the informal nature of the old gentleman's commendation. Thus, Fang Xinghe conceived a new hypothesis: if he could secure a prestigious award, allowing his fans to share in the glory, it is highly probable that he could extract even more star glory value. Consequently, he must be vigilant in the future. His works should strive for excellence without compromising balance. It is not impossible to achieve both, but it is exceedingly challenging to attain perfection in any singular aspect. Moving forward, he should continue to set clear objectives, fully leveraging the advantages of elevated thinking and aim with precision. Time should be employed to balance fan engagement with broader appeal, rather than hastily seeking immediate gratification. With wild ambition, fierce momentum, and a stable core, the pinnacle of success shall be within reach. Days pass, and the date of the high school entrance examination draws ever closer. The cultural community's criticisms of Fang Xinghe have temporarily subsided, granting him ample time for preparation. Yet, before the examination, the clarion call of the era resounded suddenly, catching everyone off guard. On June 20th, Chen Jiayang received his acceptance letter from Peking University, numbered 004, the 4th issued in the Magical City. The very next day, a news article titled "An Essay to Peking University" instantaneously ignited a nationwide sensation. This time, it was a true explosion, far surpassing any commotion Fang Xinghe had previously stirred, due to the differing nature of the circumstances. No matter how exceptional Fang Xinghe's essay was, it ultimately remained just that, an essay, devoid of direct connection to the most tangible achievements. His aesthetics, talents, and rebellious spirit combined could not eclipse the significance of those 2 characters in the hearts of the Chinese people. Peking University. This is a myth. The alliance of Mingya and the 7 School League has succeeded. Now it is the alliance of 14 schools, with Tsinghua University and other prestigious institutions announcing their participation in the second edition of the new concept composition competition, further fueling the fervor surrounding it. In no time, the entire society is abuzz with discussions, both for and against, filled with envy and anger, creating a lively tumult. The third middle school is not exempt from this whirlwind. Fang Dayton's eyes gleam with excitement. You rascal, if you participate in a couple more sessions, will you be guaranteed admission to Tsinghua or Peking University? Ever since she was reprimanded by her mother for Fang Xinghe's antics, she has referred to him as rascal in their subsequent interactions. Yet, from another perspective, her willingness to engage, even while calling him names, is a testament to her true affections. Fang Xinghe lazily glances at her. What does it matter to you? As if your admission to Tsinghua or Peking University has anything to do with me. Huh? Fang Dayton retorts, momentarily angered, but defensively replies. As if anyone would care to be your classmate. Fang Xinghe ignores her, leading Fang Dayton to stomp her foot in frustration. Don't look down on me. Just wait and see. My sister and I will surely get in. Ludington, taken aback, quickly waves her hands. Don't drag me into your boasting. I don't dare to dream of Tsinghua or Peking University. Baofu suddenly exclaims, it seems I must practice my essay writing diligently. Who would want to easily gain admission to Peking University? This notion is absurd, but what follows is even more ludicrous. He eagerly turns to Ludington, declaring earnestly, you study hard. If you can't get into Tsinghua or Peking University, then aim for Fudan University. Wherever you get in, I'll ensure my admission there too, and we'll soar together, leaving the elder brother behind. Awaiting him were several pairs of disdainful eyes and an extra punch. Betraying the elder brother warrants punishment. Someone, lift him up, the doorframe awaits. Thus, a group of young eagles hoisted him up, legs spread wide, charging fiercely toward the doorframe. Oh my goodness! The cacophony of wails and laughter echoed through the classroom, the joyous mirth punctuating Fang Xinghe's final carefree youth. Although the rascal harbored delusions. At this stage, parents, teachers, and students across the nation are indeed stirred by a new aspiration to craft impeccable essays for guaranteed admission to prestigious schools. The newspapers have been fervently promoting this topic, and in reality, the new concept has become a buzzword. Were there a Baidu search index at this moment? The new concept composition would undoubtedly claim the top spot for the entire year, with the second position not belonging to Chun Jiayong of Peking University, but rather to the suddenly faltering Han Han. On the 26th, Fang Xinghe quietly participated in the high school entrance examination, performing steadily and securing every point he aimed for. Yet, just a day after the examination concluded, on the 29th, news broke in two major Shanghai newspapers that Han Han had failed 7 out of 8 subjects and was on the verge of repeating a grade. The wheel of history rolls onward, and suddenly, the elder brother has become a sensation. A mere instance of repeating a grade incited fervent societal debates regarding quality education policies and whether schools should cultivate well-rounded individuals or specialists. Apart from Fang Xinghe, no one could have anticipated this turn of events. When Baofu and the others arrived at Fang Xinghe's home with a pile of newspapers, they were particularly indignant. The papers are filled with Han Han lately. Damn it, causing such a ruckus over just one failure. However, the rascal was quite exhilarated, retorting, but I think he is pretty cool. Don't experts say that studying is pointless? Fang Xinghe furrowed his brows, suppressing his anger as he spoke. You must understand the disparity in resources caused by the different environments we inhabit. Huh, what does that mean? His younger companions stared blankly, completely bewildered. In Shanghai, with hundreds of newspapers and a population exceeding 10 million, one could interview Han Han at any given moment, and after the article was written, millions of locals would eagerly read it. In contrast, Fang Xinghe extended his arms slowly, as if embracing his hometown, yet there was an indescribable weight to his gesture. The small city we live in lacks everything. No people, no media, no factories, no towering skyscrapers, no bustling commercial centers, and not even Starbucks or KFC. My story can only circulate among a population of tens of thousands, while your bravery and sorrow go unnoticed. If we cannot break free from this cycle, when we reach our parentage, the sky will not become more expansive. Instead, it will grow increasingly oppressive, binding us firmly to this barren land, leaving us unable to move an inch. Our children will still have nothing. We must strive to escape this place, be it through wealth, ambition, or creativity, and not languish here. Do you understand? I will take the first step, and then extend my hand to you. When that time comes, I hope you will be able to grasp it. Let us remain brothers, rather than becoming distant strangers. The carefree youth finally began to contemplate, and for the first time, they displayed a profound reaction. That very night, Fang Xinghe penned an essay directly addressing the recently proliferating notion that reading is futile. The title was The Scholar of a Small Town. In the conclusion, he wrote, "The ultimate mission of every individual is to seek one's true self and to remain sincerely faithful to it. We do not wish to flee from our homeland, but rather embark on a journey to witness diverse landscapes, to refine our souls through a broader world. Transforming from hatred into love, from disdain into respect, ultimately discovering with joy that this world is not the way I imagined in my youth, yet I still love it. There are many paths to take, and I choose to study." Chapter 34. Embarking on a new journey the following day, June 30th, Fang Xinghe donned his backpack, armed with pen and paper, and set forth once more. Seizing the opportunity before university students began their summer break, he spent over a day traveling on a green train to the capital, Beijing, and with the assistance of Wang Yali, he met Feng Yuanzhang at the People's Art Theater. "I know you, Xiao Fang. You seek me out because at this time, Feng Yuanzhang had not yet taken on the role that would haunt many childhoods. Yet he had already made significant strides in the performing arts. He was passionate about acting but remained grounded in reality." After listening to Wang Yali's introduction, he naturally recognized that this youth was one of the two most celebrated young writers of the year. Wang Yali watched from the side, equally perplexed. Fang Xinghe replied earnestly, "Teacher Feng, I am very interested in the performing arts, and I wish to study under you to learn the Grotowski actor training method." "Oh, you actually know about Grotowski?" Feng Yuanzhang exclaimed in surprise. "I know a little." Fang Xinghe nodded thoughtfully and explained, "I intend to study acting and have sought out numerous related books, which has sparked my profound interest in the Grotowski training method." Feng Yuanzhang, invigorated by this revelation, eagerly invited him to discuss further. "Come, let us find a serene place to converse at length." The three of them settled into a small private room at a tea house opposite the People's Art Theater, embarking on a deep dialogue. "Your desire to learn acting does not surprise me. I too became deeply enamored with the art for rather superficial reasons in the beginning." Feng Yuanzhang scrutinized Fang Xinghe closely, his gaze revealing evident scrutiny. "However, I am quite taken aback that you have chosen Grotowski among all the methodologies. Could you share your reasoning?" Just as Fang Xinghe was about to speak, Feng Yuanzhang added, "Express your genuine thoughts. This will serve as your first test." Nevertheless, Fang Xinghe felt no hesitation and promptly replied, "In my understanding, the Stanislavski system emphasizes training in dialogue, expression, authenticity, and conviction, while somewhat neglecting the physical aspect. In contrast, Grotowski's approach prioritizes the development of the body. Although both methodologies value experience, they are distinctly different. Grotowski employs extreme training to elicit profound spiritual experiences. Thus, I believe it is more capable of uncovering an actor's potential, enabling us to achieve greater performance dynamism. I hold a rather simplistic view. The Stanislavski and Grotowski methods share an underlying unity. They are not contradictory, but rather complementary. I aspire to become a top-tier actor. Hence my ambition to integrate Eastern and Western techniques. The Stanislavski system is readily available for study, yet you are the sole inheritor of Grotowski's method in our country, which compels me to seek you out for early training in Grotowski's approach." "Excellent. Truly splendid." Feng Yuanzhang listened intently, not merely to Fang Xinghe's words, but to the nuances of the youth's demeanor. The outcome left him profoundly satisfied, his joy evident. "Your insight regarding the unity of the two systems is remarkably perceptive, although scholars in our country are often reluctant to acknowledge it. The Stanislavski system is indeed an open and unfinished framework, upon which many subsequent contributions have been made." At this juncture, a hint of melancholy and frustration crossed Feng's expression. Our domestic institutions cling stubbornly to Stanislavski's early theories, becoming increasingly misguided. The theoretical stagnation has led to a disjointed approach to teaching acting, where the call for experiential learning conflicts with practical application, resulting in a haphazard methodology. My intent is not to belittle practicality, as long as it yields effective performances. It is commendable. However, when your theory and practice diverge, achieving excellence becomes exceedingly difficult, resulting in a certain lack of artistry. Enough of others. Your comprehension is exceptional, surpassing that of 90 of acting students. I am eager to teach you." Feng Yuanzhang could not have been more pleased with Fang Xinghe. To articulate such thoughts at the age of 14 was a testament to his brilliance. The phrase performance dynamism resonated deeply. bringing him a sense of delight at the mere recollection. You will not be disappointed, Teacher Feng. Fang Xinghe lightly raised his eyebrows, a wave of wildness emanating from him. Yet he remained fervent without arrogance. He stood up and respectfully bowed, performing an exceedingly rare Taoist salutation. Feng Yuanzheng felt a surge of novelty. Oh? Where did you learn that gesture? I practiced martial arts at the Wudong Mountain Taoist Martial Arts Group during the winter break. It was taught by my instructors. Impressive. Your breadth of learning is truly remarkable. Feng Yuanzheng's eyes sparkled. Having trained in martial arts is beneficial. It will significantly enhance your physical control, saving you a great deal of effort during future training sessions. The new teacher did not mention the matter of tuition, prompting Fang Xinghe to inquire, Teacher, how is the tuition structured? What tuition? Feng Yuanzheng waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of displeasure. When I studied in Germany, my teacher even reimbursed my living expenses. Although my abilities are now quite average, I can still provide for your meals and accommodation. Please, Teacher Feng, Wang Yali finally interjected, I will manage Xiao Feng's living arrangements. It would be too much trouble for you otherwise. However, Fang Xinghe firmly declined. I am staying at a hotel across from the Rennie Theater. It is convenient. Observing his strong sense of pride, the two refrained from pressing further. Nonetheless, Wang Yali insisted on treating both men to a meal of lamb hot pot at Donglai. During this time, an amusing little incident occurred. A girl at the adjacent table immediately recognized Fang Xinghe, despite his hair having been dyed back to black. She gasped in surprise, staring at him repeatedly, yet hesitating to approach. Ultimately, it was Fang Xinghe who smiled at her first. Would you like an autograph? The girl was so astonished that she froze, nodding vigorously after a moment. Yes, yes, yes. She trembled all over, her excitement quite exaggerated. The girl appeared to be a few years older than Fang Xinghe, around 15 or 16, and her parents, elegantly dressed and exuding grace, seemed to belong to one of the earliest affluent families in the country. Perhaps it was fate. She eventually pulled out a copy of the May edition of Mingya. The cover displaying Fang Xinghe's calm defiance contrasting sharply with his current gentleness. Fang Xinghe took her Parker pen and simply asked, Your name? Wan Bao Bao. Just the two characters for Bao Bao. The girl blushed inexplicably, and upon hearing the name, Fang Xinghe felt a faint familiarity but thought little of it, focusing instead on signing his first autograph for someone else. To Wan Bao Bao, a myriad of brilliance, blossoming as treasure. May your spirit be free, your will noble. And may you become the best version of yourself. Fang Xinghe. As he set down the pen, the young girl appeared nearly faint, covering her mouth, her face flushed, as if she feared that even a breath would cause her to scream. All done. Fang Xinghe returned the magazine and pen to her, smiling. Make sure to eat well when you get home, and thank you for your support. The girl, still in a daze, returned to her seat, barely touching her chopsticks from that point onward, constantly stealing glances at Fang Xinghe. Wang Yali joked, Look at my brother's charm. Feng Yuanzheng sighed. Your path in acting will be exceedingly narrow. Prepare yourself for a life of hardship. Just don't abandon your training halfway. That won't happen. Fang Xinghe replied confidently. You may rest assured, it surely cannot be more arduous than martial arts training, can it? Feng Yuanzheng smiled meaningfully, remaining silent. The following day, Fang Xinghe finally grasped. Through his suffering, why no one pursued the Grice method any longer. However, he also genuinely recognized that Grice was indeed a treasure trove. And this journey could not have been more fortuitous. Chapter 35, The Art of Diligence in a Modest Practice Room at the People's Art Theater. Teacher Feng was conducting Fang's inaugural lesson. Xiao Feng, you aspire to tread the path of film and television acting, do you not? Fang Xinghe nodded earnestly. Yes, Teacher Feng. I prefer film to theater. That is perfectly normal. I too am eager to explore film acting. Feng Yuanzheng, being quite open-minded, then proceeded to emphasize a crucial point. You must comprehend the inherent differences between film acting and theatrical performance. Theater is performed on a confined stage, under the watchful gaze of an entire audience, alongside fixed partners, culminating in a continuous performance. There is no opportunity for retakes. Every moment demands taut nerves, relatively exaggerated body language, and the necessity for clear and fervent dialogue. Conversely, film acting occurs in open and chaotic spaces where one delivers the most complete segment as per the director's requirements. Thus, film acting allows for shortcuts. One can shoot a single scene 100 times, and if you contribute just one high-quality take, that suffices. Why do Wang Jiu's films often yield award-winning performances? He queried. It's a matter of refinement. Other directors would prefer to capture a scene in one take to conserve film, yet he genuinely aims for over 100 takes. Now, back to the crux of the matter. For an actor, the overall difficulty of theatrical performance is evidently greater. Yet, concurrently, film acting demands a higher level of nuance in eye contact and micro-expressions than theatrical performance. The fundamental purposes of the two diverge, resulting in these disparities. This is precisely why the Stanislavski method neglects the physicality. In film and television, subtle facial expressions take precedence. This raises another question. Without a robust training system, how can there be no cost? The Stanislavski method can at best yield a score of 90. Grice, however, is distinct. We place the utmost importance on the corporeal. For we believe that only by starting from the body can one unearth the most profound emotions. A purely experiential approach like Stanislavski's cannot achieve this. Why do we succeed while they do not? Now, let us begin the warm-up, and I will illustrate why. Fang Xinghe remained silent, dutifully following the warm-up exercises. Teacher Feng extolled the virtues of the Grice method, which was only natural, yet Fang Xinghe would not accept it uncritically. He possessed his own discernment. After a series of relaxation movements had fully awakened the muscles and opened the joints, Feng Yuanzheng guided him through a set of physical exercises known as dolphin training. The movements themselves were not complicated, arms extended, rhythmically walking in circles within the classroom. Rotating the shoulders and arms, the elbows were to be stretched as far back as possible, while the hands and arms moved in opposite directions. Simultaneously, the shoulders were to be elevated, and one was to strive to elongate the neck. At this juncture, one must imagine oneself as a dolphin, gradually increasing the tempo, raising the body bit by bit. Does it sound somewhat nonsensical? However, if the intensity is elevated to its zenith, the duration extended, and the movements executed with absolute precision, then marvelous phenomena will indeed transpire. Fang Xinghe, adhering to the requirements, envisioned himself leaping from the water's surface like a dolphin cleaving through the waves. As the intensity of his movements reached its zenith, blood surged upward and energy surged forth, accompanied by the sound of crashing waves echoing in his ears with the rhythm of his arms. Fatigue, dizziness, and a sense of disorientation overwhelmed his body. Yet, at a certain moment, as he propelled himself upward with all his might, he suddenly experienced an unparalleled sense of freedom, joy, and exhilaration. The extreme physical exertion indeed yielded a profound emotional experience. The body and spirit have always been interconnected. Indeed, the purpose of dolphin training was not merely to teach the performers to swim like dolphins, but to awaken the deep-seated emotions of freedom and exhilaration within. Feng Yuanzheng observed Fang Xinghe, who appeared somewhat dazed yet persisted, and smiled with satisfaction. He began to guide the youth's thoughts. Have you seen The Shawshank Redemption? Suppose I were the director and tasked you with portraying a scene of enduring long-term imprisonment and finally regaining freedom, with the requirement of accurately conveying the emotions. An experiential actor, if he has undergone a loss of freedom, such as being confined and tortured by a pyramid scheme, would likely deliver a commendable performance of 90 points. With further refinement, perhaps it could reach 95 points. However, if he has never experienced anything akin, it becomes problematic. How does one act? Director, wait a moment. Let me find a prison and experience it for a few days. Yet such an experience would undoubtedly be distorted, as he has not truly lost his freedom and cannot fathom the emotions tied to regaining it. What is the essence of genuine perception and feeling? It evaporates, does it not? In contrast, a representational actor would begin to construct an image of the character in his mind. Who is this character? What led to his imprisonment? What is his personality like? And what are his familial relationships? What tone does he use when he speaks? How would someone embodying all these traits respond in such a situation? After much deliberation and design, he would perform, perhaps with exaggerated flair. A skilled representational actor might deliver an 80-point performance, while a more average one might struggle to reach 60. It becomes formulaic, superficial, lacking any elements that resonate with the audience. This is the limitation of mere imitation by representational actors. Conversely, a method actor would undoubtedly seek to infuse similar emotions into their performance. I have never been incarcerated, but after the conclusion of my college entrance exams, when I threw my books away in ecstatic abandon, the emotion should be quite comparable. I will use that. Thus, the actor would express a sense of surprise at finally being liberated, infused with excitement and anticipation for the future. While this portrayal poses no significant issues, can the freedom of completing one's studies truly compare to the liberation of a new life? It is impossible, is it not? Yet the dilemma arises. If the emotion is heightened, it soon appears excessive. Lacking precision, one cannot compensate with mere volume. Therefore, you see, when confronted with such a unique performing demand, most individuals struggle to deliver an adequate performance. However, should you be called to the stage, and if you diligently engage in the most rigorous dolphin and flight training each day, there is no need to feign the emotions of that moment. Merely lifting your gaze to meet the camera is sufficient. It is truly remarkable. Fang Xinghe comprehended this, and it was precisely this understanding that left him in awe. The foundational essence of both the Gracie and Stee's approaches emphasizes experiential learning, yet Gracie's method is more extreme, delving into a myriad of emotions through the connection of body and sentiment. Consequently, it is more authentic, more harrowing, more devout, and more aggressive. Fang Xinghe finally grasped why Feng Yuanzheng could portray in Jiahe with such intensity. The training specifically excavates primal instincts. This is not merely a form of brutality, but rather a more raw animality, most elemental, profound, and candid. Fang Xinghe became convinced that the Gracie method was conceived for the expression of unique emotions. It is essential to recognize that not every performance system possesses a definitive training methodology for actors, while the Stanislavski and method schools do. Neither can match the extremity of the Gracie approach. To simplify, it excels in portraying the aberrant. This is largely because Gracie actors approach themselves with a peculiar intensity. On that day, Fang Xinghe's training extended for a full 8 hours. Aside from meals and brief intermissions, he was incessantly engaged in various high-intensity movements. After teacher Feng permitted him to return home, he was so exhausted that he could hardly muster the energy to move. Yet, come 9 o'clock, the young man still exerted himself to rise and pen a reflection. The foundational skills of an actor, voice, stage presence, and form, ultimately pursue the liberation of one's physical self. Achieving effortless control. Mastery over control is the essence of an actor's lifelong practice and serves as the bedrock of all performance. While performing in everyday life presents no barriers, the authentic and vivid enactment in film and theater is a profoundly gifted art that demands both talent and perseverance. Mastering the control of tear ducts, gaze, and facial muscles is merely the beginning. Many more challenges lie ahead. The encouraging news is that the Gracie method possesses a lofty ceiling, capable of surmounting all obstacles. The unfortunate reality is that it is indeed arduous. The relentless struggle yields profound fatigue and anguish, a truth that holds for the first day and every day thereafter. What complicates matters further is that no one can inform me how long I must endure until the clouds part and the moonlight shines through, revealing the summit of artistic achievement. Yet, I do not fear. I shall strive, burning with unwavering determination. Setting down my pen, Fang Xinghe promptly awarded himself 10 points of experience in the Gracie actor training method. With closed eyes, an abundance of insights surged within me. Indeed, effort requires finesse. Though I wonder if you comprehend this. Chapter 36. Fang Xinghe, you are first in the high school entrance examination. In the days that followed, Fang Xinghe embarked on a new yet profoundly structured routine. He rose early to practice morning exercises, commencing with standing postures and Tai Chi, followed by swordplay, and subsequently employing the Gracie vocal technique to practice tongue twisters. Thanks to his previous life's experiences, his Mandarin was exceptionally standard, devoid of any accent, thus sparing him the trouble of accent correction. After completing his morning exercises and taking a refreshing shower, Fang Xinghe made his way to the rehearsal room at the People's Art Theater to engage in specialized training. Occasionally, the esteemed teacher Feng Yuanzheng would personally offer guidance. Yet more often than not, he was occupied elsewhere, leaving Fang to practice under the assistance of his aides. Regardless of who assisted him, the one enduring the brunt of the training was invariably Fang Xinghe. At this juncture, the People's Art Theater was flourishing, with venerable artists commanding great respect. While the second-generation stalwarts like Liang Guanhua, Pu Tsuanxin, Yang Lixin, He Bing, Wu Gang, Gong Lijun, and Hu Jun, though not yet widely recognized, were destined to become the backbone of the Chinese entertainment industry. Were it anyone else, they would likely seize the opportunity to bask in the novelty and seek to cultivate connections. However, Fang Xinghe remained disinterested in all. He possessed a clear understanding of his aspirations, to become a top-tier actor and leave behind a handful of truly profound cinematic roles. Yet, he recognized that his path did not lie within the People's Art Theater, nor in the realm of performing arts, and certainly not within the entertainment industry. Ultimately, he held a disdain for both the current and future landscapes of the entertainment world. While these performing artists were undoubtedly deserving of respect, Fang longed to exist in a manner akin to a deity. Before one can contemplate art, elegance, and the elevation of spirit, they must first satisfy their innermost desires, allowing their heart to become unencumbered. At the tender age of 14, Fang was at a pivotal stage for nurturing his well-being, with the paramount task being to accrue starlight and enhance his attributes. Thus, he immersed himself in study, training, and self-discipline, relentlessly refining his craft. With each new phase, he accumulated experience points, advancing at a pace that even Feng Yuanzhang could scarcely comprehend, leaving the veteran astounded and exclaiming, "You are nothing short of a phenomenon." Feng, observing his progress in the Gri training method, which had now reached 50 points, remarked with a hint of jest, "I have nearly exhausted my accumulation. It seems I will need several more years of diligent practice to catch up with you." Suddenly, a familiar face appeared at the door of the rehearsal room. Hu Jun, beaming with a smile, entered and presented an invitation to Feng Yuanzhang. "Teacher Feng, I am hosting a banquet on the 11th. While I shouldn't intrude so early, I must step out shortly, so I wanted to present this invitation ahead of time. You must come." Feng Yuanzhang accepted the invitation with a cheerful demeanor, expressing his congratulations. "Congratulations to you and Xiaolu. It is wonderful to see lovers united. I will certainly be there." After their conversation concluded, Hu Jun turned his curious gaze towards Fang Xinghe. "I've heard that you've taken on a student, one who is remarkably talented and exceptionally handsome. What is this? Are you eager to surpass your teacher already?" "Hello, Teacher Hu," Fang Xinghe replied politely, and then, with a glimmer of brilliance, he declared, "If I am able to surpass my teacher, it would undoubtedly bring you great joy. Since this is a shared aspiration, what could be wrong with striving to achieve it?" "Very well." Hu Jun laughed heartily. "This young one has ambition. Excellent." He then offered his early congratulations for Fang's future success. Feng Yuanzhang, filled with both happiness and pride, could not resist boasting, "It's only a matter of time. Xinghe's talent is of a world-class caliber, and with his dedication to practice, I estimate that by the time he turns 20, he will be vying for significant roles. When that opportunity arises, he shall undoubtedly claim the Golden Horse Best Actor award." At this moment, Hu Jun was genuinely taken aback. He re-examined Fang Xinghe, his gaze reflecting a hint of skepticism, yet predominantly filled with envy. It was uncommon for him to lavish praise upon anyone, especially a student of his own. Thus, it appeared that young Fang indeed possessed remarkable potential. "It seemed that I now have a clear understanding. Henceforth, whenever a suitable opportunity arises, I shall certainly recommend him to the director." Fang Xinghe was uncertain whether this was mere politeness, but since it had been expressed, gratitude was in order. "Thank you, Teacher Hu. I am truly grateful. However, there is no need for you to exert yourself too much. Until my foundation is solidified, I prefer to maintain a sense of mystery and reverence towards the realm of film and television." The underlying message was clear. He was not inclined to accept roles in the near future, though it was essentially a refusal. The eloquence of his words did not provoke Hu Jun. Rather, it prompted him to sincerely commend Fang once more. Truly, he was a gifted talent, able to articulate thoughts that could easily serve as lines. In reality, the title of talent held little value at the People's Art Theater, where the number of masters produced could easily form a football team. For instance, Chao Yu, a luminary from the esteemed institution, exemplified the very essence of its heritage. Nonetheless, youth remained the greatest asset, and handsomeness too. After considering various factors, it was Hu Jun who began to regard him as a valuable connection. The trio exchanged a few more casual remarks, after which Hu Jun resumed distributing invitations, while Feng Yuanzhang returned to rehearsals, leaving the beleaguered Fang to immerse himself once more in practice. He had accumulated 50 points of Gretzky experience, of which only 30 points came from advantageous circumstances. The remaining 20 were earned through his own diligent effort. In a certain sense, with his remarkable coordination, agility, and flexibility, combined with a solid foundation in martial arts, he indeed held a distinct advantage in any actor's training regimen. This, too, was a form of talent. There are fundamentally 3 types of talent among actors, all easily comprehensible. The first type is characterized by sharpness, emotional depth, and a strong capacity for empathy, enabling one to experience a character's inner world through remarkably simple conditions. While others may need to endure heartbreak to grasp the essence of profound sorrow, she can empathize merely by observing from the sidelines. This is the hallmark of an experiential actor favored by Providence. The second type is defined by intelligence, keen observational skills, and the ability to learn and understand swiftly. Such individuals can effortlessly catalog 1,000 character archetypes, drawing upon them without the necessity for empathy to portray diverse roles effectively. The third type possesses an innate strength of control. Some individuals on platforms like Douyin can casually perform extraordinary feats, yet in his past life, Fang Xinghe was so clumsy that he couldn't even raise his ring finger independently, which only deepened his existential doubts. Such mastery, achieved through diligent foundational practice and unorthodox methods, can indeed lead to success. Each of these paths possesses its own merits, with only the limits of innate talent distinguishing them. Presently, Fang Xinghe epitomized a fusion of the second and third types. He was a rational being, more inclined towards reason than emotion, possessing a modicum of empathy, albeit limited. Thus, should he pursue a purely experiential approach, his potential would undoubtedly be constrained. However, he was astute enough to recognize this shortcoming and promptly sought solutions. Having taken Feng Yuanzheng as his mentor, he commenced training several years in advance, and with a renewed commitment to observing characters for accumulation, his future appeared exceedingly promising. Upon opening his attributes panel, he discovered in addition to his artistic repertoire, performance. Currently, he possessed only 33 points, which did not correspond to his experience with the Gretzky training method. This is because the foundation skills cannot be simplistically equated with performance ability. Nor can performance ability be equated with presentation effectiveness. A quintessential example is Huang Xiaoming. When he refrains from smiling, it is fine. However, when he smiles, he exudes an alluring charm that perplexes directors and frustrates audiences. He possesses exceptional acting skills, yet often fails to deliver a commendable presentation. When a director cannot contain his exuberance and allows him to unleash his creativity, it becomes quite a spectacle. Fang Xinghe resolved to learn from this. Consequently, he devoted himself to his studies with increasing diligence. During his time in the capital, he felt physically exhausted but mentally invigorated, enjoying a fulfilling experience. Regrettably, just as he mastered the complete set of training methods and was prepared to intensify his efforts, his examination results were announced. The phone rang incessantly for nearly 20 minutes. Inundated with messages from countless individuals, Fang Xinghe lazily responded to Teacher Fang, who shouted excitedly, "Fang Xinghe, you are first. 610 points, the highest in the province." Chapter 37. Ambition is commendable, but destiny is essential. "Oh, I see," Fang Xinghe replied, not intending to boast. He merely believed he deserved such a score. However, Teacher Fang was anxious. "Hurry back. The county is waiting for an interview. Our school also has commendations. By the way, where would you like to attend high school? Several prestigious institutions have already contacted me." Fang Xinghe touched his empty wallet and suddenly realized this could be a lucrative opportunity. "Could you inquire about the conditions for me? All right, let me see what I can do. You need to hurry. You're so impatient," Fang Xinghe teased, though he understood his teacher's excitement. No student from their school had ever achieved the top score in the entrance exam, and after years of teaching, it was only natural for him to feel thrilled. "Well then, let us head back." Just as Fang Xinghe finished packing his belongings, Wang Yali and Teacher Feng arrived. Teacher Feng's demeanor was calm. "It's good to go back. Now you can practice independently. As long as you maintain intensity, the cost of living in your hometown is lower." His words subtly urged him to keep the momentum and persist in his practice. "I will," Fang Xinghe nodded earnestly. Wang Yali, somewhat annoyed, remarked, "Why didn't you tell me about the ticket booking? I could have gotten you a sleeper for a more comfortable journey." "It's not necessary. This isn't my first time traveling. What about tomorrow's train?" "It's a train in a bit, Sister Yali. Could you please take me to the station? We can chat a bit more." Wang Yali sighed, grumbling about how he didn't treat her like an older sister, but she still huffed off to drive. Teacher Feng picked up his canvas bag. "I'll accompany you part of the way." On the journey, they did not engage in much conversation, primarily consisting of their admonitions, which Fang Xinghe acknowledged, until Wang Yali casually inquired, "Have the exam results for your province been released?" Fang Xinghe replied candidly, "Yes, 610 points, the highest in the province." "The entire province?" Wang Yali turned around abruptly at a red light. "What does that mean? Is it from a unified examination? What is the total score for the entrance exam in your area?" Fang Xinghe nonchalantly responded, "Including physical education, the total score is 615. "Wow," Wang Yali exclaimed. "That is only 5 points shy of a perfect score." Xinghe, your results are so impressive. Doesn't that mean you can freely choose prestigious schools now?" Feng Yuanzheng was merely astonished, without any other thoughts. Yet Wang Yali was different. She immediately recognized that this was an extraordinary opportunity. Let us not delay the interview. I will have Chunhua contact you tomorrow. Very well. Fang Xinghe was more than willing, after letting the bullets fly for so long. It was time to join forces with his esteemed elder brother to shake the foundations of public opinion. Consequently, silence enveloped the car for a considerable while. As they neared their destination, Feng Yuanzhang suddenly spoke up. Since your academic performance is so commendable, yet you wish to pursue a path in the arts, I suggest it would be wiser to begin striving for a spot in the directing department of Beijing Film Academy right now. Why this topic all of a sudden? Wang Yali inquired. Feng Lao, sure. What do you mean? Feng Yuanzhang elaborated. Studying directing does not hinder your acting skills. On the contrary, it allows for a deeper comprehension of cinematic arts, enabling you to better serve the works through performance. Additionally, merely being an actor is rather passive, as you can only wait for projects to seek you, which limits your influence over any given project. In our industry, well, since you excel academically, others may not apply to the directing department simply because they cannot pass the entrance exam, but I am confident that you can. In time, if you can grasp both writing and directing and achieve even modest success, your future will undoubtedly be vastly different. Wang Yali was almost instantaneously persuaded, readily agreeing. I see your point. The path you have outlined is indeed a grand one. Studying directing carries more weight than merely focusing on acting. Very well. I shall heed your advice. Fang Xinghe exhibited an admirable willingness to accept counsel, though he had already intended this all along. Thus, diligently studying cultural subjects was not merely for the sake of superficial acclaim. To bring a touch of elevated resonance to this era, one must orchestrate projects independently. Otherwise, can one truly rely on self-serving investors and unscrupulous directors to experience a moment of conscience? Or perhaps wait to be tossed the scraps once those like Hai Yin and Wang Zhonglei have had their fill? Fang Xinghe could not endure such foolishness. He then inquired, So, where should I begin my studies? Feng Yuanzhang expressed his satisfaction and began to elaborate enthusiastically. First, the preliminary examination consists of a 100-point general knowledge section covering literature, fine arts, music, history, geography, and more. This part relies entirely on your accumulation of knowledge. Read extensively and familiarize yourself with both domestic and international film history, art history, and music history. Then, before the exam, I will arrange for a direct senior to give you a crash course, and you will surely do fine. The re-examination seems to be divided into 3 parts, but I cannot articulate it well right now. However, from what I understand, once you enter the interview, everything hinges on the teacher's impressions of you. The qualities of a director are quite subjective. There are no objective measures to prove your capabilities. Whether it's audiovisual language, film critique, or impromptu performances, as long as you remain calm and articulate reasonably, the teachers will be inclined to accept you, provided you have some degree of renown. Do you understand? Feng Laosher was certainly not rigid. With just a few words, he elucidated the matter thoroughly. Given the current degree of information isolation, who could untangle the intricacies of entering the directing field without guidance from industry insiders? Fang Xinghe felt deeply enlightened and expressed his sincere gratitude. Mr. Feng wrote down several titles of books that would be useful for him, and then Wang Yali snatched the note away, asserting with unwavering certainty, You can rest assured and go home. I will purchase them, and Chunhua will bring them to you. Well, let her take the good intentions. The two accompanied Fang Xinghe to the waiting room, wishing to stay with him a little longer, but Fang Xinghe firmly insisted they return. Upon exiting the waiting room, Wang Yali turned back to the ticket hall, intending to prepare tomorrow's ticket for Zhao Chunhua. Standing before the train schedule, she suddenly froze. What's wrong? Feng Yuanjing inquired. Wang Yali pointed at the schedule, her expression sorrowful. There are no trains to Changchun in the afternoon. Xiao Fang's train is in 6 hours. Feng Yuanjing fell silent as well. After a lengthy pause, he spoke softly. Xinghe is a strong-willed child. Indeed, Wang Yali replied wistfully, gazing towards the waiting room, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. With propriety and decorum, one cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. Fully aware of his pride and the defenses he erects, making him difficult to approach. After a brief pause, her subsequent words became increasingly poignant. The emotions between individuals can sometimes manifest in mysterious ways. When one recognizes that a person is worthy of assistance, yet they consistently and judiciously refuse, it only intensifies the desire to compensate, while simultaneously fostering worries and insecurities. Feng Yuanzheng pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled with ease. It's all good. Wang Yali glanced back, puzzled. Trust me, it's all good, Feng Yuanzhang emphasized, his brow relaxing into a warm smile. In the entertainment industry, having a sense of caution helps to avoid harm, possessing pride shields one from corruption, and being strong enables one to soar high and far. Tell me, what is wrong with any of that? Upon hearing this, Wang Yali's eyes brightened, her mood instantly lifting. Indeed, looking at it from another angle, isn't this version of Fang Xinghe even more worthy of anticipation? Just envisioning him soaring to great heights in a highly publicized event is enough to send shivers of excitement through one's entire being. What could possibly be wrong with that? Wang Yali quickly regained her spirited demeanor, purchasing the same class ticket for Chunhua for the following day, and soon found herself bustling about with various tasks. Since there was little she could do for him, she resolved to do what she could to the best of her ability. The origin of goodwill is inconsequential. What truly matters is the connection it fosters. Chapter 38. Tomorrow will be better. Fang Xinghe lingered in the waiting hall until midnight, finishing his training reflections on a piece of paper pressed against his backpack before boarding the train to sleep. After disembarking, he followed his usual routine of taking a long bath, and while soaking in the tub, he was surrounded by others engaging him in conversation. Oh, you've become famous. Among those chatting with him were young ruffians adorned with tattoos, middle-aged civil servants with protruding bellies, and innocent-looking university students. In this small town, he was no longer an unknown. He had gained a modicum of recognition. The young ruffian, excited and restless, exclaimed, Fang Xiao, look at my hairstyle. It's identical to yours. Isn't it handsome? Fang Xinghe gave a thumbs up, responding, it's uniquely ugly, but your confidence is commendable. The other person chuckled foolishly, rubbing the back of his head. University students feel a sense of pride for him. My classmates often inquire whether I am from the same place as you, to which I reply affirmatively, prompting the girls to exclaim in astonishment. Upon the commencement of the new semester, you should inform them of our close acquaintance, and perhaps procure a romantic partner in the process. Best of luck. The other party, bashful and with lowered eyes, seems to be smitten. I wish you all the best. A middle-aged civil servant inquires about his family matters. Have you resolved the issues with that troublesome uncle of yours? My buddy works at the Public Security Bureau. Mentioning me might be beneficial. Fang Xinghe jestingly retorts. Oh, come now. In 2 years, your superiors will be pouring drinks for me. Today, treat me to a bath, and I shall sing your praises to the leadership. How does that sound? Laughter erupts in the pool, filled with playful banter and lively debates, creating a warm and joyous atmosphere. Although at this moment Fang Xinghe has only one piece of work, having achieved Ba Jin's esteemed recognition and excelled in the provincial middle school entrance examination, everything has changed. The future, too, promises to be even more extraordinary. After tidying up, he heads home, drops off his belongings, and rushes straight to school. Upon arriving at the gate, he is greeted by a large red banner hanging from the railing. Warm congratulations to our school's second-year students and to Fang Xinghe, the first prize winner of the inaugural new concept composition competition, who has achieved a remarkable breakthrough in our school's history with the highest score in the entire examination district. It may be a figment of his imagination, but Fang Xinghe feels as though the words second year are slightly more prominent than others. Surely, they cannot be serious? Upon pushing open the door to the Chinese language department office, Teacher Lao immediately rushes over, embracing him and showering him with praise. What a remarkable lad you are. You truly bring honor to me. Releasing Fang Xinghe, he suddenly appears vexed. How annoying. Why does school have to be on break? I wanted to show you around all the grades. You certainly do not fear the ire of others. Fang Xinghe chuckles, plopping down onto the desk. Teasing, who wrote that banner outside? Thank goodness our school's wall is long enough. If it were a meter shorter, it wouldn't fit. Teacher Fang bursts into laughter at this remark, slapping his thigh in amusement. Do you think it was crafted with such precision by mere chance? Director Huang personally measured it, calculating the character count, while Principal Liu meticulously pondered each word, ensuring a flawless alignment from beginning to end. How absurdly boastful. Oh dear, my top scholar. Returning only to conspire against me with your teachers. Suddenly, Liu Dashan appears at the door, chuckling while patting his belly, showing no signs of reproach. Instead, he pulls out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket. Come now, Lao Fang, you've worked hard. Have a smoke. Are you prepared to receive your accolades? Great talent? Fang Xinghe decisively waves his hand. Please do not expect me to deliver a speech or anything of the sort. I am not fond of it. However, should the Education Bureau hold a grand assembly, I authorize you to represent me on stage." At this statement, Lu Dashin bursts into laughter, his eyes nearly disappearing. Nevertheless, he plays along, feigning a polite refusal. "I have my own recognition. Yours is yours, and mine is mine." Fang Xinghe insists, "One matter should not trouble two masters. You may bask in the limelight while I reap the benefits." Lu Dashin immediately adopts a serious demeanor. Indeed, the school has already convened a meeting to discuss this. "Our institution is prepared to offer you a special educational reward of 50,000 yuan. You should promptly open a bank account so that the finance department can directly deposit the funds into your account." Fang Xinghe was taken aback. "What is that?" Teacher Fang chuckled. "It was just launched this year. You won't need a bank book anymore. It's exceedingly convenient." "All right, I'll take care of it tomorrow." Lu Dashin quickly interjected. "The Education Bureau and the Propaganda Department will be visiting for interviews tomorrow, around 2 p.m. at your home. Be sure to tidy up." Fang Xinghe lazily nodded. "Is there anything else?" "I've handled everything smoothly in one go." Choosing a high school, Teacher Fang succinctly reminded him. Lu Dashin cleared his throat and, with a bold face, said, "Our county's experimental school is quite impressive, with robust teaching resources." Fang Xinghe interrupted directly. "Only useful information, please." Lu Dashin, unfazed, smoothly continued. "All expenses are waived, along with various exclusive privileges, and ultimately, a sum of 100,000 yuan. Wow, they are really investing heavily, aren't they? The third high school only offers 50,000 yuan, which is already a significant amount. The national average annual salary for workers this year is just over 8,000 yuan, meaning it would take 6 years to save up 50,000. An experimental school offering 100,000 is indeed extravagant." However, Fang Xinghe merely smiled, unperturbed by this exaggerated figure. Lu Dashin tried to persuade him a bit more, but seeing that the top scholar was not engaging, he reluctantly took his leave, understanding the situation. As soon as he departed, old Fang immediately gave Fang Xinghe a thumbs up. "You really know how to keep your composure. Thank goodness." "So, has another school offered you better terms?" "Manshun High School," old Fang revealed candidly. "They've offered 120,000 yuan, along with all additional privileges." "Well, they certainly are generous." Yet, Fang Xinghe remained unmoved, continuing the casual conversation. "What about the 10th High School and the Municipal High School?" "The 10th High School is in a meeting. As for the Municipal High School, I can't say for sure, but I suspect that the affiliated schools of Shida and Jida must also be making moves. Probably in the next few days. In this day and age, things are not as they once were. Nowadays, high schools within the same province can recruit students from different locations, so any promising candidates from lower-tier schools are often snatched away by higher-tier cities at exorbitant prices. It's a battle of finances and resources. How could Nong'an compete with the provincial capital?" Fang Xinghe had no qualms about where to study. Leaving the county would be a relief, as he found his uncle's family bothersome. However, it ultimately depended on the conditions, if the money belonged to him. He had every right to claim it. "I'm not in a hurry. Let's wait and see." Indeed, old Fang nodded in approval. "You are now quite a prominent figure. The school doesn't necessarily care about your college entrance exam results. Merely enrolling is the best advertisement for them." "Understood." Fang Xinghe casually swept away all the newspapers from the stand and turned to leave. "You carry on, I'll head back and see what the current public discourse is like." In truth, there was nothing particularly novel. Qin Jiayong's popularity had waned, while the educational discussions sparked by Good Brother were fervently ongoing. If one counted from the middle school entrance examination, this trivial matter had been debated for an entire month, with no sign of resolution. As for the year 1999, the confusion experienced by various sectors of society was something that the youth of the new era would never comprehend. This confusion was not the lament of artistic youth without a cause, but a tangible unknown that existed in every corner. For instance, in the realm of education, the insights offered by Jean extol the high caliber of Japanese students, while Yilin praises the meticulousness and respect for science exhibited by German children. Meanwhile, readers incessantly laud the notion that only the exquisite education provided by the magnificent lighthouse can propel great civilizations forward. If you belong to a generation that surfs the web at a speed of 6, you would find this utterly ludicrous. What on earth is this? There are 7 or 8 divergent directions, and even within the same direction, there exists no unanimous consensus on the specifics. The most absurd part is that, in this day and age, Even some individuals from the subcontinent sing praises. Fang Xinghe has perused the discussions in newspapers, discovering that valuable insights are scarce, yet witnessing yet another anti-intellectual frenzy. As for Han Han, he has been swept up to become a banner, thrust into the spotlight. Is he even aware of this? Fang Xinghe vaguely recalls that, prior to his foray into filmmaking, the Southern media had conferred upon him a series of grand titles. Citizen Han Han, the contemporary Lu's son. Yet, he later reflected, I am a rather unsuccessful example, not worthy of emulation. One can only say that maturity requires time. Currently, one who is not yet mature is ill-suited to be the idol of today's youth. In fact, the persona that Fang Xinghe has deliberately crafted is quite similar. However, he stands in opposition to those who act out of youthful bravado and indignation. After striving for so long, it is time to reap the fruits of victory, likely, as soon as tomorrow. Chapter 39, School Selection, a grand chapter welcoming Yin Bao. The following morning, the principal of Shizhong personally paid a visit. A rather charming Mediterranean figure. Tall and robust, he approached the diminutive and portly Lu Dashan, exuding an air of authority. Fang, we at Shizhong are offering you 150,000 in cash. Not only is this the highest offer currently available, but we are also generous in other respects. I understand you have many commitments ahead, possibly continuing to compete or pursuing other endeavors. Shizhong will not only refrain from hindering you, but is also willing to provide every convenience. Regarding your studies, the finest teachers in the school will dedicate themselves to your success, offering specialized tutoring during winter and summer vacations, tailored assistance during regular classes, and a reduction in homework load, all negotiable. In terms of your daily life, Shizhong will provide meticulous care, including single dormitories and access to the teacher's cafeteria, allowing you to treat the school as your home, with all expenses waived. Our mission is to care for you with the mindset of welcoming you into a new family, nurturing and warming you. Goodness, I didn't realize you were a poet as well. In all honesty, Fang Xinghe was taken aback. He could only respond courteously. I am truly flattered by your regard. I am immensely grateful for your consideration, but given the significance of this decision, I must kindly ask for more time to deliberate. Of course, take your time, and we can stay in touch. Suddenly, the principal of Shizhong smacked his shiny forehead, retrieving a red envelope from his bag and placing it on the table. This is a small token of my appreciation. Congratulations on being the first to achieve the top score in the high school entrance examination for our district. Accept it, do not refuse. Without waiting for Fang Xinghe to decline, the Mediterranean principal hurriedly departed. Young Fang could not help but ponder, is this really necessary? Necessary, indeed, with a sigh of melancholy. The elder of the old house remarked, you have no idea how fiercely the high schools in the city compete for students. The pressure is immense, isn't it? I truly must take a closer look. Intrigued, Fang Xinghe decided to experience the opulence of the provincial capital. However, within half an hour, representatives from Jilin University-affiliated high school arrived at his doorstep. 3 individuals from the school appeared. Among them a remarkably beautiful senior who gazed at Fang Xinghe with admiration and requested his autograph, while the leading teacher enthusiastically extolled the myriad benefits of the school. And the admissions office director presented enticing conditions. Once again, I must emphasize the striking beauty of the senior. She embodied the essence of a fresh, radiant flower. Sporting a simple ponytail and an unpretentious outfit of a long skirt paired with a basic shirt, serendipitously adorned in white and green. This young woman was undoubtedly the cherished ideal of many boys. Yet, with a starry-eyed gaze that seemed to say the universe revolved around him, she furtively stole glances at Fang Xinghe. Her tightly clasped hands, her pursed lips, and the faint blush that crept up her neck to her ears were all too genuine, unless her talent surpassed even that of the most skilled performers. Could you kindly grant me your autograph? She asked in a soft, tremulous voice, sweet and melodic. Fang Xinghe, maintaining an aloof demeanor, silently accepted the pristine notebook she offered. It was not that he relished in pretense. Rather, it was a matter of professional ethics. No idol can fully comprehend what precisely captivates their fans. Each fan is unique, and it is impossible to fathom their thoughts or the idealized version of oneself that exists in their imaginations. Nor can one predict the scenario and ambience they envision for an encounter. Thus, a good idol refrains from any superfluous actions. Whatever image is presented to the public, that image must be upheld. One should avoid humor that borders on crass, excessive displays of concern, revealing a private persona, or engaging in unnecessary physical contact. This wisdom is extracted from Idle Code of Conduct, authored by Fang. Unless one desires to stir controversy akin to a Canadian electric eel, which is a different matter altogether, the esteemed Xiao Fang would certainly have more authority on the subject. In summary, Fang Xinghe simply inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Fang Xinghe," the girl replied swiftly, her name resonating with tranquility and peace. She completed her response in one breath, momentarily remembering to catch her breath with a couple of panting sounds. Truly a devoted fan, he noted internally as he caught a glimpse of the admissions director, eliciting a quiet chuckle. Although Director Liu had not spoken, his eyes remained fixed on Fang Xinghe, revealing a palpable tension and concern. Yet their relationship did not seem familial. Was she perhaps the child of an influential figure? Indeed, in these times, those who can pursue their idols through official channels must belong to affluent families. Fang Xinghe did not dwell on the matter. She was merely a vessel of starlight, not deserving of excessive contemplation. However, he pondered what to inscribe, for the elegance of his message could not falter. After a brief moment of reflection, he penned a line of poetry and signed his name in one fluid motion. With composure and tranquility, I uphold my aspirations. May you remain serene and harmonious, upholding the principles of propriety. To Miss Fang Xinghe, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Suddenly, the old man clapped his hands, capturing everyone's attention. Unperturbed, he turned to Fang Xinghe and remarked, "Xinghe, it appears you have not neglected your studies. In such a short time, you've adeptly employed phrases from the Luo Shen Fu. The teacher is quite pleased." For a moment, Fang Xinghe found himself at a loss, unable to discern whether the old man was genuinely attempting to assist him or simply indulging in self-aggrandizement. The old man continued, "Isn't this merely a matter of convenience?" Yet, one could not deny the effectiveness of his words. The leading teacher and the director of the admissions office from Jilin University, neither of whom specialized in literature, recognized the cleverness of the signed phrase but could not articulate its merits. With the old man's praise, Fang Xinghe's stature was elevated once more. In truth, Fang was rather pleased. He had made a show of himself, yet without anyone to play along, it would have been disheartening. Now, with someone to take the lead, it was a win-win situation. At this moment, the director of the admissions office finally regained his composure and humbly inquired, "Teacher Fang, I am not well versed in poetry. I can only sense its beauty. Could you elucidate what makes this line so commendable?" With this singular question, everyone in the room found satisfaction. Only the senior girl felt shy, nervously fiddling with her fingers, yet she remained silent, cautiously stealing glances at Fang Xinghe's profile. Fang noticed her gaze, but remained nonchalant, merely softening the corners of his eyes slightly. Meanwhile, the old man began to revel in his moment of pride, expounding on the essence of grace, measured restraint, and the decorum of expression. The full sentiment of the line conveyed that Xiaoji, upon encountering the enchanting Luoshan, immediately adopted a dignified demeanor, maintaining calmness and appreciation without overstepping, expressing admiration without ostentation. In this context, as a signature, Fang both celebrated the serene beauty of the girl and conveyed a heartfelt wish for her. As I interpret it, it could be explained as, "May you always embody tranquility, gentleness, and grace, and may everyone you meet in the future regard you with reverence and courtesy." "Excellent," bellowed the leading teacher, clapping enthusiastically, his support unwavering. "Indeed, a true genius. Remarkable. Fang, come to our Jilin University affiliated high school. A talent like yours deserves the most thorough, considerate, and impeccable cultivation." The two engaged in a flurry of compliments, their gazes upon Fang Xinghe akin to wolves spotting prey. However, the impact of their praise paled in comparison to the shy, sweet words of the senior girl. "Fang Xinghe, our school is wonderful. You should come. All the girls in our literary society admire you immensely." Who could possibly resist such an invitation? Just as Fang Xinghe was about to inquire about the specific terms of admission, a sudden roar interrupted. "Wait." Everyone turned in surprise to see a throng of individuals rushing into the courtyard. Leading the charge was Liu Dashan, accompanied by several unfamiliar faces, seemingly divided into two groups. The one who had just spoken pointed furiously at Director Liu, his finger trembling with rage. "Luigua." The words he refrained from uttering were evident to Fang Xinghe. "You wretched creature, aware of your penchant for the unscrupulous, yet I never anticipated you to sink this low. Is there no semblance of decorum?" Director Liu's countenance turned ashen, filled with disdain for the disruptive individual. "What business do you have mingling here? Does your esteemed Shida-affiliated school possess the capability to nurture literary prodigies?" Our institution may lack in certain areas, but we are abundantly rich in artistic resources. Huh? Singing? Dancing? Piano performances? Director Liu scoffed incessantly, questioning if there was anything even remotely related to literature. How could there not be? Our Northeast Normal University Press. Stop. Director Liu interrupted, clearing his ears before beginning to enumerate. Aside from children's literature and teaching materials, what significant works have been published? Ah, yes. The literary editing department was only established this year, correct? I shall not partake. Director Liu waved his hand dismissively, then sneered, remarking that even if Fang Xinghe were to join, he could serve as the chief editor, questioning the audacity of anyone to mention literature. Good heavens. Director Liu's combativeness was astounding, a singular word, ferocious. Not only were Fang and old Fang left in awe, but even the two recruitment teachers from the county trembled in fear. However, the director was not foolhardy. Recognizing he could not best his opponent, he chose to retreat. After all, he had already thwarted their underhanded tactics. The next phase would be a contest of finances. What purpose does your lengthy discourse serve? Ultimately, it all boils down to conditions. He then turned to Fang Xinghe, his demeanor transforming to one of warmth. Student Fang, we extend a sincere invitation for you to join Shida-affiliated school regarding the enrollment fee. Irrespective of what the other party offers, I shall add an additional 20,000. Excellent. I relish your unabashed approach of throwing money at the issue. Fang Xinghe smiled in gratitude, choosing to remain silent. A subtle glance prompted old Fang to take the lead. What followed? Following that, his involvement would be minimal, as the competing institutions would naturally raise their offers. Yet, they were also mindful of their reputations, refraining from an overt bidding war, opting instead for private conversations with Fang Xinghe while engaging in behind-the-scenes maneuvers. Before departing, Director Liu left behind a letter personally penned by the chief editor of the Times literary publishing house. The content broadly expressed their commitment to cultivating Fang Xinghe into a young author, expressing hopes for collaboration, along with promises of resource allocation. Times Literary is quite formidable. Their exclusive publication of the pen calligraphy workbook by Fang Xinghe speaks volumes. A few years prior, Times Literary had even dared to publish the Forbidden World series, a title that clearly indicated its controversial nature. Moreover, Jilin University is closely affiliated with Times Literary, making Jilin-affiliated school exceedingly eager for Fang Xinghe. By the way, what of that senior? Fang Xinghe suddenly realized, having neglected to bid farewell to Huang Jing and the charming young lady. There was no deep regret, merely a twinge of guilt for having ignored them throughout, ultimately leaving without a single farewell. What a disappointment for his admirers. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as Huang Jing returned to the vehicle, she pulled out her phone and began fervently typing, excitedly sharing her exhilaration and enthusiasm with her best friend. Do you know? Fang Xinghe is incredibly handsome, exceptionally talented, and possesses an extraordinary aura. He even wrote me a poem. Without a moment's hesitation, I effortlessly recounted a line from the ode to the goddess of Luo that corresponds to my name. Which line, you ask? That remains my secret. How handsome is he? You wonder? Words fail to encapsulate his allure. I can solemnly swear that he is 1,000 times more captivating in person than in photographs. I simply cannot articulate it. I am at a loss for words. You wouldn't understand. He is truly, exceptionally unique. His eyes are utterly mesmerizing. A group photo? Oh dear, I completely forgot. How unfortunate. Should I seek him out again? Perhaps not. I lack the courage. In fact, I didn't even dare to strike up a conversation with him. And in a haze, time slipped away. As we journeyed back to the city, she remained entranced, brimming with thoughts yet to be shared. Prior to today, she was merely a devoted secondary fan, fond yet unable to articulate the depth of her admiration. However, now it feels as though she has been invigorated. Overflowing with emotions she yearns to share with others. The male charm is such that, before encountering him, she believed he was nothing extraordinary, yet upon meeting him, she was astounded by the existence of such a man. How is a devoted fan of Fang Xinghe cultivated? Simply by exchanging a glance with him. And what about the even more fervent followers? Engaging in a spirited defense of him. Huang Jing and others felt an urge to rectify the prevailing atmosphere in the campus that elevated Han Han while belittling Fang Xinghe. In truth, the affiliated school is equally ambitious, offering a comprehensive array of artistic resources. Vocal, instrumental, visual arts, photography, and dance, backed by Northeast Normal University. Their artistic resources are exceedingly rich, capable of providing students with the finest artistic guidance in the province, which is incredibly enticing. After discussing various matters with the school officials, once they had departed, teacher Fang sighed deeply. Do you see? How could the local talents possibly compete? Fang Xinghe chuckled and shook his head, deeming it trivial. Wasn't the financial incentive substantial? No, it's primarily about the lack of privileges. Teacher Fang chuckled softly. Their school regulations are undoubtedly stricter. Even the children of provincial dignitaries cannot enjoy privileges, so naturally, they want to make exceptions for you. In truth, strict management is beneficial. High school students are still in a formative stage. If one does not rigorously guide and motivate them, but instead indulges them, they are bound to stray off course. However, Fang Xinghe's situation is unique. He does not require constraints or motivation, as he is more capable of self-management than anyone else. Let us see if the county can make another round of offers. Is that settled then? Will you truly remain in the county? Indeed, Fang Xinghe replied with a nod. He lacks for artistic resources, publishing opportunities, and even financial means. What he desires is greater freedom, which aligns perfectly with the county high school. What a shame. Even disregarding external resources, both affiliated schools are among the finest in our province, consistently vying for the top student each year. Teacher Fang sighed heavily, feeling a sense of frustration. What are you pondering? Fang Xinghe chuckled lightly, unable to contain his amusement. Surely you don't believe that upon entering high school, I would continue to compete with those prodigies for the top examination scores, do you? What? Teacher Fang exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that the case? Certainly not. Did you truly consider me an unparalleled genius? Fang Xinghe laughed heartily, jesting, the marketing ploys to deceive outsiders, yet you fell for them first. The elderly resident fails to comprehend and is somewhat anxious, yet, with your intellect, dedicating 3 solid years of effort greatly enhances your prospects of gaining admission to Tsinghua University or Peking University. What exactly is the caliber of my intelligence? Moreover, I do not possess 3 years. I can only allocate 2 years to high school. Fang Xinghe, fully aware of his own situation, possesses a remarkably clear vision for his future path. In academia, he is not the type of extraordinary genius who grasps concepts at a glance. Rather, he exemplifies remarkable self-discipline and employs his time with utmost efficiency. The knowledge acquired in middle school is not particularly arduous. Fundamentally, it is a contest of self-discipline, methodology, and emotional maturity. However, upon entering high school, the competition shifts towards innate talent, where truly exceptional individuals will no longer indulge him. The most formidable pursue competitions, while those slightly less distinguished focus on college entrance examinations. Who does not strive diligently? As of now, he has not developed any skills related to academic performance through sheer force of will. How can Fang Xinghe hope to outshine those academic prodigies? His self-awareness is astute. He stands out among ordinary individuals, yet he is far from the otherworldly genius like Wei Dongyi. Dedicating himself wholeheartedly to intense study for 3 years would undoubtedly yield results at Tsinghua or Peking. Yet how could the head of a marketing team opt for such an inefficient strategy? Marketing, at its core, is about storytelling. A compelling narrative must sidestep all inherent flaws while accentuating every strength. Fang Xinghe has fully recounted the tale of his middle school years, an orphan, shaped and toyed with by fate, forced to rely on his fists for protection, yet perpetually fueled by anger towards the world and an insatiable desire for strength. Thus, after reaching the pinnacle of the delinquent path in school, he repents and channels his literary talent to secure the first prize in a new concept essay competition, subsequently proving his prowess with a provincial top score in the high school entrance examination. How shall the narrative of his high school journey unfold? No longer can he pursue a comprehensive approach. It is time for focus. For instance, the imminent interview with the Beijing Youth Daily requires specificity. Being all-encompassing implies a lack of absolute focus, which in turn leads to mediocrity, rendering him merely a spectacle to be glanced at and swiftly forgotten. This is a cardinal sin in marketing. The best example is spicy and hot, which eliminates all extraneous elements, concealing every flaw while successfully marketing weight loss. As an audience member, one may criticize, but as a peer, there are lessons to be gleaned. Fang Xinghe, long confined to a sickbed, harbors no envy towards anyone. He quietly observes and learns from others' virtues, assimilating them for his own benefit, striving to earn a living for a little longer. So, how should the new narrative be told? What kind of story will most effectively evoke anticipation and fantasy among fans? This is the direction to explore deeply. However, One must always maintain control, guiding fans' expectations and fantasies rather than wholly satisfying them. Always reveal only half, concealing the other half, tantalizing restless hearts with an elusive allure. Then firmly discarding harmful impurities, ultimately driving fans to ascend with wave after wave of surprises. Teacher Fang, of course, cannot comprehend in this world. No one can fully understand Fang Xinghe, who exists in a solitary realm of his own. This is the very source of his mystique and the sole essence that enables fans to sustain their fervor over time. Sigh. I truly do not comprehend the urgency you feel. Old Fang murmured with a sigh. Let me clarify things with them and see who can offer the most. Though perplexed, I hope for understanding. Fang Xinghe has always held his own opinions. While old Fang may ramble, he never insists on a particular course of action. This mode of interaction is, indeed, the key to their harmonious teacher-student relationship. Old Fang took out his phone to relay information, laboriously composing a message while casually asking, "Once the funds arrive, will you not consider purchasing a phone for yourself?" Fang Xinghe disdainfully glanced at the Nokia brick in his hand, grumbling in agreement. "I suppose I shall buy one for basic use. What a piece of junk." Old Fang, not grasping the sentiment, proudly boasted, "Do not let the price fool you. It is worth every penny. It allows for calls and text messages in Chinese. Quite convenient indeed." "Ah, yes, you are absolutely right." Fang Xinghe replied with a perfunctory nod, feeling no excitement for the prospect of owning his first mobile phone. Just days prior, the tech world had erupted with the sensational news of the Motorola 998's launch, splashed across countless newspapers. To acquire one would require over 13,000 yuan, a truly outrageous sum. A bowl of noodles on the street costs merely 2 yuan. Old Fang's monthly salary is 340 yuan, and a Motorola 998 costs 13,000, while Fang Xinghe's school selection fee is at least 150,000. The surreal nature of the times weighed heavily on Fang Xinghe, leading him to retreat indoors to write. With a flourish, he pinned his thoughts, and by the time he finished, old Fang had been watching for quite some time. "Do you have strong opinions regarding the recent discourse on the futility of education?" "Indeed, it is absurd," Fang Xinghe responded. "I told you, you are a good child." Old Fang nodded appreciatively. "Yes, not only is your argument incisive, but your writing has also improved significantly. However, why did you not include me? I must have inspired some of your thoughts." Fang Xinghe shot him a playful glance and confidently declared, "Rest assured, when I write about how Fang Yuding relentlessly pursued me, your presence will certainly be acknowledged." "Very well," old Fang exclaimed, searching the room for a broom, his patience with Fang Xinghe having reached its limit. Before the storm could break, the 3 key high schools in the county sent their final offers, appearing like a ray of hope for the beleaguered youth. Fang Xinghe reviewed them and quickly made his decision. "Let it be the 10th high school. I have an affinity for my opulent alma mater, and the Mediterranean principle seems rather charming." All other conditions had been pushed to the limit, and 10th high school's reward stood at 220,000. What was there to hesitate about? In these times, even a perfect score in the entrance examination may not guarantee a 50,000 yuan selection fee. To desire more would be impolite. Just as old Fang was about to return a call, his phone rang first. Yes, all right. I shall wait for you." Fang Xinghe looked on in confusion as old Fang shook his head. "Principal Lu Deshan has asked us not to rush. He will be here shortly." Before long, Lu Deshan burst into the room, drenched in sweat, gulping down a glass of water to catch his breath. Then, with a fixed gaze on Fang Xinghe, he suddenly exclaimed, "Let us conduct an experiment." Old Fang was momentarily taken aback. "Huh?" Lu Deshan did not beat around the bush. He spoke candidly. "The principal of the experimental school is about to resign. If I can bring you along, he promised to fully support my assent." Fang Xinghe quietly regarded him, refraining from further inquiries. Lu Deshan understood the implications of this. He articulated his thoughts with clarity. "The experimental school cannot offer you a higher salary. It is simply unfeasible. After I assume office, I fear I will not be able to provide you with additional rewards. It cannot be processed procedurally. However, there is an ancient saying, when one person achieves success, those around them also rise. Now that you have achieved success, I am but a follower. This matter may not necessarily come to fruition, but if you are willing to lend me a hand, the prospects will certainly be brighter. Once I truly succeed in my succession, aside from being able to wholeheartedly support you, after next year's high school entrance examination, your good friends will undoubtedly find themselves in a different situation." "Damn!" Teacher Fang exclaimed, taken aback. You really know how to humble yourself and play the game. Fang Xinghe realized that Lu Dashan had likely begun preparing the moment the results were announced, for he would not have been so timely otherwise. Yet, he still underestimated himself, expressing his thoughts too plainly and straightforwardly, thereby losing some of the elegance. Nevertheless, it was acceptable. Lu Dashan's proposal was indeed superior, and that was sufficient. 188,000. Fang Xinghe softly confirmed. Lu Dashan suppressed his excitement and nodded vigorously. Yes, absolutely, let us proceed with that. Lu Dashan. Oh, no, Lu Dashan the follower could not help but clench his fist tightly, as if grasping the spring he had long deemed unattainable. Fang Xinghe, too, could not help but smile with satisfaction. In comparison to the several tens of thousands he had lost, having a principal from his own circle was evidently more in his favor. At the very least, he was beginning to look forward to high school life. With the most crucial matter settled, in the afternoon, a flurry of visitors arrived. The County Education Bureau, the County Publicity Department, the County Television Station, and the old principal of the experimental school, who hurried over upon receiving the news, along with Lu Dashan in a new suit and several miscellaneous individuals. Fang Xinghe counted them. Some came bearing money, others brought names, and some arrived with certificates. Comrade Dashan, what brings you here again? Haven't you made 4 or 5 trips already? Aren't you tired? Lu Dashan was not fatigued in the slightest. He served tea, poured water, and even directed the staff to set off firecrackers at Fang Xinghe's doorstep. The resounding explosions of 10,000 firecrackers filled the air with jubilance. Fang Xinghe watched as the dilapidated courtyard was adorned with a layer of red carpet, his thoughts gradually drifting away. Xiaofang, do you see? Our mother should be able to set aside some worries at this moment and smile with contentment. Chapter 40. Exclusive interview. I have battled with fate after the festivities. It was time to resume normalcy. The County Education Bureau was of little importance, apart from publicly announcing a reward of 5,000 yuan and a certificate that Fang Xinghe couldn't even be bothered to glance at. They merely lingered to bask in the spotlight. President Fang had become quite inflated. A mere 5,000 yuan was hardly worthy of his attention. In front of the cameras, Lu Dashan spoke with a radiant glow, sharing the secret to cultivating Fang Xinghe. For simple words, grant him freedom. Our esteemed institution, known for its exceptional patience towards gifted children, truly embodies the societal advocacy for personalized education. We have not only embraced this philosophy, but have excelled in its application. One cannot help but wonder where his peculiar habit of stammering before the camera originated, perhaps in Tokyo? As we are essentially all kin, the journalists merely cast him disdainful glances, refraining from posing any incisive inquiries. In truth, it is well understood that what you perceive as freedom is merely a lack of control. The experimental principal expressed gratitude for Fang Xinghe's trust in the initiative, only to commence with his own boastful claims. Our experimental high school, with its elderly figure radiating vitality, indeed seems to indulge in youthful exuberance. The only semblance of seriousness came from the publicity department, which aimed to transform Fang Xinghe into a promotional emblem for external outreach. Fang Xinghe retorted on the spot, acknowledging the merit of the idea but questioning the availability of resources. A film could merely be showcased within the county, rendering grand displays unnecessary and a waste of public resources. At the tender age of 14, he relished the freedom to speak his mind, leaving the publicity chief to offer a polite smile while providing a patient response. The special interview would not only be broadcast locally, but could also be submitted for provincial airtime after review. Being a directly governed county of Changchun, many resources could indeed be shared. However, the notion of sharing was preposterous, though submitting applications posed no issue. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Xinghe decisively altered his stance. I am certainly willing to support the county's promotional efforts, but my previous image has not been entirely favorable. I have committed some errors, primarily out of concern for my hometown, which is why I have been reluctant to accept formal interviews until now. A chorus of applause erupted from the county officials, praising him profusely. Young Fang truly possesses a sense of responsibility. We have failed to nurture you properly. What mistakes were there? It is entirely normal for young people to encounter minor issues. The publicity leader also reassured him. Prior to my arrival, I thoroughly researched your situation. Indeed, fighting is undesirable. Yet you acted out of necessity, largely to protect weaker classmates. This reflects chivalry rather than wrongdoing. The county's senior officials issued directives. We have not adequately cared for the young, isolated child, which is a dereliction of duty. Going forward, We must safeguard our prodigies against unscrupulous media that prioritize sensationalism over truth, ensuring they cannot spread falsehoods and create discord. Their fervent declarations, though not addressing the root problems, at least signaled a commitment to protect Fang Xinghe. Very well, this suffices. I had no expectations of you to begin with. Thus, Fang Xinghe granted permission for the county television station to conduct a joint interview with the Beijing Youth Daily. The choice of adjectives was not particularly flattering. Yet the reality was indeed as such. By the time Zhao Chunhua arrived, the county television reporters were overly solicitous, yet Sister Zhao remained visibly disdainful. Nowadays, county-level local stations fail to capture the interest of even the most rural viewers, and the so-called journalists within the county lack even basic press credentials, rendering their interview skills vastly inferior to those of national media. Had it not been for Fang Xinghe's insistence, she would have categorically refused to partake in the exclusive interview. Fortunately, Zhao Chunhua did not bring a photographer, but the county station compensated for it, thus elevating the interview to a multifaceted experience filled with sound, vision, and text. The conversation, which began on a superficial level, evolved into something far more profound than initially anticipated. Zhao Chunhua is a notably fashionable and somewhat proud woman. Yet she possesses a remarkable level of professionalism. She first presented Wang Yali's gift, a collection of professional books, and then seamlessly transitioned into the discussion. Fang Xinghe, do you have a fondness for art? Indeed. How do you perceive the relationship between literature and other forms of art? All art is interconnected at a fundamental level with words. Language can be both an encapsulation of imagery and a manifestation of concrete ideas. Art ascends within this ebb and flow, ultimately returning to our instinctive intuition. Well, that is somewhat challenging to grasp. I need a moment to ponder it. But it sounds beautiful upon first hearing. The two sat beneath a pear tree in a quaint courtyard as staff members brought in a square table. Zhao Chunhua swiftly took notes, while Fang Xinghe reclined comfortably in a rocking chair. His profile, illuminated by natural light, gleamed like jade, radiant and captivating, while the other half of his face rested in the shade, calm and serene. The cameraman, employing basic compositional skills, captured a scene of extraordinary beauty. With some effort, Zhao Chunhua redirected her gaze and continued her inquiries. The Mengya magazine has received numerous letters from your readers, and according to their feedback, many expressed sympathy for your status as an orphan. Is there anything you would like to convey to them regarding this? Please do not feel sorry for me. Fang Xinghe replied without hesitation, I am doing quite well. Yet, one must wonder, how could fans refrain from feeling pity for their idol? The stronger the idol appears, the more fans indulge in their own fantasies, which is inevitable. Therefore, Fang Xinghe need not put on any effet. He simply needs to present his authentic self, leaving the rest to the fans. You exhibit a remarkable openness, yet there is an undercurrent of anger in your writings. Do you harbor resentment? Resentment for what? Perhaps your father? I do not harbor any. Really? He has been quite irresponsible. I long ago excised him from my memory. Unbelievable. Zhao Chunhua shook her head, incredulous. She even shifted her angle to pursue the question further. Have you considered that as your fame grows, he may very well re-enter your life? I have thought about it, and I would welcome it. How do you plan to handle that? I will strive to earn money as much as possible. When he hears the news and comes looking for me, I shall break his legs, drag him to my mother's grave, and thrust 1,000,000 yuan in his face, telling him, you gave me life, now we are even. Zhao Chunhua gasped, astonished. Having conducted frontline interviews for years, she had never encountered someone like him. After swallowing hard, she asked, what if he sues you? What if he seeks to tarnish your reputation or continues to demand money from you? Fang Xinghe curled the corner of his mouth, revealing a subtle delight filled with great anticipation. Then I shall break his other leg. Zhao Chunhua was rendered speechless for quite a while. It was evident that she had not anticipated nor could she fully accept such a response. As she finally regained her composure, she traced back to the previous question. But you just said you do not harbor any resentment towards him. Hatred is merely an emotion. I hold no such feelings for him. Breaking his legs is simply an act I ought to undertake for my mother, and I assure you, I will execute it with utmost composure. Not for yourself at all. Indeed, even if it means enduring considerable suffering. You know, most readers believe that your transformation into this state is a result of past wounds that were particularly deep and painful. Fang Xinghe chuckled softly. Just as I articulated in my essay, such as fate. At that time, I lacked the ability to resist, thus I was molded into my current self by destiny. Is becoming who I am now a negative development? No, it is neither good nor bad, It transcends the simplistic dichotomy of good and bad. A person, shaped by either fortunate or unfortunate circumstances, becomes who they are in the present. If they are successful, they express gratitude for their favorable past. If they are struggling, they lament their adverse experiences. Is that a correct perspective? Zhao Chunhua instinctively replied, certainly not. We ought to fairly appreciate all our past experiences, both good and bad, as they collectively contribute to our present selves. Emphasizing only the good or the bad is too one-sided. That was a splendid response, a fitting retort. Yet, Fang Xinghe shook his head. No, I neither express gratitude nor harbor resentment. I simply allow them to rest quietly in my memory. I do not dwell on the past. I only gaze toward the future. Wow, Zhao Chunhua exclaimed again, then quickly covered her mouth, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Her reaction was quite unbecoming, yet in the current context, it was not surprising. Many have emphasized to me that you are particularly mature, but you surpass my expectations in your maturity. I do not comprehend how you achieve such tranquility in the face of fate. When confronted, I am not tranquil at all. Fang Xinghe smiled gently, correcting her choice of words. The cameraman, who had previously been unmoved by the preceding dialogue, now found himself captivated by the visual allure. He thought to himself, Fang Xinghe's smile is truly charming. Yet, this handsome youth was exceedingly reserved. A smile would flicker and then vanish, returning swiftly to his serene demeanor. In moments of occurrence, no one can remain devoid of emotion, and I am certainly no exception. However, I do not allow myself to become engulfed in such feelings. Scholars often tend to characterize fate through their emotions, labeling it as good, bad, tragic, or painful. Does that bear any significance? No. Emotions merely cloud judgment and yield no benefits. My perspective on fate is straightforward. It is either inevitable or resistible. When faced with the inevitable, one must accept it as an objective reality. When confronted with something that can be resisted, one should strive to overcome it. If successful, it is exhilarating and life is thereby elevated. If unable to conquer it, one must accept a new objective reality and integrate it into life, at least with a clear conscience. That is a remarkable notion. Could you provide an example? Zhao Chunhua's cheeks flushed with excitement. This topic was truly delightful. She imagined future readers would feel the same. Fang Xinghe lifted his eyelids to glance at her. It was a subtle gesture, yet for some reason, Zhao Chunhua perceived a nuanced smile in his gaze. It was a demeanor of calm that suggested he anticipated the question, a calmness that was entirely incongruous with his youth. In the next moment, the young man narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression transformed, reminiscent of a poised cheetah, brimming with a predatory instinct. Zhao Chunhua suddenly realized that Fang Xinghe was likely about to unveil something extraordinary. Indeed, Fang was ready to unleash his thoughts. He had waited far too long for this day. However, he did not intend to unleash a torrent of unrestrained criticism, nor did he plan to approach the subject from an educational perspective, discussing academic achievements or his top ranking in the entrance exam. What purpose would it serve to display grades and expound on the virtues of studying? True masters of marketing never follow the rhythm set by their opponents. For critics ignore logic, trolls disregard ethics, and public intellectuals must not be provoked. Engaging in their framework will never resolve any issues. Thus, Fang Xinghe had no intention of directly denigrating anyone. Mentioning the names of those so-called intellectuals and mediocre writers in his inaugural interview would be a disservice to himself. They are unworthy of recognition. Even uttering a single word about them would tarnish his own dignity. Instead, Fang intended to carve out a new battleground, drawing from his personal experiences to execute a high-caliber, saturated counterattack. As Zhao Chunhua awaited with bated breath, and under the close scrutiny of the camera, the young man offered a remarkably groundbreaking and transformative response. Examples? Numerous. Take the current wave of layoffs, an inexorable fate that ordinary individuals find impossible to resist. What should a rational person do? Do not rush to debate right and wrong. History is tasked with rendering final judgments. Do not dwell on the past. What has transpired cannot be undone, and the moments yet to come remain unformed. Do not expect salvation from others. The sympathy of others cannot accompany you throughout your life. Do not succumb to anger. Maintaining composure is far more conducive to contemplation. Do not remain stagnant. Look ahead and move forward. These are simple truths. Yet the public discourse surrounding this matter has been woefully negligent. A segment of the media, driven by inscrutable motives, inundates the discourse with criticisms of policy, fervently targeting with emotional outbursts devoid of reason. I have a particular disdain for their empty rhetoric, for it leads an already agitated populace to wallow in negativity, even fostering a sense of victimhood. In such moments, what is the value of exaggerating tragedy, hurling insults, and peddling anxiety? This will only delay the self-rescue efforts of laid-off workers, steering them toward despair. What they truly require is to swiftly discard unnecessary negative emotions, accept reality, and initiate self-empowerment. They must take action, set up market stalls, engage in manual labor, operate motorcycle taxis, migrate south to factories, or even form groups to work abroad. Anything is preferable to remaining paralyzed in fear. While efforts may not restore their previous quality of life, which is indeed challenging, taking action ensures they will not plunge into utter hopelessness. Meanwhile, those media figures continue to hurl insults daily, driven by the lure of profit and the allure of notoriety. Ordinary individuals like us must be proactive and pragmatic. If we allow ourselves to be swayed by emotions, we risk staining our very essence to nourish the heartless scoundrels who stand aloof, speaking without understanding the struggle. How fragile is a person in dire straits? Should you place upon them the final straw, they will surely collapse. Yet, if you remove a burden, they may endure, with the horizon ahead promising vast opportunities. Certain media figures seem only intent on piling on that final straw, believing it grants them a facade of independence, morality, and conscience. True conscience, however, should prompt a wake-up call. Awaken. Do not sink into despair. Prioritize survival, and, once nourished, we shall voice our grievances together. When I realized I had no support and was on the brink of survival, I sought out a frequently bullied classmate and told him, "We must fight back. If you lack the courage, I will take the lead, and in return, you shall treat me to meals." How did I survive after becoming an orphan? With government assistance and school support, yes, but more so through the meals I fought for with my own fists and every hard-earned cent. Most importantly, I crushed all those who dared mock, test, or threaten me, transforming through blood into a formidable wolf, feasting while casting them aside. What is the outcome? I now live vibrantly, while those who once barked have retreated, whimpering back to their rightful dens. Thus, I am not one to speak without understanding. I have battled my fate. In this moment, Zhao Chunhua feels an overwhelming urge to exclaim in exasperation. Her excitement causes her pen to nearly spark with intensity. What began as a routine discussion has unearthed profound insights. Sharp, insightful, logically sound, positively charged, wildly rebellious, yet fundamentally pure. Goodness, he is merely 14. Have I squandered over 30 years of my life? As self-doubt creeps in, Zhao Chunhua contributes her brilliance to Fang Xinghe, noting how his appeal has already reached a core fan level. Indeed, who would not be captivated by a handsome, wild youth with profound thoughts? Zhao Chunhua silently resolves, henceforth, should anyone dare speak ill of Fang Xinghe, I shall rain down scorn upon them. Thus, how do diehard fans come into being? She vividly illustrates the process, with only the final step remaining. Chapter 41. The humorous report. The interview continued for an extensive duration, covering a multitude of topics. In terms of substance, it could easily yield 3 in-depth articles, each examining Fang Xinghe from different angles. Some content, however, was evidently controversial, prompting the newly converted mother fan to discreetly suggest, "Do you need me to embellish this?" "Thank you, but no," Fang Xinghe firmly declined. Yet Zhao Chunhua hesitated, her brow furrowed in contemplation. As a seasoned journalist, her instinct is to unearth newsworthy moments and authentic portrayals. Yet, her profound admiration for Fang Xinghe renders her unsettled. After hesitating for approximately 2 seconds, her professional instincts were ultimately overcome by emotion, and she resolved to clarify the consequences with Fang Xinghe. The youth before her embodied both the charm of an idol and the innocence of a child, and she had invested a great deal of genuine sentiment in him. As long as it did not compromise her own interests, she was willing to extend the utmost kindness. Regarding the public opinion on the layoff policy, I must candidly admit that criticism is a consensus. Numerous influential figures in the cultural sphere have united in voicing their concerns, and opposing them might be somewhat imprudent. The matter itself is quite sensitive, and your fervent rhetoric could alienate many. Furthermore, although your intentions are benevolent, it is unlikely to yield any personal advantage. There exists a multitude of individuals, consumed by anger and unable to transcend their emotions. No matter how accurate your words may be, you may not receive their gratitude. One cannot measure others by their own standards. Just because you possess intelligence does not mean everyone does. Just because you can exercise self-control does not imply that others can as well. In truth, the majority of ordinary people possess quite commonplace dispositions, of which I have witnessed far too many. The world is composed of the mediocre and the mundane. You are exceptional, while ordinary individuals are often emotional, unable to bear responsibility or accept reality. In any case, do you understand my meaning? I know, Sister Zhao. Fang Xinghe accepted Zhao Chuanhua's goodwill and smiled brilliantly at her. Then, with a slight raise of his brow, the sharpness of his gaze seemed to pierce through the air like a sword, exuding a wild spirit that erupted from his unique eyes. But so what? It is merely a battle, and I find joy in it. Seeing the boy's expression, Zhao Chuanhua could no longer persuade him. She forcibly suppressed the tremor of apprehension and bid farewell to Fang Xinghe. I must return to my writing, Xiao Fang. Let us keep in touch. Very well. Fang Xinghe waved his hand nonchalantly, standing at the entrance of the small courtyard for precisely 3 seconds, neither more nor less, before decisively turning back into the house. As Zhao Chunwa watched the youth's figure vanish behind the door, she gradually and vaguely realized that Fang Xinghe seemed to possess a scale or a ruler within his heart. She struggled to articulate this peculiar feeling. The more she pondered, the more uncomfortable it became, leaving her with an insatiable itch in her heart. Thus, upon arriving at the train station, she eagerly called Wang Yali. Yali, has the interview concluded? How is Xiao Fang? Impressive, right? Absolutely astonishing. Zhao Chunhua felt invigorated for a fleeting moment, only to be submerged once again in confusion, struggling to convey her enigmatic personal feelings and seeking Wang Yali's assistance for analysis. You know, I have encountered many individuals, both good and bad, intelligent and foolish, sincere and hypocritical, yet how can Fang Xinghe be so extraordinary? I am at a loss for words to share my thoughts, as many of my feelings arise from intuition and emotion, which I cannot articulate. My mind is in disarray. Do you understand? Zhao Chunhua initially did not expect Wang Yali to comprehend, but remarkably, she truly did. I comprehend that after engaging deeply with Fang Xinghe, I instinctively feel a sense of awkwardness everywhere. He is a stark contrast to the image one might expect. His admirable qualities surpass even the highest standards. Yet his sharp edges clash profoundly with my preconceived notions. Oh my, Zhao Chunhua exclaimed, that's precisely it. Wang Yali raised an eyebrow, a triumphant smile gracing her lips, reveling in her own delight. Well, aren't you just surprised? No one understands Fang Xinghe better than I do. So, what specific issues do you wish to discuss? Allow me to analyze them for you. Wang Yali boldly took on the entirety of the conversation, only to be momentarily stunned by Zhao Chuanhua's rapid-fire inquiries. What do you think is the essence of the mystery surrounding Fang Xinghe? Given that he possesses ample resources to establish himself in society, why does he still exhibit such wildness and aggression? I sense both intelligence and calmness within him. How do such contradictory traits come to be? Ultimately, what does he aspire to achieve? Wang Yali rubbed her temples, a headache brewing. Forget about calling me sister. Just call me Xiaoli. I am utterly clueless. She sighed. It's hard to convey this over the phone. Come back first, and after I finish reviewing the interview transcript, we can discuss it in detail. How did Fang Xinghe's character develop? After lying in a hospital bed for years, facing death and returning anew, merging with a wild wolf cub, witnessing a ravaged era, and eventually encountering a grand system, it all seems quite straightforward. As for his ambitions, for now, he simply desires to grow his fan base. Nothing else concerns him. Today's interview revolved entirely within the confines he had predetermined, lacking any discrepancies. Those seemingly cliché aphorisms, which may appear preachy, were not intended as such. He never sought to persuade anyone. Essentially, this was an act of self-presentation. He showcases profound thoughts that surpass those of his peers, intending to elicit admiration and devotion from his followers. It's that simple. As for whether others believe or respect him, it is best that they do not. If a quarrel ensues or criticisms arise, that would serve him well. He appreciates the additional engagement from his detractors. Speaking the right words and undertaking righteous actions often leads to backlash, which is the most effective means of gaining and retaining followers. 2 decades later, similar events propelled Mingda to gain millions of followers in a single day. Though the outreach has significantly narrowed, the impact remains potent. Throughout the process, Fang Xinghe did not deliberately instigate conflict. He stood firm, akin to an unyielding nail, articulating the right words and embodying his own deity. Subsequently, let those who wish to criticize do so. They are welcome to come at him. Fang is not only unfazed but filled with anticipation. You better put in some effort. Do not let me down. Zhao Chunhua, armed with the manuscript and footage, along with the article prepared for their newspaper titled The Test Takers of the Small Town, hurried back to the capital overnight. She eagerly anticipated causing a significant stir with the Beijing Daily, aiming to showcase her prowess to rival media outlets. As a result, before she even alighted from the vehicle, the latest edition of the morning newspaper propelled the discourse on education into a fervent climax. The G Province Daily posed the question, what kind of student truly embodies the talents we seek? An exclusive interview with Fang Xinghe. Han Han expressed, 7 red lights shine brightly, illuminating my future. Fang Xinghe asserted, I ranked first in the high school entrance examination because I aspired to do so. This marked the first instance where the media juxtaposed the two individuals, inciting even more intense reactions. Upon glimpsing the newspaper, Zhao Chunhua involuntarily uttered an expletive, infuriatedly scattering her belongings across the table. What happened? A concerned colleague inquired. Laughing through her fury, she replied, it's nothing, just a rural station trying to outsmart me. Oh, is it about Fang Xinghe's interview? Indeed. At the mention of Fang Xinghe's name, everyone in the office turned in unison. Sister Zhao, what do you think of Fang Xinghe? Absolutely remarkable. Returning to the capital, Zhao Chunhua resumed her local dialect, proudly giving a thumbs up. Is he as handsome in person? Even more so than in photographs. Wow, that's truly impressive. Is he not the epitome of both literary and martial excellence? Indeed, if only he were my son. Laughter erupted around her. Sister Zhao, how is the interview material? Is it of high quality? Just wait and see. Zhao Chunhua opened her notebook, diligently refining her notes, determined to secure the front-page headline for the following day. Meanwhile, the influence of the G Province Daily's premature release was spreading across the nation. In recent public discourse, the contentious debates surrounding education had shifted focus away from Han Han, merely mentioning his name to take a shot, while each party continued to speak their own narrative. The G Province Daily was the sole provincial publication to genuinely dissect the dynamics between Fang and Han. Naturally, the bias was evident. The good brother was portrayed as being thoroughly disgraced, while Fang Xinghe, the publication's own protégé, was exalted as a paragon of the new era's exemplary student. This was largely due to his outstanding academic performance, just 5 points shy of a perfect score, placing him in a position to contend for first place across any province. Thus, the cunning editor engaged in a rather unscrupulous exercise of editorializing. Fang Xinghe frequently engages in brawls. Children from northeast China are naturally mischievous. Who has had a quarrel or a few scuffles? That is hardly an issue. Furthermore, where did such claims arise? It was merely occasional. Fang Xinghe has gathered a group of younger followers. Oh, you don't understand. Northeasterners are outgoing, raised by parents to be adventurous, addressing everyone as brother or sister. 13 Eagles? What is that? It's just a spontaneously formed study group, with Fang Xinghe as the leader. Our investigation revealed that Fang Xinghe encourages his younger peers to study diligently, and as a result, their grades improved during the recent term exams. He is truly commendable, handsome, kind-hearted, and responsible. Fang Xinghe charges his classmates for tutoring. Nonsense. Defamation. Rumors. What? Do you have witness testimonies? Cough, cough. Fang Xinghe's top rank in the provincial examination has broken new ground for the educational standards in Nong'an County. Do you realize how challenging this is? Now look at Han Han, who has failed 7 out of 8 subjects. The article by Fang Xinghe is rife with profanity. Han Han has failed 7 courses. Fang Xinghe is excessively arrogant and shows no understanding of humility, while Han Han has also faltered academically. Yet Fang Xinghe achieved the top score of 610 in the high school entrance examination. Fang Xinghe brazenly criticizes the media. And although Han Han has also engaged in similar behavior, it is noteworthy that Fang Xinghe's academic excellence cannot be overlooked. Regrettably, we did not enroll at all. The official statement has documented everything, yet this crucial detail has been conspicuously omitted, as if it never occurred. It is confirmed. This is true love. To mitigate the negative information surrounding Fang Xinghe, the Jixing Daily has sacrificed its integrity, glossing over unfavorable aspects, and, when necessary, dragging Han Han into the limelight to divert attention. Rumor has it that a certain elder brother, upon reading the Jixing Daily, stormed out with a grim expression, running a half-marathon in frustration. In the aftermath, the Jixing Daily resorted to sentimentality, tearfully narrating the struggles of a wayward orphan returning home, emphasizing how arduous and commendable such a journey is. They erected a plaque in the ethereal realm for Fang Xinghe, lighting incense and then weeping profusely. Frankly, even Fang Xinghe felt embarrassed upon witnessing this spectacle. This is a provincial official media outlet, spouting absurdities with wide-eyed incredulity. They trample on my elder brother while fervently promoting Fang Xinghe. Is this acceptable? The Jixing Daily. Just evaluate the effectiveness of our report. Indeed, upon publication, Fang Xinghe swiftly reclaimed his position on stage, his popularity skyrocketing exponentially. If the fervor generated by Minya's cover over 2 months was rated at 10, then the intensity of the confrontation between two gangs reached 30, while Mr. Ba Jin's commendation elevated the excitement to 80. And now the fervor has surged to at least 200. On that very day, more than 20 evening papers reprinted the article, with a rough estimate indicating a total circulation of at least 2 million copies, reaching an incalculable audience. Advocates for the merits of education, buoyed by this, rallied behind Fang Xinghe, launching a full-scale offensive against dissenters. This momentum peaked the following day when Zhao Chunhua finally published the first piece of an in-depth interview in the social section of the Beijing Youth Daily. The headline caused a stir, with fans passionately exclaiming, "I have battled with fate." Upon its release, this article ignited a wildfire, transforming Fang Xinghe from a mere high school champion and literary prodigy into a cultural phenomenon. Subsequent articles further enriched this portrayal, swiftly captivating society at large. In no time, the demand for printed materials soared, with newsstands across the nation clamoring for more copies. Prior to the exclusive interview's publication, the Beijing Youth Daily circulation remained stable between 600,000 to 650,000 copies, with minimal fluctuations. The readership rate held steady at 469 individuals per copy, the highest amongst capital media. However, 3 days later, as the series concluded, circulation skyrocketed to 1 million copies, surpassing the Capital Evening News for the first time and claiming the 3rd position nationwide. Simultaneously, the readership rate exceeded 612 individuals per copy, achieving dominance across the entire industry. On the other hand, although Southern Weekly maintains a circulation of 1.5 million, firmly holding the 2nd position, their staunch support for Han Han has recently left them battered and trembling. Despite their bravado, they cannot conceal the waning momentum. The second report from Beijing Youth Daily, titled "Learning Has No Why," is comparatively serene, allowing them to endure a little longer. However, upon the release of the 3rd article, "The Universe Yet to Be Determined," we are all dark horses, it is no exaggeration to say that resistance crumbled entirely. In the concluding segment, Zhao Chunhua writes, "Typically, we do not associate grand themes such as fate with a child. If a teenager were to attempt to discuss fate with me, I would find it amusing. Yet, in this moment, I cannot muster a smile. I am genuinely shocked. Not because Fang Xinghe's experiences are particularly tragic. As a journalist, I have a high tolerance for tragedy. Many interviewees' plights have brought me to tears, yet that is merely sympathy, compassion, kindness, and an unwillingness to look away. Only Fang Xinghe evokes a profound sense of inadequacy within me. Dear readers, what kind of imagination must we possess to amalgamate the seemingly contradictory traits of a 14-year-old orphan? A campus bully, a fighter who engages in brawls every 3 days, a provincial top scorer in the entrance examinations, a literary prodigy, a calm critic, and a fierce youth vowing to break his father's legs into a single individual? If you accept his incredibility, can you also accept his nonchalance towards fate? I find it difficult to accept. I ponder, how can you be so dismissive? Sometimes, a trivial matter can effortlessly crush me, leaving me irritable, agitated, and even frantic. I do not believe this reflects my fragility. Many adults share my experience and can be easily unsettled by life's disappointments. Yet Fang Xinghe remains remarkably unfazed. When he states in the most earnest tone during the interview, "I have battled with my fate," I do not sense any arrogance in his words. He merely offers an example, reminding us adults, do not lose heart, do not be pessimistic. When certain matters become established facts, accept the immutable aspects and strive to overcome the yet-to-be-determined ones. The universe is not fixed. We are all dark horses. Fang Xinghe ultimately summarizes his attitude towards fate with this phrase, which finally wins my conviction. I am compelled to believe and accept it. However, I maintain that such thinking lacks universal applicability. Thus, I assert, Fang Xinghe, you are an exception, endowed with a rare and unparalleled gift, and you cannot impose your standards upon everyone. Can you guess how he responded? He laughed heartily, a hint of wildness finally gracing his expression. Of course, I recognize that spiritual impotence is indeed difficult to remedy. But if my encouragement can help them feel even slightly empowered, Even just for a moment after experiencing the benefits of such strength, they will come to cherish that feeling, planting a seed deep within their hearts, seeking ways to try, gradually pursuing, and perhaps one day, they will truly rise. Yet ultimately, how does this relate to me? Certain media outlets attempt to impose upon me a sentiment of profound pity for the world. However, I must apologize, for I do not possess such feelings. I have expressed my grievances, relished in my candor, and now I feel satisfied. Whether the outcome is dire or benevolent, I remain indifferent to both. Thus, I shall not hold others to my standards and hope that, in your reporting, you will accurately reflect that all I have articulated represents solely my personal perspective. I am undoubtedly an underdog, and whether you choose to embrace that is of little consequence to me. At the conclusion of the interview, Fang Xinghe completely refuted all the principles he had previously espoused, leaving me momentarily speechless, my mind a blank canvas. Upon returning to the newsroom, I endeavored to reorganize the interview transcript, my heart brimming with agitation and confusion. After much deliberation, I made the decision to invest a bit of my colleagues' time in a focused discussion. Everyone engaged enthusiastically, from the editor-in-chief to the assistants. We viewed the interview footage while sharing our thoughts freely. The pivotal question was, what sort of person do you perceive Fang Xinghe to be through this interview? The debate was fervent, yet regrettably, we failed to reach a consensus. Ultimately, the editor-in-chief resolved to set aside our disagreements and present the question to the readers. As I submitted the piece, an inexplicable clarity washed over me regarding how you perceive Fang Xinghe may not reflect his true self. Yet he certainly remains unconcerned with your opinions of him. Thus, whether you love him or not is inconsequential. Zhao Chuanhua's ambiguous yet profound conclusion rendered the question of Fang Xinghe's character a trending topic. Beneath this interview, Beijing boldly announced in bold typeface that tomorrow, we would publish Fang Xinghe's latest article, The Town's Problem Solver. Chapter 42. The fanbase time, in the agonizing throes of the fans, has finally passed the third day. Early in the morning, Wan Bayer ran to the newsstand outside the alley, resembling a joyful puppy, eagerly wagging her tail at the window. The proprietor, upon seeing her, greeted her with a beaming smile. Xiao Wan, you are quite early. Everything is prepared for you. Thank you. How much is it? 25, 45 yuan. Just give me 25 yuan. 25. I'll settle the change next time. Wan Bayer tossed the money aside, grabbed the stack of newspapers, and hurried home. Upon entering the living room, she swiftly divided the newspapers into two piles. Dad, here's half for you. The rest is mine. Her father, overwhelmed by the large stack before him, shook his head with a wry smile. So much. How can you possibly read all of this? I only managed to get through 2 papers yesterday. Well, you have plenty of time. Just read them at your own pace. I don't care. I spent 25, 45 today. So you owe me that. Her father chuckled softly. Take your time. How do you think the media will critique him? How annoying. Wan Bayer exclaimed, clearly frustrated. You're doing this on purpose. That's not true, her father quickly conceded, rubbing his forehead with a smile. But knowing that they are all criticizing him. Why buy so many? Wouldn't it suffice to just get the Beijing? I don't care. I want to stand by him and face it together. And you must reimburse me for the newspapers. All right, I'll pay you. Here's another 50 yuan. Will that cover tomorrow's? Wan's father waited for quite a while without receiving any response. Turning his head, he was astonished to find that his daughter had already immersed herself in the Beijing Youth Daily. Sighing, he muttered with a hint of bitterness, daughters grow up too quickly. He then decided to find a copy of the newspaper featuring Fang Xinghe and began to read it absent-mindedly. While he held no particular opinions about Fang Xinghe, he wasn't overly curious either. Over the years, he had encountered numerous talented youths and prodigies. Yet extending the observation of them often revealed little of substance. The younger generation mostly looked up to their parents, their aspirations lofty indeed. However, a piece reprinted in the Guangming Daily titled The Universe Yet Unsettled piqued his interest somewhat. It possessed a certain audacity that was rare, originally somewhat indifferent. Wan's father found himself unintentionally engrossed in the article. It wasn't until his wife called for them to have dinner, and Wan Bayer's lively demeanor returned, that he abruptly came to his senses. Well, this is more than just interesting, he thought. Fang Xinghe, apart from offering a purely youthful perspective, surprisingly managed to view matters from such a high vantage point. Quite remarkable indeed. Wan Bayer was equally enthusiastic, chattering away with her father about it. Father, what kind of person do you think Fang Xinghe is? Her mother shot her a glance. Fang Xinghe, all you talk about is Fang Xinghe. Look at the obsession you have with him. Isn't he just like those South Korean idols? They are idol boy bands, bringing strength through their music. How can you compare them to him? Juan Bayer retorted defensively. Suddenly changing her tone, she added, well, their musical talent and Fang Xinghe's literary prowess are indeed not on the same level. If they are foolish, so be it. But you cannot insult my brother Xinghe. Oh? A change of heart? Juan's mother widened her eyes in disbelief. Weren't you just enamored with that other one? You plastered his posters all over the walls and wouldn't let me say a word against him. When did that happen? Juan Bayer vehemently denied it. You slander me. That was merely a poster gifted by a good friend. I couldn't hurt her feelings, so I put it up for a while. My true affection can only be for brother Xinghe. Juan's mother, exasperated, opened her mouth to scold her. In their family, she had always played the role of the strict parent, placing great importance on Juan Bayer's education and discipline. However, before she could speak, her husband intervened. Wait. You should consider your approach to education. Fang Xinghe's essays are, in a certain sense, quite well written. Bayer is growing up and understands many things. You can reason with her. She will listen to what is right. There must be encouragement alongside criticism, otherwise it is not conducive. Juan Bayer joyfully embraced her father and defiantly lifted her chin at her mother. Humph. Did you see that? Those capable of great things possess a different kind of spirit. Her mother, amused and irritated at once, tapped her on the head. All right. I lack that spirit. All my past punishments were just to teach you. From this single remark, it was evident that she had indeed read Fang Xinghe's essay knowing but not complying. Not at all, Juan Bayer smiled, sensing an opportunity to withdraw gracefully. I know you care for me. Both you and father have given me so much love. However, I have also reached an age where I must form my own thoughts. Mr. Juan chuckled amiably, skillfully mediating the situation and wholeheartedly supporting his daughter. Fang Xinghe's writings indeed hold significant value for the youth. While excessive rebellion is certainly unacceptable, the virtue of resilience is commendable. Nothing is more crucial than a steadfast heart. Fang Xinghe embodies the spirit of your grandfather's generation. And while I can comprehend your admiration for him, I am less understanding of your infatuation with those South Korean celebrities. He had expressed this sentiment numerous times before, albeit to no avail. Today, however, was different. Juan Bayer nodded obediently, proclaiming, I understand. I promise I won't do that again. Yet, Mrs. Juan's furrowed brow remained, clearly indicating her discontent. One should not idolize, especially not Fang Xinghe, whose character is rather. However, Juan Bayer, particularly astute, did not allow her mother to finish her thought. She hurried back to the living room, returned with the Beijing Youth Daily, and cheerfully suggested, Mom and Dad, let me read you Fang Xinghe's new article. The couple exchanged a glance, shaking their heads in resignation. Juan Bayer, undeterred by their lack of approval, passionately began to read aloud the piece titled The Town's Problem Solver. The introductory sections of the article primarily discuss a perspective on class. It narrates how a person hailing from a humble town once perceived the world and the subsequent shocks experienced after bravely stepping beyond its confines. From Wudong to Shanghai, he first embraced the tranquility of Taoism, subsequently immersing himself in the opulence of the metropolis, before ultimately returning to his town. In this journey, both tranquility and extravagance took root deep within his barren soul, and the previously unmanageable tumult of adolescence unexpectedly blossomed into a delicate flower. The verdant stem strived upward. The flower bloomed vibrantly and fragrantly, while the silent roots burrowed deeper into the dark soil. Gone were the words filled with bitterness, replaced instead by rich, evocative imagery. Fang Xinghe did not explicitly delineate any possibilities. Nevertheless, the three symbols of stem, flower, and root, along with the dynamic changes they evoke, invite the imagination to conjure infinite interpretations. Is the stem the vitality of youth? Is the flower the blossoming of effort? Is the silent root the essence of one's true self? It could be, but it is not necessarily so, and it may even be something entirely different. Fang Xinghe's prose no longer possesses the clarity and audacity of knowing yet not complying. His yearning to escape the confines of his town is palpable. Yet the conclusion he ultimately points towards is not one of becoming exceedingly strong or achieving monumental success. Rather, it leans towards a somewhat ethereal fidelity to one's true self, a clear acknowledgement of one's innermost being. On the surface, it appears neither fierce nor cool. Yet it culminates in the ultimate affirmation of resolve with the final sentiment, I choose to solve problems. Juan Bayer sees only the vibrant energy of aspiration, while Mrs. Juan perceives the image of their forebears emerging barefooted from the mountains, carrying their heads high and bathed in blood, displaying the most tenacious will to grow, ultimately transforming their lives into a resplendent bloom. From Mr. Wan's perspective, there is a broader reflection on the journey from poverty to prosperity. Yet the blossoms attract bees and butterflies, the branches bear heavy burdens, and the parched soil desperately requires nourishment, with the very roots themselves bearing their own challenges. Of course, none of them grasp the layer of tranquility inherent in Taoism. The stillness of the roots and the movement of life exist in a dialectical unity. Unless one has undergone a profound awakening between life and death, it is challenging to truly grasp the paradoxical philosophy of quietly lurking in darkness while desperately drawing from barrenness. The essence of life and death, light and shadow, movement and stillness is so metaphysical that it can only be intuitively understood, yet remains difficult to articulate. When Wan Bao finally encountered the lyrical passage that elevated the central theme, the couple, immersed in contemplation, were unexpectedly pierced in the chest by its profound insight. Their bodies tingling from head to toe. Every individual's ultimate mission is the quest for self-discovery, followed by a sincere commitment to one's true self. We do not seek to flee from our homeland. Rather, we yearn to embark on a journey to witness diverse landscapes, to refine our souls through a broader world, transforming from hatred of all to love for all, from disdain for all to respect for all. Ultimately, we joyfully realize that this world is not as we envisioned in our youth, yet we continue to embrace it. Until Wan Bao's voice faded, Wan Mu remained incredulous. Is this truly written by Fang Xinghe? Indeed. How could it be otherwise? Wan Fu, unable to contain his excitement, raised his voice, showcasing both elevation and depth remarkable. Suddenly, a profound sense of nostalgia welled up in Wan Mu as she gazed dreamily out the window. We are soon to depart this homeland, but we are not fleeing. We are simply moving on. What a poignant realization. The Wan family had decided to relocate to Hong Kong Island and send Wan Bao abroad for studies, regardless of the reasons. Leaving behind the hometown that nurtured and housed decades of cherished memories inevitably brings sadness and trepidation. In this moment, hearing such sentiments evokes a myriad of emotions, resonating deeply within. This is a shared frequency, perfectly timed and aptly expressed. What may seem like mere empty rhetoric to others is a revelation to the right ears. This is indeed a remarkable piece of writing. Fang Xinghe's inner world is vast and beautiful. In an instant, Wan Mu's perception of Fang Xinghe shifted from negative to positive, her admiration soaring to great heights. To be understood, to be touched, and to find solace in words is a rare and fulfilling happiness. In comparison, the trivialities of disrupting a father's leg or berating media figures pale insignificantly in her eyes. She decisively shifted her stance, making a complete turnaround. Little Fang, though somewhat extreme, possesses a genuine spirit. Your generation, all pampered little treasures, has never faced hardship, raised in indulgence. It's quite unbecoming. If you admire him, learn from him. Stop being so frivolous. Wow, Wan Bao exclaimed. It's rare to hear you praise anyone. We're on the same side now. Come, join the great Fang fan organization. Wan Fu and Wan Mu exchanged puzzled glances. Fang fan organization? What is this all about? In Tianjin, on her way to dance class, Mao Xiaodong purchased a copy of the Beijing Youth Daily from a newsstand. With no time to examine it closely, she merely skimmed through and spotted an entire page dedicated to Fang Xinghe's new article, along with a new photograph of him on the colorful page 12. Instantly filled with joy. Haha, this is fantastic. Mao Xiaodong was utterly delighted with today's newspaper, cradling it carefully in her arms as she made her way to the practice room with a cheerful heart. Upon entering the classroom, two girls engaged in idle chatter caught sight of the newspaper in her hands and rushed over exclaiming, Xiaodong, you bought the Beijing Youth Daily too? Do you want the center color page? Mao Xiaodong immediately bristled, protecting the newspaper behind her. Of course I do. What are you planning to do? One of her classmates, taken aback by her reaction, pouted and murmured softly, if you don't want to share, then just don't. The other girl's eyes lit up with excitement as she asked, you like Fang Xinghe, right? Oh, then we are fellow fans. Fang fans? Mao Xiaodong was momentarily taken aback. Lu Jingjing nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Fang Xinghe fans, commonly referred to as Fang fans on Tianya. Tianya? Fans. The academically challenged Mao Xiaodong was utterly confused and had no idea what they were talking about. It's an English word, meaning fervent enthusiasts of a particular idol, Lu Jingjing declared with immense pride, as if announcing a monumental revelation. However, Mao Xiaodong found herself genuinely intrigued, repeating the term several times, each utterance sounding more melodious than the last. Fang fans. I certainly am one. I've liked him since May. Well, I liked him even earlier. Another girl, Wang Yutong, chimed in proudly. I started liking him from the cover of the Mingya magazine in April. Mao Xiaodong felt a flicker of discomfort and scoffed. At that time, his first article hadn't even been published. What do you like about him? He is handsome. So handsome it makes me dizzy. Wang Yutong replied matter-of-factly, leaving Mao Xiaodong momentarily speechless. In this day and age, young girls, indeed, girls of any era, are invariably enamored with dashing celebrities. To ask them to appreciate the remarkable performances of actors like Wang Baoqiang and Mr. Tree would be an unreasonable request. Yet inquire them about which star is the most handsome, and they would rattle off names without hesitation. There is no need for harsh judgment. As 99 of young girls traverse through this phase, icons of earlier times, such as Zhu Shimao, Tang Guiqiang, and even those who date back to Panin, have all been the dream lovers of countless young girls. However, Mao Xiaodong was an extraordinary exception. Initially, she had no fondness for that handsome visage, possessing an innate wariness towards exceedingly attractive men. It was only after drawing immense courage and strength from knowing, but not complying, that she began to admire Fang Xinghe with a fervor unmatched by anyone else. Thus, witnessing Lu Jingjing and Wang Yutong merely admire Fang Xinghe's looks filled her with indignation. His handsomeness was merely a trivial attribute. One should appreciate his talent. I do appreciate him. I read every issue of the Beijing Youth Daily. And what about your newspaper? I returned it to the stand after reading. What? The earlier issues didn't even have Fang Xinghe's picture. Why would I buy them? Because I like Fang Xinghe. My mother won't give me pocket money anymore. I must save my remaining funds to purchase Fang Xinghe's first book. Wang Yutong's adamant response left Mao Xiaodong completely bewildered. She realized that her admiration for Fang Xinghe seemed to exist on a different plane. Not only had she purchased the Beijing Youth Daily, but she also planned to scour other publications featuring Fang Xinghe. Nevertheless, her primary interest lay in that book. Where did this information come from? Is Fang Xinghe publishing a book? It was mentioned in the Xinmin Evening News. Lu Jingjing hastily answered, mentioning that the report indicated Fang Xinghe is currently penning his first lengthy novel. Wang Yutong added, moreover, Xinmin Evening News has already scheduled a new interview with Fang Xinghe. Mao Xiaodong kept both matters close to her heart, resolutely deciding to start saving money immediately. She could not allow herself to be outdone by Wang Yutong. Never. Wang Yutong, Wan Beier, and Mao Xiaodong each embody three distinct types of classic Fang fans. The first type, due to their parents' disapproval of Fang Xinghe, must hide their admiration in the shadows. This situation likely represents the mainstream, as Fang's current reputation is soaring. However, it is not overly concerning. It cannot be worse than this, can it? Well, it seems hard to assert. The second type, catalyzed by his works, has finally gained their parents' tacit approval, even support, for their admiration of Fang Xinghe. Many parents have suddenly realized that aside from his somewhat wild nature, Fang excels in many other aspects. Not only are the 3 interview articles widely discussed, but the town's problem solver also possesses both aesthetic appeal and integrity. It is understandable for children to admire Fang Xinghe, and it may not be a bad thing. Consequently, the act of idolizing Fang Xinghe has become legitimized in some households, allowing many fans to openly express their affection. Some open-minded parents are even willing to engage in in-depth discussions about Fang Xinghe's works and character with their children. This greatly expands the overall fan base of the idol Fang and enriches the composition of his supporters. Although many middle-aged parents generally harbor only a superficial fondness, which is challenging to deepen, their value lies not in providing star power. Their significance is to offer financial support to young fans, significantly enhancing their overall purchasing capability. Thus, Fang Xinghe has finally acquired the capital to independently publish and sell his work successfully. The third type of fan, represented by Mao Xiaodong, lacks familial support, as they are all children who have endured hardships, concealing their thoughts and rarely sharing with others. They independently and tenaciously admire Fang Xinghe, possibly facing financial constraints. Yet their resolve is unwavering. The fervent support Fang currently enjoys primarily stems from this group. In contrast to casual fans who contribute merely 1 point of star power, they can provide anywhere from 15 to 50 points. Moreover, they stand as the most formidable fortress when faced with the crashing waves. If this stronghold remains intact, no matter the blows Fang Xinghe endures, he will always have the opportunity for resurgence. The first category of superficial fans, akin to middle-aged casual admirers, are fickle and easily swayed. their ephemeral nature rendering them vulnerable to external pressures. Their vast numbers resemble blossoms that could be scattered by a gust of wind at any moment. Only the latter two types of fans, when united, can genuinely establish a solid foundation for Fang Xinghe, allowing him to withstand turmoil and fish in tranquility. Even if they catch a shark, they must engage in a struggle to discern who occupies the upper echelons of the food chain. Thus, the mere presence of a negative tide still in transit will reveal its true nature upon confrontation. Chapter 43. The perceived fatal blow. As Feng Yuanzhang entered the room clutching the People's Daily, Song Dandan immediately exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Isn't Xiao Xiao here?" Feng Yuanzhang looked up in confusion. "Huh? What's the matter?" "We were just discussing your student," Pu Tsuanxi chimed in with a grin. He followed up, "He's quite the sensation. I read what he wrote, and it's truly electrifying." Feng Yuanzhang's face broke into a wide smile, his expression radiating warmth. He waved his hand modestly, saying, "Oh, it's just a little trick, nothing to write home about." "Look at him, so pleased with himself," Song Dandan teased, prompting laughter from everyone. Enough of the false modesty. Our colleagues in the creative studio are singing his praises. "Tell me, how can this young man write with such verve? His thoughts and perspectives are remarkably unique, truly one of a kind," someone remarked. "Indeed, that piece on fate was so dramatic. Just think. It could easily be adapted into a splendid play." Exactly. Without the disdainful attitude of Fang Xinghe, it would merely depict a mundane tale of unfortunate adolescence. It is that core of resilience that imparts a striking impact. Those two lines resonate deeply with me. It is indeed the truth. "Hey, Xiaofeng, why not suggest to your apprentice that he try his hand at writing? If he can produce something worthwhile, we can stage it." Feng Yuanzhang laughed and gestured dismissively. "Oh no, I'm merely a tutor. How could I dictate what he writes?" "Ah, how theatrical." "Yes, it lacks sincerity and is rather ostentatious." This elicited another round of laughter among the group. In truth, the People's Art Theater has never been short of talented writers and playwrights. Yet the new generation seems to have faltered, with no one under 30 managing to create such a significant stir. The discussion, while fresh and engaging, also concealed a lingering anxiety about the future. Times have changed, and the new generation is quite untamed. Can we still produce plays that resonate with the masses? The speaker's words were unintentional, but the listeners couldn't help but ponder, given the backdrop of widespread unemployment. The theme of fate from a youthful perspective is indeed a compelling narrative core. One wonders if Xiaofeng has the capability and willingness to write it. After musing for a while, Feng Yuanzhang chuckled softly, realizing that it was perhaps premature to dwell on such matters. Fang Xinghe is still far from the age of taking center stage. In the small courtyard at home, the new generation was entertaining an uninvited elderly guest. "I've brought tea leaves, just need some hot water." The current principal of the experimental high school reclined in Fang Xinghe's beloved old rocking chair and began surveying the surroundings. "The courtyard is quite tidy. How spacious is it?" Fang Xinghe paused. "I've never measured, perhaps around 200? "Not quite." The old man shook his head and remarked unexpectedly, "Make sure they quote you the highest standard for the renovations. Think about where you would like to move." "Wait, are they really going to demolish it?" Fang Xinghe quickly reacted. "In September, you'll be boarding at school, so it won't be too disruptive. If contracts need signing, have them come to my office to sort it out." Fang Xinghe's emotions were a complex mix. Xiaofeng grew up in this place and bid farewell to his beloved mother here. Now, as time has transformed both the surroundings and the people, he contemplates the myriad losses one must endure in life to reach its conclusion. He allowed his emotions to wash over him, indulging for a few moments, savoring the feelings until he returned to a state of tranquility. The new article began to take shape, with fragments of emotion surfacing in his mind. He casually inquired, "Are there any decent houses near the school? I do not wish to live on campus." The old principal was not taken aback and casually replied, "There is a cluster of farmhouses behind the school playground. The living conditions are modest, yet quite similar to this place. If you wish to live there, I can assist in making arrangements. That would be much appreciated." "What trouble is that for me?" The old principal chuckled heartily. "I'll give Lu Dashin a heads up, and he'll eagerly take care of it. By the time you move in September, the house will be all set for you." "Do you believe that?" "Well, you are quite the cunning old fox, and it seems you are quite straightforward in our conversation, aren't you? Do you not care that I am only 14? Xiaofeng was too lazy to ponder further and retorted, "That's not my concern. I will merely provide the funds. As you have yet to officially enroll, you are still the master here." The old principal understood and pointed at him, laughingly chiding, You, my boy, are a born leader. Do you not wish to strive for Tsinghua or Peking University? Huh. Xiao Fang did not engage with the previous topic, instead leisurely countering. Where did you hear that I do not wish to attend Tsinghua or Peking University? Does one need to hear it from anyone? A glance is sufficient, is it not? The old principal, with an air of keen insight, eventually sighed. You rise early to practice martial arts and recite tongue twisters. With an entire cabinet filled with books on directing and acting. Is being a star truly that appealing? It is not a matter of good or bad. It is about longevity. Having genuinely experienced the enhancement that fame brought, Xiao Fang could not abandon his path to stardom for any reason. What is it that you truly desire? If there is nothing, let us enjoy some tea. Xiao Fang smiled distantly, brewing a cup of tea for himself while pulling out a bottle of calcium milk. For reasons unknown, this particular calcium milk tasted far superior to that of future years. Observing his demeanor, the old principal could only shake his head with a wry smile. After sipping tea to ease his mind, the old man unexpectedly pierced the air with a pointed question. What does it feel like to be scolded? I did not pay much attention, Xiao Fang replied, his spirit invigorated, his eyes shining brightly. Was it quite severe? The old man was taken aback. Wait, what is this reaction? Are you pleased? Xiao Fang responded with an expression of utmost certainty. Is that not apparent? The old man struggled to contain his astonishment. After a careful scrutiny of Xiao Fang, he finally sighed in realization. A genius. So this is what a true genius is like. Xiao Fang, puzzled, responded, what are you imagining now? Please stop overthinking it. Genuine geniuses do not behave like this. You are not concerned that I might have psychological issues and came specifically to check on me, are you? Ahem. That is partially true. The old man, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, suddenly grew serious. In truth, I fear more that you might not comprehend the gravity of the situation. What situation? For instance, why has the issue of education escalated to such proportions? Why is such a trivial matter causing such a ruckus? The old man, with his whimsical demeanor, seemed particularly eager to pique Fang Xinghe's curiosity. It was quite simple, really. Fang Xinghe chuckled softly, effortlessly unraveling the core logic. The repercussions of the Asian financial crisis had persisted from last year into this one. In an attempt to alleviate employment pressures, promote educational equity, and enhance the overall quality of the populace, universities commenced a frenzied expansion in enrollment. Observing the old man's eyes widening in disbelief, the mischievous one intentionally slowed his speech, squeezing out each phrase deliberately. Thus, a pertinent question arose. How might the beneficiaries of elite education react to such developments? The influx of university graduates would inevitably dilute the value of all degrees, and in a few years, they would threaten established positions with their vigor and lower wages, undermining societal worth. Could they remain unperturbed? Even the successful individuals, undeterred by potential disruption, would feel a twinge of bitterness. Pondering, after all the effort I expended to gain admission to such a school, are you telling me that now anyone can simply waltz in? I may not be able to target specific individuals, but surely I can rail against such nonsensical policies. Consequently, many do not genuinely believe that education is futile. Rather, they perceive the expansion as a threat to their interests, and so they covertly stir the pot. Others, seizing the moment, propagate their own notions of quality education. The instigators are nefarious, while the followers are merely foolish. It's a mix of both. Just wait, and you'll see. When mass graduations occur 4 years hence, there will be uproar. The old principal gripped the armrests of his rocking chair tightly. Though his hands no longer trembled, his lips quivered incessantly. Who told you this? Has someone discussed it with you? Is it truly necessary? Fang Xinghe feigned a well-timed astonishment, questioning why such a straightforward matter would require instruction. Could it not be deduced merely by following the news? This rascal, the old man, visibly flustered, slumped back into his chair, his heart racing in disquiet. The esteemed principal felt a sense of frustration. He had come with good intentions to warn the young lad, and, in the process, to project an image of seasoned wisdom, only to find himself swiftly rebuffed by the audacious youth. Are all geniuses so outrageous? See, you overthink things again. True geniuses do not behave this way. It is merely that Fang, having once been in this line of work, possesses the professional acumen to analyze the underlying causes behind public opinion. The old man, seemingly undeterred, ventured to inquire, are you acquainted with the situation regarding Han Han? Indeed, it is even simpler, Fang Xinghe replied, nodding without leaving the old man any room for doubt. Do you think you can impress me without compensation? Throughout history, many have grappled with the question. Han Han's piece, peering into the cup, is undoubtedly impressive. But why did it incite such a profound societal discourse simply due to one instance of retention? The truth is rather straightforward. The young man merely found himself at the right place at the right time, serving as a catalyst for various factions to exploit the issue for their own agendas. The underlying cause remains the economic downturn compounded by the expansion of university admissions, coupled with the public's acute sensitivity towards education. Thus, when the malevolent stir the waters, a great uproar ensues, as though society is collectively agitated on Han Han's behalf. Society is indeed restless, but not for him. The protagonists of the era are invariably the people, the individual who momentarily stands at the pinnacle, attracting the gaze of the masses, often serves merely as a symbolic figure. This holds true for Han Han, Jack Ma, and undoubtedly, Fang Xinghe as well. The distinction lies in the ability to maintain composure and clarity when surveying the vastness from such heights. Who can truly discern the inevitabilities of history and humanity, and recognize the serendipity of the times? Only those who can gracefully exit the stage with a smile have earned that right. With everything settled, the greatest romanticism of a hero in the Chinese tradition is the ability to depart with a casual wave, embodying the utmost nonchalance. Fang Xinghe has yet to reach this level. His nature can only uphold his initial intentions, allowing him to act with fervor in pursuit of joyful endeavors, rather than succumbing to anger after exhausting all happiness. At this moment, Han Han remains oblivious, unable to discern right from wrong, barely scratching the surface of awakening. Even if the triple door emerges next year, selling hundreds of thousands of copies, he will still be that marionette. This marks the most significant difference between the two. Not in literary prowess, but in essence. Fang Xinghe gazes into the distance, casually remarking that Han Han's father and his agent, riding the waves of circumstance, have skillfully orchestrated publicity to elevate Han Han's fame. However, at its core, it is still the power of the era that has favored them. The old principal grows increasingly alarmed and irate. You know everything yet still wade into murky waters? You have no need for this fleeting hype to sell books. The true reason is something Fang Xinghe cannot disclose, yet he can speak of loyalty. The future film emperor, with unwavering resolve, insists, Han Han is my beloved brother. How could I allow my dear friend to bear such immense pressure alone? So you choose to fire indiscriminately? The criticism is as dark as coal. In the midst of fame and loyalty, Fang Xinghe raises an eyebrow, a hint of mockery surfacing. After all, his own satisfaction is paramount. The conversation cannot continue. Truly, he feels no desire to discuss further. The old man senses that engaging in serious matters with Fang Xinghe will inevitably lead to frustration. Where is the truth in any of this? However, from another perspective, Fang Xinghe's demeanor offers a sense of reassurance, alleviating any fears that he might falter amidst trivial disturbances in his youth. Forget it. I'm too weary to advise you. The old man, with a tumultuous heart, rises abruptly and strides away, leaving behind a final remark. I initially harbored concerns about Lu Dashan. His foundations are too fragile, and he could easily become fodder for scrutiny. However, it seems my worries were unfounded. Since you trust him, let us see if he can truly hold the position of experimental principal. It ultimately depends on the magnitude of your influence. Shortly after the old man departs, Lu Dashan calls, his voice tinged with anxiety. Xinghe, does Principal Zhang have any instructions? Fang Xinghe casually replies, I need you to arrange a courtyard behind the school gymnasium. Everything else is mere chatter. Rest assured, I will handle it. Lu Dashan responds promptly, without a hint of hesitation. Aside from ensuring the place is bright and tidy, do you have any specific requirements for the furnishings? None, Fang Xinghe says, surveying the living room, merely observing without the intention of taking anything. After a moment, he softly adds, it is merely a place to settle. Certainly. I shall ensure the completion of the work before the commencement of the academic term. I will reimburse you later. Oh, what a fuss. Why should we use personal funds when there are school resources available? Let us not even mention the labor costs. As a faculty member, my purpose is to serve students like you. Just look at my amiable demeanor and accommodating nature. Fang Xinghe may not be well-versed in politics, yet he possesses a keen understanding of human sentiments. The principal position of Lu Dashan appears tenuous, primarily due to a lack of persuasive authority. I, however, possess an abundance of it. It is not that I expect Lu Dashan to assist me with significant endeavors. Rather, I seek to manage logistical matters efficiently, minimize complications, and nurture the little eaglets at home. Serving the president is the chief of staff's role. My service is surely worth more than that of a mere principal. Just wait. When my book is published, you shall see your moment of glory. Having ended the call, Fang Xinghe commenced extracting information from the newspapers. As anticipated, once the 3 articles were published by the Beijing Youth Daily, the swarm of critics finally took notice, reacting with fervor and launching a frenzied counterattack. Criticism flooded in relentlessly. From the very first day until now, with no sign of abating, becoming increasingly aggressive. The dark tide surged with overwhelming force. The 2 prominent southern writers, De Xiong and Hong Zhong, subsequently published their pieces, effectively collaborating in their critique. De Xiong primarily questioned Fang Xinghe's qualifications to speak. It is not that I wish to silence anyone. Rather, I hope that individuals pause to ponder whether they possess the qualifications, capability, and genuine independent thought necessary to voice opinions on such significant topics that do not directly concern them. Hong Zhong's main thesis was to elevate the status of media professionals and foster a united front. Those of us who have long been active on the front line of public opinion, steadfast in our commitment to justice, have earned the trust of a learned audience through rigorous scrutiny. We have weathered many storms, thus possessing the credibility to critique misguided policies. This is both our duty as media practitioners and a right granted to us by the public. Should we ever face unwarranted scorn for our rightful critiques and lose our freedom to criticize, our populace may gradually descend into despair amidst the collapse of democracy. While the impact may not be devastating, the rhetoric is undeniably provocative, firmly placing Fang Xinghe in opposition to the prevailing narrative. Subsequently, in the weekly publication Difficult to Prevent Weekend, Yi Lianshan penned a 3rd article, shedding all pretense and formally unleashing a scathing critique of Fang Xinghe. They believe this to be a fatal blow. Chapter 44. The Meteoric Rise of Stardom in his impassioned treatise. Yi Lianshan expressed, I steadfastly maintain that Fang Xinghe is the most gifted young literary talent of our time, a delightful surprise of this year. However, his principal flaw stems from the very essence of being a youthful prodigy. His extraordinary talent has bred an equally profound arrogance. The unfortunate experiences of his childhood have led Fang Xinghe to place immense value on his own survival experiences. Yet he shows no intent to cultivate a healthy moral and emotional core. Consequently, he lacks the patriotic sentiments typical of traditional Chinese literati. This is a matter of great regret for me. My feelings towards him are a complex blend of deep affection and stern disappointment, akin to the frustration of wanting iron to become steel. Fang Xinghe possesses remarkable intelligence, however. The unfortunate amalgamation of his brilliance with youthful naivety has bestowed upon him a second, fatal flaw, selfishness. Fang Xinghe, how profoundly self-centered are your thoughts and actions. You have rallied a band of petty thugs, taking pride in extorting the vulnerable among your peers, and you dare to believe you have triumphed over fate? How utterly absurd. I urge everyone to ponder this. If Fang Xinghe had refrained from his so-called rebellion and simply attended school, would he truly have been unable to survive? Certainly not. What is the role of the state? What purpose do civil affairs departments serve? What is the function of schools? Your predicament has never been a genuine crisis. It is easily resolvable. Your so-called struggle is merely an expression of extreme, dark fury. What does it truly signify in the face of the vast tide of unemployment affecting millions? You accuse the media of feasting on the misfortunes of others. Yet you stand there, arms akimbo, uttering frivolous remarks in pursuit of notoriety. Does that render you just? Is it truly an impressive feat to thrive on humiliation, deprivation, violence, deception, and bullying? What exactly have you conquered? A group of younger children who are shorter than you? You claim to lack a sense of justice or compassion for the suffering of others. And while I can empathize with your indifference and emotional withdrawal following your own wounds, it is unacceptable for you to repeatedly misuse your anger. If you genuinely cannot perceive the plight of the laid-off workers, their helpless cries in the biting wind, then it would be wise to remain silent. To dismiss our heartfelt anguish as mere idle talk from those who do not suffer is an outrageous arrogance. I am profoundly disheartened. You ought to be our pride. Yet I have come to realize that the more successful you become, the more direct and intense the negative influence you exert on the youth. This realization pains me deeply. I do not wish to witness the most promising star of our domestic literary scene gradually morph into a selfish, cold-hearted, and callous individual. This is not just my loss. It is a loss for the entire literary and educational community. Alas, when will our nation provide a nurturing environment in which truly gifted children can grow freely and pursue their aspirations? The persona that Fang Xinghe has developed is a testament to the failures of our educational system, a failure that continues to repeat itself. While we can gradually address educational issues, Fang Xinghe, are you aware that you are crumbling? In the future, you may continue to produce those uniquely styled, vividly distinct articles imbued with intense anger, yet you will never be capable of crafting truly remarkable works that possess profound humanistic depth. You excel at insults and brawls, perhaps becoming increasingly adept at them. However, you have forfeited your right to be a literary figure. Fang Xinghe, you must genuinely mature. Before you grasp the hardships and challenges of adulthood, cease your utterances of weightless, childish nonsense. Reflect deeply, choose your words and actions with care, and let this be the conclusion of your current path. As the eloquent prose emerged, the demons and monsters rose in unison, exclaiming in joy, "What a splendid critique!" Yen Lizhan, building upon the groundwork laid by his comrades, skillfully dismantled Fang Xinghe's aura of destiny, truly succeeding in exposing and ridiculing him. The article was crafted with remarkable ingenuity, possessing a captivating allure that could leave even Fang's staunch supporters momentarily speechless. At first glance, it appeared to be sheer vernacular, with an extremely colloquial style devoid of any literary flair. Yet, the content was intricately woven with emotional threads, each layer interlocking seamlessly, positioning the author as a wise elder, adopting a lofty stance of disappointment and disapproval that deeply resonated with middle-aged readers, stirring their empathy and identification. It is essential to recognize that the middle-aged individuals of this era differ significantly from the new breed of middle-aged individuals who have emerged in the digital age. The new middle-aged cohort has matured alongside the internet, adeptly engaging with the world, possessing broader perspectives, enhanced critical thinking skills, and a greater capacity for tolerance. Conversely, the old middle-aged demographic was nurtured in a unique historical context, spending much of their lives in the languid era of print media, only to suddenly confront the myriad shocks of the new age during a time when their thinking had solidified. Consequently, they exhibit rigid and conservative traits, placing great emphasis on parental authority, yearning for the allure of the West, and harboring profound grievances. This is not a reflection of personal virtue or vice, rather. It highlights the inherent character differences between the two generations. Thus, the conservative middle-aged are particularly intolerant of a rebellious youth like Fang Xinghe, unable or unwilling to comprehend his perspective, and instead casting their votes of approval for Yen Lizhan with fervent zeal, building a wave of overwhelming support. The lesser voices also bravely chimed in, clamoring for confrontation. How dare a mere child speak of national matters? Fang Xinghe has become too arrogant, placing undue importance on himself. What right does a mere high school examination top scorer have to comment on such apparent policy missteps? You are but a student. Your understanding of society is so shallow that it is painful to behold. A prime example of a mind dulled by excessive studying. He resembles the proverbial Fang Xinghe of the new era. Originally, he was a morally corrupt individual. What were you expecting? Fang Xinghe even harbors thoughts of harming his own father, his character twisted to such an extent that he is merely revealing his true nature now. The tumultuous tide surged like an inky sea, leaving the young Fang supporters powerless to resist, with many young girls weeping in desperation. Yet, how does Fang Xinghe respond? With serene indifference, he observes the frenzy with a smile. Teachers Fang, Lu, the old principal, and even Aunt Chun all fail to comprehend why Fang Xinghe remains so unfazed by the external chaos, being criticized, slandered, and having his reputation tarnished, yet he maintains his composure. This is precisely what he desires. In a mere 5 days, the Starlight panel achieved what previously took a month. Fan value, 404. Starlight value, 5,888. Star radiance value, 3. Although the number of fans did not significantly increase, the Starlight value soared dramatically. Just how many female fans are empathizing with their beloved brother? It is impossible to quantify. The orchestrator of the online discourse has undoubtedly profited immensely. His understanding of fan psychology is nothing short of masterful, as the situation has unfolded strictly within the boundaries he has delineated, ultimately culminating in a crescendo. As an idol, as long as one acts rightly and speaks appropriately, there is no need to concern oneself with detractors. Often, even when idols engage in less than commendable actions, their fans will wholeheartedly defend them. These fans, emotional beings, possess hearts that sparkle like crystal, pure and transparent, delicately reserved for their chosen idol. Yet, at their worst, they can resemble infatuated individuals, controlling and irrational, embodying a blend of obsession and dysfunction. Therefore, while fans may be cherished, they must not be indulged excessively. and should indeed be guided with discipline. This may not be a commendable notion, yet maintaining a firm and composed demeanor towards them is a responsible approach for oneself, for them, and for society at large. Fang Xinghe is not a moral guardian. He is prepared to grant his fans the utmost respect for their idol's identity, namely, not to engage in malevolence, to uphold integrity, and to avoid treachery. He exchanges his unwavering brilliance for their empathy and allegiance, and when necessary, he does not hesitate to be harsh. This time, the results were palpable. Judging by the surge in fan numbers and the corresponding increase in star power, the wave of negativity initiated by the South has at least garnered him 200,000 to 300,000 dedicated secondary fans and tens of thousands of diehard supporters. Moreover, this endeavor left no residual effects. It was a complete windfall. It was so effortless that Fang Xinghe couldn't help but reflect. What a desolate, yet beautiful era this is. Since approximately 2018, celebrities have been hesitant to engage in overtly controversial tactics. Fan Bibing and Yang Mi were the last to do so. The fundamental reason lies in the saturation of competitors in every sector, each vying for traffic, projects, and business, leading to a cutthroat competition for resources, leaving no room for errors. Each misstep by a peer translates into greater opportunities for others. For instance, after the downfall of a certain star, the new generation of influencers experienced a prosperous year, with most thriving while only a few, like Arthur, reaped minimal benefits. In such an environment, mutual disparagement is inevitable, and retaliation must follow suit. Fans have an abundance of choices. If one fails to maintain their image, they can expect to lose support rapidly, with no time to enjoy the fleeting thrill of controversy. Consequently, typical companies and artists are particularly sensitive to scandals, addressing them promptly upon emergence. However, Fang Xinghe finds himself in a seemingly competitive yet fundamentally unique environment. In a world rife with scrutiny, who truly stands as his direct rival? Han Han? Not at all. If anything, he is only a partial contender. Moreover, before the releases of Threefold Door and 1 Degree Below Zero, his prominent counterpart lacked any speaking rights. Li Erping and Louis? They do not qualify, as they consider themselves actors, lacking the understanding or appreciation for fan engagement. Xie Tingfeng? Perhaps he counts as a significant rival, given the substantial overlap in their fan demographics. Yet, Fang has carved out a distinct path for himself, embracing a strategy of differentiated competition, showing no fear of anyone. With a captivating blend of beauty, literary prowess, rebelliousness, and avant-garde fashion, this striking combination thrives within the evolving landscape of the entertainment industry. How could he possibly falter? There is simply no room for defeat. Even though the efficiency of a writer in digesting their fans is notably low and the pace is exceedingly slow, Fang Xinghe still possesses ample time to convert his detractors and sufficient space to absorb the negative sentiments. Being criticized is not merely a misfortune, rather, it can be a catalyst for growth. Observing the starlight of his popularity expanding significantly with each passing moment, Fang beams with delight. Having accumulated enough to reach a coordination level of 5, he anticipates soon achieving 6, and in a few days, he will comfortably reach 8. He is reluctant to spend his savings, determined to amass a total of 80 million, at which point he intends to elevate his coordination to 92 in one fell swoop. Fang Xinghe resolves to exercise restraint and practice delayed gratification, promising himself a grand reward that will undoubtedly be exhilarating. He turns off his interface and immerses himself in reading. Regardless of the commotion outside, it is of no concern to him. He considers himself a humble, pitiful, and helpless high school student, singularly focused on his studies. While the critics may continue their disparagement, he is intent on learning new techniques. Under the guidance of a professional named Feng, Wang Yali procures a plethora of highly targeted textbooks for Fang Xinghe. Titles such as Directorial Thinking, The Grammar of Film Language, How to Direct Actors, A Director's Essential Course, Film Art, Form and Style, and A History of World Cinema constitute masterworks that establish a directorial mindset and a proper understanding of the directing profession. Additionally, there are resources acting as repositories for examination questions, including 15 lectures on film name cards, the industry and aesthetics of contemporary Chinese cinema, and a history of Chinese television documentaries. Teacher Feng and Wang Yali have meticulously gathered all relevant texts across 3 categories: film history, directorial vocabulary, and film theory. And they have included a comprehensive reference book, the Dictionary of Film Art. Fang Xinghe is deeply appreciative and thus engages with the material with utmost diligence. 5 days have elapsed since Zhao Chuanhua's departure, during which he has skimmed through all the literature related to directorial thinking, finally grasping the essence of what it means to be a director. The 3 fundamental competencies are performance, screenplay, and audiovisual language. The 4 essential managerial qualities include fundraising, organization, control, and promotion. The 2 upper limits of innate talent are aesthetic sensibility and cultural core. Performance does not necessitate acting oneself. Rather, it involves the ability to perceive good acting and understand the desired performance effects for a film. Writing a screenplay is not a strict requirement. A director need only possess the ability to appreciate and discern quality, enabling smooth communication with screenwriters. The true foundational skill lies in audiovisual language, which is the primary focus in a directing program encompassing composition, color, shot types, camera angles, and editing. With these 3 core competencies, one is equipped to create a film. Managerial qualities present a pragmatic concern not typically addressed in textbooks. However, their absence is detrimental, particularly within the domestic industry atmosphere. One can become a director with managerial qualities but lacking foundational skills, as exemplified by figures such as Han Er and Guo. Conversely, possessing foundational skills without managerial qualities renders one ineffective unless exceptionally talented. Innate talent directly influences the caliber of a director's adaptation of a standard script, determining whether it results in a poor film, a mediocre one, or a classic. The distinction lies in aesthetic appreciation and cultural depth. The most iconic manifestation of aesthetic sensibility can be observed in the grand opening ceremony of the Olympics orchestrated by the national master, a commendation that is hardly exaggerated. Numerous exemplary instances embody the essence of humanities, such as when Mu Wu's Dying to Survive, Guo Fan's Little Ball, and Wu Jing's Wolf Warrior 2. Although their cores differ, they each possess a distinctive aura that resonates with the average viewer. Imagine if Liu Taijun were to direct Dying to Survive. The imagery conjured is quite vivid. Regardless, Fang Xinghe is left with goosebumps. So, how does one truly become a director? The path is both clear and arduous. First, one must acquire foundational skills. Second, one should navigate the industry, honing management capabilities. Third, it is essential to ascertain one's innate talent and carve out a personal trajectory. Finally, one must create, evolve, reach the zenith, face decline, and ultimately fade away. Fang Xinghe, reflecting on his past experiences, finally comprehends why many exceptional directors emerge from unconventional backgrounds. The limits of potential are preordained, rendering the struggle somewhat futile. While anyone can learn foundational abilities, the degree of mastery achieved is not solely determined by effort. In fact, the innate talent required to direct is often more demanding than that of acting. An actor may endure rigorous practice, but can one merely hone a director's skill like a piece of iron? Right, by Dao? Upon comparing Han Er and Guo, it becomes evident that both possess genuine talent. Good Brother's gift lies within the cultural core. His films echo a sense of existential angst and artistic sensitivity, which resonates with certain audiences. Conversely, Xiao Xi's talent is rooted in aesthetics, although he faced setbacks in the film industry. Transitioning to idle dramas where the storytelling and pacing often falter, he consistently manages to capture the beauty of his actors and craft visually striking compositions. Upon realizing that directing is yet another talent-driven vocation, Fang Dao suddenly felt a wave of relief. There was no other reason. The young master harbors a multitude of talents. Artistic attributes: writing 79, acting 35, directing 1. The new attributes shimmer brightly before him, and with his current star value, he could easily elevate it to 85 points. What is there to worry about? Each point of star value is hard-earned. How could it not reflect his efforts? With a cheerful disposition, the young master closed the directing manual, reviewing high school subjects as he awaited the arrival of Wang Tong, who was hurrying to sound the horn for the new interview. Chapter 45. I am just a fool. Revisiting high school knowledge proved to be more manageable than anticipated. Having studied it once before, coupled with advantages in language arts and English, self-study became quite effortless. However, the ability to self-learn is one matter. The actual performance on exams is another. High school mathematics questions began to present a significant challenge. In several moments of frustration, as he grappled with complex math extensions, Fanggu could not help but think, damn it, why don't we just throw in the towel? What is the point of competing with them? This wretched math is repulsive. Long live educational reform. Long live quality education. Please erase high school mathematics and physics from my curriculum. Of course, such outbursts were fleeting. After all, he had faced far greater challenges in the past. When had he ever truly faltered? With renewed determination, Fang Xinghe kicked his doubts aside and charged forward once more. As a result, only 5 questions were resolved, and Wang Tong, a journalist from Ximin Evening News, arrived. Do not inquire about the time. When Wang Tong reached the small county, the influence of Sampian and Heichao had just reached its zenith. The number of individuals condemning Fang Xinghe could stretch from Tiananmen to the Oriental Pearl, their ranks not numerous yet entirely undeterred. The clash had rendered the minds of many as muddled as that of a dog, a dash of chili oil transforming it into a delectable broth. Hence, it was not solely Wang Tong who was eager to arrive. A multitude of reporters was flocking to the small town. Just yesterday, Liu Dashan welcomed 3 waves of journalists from various media outlets. Fang Xinghe remained unresponsive, maintaining his silence. Exclusive interviews were a rare commodity, not to be squandered, and the privilege of being interviewed was a precious resource. Fang Xinghe had a clear sense of whom to grant this opportunity. Therefore, Wang Tong did not voice any grievances regarding why it was a reporter from Beijing Daily who obtained the first exclusive interview. Instead, he engaged in light-hearted conversation, presenting Qindanya's gift and bringing Fang Xinghe a Hero brand fountain pen. Your post-match interview has brought nearly 200,000 copies of sales growth to our Ximin Evening News, and I have received commendation because of it. Thank you so much. I haven't had the chance to read it yet. Fang Xinghe lightly laughed, deftly steering the conversation away, denying the other party an opportunity to further cultivate relations. In truth, he had read it. Wang Tong's prose was commendable, rendering the theme quite captivating. Oh, by the way, the focus was on the profound depth of Fang Xinghe's thoughts, serving as a strongly positive exhibition. And Ximin Evening News had not neglected to draw comparisons with the esteemed elder brother, crafting a narrative of 2 genius literary youths entangled in a love-hate relationship. The strategy of inciting disputes for traffic was never an exclusive trait of later generations. Overall, the previous interview significantly benefited Fang Xinghe, allowing the proud citizens of Shanghai to regard him with a modicum of respect. Though it was merely a slight shift in perception, it was no small feat, quite satisfactory indeed. The interview commenced amidst a serene atmosphere. Wang Tong predictably inquired, "What inspired you to write the piece The Test Takers of the Small Town?" Fang Xinghe's response was sharp and forthright. "I disapprove of the current ethos. There are some who are both foolish and malicious. How could studying possibly lack merit? It is time to confront such fallacies head-on, no longer cloaked in elegance, nor laden with imagery, but rather directly and boldly addressing the issue." Wang Tong perceived the substance of the discussion, his spirit invigorated, and he hastily pressed on. "However, many have accused you of seeking fame and recognition, claiming you thrive without reliance on education. They argue that you hardly studied at all, that it is your innate talent that has propelled you to this point, suggesting that the distinction between studying and not holds no decisive significance for extraordinary individuals. What utter nonsense!" Fang Xinghe desired to avoid futile verbal sparring. Thus he handed over his piece, The Added Value of Education from a Bowl of Handmade Noodles, to Motorola, a new essay prepared for your esteemed publication. Indeed, the added value of my education is not particularly high, yet I firmly believe it differs for ordinary individuals. Wang Tong was taken aback, raising his hand to pause the interview. "Please hold for a moment. Let me read this before we continue." The new essay exudes a refreshing simplicity, addressing economic principles that, though widely recognized in later generations, feel novel in this context. In the latter half of the article, Fang Xinghe narrates a brief tale. A young man, having acquired sudden wealth, contemplates abandoning his studies, for his affluent family could sustain him for life. Alongside him, Xiao Yanbian also considers dropping out, as he possesses an ancestral skill in making cold noodles. They devise a plan to partner together, envisioning a cold noodle restaurant. "Have you tasted my family's cold noodles and spicy cabbage? They are utterly delicious," exclaims the wealthy youth, fervently nodding in agreement, declaring he can devour 3 large bowls with ease. Confident in the business's potential, they begin to fervently dream of their future, as if a splendid life were just around the corner. I couldn't resist calculating the odds for them. I informed Xiao Yanbian. "Assuming you view selling cold noodles as your opportunity for a turnaround, you have 2 distinctly different paths ahead. Firstly, if you drop out after middle school and borrow 2,000 yuan to open a small shop across from the school, Based on the sales of the wonton shop at the entrance, in an ideal scenario, you could sell 100 bowls daily. After deducting all expenses, you would net 20 yuan per day, amounting to 600 yuan a month and 7,000 yuan a year. However, some customers may not pay, costing you 500 yuan. There are unavoidable expenses that will also deduct 500 yuan. If the landlord raises the rent, you must endure another 500 yuan deduction. Your living expenses for the year would be 500 yuan, allowing you to save approximately 4,000 yuan annually. After 10 years of enduring hardship, you might accumulate 40,000 yuan, enabling you to finally open a respectable restaurant, hiring several chefs and servers to grow the business. Yet, even as a boss, you would still need to personally prepare the cold noodles, as it is your family's treasured recipe, requiring your meticulous attention to sauces, broth, and ingredients. Gradually, you realize that despite running a larger establishment, you remain a humble vendor, relying on the ancestral recipe to earn a meager living, with little having changed. If a chef lacks skill, it could further hinder your efforts. You begin to wonder, how much longer must I endure this exhausting, monotonous existence? Secondly, you could dedicate yourself to your studies, striving to gain admission to a prestigious university, majoring in food science. In school, you would diligently study, wholeheartedly delving into the ancestral recipes. Before graduation, you might unlock all the secrets, achieving the ability to industrially produce the noodles without compromising their taste. Coincidentally, the wealthy youth would have completed his studies in business management, and together, you could establish a small food factory to produce instant cold noodles. This product would mirror instant noodles, containing a measured portion of cold noodles, a seasoning packet, and a vacuum-sealed package of fresh vegetables. The affluent partner would secure a brand and trademark, naming it Xiao Yanbian's Ancestral Supreme Cold Noodles, showcasing it at an exhibition in Guangdong. With your innate proficiency in Korean, you would focus on promoting the product to Korean merchants, inviting them to taste it. Your ancestral recipe would evoke tears of nostalgia. As they exclaim, it reminds them of their grandmother's cooking. On the spot, merchants would decide to procure the product, and you would begin to earn foreign currency. As one accumulates wealth, the natural progression is to expand production. You need only maintain strict confidentiality regarding the final step in the sauce production process. During all other times, you may act as you wish. At the age of 40, the individual who had tirelessly crafted cold noodles for over 20 years finds themselves exhausted, while the proprietor of a food factory is traversing the globe. As for the sudden fortune, it was at the tender age of 14 that he lent you 2,000 yuan to start a small shop. A decade later, with a chuckle and a wave of his hand, he remarked, "What has 2,000 yuan between us? Our bond is worth far more than that." However, the educated, wealthy individual partnered with you in establishing the factory, leveraging his managerial expertise to transform the modest Yanbian into a prominent brand. An initial investment of 200,000 yuan blossomed into 2 billion yuan over the years, surpassing even his father's wealth. What accounts for these two starkly different outcomes? The distinction lies in the education received and the knowledge acquired, which enriched your ancestral craft with additional value, as well as augmenting the wealth of the affluent. This value is not derived from the seemingly obsolete physics and chemistry learned in high school, but rather from the cognitive expansion facilitated by knowledge and logic. The act of studying does not necessitate immediate application. The very process of education imbues us with energy. You often inquire, "Brother, you are already so handsome and accomplished. Why do you still strive to learn diligently?" The answer is simple. The more added value one possesses, the better. Everyone starts with a foundational base, and the more useful elements one accumulates atop that base, the stronger one becomes, wielding greater power. Thus, the disparagement of education is utterly absurd and laughable. There exists no other means of empowerment that is as cost-effective or yields greater returns than education. Those who proclaim that studying is futile are either foolish or malevolent. Do not heed their words. Regard them as failures, for they wish to see the underprivileged remain forever beneath their feet, allowing them to flaunt their Motorola phones, mocking those who sell cold noodles by the roadside. A bowl of noodles for just 1 or 2 yuan. Bah, even dogs wouldn't eat that. Meanwhile, their lovely wives gently instruct their children, "Look, if you do not study diligently, you will end up like that uncle, reduced to selling goods on the street." You lift your head, eager to protest, "I am not an uncle. I am only 25. Yet, in the end, you say nothing, merely lowering your head once more in resignation. Preparing 100 bowls of cold noodles each day is exhausting enough. Why engage in futile arguments? The affluent family appears well off. It's best to avoid provoking trouble. Little Yinbian, I am confident that in those moments, you would not possess the courage to strike out as you do now. Do you doubt this? Return and observe your father closely, and ponder why he tends to reminisce when he drinks. It is because, during those times, a light shines in his eyes. My friends, do not squander the age most conducive to learning by engaging in monotonous, mechanical labor. While it may seem like you are earning some money and gaining a measure of freedom, you are sacrificing the greatest possibilities in life, forfeiting opportunities to enhance your own value, and losing the energy and instinct necessary for profound contemplation. One day, when you awaken from a paralyzing slumber, tears streaming down your face without warning, it is not a reflection of a life well lived or poorly endured, but rather a sudden realization of the unnecessary hardships you have endured over the years. Now, let us reconsider the question, what does education truly bestow upon us? The answer is remarkably simple. It is the illumination from within. Wang Tong completed the article in one breath, rendered speechless, his heart heavy with unspoken emotions. Although he had attended university and currently held a respectable job, he regretted not exerting himself fully during the crucial moments of his life, having made numerous erroneous choices. At that moment, reading such a poignant piece, he felt his defenses crumble. Instinctively, he touched his once smooth face, a persistent thought emerging. If I could return to the beginning, would I rebel once more or dedicate myself to my studies? The answer surged forth without hesitation, leading him to realize that Fang Xinghe's article would achieve yet another resounding success. Wang Tong remained unsettled, the turbulence within prompting him to pose a rather simplistic question. Fang Xinghe, this article is so profoundly accurate, unlike your previous rebellious works. Could you explain why? It is simply because each piece I write serves a distinct strategic purpose. Is it not? Fang Xinghe chuckled softly, finding amusement in the inquiry. As a leader among influencers, he approached life with a carefree attitude, yet maintained a purposeful and planned approach in his work. This article was not inherently designed to attract followers. Fans desire content that is cool, trendy, and emotionally charged, but typically shy away from cliché platitudes. Young readers often eschew such narratives. However, value added represents a stance, an attitude, a rallying cry, a banner to be raised. It is intended for an adult audience. Behold, I am not merely a purveyor of coolness. At critical moments, I stand firm with clarity, embodying the spirit of a righteous youth. When the era calls upon me, I shall undoubtedly lead the charge. At this moment, stance and action harmoniously converge. Thus, despite Fang Xinghe possessing numerous ways to express discontent and more fervent styles of writing, he ultimately chose to convey a straightforward rationale. Unlike the audacious and incisive tones found in Knowledge, Yet Disobedience, and I Have Fought Against Fate, the objectives differ, requiring subtle adjustments in prose. This is not merely a skill of a writer, but rather the unique ingenuity of an influencer-esque leader. I cannot presume to know your views on rebellion. Fang Xinghe calmly articulated his perspective, placing righteousness before Wang Tong. In my view, rebellion is a resistance against injustice, fallacies, and tyranny. While it is true that we young people sometimes engage in foolish and laughable acts of rebellion due to our inability to discern right from wrong, the matter of education is one where such distinctions are clear, the rightness or wrongness is evident. In the face of such blatant fallacies, my opposition constitutes rebellion. Does it not? Wang Tong, lacking the necessary recording equipment for the interview, hastily jotted down notes, only to suddenly uncover a blind spot. He hastily inquired, however, during your interview with the Beijing Youth Daily, you mentioned the notion of love, did you not? I have observed that you possess a certain detached perspective on the destinies of others, yet you have now penned an article advocating for education. Do you not find this to be contradictory? Not at all, Fang Xinghe replied, shaking his head patiently. When confronted with matters I disapprove of, whether to express my disdain depends on my mood. The outcome is another matter entirely, reliant on the sentiments of the readers. I may write out of discontent, but I do not impose my views upon the audience. This embodies the essence of your concept of love, does it not? Even with my friends, I can only offer reminders, not demands. I lack both the right and the obligation to dictate their actions. Abandoning the urge to assist and respecting the fates of others, that is the embodiment of my philosophy in action. Wang Tong's eyes brightened, and he eagerly pressed on. This line of thought seems to diverge from our traditional values. Our ancient Chinese philosophy emphasizes aiding others and caring for the world. Yet, you stand in stark contrast. Thus, Some experts have criticized you as self-serving and exhibiting the mindset of a tyrant. How do you respond to such critiques? Fang Xinghe chuckled, then gently raised his chin, casting a proud sidelong glance at Wang Tong. I am indeed a tyrant. The following day, as Fang Xinghe drove a large truck, Wang Tong had yet to depart. The Xinmin Daily published the piece he had faxed back, titled Fang Xinghe, I am a tyrant, gracing the front page of the social section, accompanied by a photograph. Additionally, in the literary section, they featured his article The Added Value of Reading. The already heightened fervor ignited further, engulfing the public discourse in flames. How does one articulate such a tumultuous uproar? It defies precise description. Nonetheless, those who criticized him grew increasingly vocal, while his supporters applauded fervently. The two factions clashed fiercely, igniting true passion. Wan Fu, upon witnessing this, affectionately remarked to his daughter, You often inquire about what kind of person Fang Xinghe is. Look. He has now provided his own answer. Wan Bea felt that this portrayal of Fang Xinghe resonated most closely with her imagination, filling her with pride, yet she stubbornly retorted, Fang Xinghe wouldn't care about how others perceive him. Neither do I. Well, perhaps there is a hint of truth in that sentiment, she mused. Subsequently, when classmates intentionally belittled Fang Xinghe's writing by comparing it unfavorably to Han Han's appearance to Lu Yi's, she promptly allied with her friends and confronted them. Fang Xinghe was indeed indifferent, while his supporters were deeply invested, adorably so. Wang Yali suddenly tossed aside the newspaper, banging her hands on the table. A tyrant? Nonsense. Such foolish writing. She immediately turned to call Zhao Chunhua, only to be met with rejection. Zhao Chunhua burst into the office area, raising her voice to direct. Do not fixate on the Xinmin Daily. It is not our direct competitor. Focus on delving deeper into the added value, but do not approach it from the tyrant's perspective. Write about his loyalty to friends, his inner softness and warmth. Excellent work. Chunhua, you understand the importance of engagement. Feng Yuanzheng, heading to the theater for work, greeted everyone with a smile, proudly displaying the Xinmin Daily tucked under his arm, yet he never mentioned Fang Xinghe's name. My dear friends, I kindly ask you to be mindful. The most understanding He Zhen was quite the supporter. Ah, I was just looking for the Xinmin Evening News. Old Feng, how is your student's new article? Is it exciting? Feng Yuanzheng, invigorated, promptly pulled out the newspaper and handed it to him, though his expression was one of disapproval. Shaking his head, this time it's rather mediocre, a bit excessively wild. Personally, I'm not fond of it. Wang Gang and Song Dandan, who were originally on their way over, upon hearing this, wore expressions of utter disbelief. They pointed at him mockingly, then turned and left hastily. Trying to put on airs with us? We won't grant you that chance. Chun Danya sought a calligraphy piece from her brother. A gentleman is cautious when alone. But after pondering, she withheld it, reluctant to send it impulsively. Wishing for him to become a gentleman was indeed a beautiful hope. Yet the dilemma remained. What if the 14-year-old boy did not wish to be a gentleman? Perhaps it was best to wait. Meanwhile, Yu Hua and Lu Jinyun visited Shi Taixing. As the three chatted leisurely, it was inevitable that they would discuss Fang Xinghe. Shi Taixing and Lu Jinyun inquired. And Yu Hua replied, Is Fang Xinghe easy to deal with? Yu Hua vigorously shook his head. Not at all, he is quite prickly. Lu Jinyun asked, Do you also feel intimidated by someone? Yu Hua shook his head again. It's not intimidation. It's clear that the young lad simply does not wish to engage with us. Their curiosity grew. How can you tell? We align with Confucianism while he adheres to Taoism. Yu Hua recounted the casual conversation from the drinking gathering, repeating Fang Xinghe's words almost verbatim. Look, even that scruffy little pup is a perceptive individual. He sees everything, yet it does not diminish his admiration for Fang Xinghe. Shi Taixing and Lu Jinyun fell into a prolonged silence, ultimately exhaling a sigh. Youth is splendid, so clear-headed, so carefree, so wild and reckless. Yu Hua, full of vexation, exclaimed, What a pure little fraud. The more I ponder that drinking affair, the more I feel something off. Damn it, I was truly intimidated that day. That's normal. Your courage isn't much greater than that of a mouse. After the laughter subsided, Lu Jinyun casually remarked, Our Lu Yulin also likes Fang Xinghe. If he plans to publish a book, could you procure a copy for me? In return, I could write a preface for him. Yu Hua pointed at him and laughed heartily, prompting Shi Taixing to chuckle as well. The absurdity was almost palpable. Lu Jinyun, unfazed, defended himself. I'm merely curious. I want to know what such a unique young person would write. There's no ulterior motive. All right, I believe you. What about you, Taixing? Do you believe him? Shi Taixing did not echo his sentiment, but rather sighed. Is it just Jinyun who is curious? I am curious too. That boy is truly absurd, even from the interview. I find him peculiar. Illiterate. Are you implying he is unconventional? No, just absurd, Shi Taisheng earnestly explained. There have always been unconventional individuals in every era, but they generally remain within the same framework, allowing us to discern their origins and destinations. Take Wang Shuo, for instance. He is indeed unconventional, yet quite comprehensible. However, Fang Xinghe is different. When I observe him, everything seems off-kilter. How can a 14-year-old child be this way? I find it challenging to articulate the situation, so I shall broadly summarize it as absurd. Indeed, your summarization skills are remarkable, exclaimed Yu Hua, raising his little finger. Lu Xinyan, however, adopted a serious demeanor and candidly shared his personal reflections. I have perused all of his interviews. Through those articles and discussions, Fang Xinghe has successfully crafted a completely mature literary persona. Yet, this persona is so distinctly different from his external appearance, creating an ineffable disconnect, a child in body, yet spiritually self-sufficient, a paradox, both profound and weighty. Thus, I believe Wang Meng and Mr. Ba Jin's expectations are well-founded. This young talent is genuinely worthy of anticipation. Perhaps this is what genius looks like. Just as Yu Hua finished his musings and turned around, he found Shi Taisheng and Lu Xinyan staring at him intently. So, are you suggesting we read the manuscript in advance? Write a preface? Are you both making wishes upon me? Yu Hua, startled, waved his hands in denial. I might not even get to see it. The child is not a friend. But can he not become one? Lu Xinyan replied, his expression skeptical. While Shi Taisheng pondered thoughtfully, he seems to be under considerable pressure now. Could you lend a hand? Yu Hua widened his eyes in astonishment. You too wish to see his draft and are inciting me to confront him. Shi Taisheng retorted with conviction. Yet you placed me in front of the goal. His legs, paralyzed for many years, left him confined to a wheelchair, yet Yu Hua had the audacity to push him onto the soccer field, using his face as a goalpost. A large soccer ball whizzed past his head, nearly causing him to jump in fright. Upon recalling this incident, Lu Xinyan burst into laughter, prompting Yu Hua to push him into the fray. I'm not doing it. Jinyun is the most curious, let him go. Lu Xinyan, embodying a meek and unassuming nature, promptly declined. Forget it. I'm not that curious, after all. The three middle-aged children engaged in aimless chatter, ultimately yielding no substantial outcome, just a lot of idle talk. Nonetheless, they perceived the situation with clarity. Lu Xinyan asserted, Fang Xinghe's remark about the human blood bun has undoubtedly offended many. I'm certain he has amassed a fair number of detractors. Shi Taisheng concurred. Those who criticize the unemployment policy and advocate for quality education belong to the same cohort. Their primary occupation is creating chaos, their secondary is cursing. What reasonable person has the energy to contend with them? The young fellow is unaware of the consequences, slapping left and right. He will encounter considerable trouble ahead. Surprisingly, Yu Hua remained remarkably composed. The media has stirred up a tumult. It is high time someone put them in their place. Lu Xinyan and Shi Taisheng were instantly taken aback. Wait, who is to put whom in their place? Is the narrative reversed? I cannot fathom how Fang Xinghe endures it all. Yu Hua, with a cigarette in hand, confidently posed with his hands on his hips, a smug expression on his face. Endure what? You underestimate Fang Xinghe far too much. Lu Xinyan quickly sensed a revelation. His spirits lifted. What is going on? Is there an inside story? Shi Taisheng sniffed, inhaling Yu Hua's second-hand smoke, and eagerly extended his hand. I'll join you for one. Please, elaborate slowly. Scram. What are you smoking? Yu Hua swatted his hand away, then proceeded to divulge a hint of the underlying truth to the two of them. What you perceive is merely the portrayal of Fang Xinghe through the lens of the media. Thus, both of you, like the readers outside, regard him as possessing potential and talent, yet ultimately deem him unworthy of greater attention at this juncture. However, we, as judges, hold a different perspective, having glimpsed more of his work. May I pose a question to you both? From the standpoint of literary merit, how would you rank Fang Xinghe's articles and interviews? Lu Xinyan pondered for a moment before responding. In my estimation, the exam taker of the small town ranks first, followed by knowledge yet non-compliance, and then reading. However, it surpasses Xiao Han's Peace People in the Cup in terms of thematic depth and scope. Shi Taisheng added, regarding interviews, I have battled fate carries the most weight. The universe is undecided exudes the most arrogance, and the tyrant is the most unrestrained. Yu Hua chuckled softly. Among the published works, Any ranking is permissible, yet in our hearts, he has two other pieces that are truly remarkable. One is titled The Dog Days of Youth, Wild Beyond Your Imagination. The other, Sex, Violence, and Lies, is unequivocally my favorite. Thus, you see, while a typical contestant receives feedback from only one judge, Han Han benefits from two, whereas Fang Xinghe has garnered the attention of all 7 judges. In truth, more than 7 provided critiques, yet some felt their insights fell short and chose to withdraw. Really? I'm utterly astounded, came the response, wide-eyed and speechless. Indeed, it is that extraordinary, Yu Hua exclaimed, raising his hands in exasperation, accompanied by a bemused expression. Initially, we concluded that Ding Yan was a genius, then believed Han Han was one, as their brilliance was immediately apparent. Yet, upon encountering Fang Xinghe later, we were utterly taken aback. What he possesses transcends mere brilliance. The depth of his analytical thought is already far beyond that of all contemporary young authors. Are you aware of the content in Sex, Violence, and Lies? I made a copy and frequently revisited at home, having memorized certain passages. He articulates, the repression or excess of sexual desire is never merely a moral issue, but rather an economic one. Both men and women indulge recklessly once they possess wealth. Even eunuchs, living slightly more comfortably, yearn for companionship. To regard such matters as either sacrosanct or vile is a folly that must be addressed. Conversely, being born yet not nurtured is not an economic dilemma but a consequence of the boundless misuse of new liberalism, liberating the darker facets of human nature. This liberation not only obliterates the already precarious moral foundations of certain humanoid beings, but also erects a new firewall of self-awareness. Is responsibility less significant than freedom? Within a paradigm where freedom reigns supreme, all that is beautiful can be revalued. How is it appraised? By the whims of the heart. This notion may not seem entirely catastrophic at first glance, as it appears to offer some discretionary space. Yet, the true horror lies in the fact that this firewall obstructs others, but not oneself. They will only grow increasingly unhinged. You will gradually realize that what they truly yearn for is not a spiritual freedom, but rather an unrestrained desire for external gains. A brazen assertion of what I can do, but you cannot say, a hegemony that deems those who benefit me as worthy and those who harm me as criminals. Freedom resembles a cesspool, capable of harboring everything. Essentially, this is an affront to dignity. Yet, they will conjure numerous justifications to embellish this notion. The more respectable ones are labeled as lies, while the less respectable manifest as violence. Consider this. What defines genius? Do you believe that Wang Ming, Yi Ning, and Yi Xian, the 3 vice-chairpersons of the Writers' Association, alongside Wu Zhipan from Peking University and Chun Si from Fudan University, along with a host of esteemed professors, have remained silent until now? They are all holding back. Indeed, there is no love without reason in this world. However, for Fang Xinghe, there are not just 1 or 2 individuals willing to shoulder the pressure and lend him a hand. Were it not for the consideration of the young boy's aloof demeanor, someone would have already stepped forward. Thus, do not fret unnecessarily, let alone the fact that he possesses the ability to outsmart many in a verbal duel. Even if assistance is required, we might not be able to secure a position. When the time comes, those willing to join the fray will merely beat the drums from the sidelines, while those too lazy to act can comfortably watch the spectacle unfold. He, indeed, will not encounter any issues. Shi Taixing and Lu Jinyun exchanged glances, momentarily rendered devoid of all expressive capability. Absurd, and increasingly so. Yet, paradoxically, this outcome is remarkably logical. As fellow top-tier authors, they acutely understand the intrinsic value of those few scathing remarks. Let us put it this way. Any eminent writer capable of crafting such sentences could, in turn, anchor the core of a prize-winning masterpiece. This profound insight, this essence that connects the past and present, this critique of the unbridled proliferation of neoliberalism, and this whimsical interconnection of elements, is nearly of the caliber that could be deemed timeless. What is most hair-raising, however, is the additional layer of contradiction. If such words were penned by a contemporary eminent writer, then fine, you are impressive, I would raise a thumb in acknowledgement, and that would suffice. Yet upon returning home, I would still incessantly critique where your writing faltered, laying out paper and vowing to compose an even more remarkable piece to surpass yours. But let me tell you, once inspiration strikes, it is indeed possible to produce something extraordinary. However, When such words emanate from the pen of a mere 14-year-old, the stakes have escalated significantly. Critiquing him will not only fail to salvage one's dignity, but also makes it impossible to nitpick at a young lad. To extol his virtues, on the other hand, would evoke a sense of discomfort, for this is not a matter that can be casually dismissed with a condescending remark about the youth's potential. Either one should remain silent. Or if one chooses to speak, ample respect must be afforded, lest one appears blind and lacking in discernment. Thus, it may be wiser to keep one's mouth shut, to avoid any entanglements, and to act as if one has not witnessed it. However, on the contrary, while one may refrain from speaking in public, one cannot deceive oneself. Upon returning home, the heart will still be tumultuous. Goodness, he is merely 14. Must we elders resign ourselves to such a fate? Goodness gracious! Lu Xinyan vigorously rubbed his face, murmuring to himself, "This is truly remarkable. It has become increasingly absurd." A look of intense bewilderment flickered in Shi Tiexing's eyes as he tentatively inquired, "Is it just my illusion? Or does Fang Xinghe's piece on sex align so perfectly with the current situation?" Indeed, it does resonate. As soon as someone dares to delve into the realms of free speech and individual liberties, sex will undoubtedly strike like a thunderbolt. Once this is released, won't those malevolent entities go mad? Indeed, they will. Yu Hua nodded gravely, recalling how, when we first encountered it, hardly anyone dared to believe it. Li Qigong even abandoned his office, spending 3 days at the reception just to wait for him. Shi Taixing, perplexed, questioned, "Then why has no one mentioned it? I noticed that your critiques were rather restrained and vague." "We've discussed this matter," Yu Hua elucidated. "Sex is not suitable for release. Youth and growing up are specifically written for adolescence. Praising him excessively now would likely fail to convince the public, so we all decided to hold back for the time being, waiting for his major works or essay collections to be published." Suddenly, Lu Xinyan perceived a blind spot and gasped, "Wait. Does that mean that none of those criticizing Fang Xinghe are aware that all of you judges stand behind him?" "Exactly." Yu Hua spread his hands, chuckling mischievously. Both lewd and endearing, Lu Xinyan and Shi Taixing shivered with goosebumps, gasping in surprise, feeling utterly stunned. "Goodness, what a trick you all played." Yu Hua, with an innocent gesture, replied, "What do you mean? Did I instruct them to chase after Fang Xinghe and berate him? They brought this upon themselves." After some contemplation, the duo realized the truth, thus setting aside their unnecessary worries and began to share in Yu Hua's anticipation. Well, these foolish individuals have finally met their match. They deserve this misfortune. Shi Taixing wheeled himself to the window, while Yu Hua stood beside him with his hands clasped behind his back, and Lu Xinyan folded his arms, the three of them forming a line akin to a mobile signal. In the courtyard, the vegetation thrived, with unknown wild grasses and flowers flourishing in the corners that never saw sunlight. Such vitality. Indeed, we have aged. You certainly have, but I have not. Old you. When will Fang Xinghe release his new book? You ask me? I am even more anxious than you, all right? Damn, just thinking about it makes me itch. Likewise. I long to see it. The three kindred spirits scratched their heads in eager anticipation, wishing fervently to hasten the arrival of that day. It would be a bright, sunny day when Fang Xinghe, driving a heavy truck, would accelerate amidst the ruins of civilization, recklessly barreling through, scattering all the malevolent creatures in his path, thereby proclaiming his grand entrance. Chapter 47. The vast horizon is my love regardless of others' expectations. Fang Xinghe remains unmoved. He maintains his own rhythm. Following the publication of his new article, its popularity surged, and the scheming oddities voluntarily entered a period of silence. One must recognize when they have exerted sufficient effort on a particular matter and promptly awaken to avoid being ensnared by inertia. In Fang's perspective, it is no longer prudent to expend one's image to cater to the media. One should merely await the winds of fortune, allowing those eager to revel to do so at their own accord. What constitutes rhythm? Each era possesses its own distinct characteristics, never to be replicated. In the age of short video and self-media, public relations or provocations must be swift and vigorous, a singular, explosive outburst. In those days, a war of public opinion could sometimes be decided in a mere 8 hours. Yet, in 1999, the appropriate rhythm is one of alternating tension and relaxation, with a balance of shallow and deep engagement, allowing emotions sufficient time to ferment, while also leaving ample space for aftertastes to resonate. To align with the times is to understand rhythm. Thus, Fang Xinghe not only remains unhurried himself, but also resolutely refuses to be led by external influences. He no longer stirs the pot, instead choosing to remain at home, diligently revising his lengthy manuscript, ensconced in the joy of writing. He shuns all forms of entertainment, turning away many reporters who come seeking him. Whoever you are, spare me the headlines. I am currently not taking visitors. With unwavering resolve, he exudes both charm and audacity. However, viewed from another angle, his actions resemble those of a detestable scoundrel, stirring the realm of public opinion into a frenzy and then, just as the momentum builds, withdrawing with a dismissive flick of his finger. What differentiates this from the behavior of a beast? It is unknown how many journalists and media outlets seethe with resentment towards him. Half of the public opinion landscape has been obliterated by his actions. Yet he retreats into seclusion. What are we to do? Damn it. Although he is in seclusion, Fang Xinghe cannot truly remain stagnant at home. He has merely isolated himself from the media, not from the world. On the third night after the publication of Value Added, the recluse Fang stealthily ventured out for a brief respite, quietly slipping away to connect to the internet and gauge public sentiment. Good grief, this is exceedingly challenging. Sneaking through the night breeze, Fang could not help but lament. Life without mobile internet or tools is truly arduous. For such trivial matters, one must scurry to an internet CAF like some sort of monkey. As fate would have it, upon arriving at the computer room, Fang was indeed encircled like a spectacle, the familiar echoes of adolescent admiration filling the air once more. The words had changed, yet the enthusiasm remained palpable. Wow, Fang Xiao. He is even more handsome in person than in photos. I can't believe I am witnessing the legend of Nong'an. Laughter erupted. Whatever he does, he excels. It's so typically him. I wonder if Fang Laoda still needs someone to run errands? Do you think he would? Our school's beauty can't even find an opportunity to approach him. Really? How do you know? Damn. I personally slipped the first love letter into Fang Xiao's desk. How could I not know? The revelations were overwhelming. Furthermore, the familiar awkwardness of the situation returned, leaving no one else in sight. Fang Xiao, with a stoic demeanor, settled into a corner, donned his headphones, opened a local music player, and pretended that the outside world was non-existent, quietly browsing the internet. The current internet landscape, at last, no longer resembled a barren wasteland. The decline is palpable, yet Tianya and Mop are quietly rising. The 15th generation of internet users in China congregate in various channels, engaging in daily disputes and boasting, creating a scene more vibrant than the comment sections of future Doukwai novels. Today, Fang Xinghe has become a focal figure on Tianya. In the literary essays and bookworm tea house sections, he, alongside his companion brother Guajian, dominates a significant portion of the discourse, trailing only behind Jin Yong in popularity. In the era of print media, Jin Yong's martial arts novels enjoyed an unparalleled mass appeal. 80% of literate men have read his works, while the same percentage of illiterate men have seen adaptations of his martial arts tales, rendering Fang Xinghe, who has never encountered them, a curious outsider. His unfamiliarity with Jin Yong's martial arts leaves him reliant on the fervent admiration of others to grasp the obsession surrounding it. Among the most vocal critics is a fervent admirer of Feng Qingyang, who, when mentioning Fang Xinghe, makes audacious claims. Comparing him to Yang Guo is utterly illogical. One cannot simply lavish praise based on looks. In my view, he is at best a Duan Zhengchun, lacking in talent and martial prowess, relying solely on his charm with women. Of course, I do not express this out of jealousy. If he wishes to be a bit of a rogue and father several children to pass on his genes, I support that. However, to expect him to revitalize the literary world is laughable. He is capable of achieving nothing of the sort. Fang Xinghe, upon hearing such mockery, is incensed, feeling that nothing could be more insulting than this nonsensical chatter. Am I to blame for my natural good looks? I have been handsome since childhood. But do you realize that my appearance is the only thing I possess without labor? All my other talents, abilities, and skills have been earned through relentless effort. To curse me with the notion that I can only survive by being maintained by wealthy women. Surely, this Feng Qingyang must be accustomed to his own unattractiveness. When it comes to the art of nonsensical criticism, they are equally matched. Feng Qingyang's critique represents a common sentiment, albeit with limited influence. Despite Jin Yong being the current mainstream literary figure, he does not occupy the apex of the disdain hierarchy. Enthusiasts of traditional literature disdain everyone equally. Within this chain, international works are esteemed above domestic ones. Readers of Tolstoy are considered superior to those who read Ba Lao Chao, while those who have encountered Jos Saramago dominate discussions. Even if he lacks widespread fame, for he is a Nobel laureate in literature of 1998. Beyond the realm of the orthodox lies the strength of martial arts literature. While youth literature languishes at the bottom, in truth, there is no genuine youth literature at this time, nor is there any online literature, leaving everyone to collectively look down upon Fang Xinghe and Han Han. The distinction lies in the fact that Han Han faces harsher criticism, while Fang Xinghe enjoys a modest following. Indeed, when my good brother was held back in school, he faced such despair that, aside from a few with ulterior motives and some younger boys, the world regarded him with disdain. It was only with the emergence of the Triple Gate, which became a bestseller, that he gained the right to speak. Now, my good brother is experiencing greater popularity than his predecessor, though it remains uncertain whether he appreciates it. Han Han damn. In fact, Fang Xinghe endures even more severe backlash, no matter how impressive his academic performance may be. It cannot compensate for the weight of his reckless words. However, even those who consider themselves discerning connoisseurs of orthodox literature must begrudgingly admit that Fang Xinghe is indeed worth a modicum of anticipation. Let's wait and see. Your expectations? Utterly nonsensical. Fang Xinghe chuckled softly, shook his head, and turned off the literary forum. Given the prevailing atmosphere here, it would never become his stronghold. Thus, whether praised or scorned, it was best to disregard it. A pretentious little circle that fails to yield any starlight value is hardly worth one's concern. In stark contrast, within the emotional and casual discussion sections, his popularity was surprisingly robust. The hottest thread read, "A serious discussion. Can Fang Xinghe represent the pinnacle of talent that young people can possess?" Upon seeing the title, Fang Xinghe could only feel that the first wave of internet users in the country was rather eccentric. Engaging in abstraction seems to be an inherent skill among the Huaxia people. The thread's author summarized. Firstly, in terms of appearance, he is indeed among the elite. Secondly, in comparison with peers, his literary flair and abundant talent are glaringly evident. Thirdly, his physical fitness is exceptional, holding his own against older students. Fourthly, he possesses a strong sense of fashion, exhibiting an astonishing intuition for beauty. Fifthly, his intellect is remarkably high. With just half a year of focused study, he could secure the top rank, albeit in a midterm examination that doesn't too heavily weigh on one's IQ, yet it undeniably attests to his considerable cleverness. Sixthly, his decisiveness and promptness in action are striking. Seventhly, his leadership is formidable. The study group, flanked by the left Azure Dragon and right White Tiger, is said to be particularly cohesive. Eighthly, he possesses the sensitivity of a literati without their frailty, reminiscent of Chancellor Chao, strikingly charismatic at first glance. In summary, I personally feel that Fang Xinghe is not the conventional prodigy like Wei Yongkang. He is far more exaggerated. Throughout history, one can scarcely find any template to match him. His all-encompassing nature is astounding. What are your thoughts, everyone? I smiled as I observed. The corners of Fang Xinghe's mouth curled upward. He relished the flattery from others, as it not only contributed to his starlight value but also elevated his mood, resulting in a delightful dual pleasure that surpassed mere satisfaction. Beneath the post, the fervor of netizens' discussions surged, naturally dividing into three major factions. He wished to gather data and information, and he found it all. The first faction, unreservedly enthusiastic, exhibited extreme adulation. To be frank, their fervor was somewhat unprecedented. It's hard to disagree. All 8 points were checked off. Points 1, 2, 5, 6, and 8 were without issue. However, do you truly consider dyed hair, ear piercings, and wearing Japanese school uniforms as fashion? How can your sense of fashion be so cheap? Nowadays, the streets are filled with various hairstyles, leading a significant trend. How is that not fashionable? Brother Fang possesses an extraordinary aura. Just considering his hairstyle, it indeed presents a refreshing appeal, far more pleasant than long hair. Goodness, that Zhongshan suit paired with red hair and ear piercings is simply breathtaking. It stirred my blood to a boil, and that very day I sought to emulate his style, only to be met with a barrage of beatings over the next 3 days. In Yinqing, there are indeed many similar styles. The same goes for the capital. In the mountainous city, currently, the ranking of fashion trends among the youth places the first as gangster. The second and third are nearly synonymous with Fang Xinghe. He might be the only one from the mainland to make the list. Xiao Yanzi didn't he make the cut? Nonsense. It is indeed a different matter. The current discussion revolves around popular culture. While the likes of Xiao Yanzi, Xiao Lizi, and Jordan may enjoy greater fame, adolescents predominantly emulate figures such as Fang Xinghe. If we focus solely on imitation, it is undeniably rampant among middle and high school students. Is Fang Gu really in third place? He possesses dance and music. Purchasing a disc allows one to witness his talents, whereas what does your Xiaofang offer? Merely a handful of photographs, far inferior to the 13 posters of others. By this measure, Fang Gu is truly impressive. Achieving a draw is quite extraordinary. The primary factor is the immense popularity of Fang's quotes. A new catchphrase among my classmates is "Don't panic just yet. Shut up, or I'll scatter your ashes." Ha ha. That group of dimwits in my class engages in such banter daily. My 11-year-old nephew shouted at his mother the other day, "I want to bathe in your blood and transform back into a wolf, devouring meat and feeding you excrement." Uffed. And what happened next? He is still hanging from the rafters. Haha. Goodness, it seems today's netizens are remarkably talented. Setting aside the extraordinary gestures of the era, the topics they discuss are entirely lost on Fang Xinghe. The most inconvenient aspect of the print media era lay not in dissemination, but in feedback. Truly, understanding the realities beyond one's immediate perspective is exceedingly challenging. Although the internet has emerged, along with platforms like Tianya and Maopu, the low penetration rate renders statistical samples lacking in authority, making it difficult to grasp comprehensive information in a timely and accurate manner. Therefore, while the discussions among netizens may hold some truth, they cannot be wholly accepted as gospel, as the majority of internet users are concentrated in urban areas, resulting in a narrow coverage. As a leader of online brigades, Fang Xinghe places significant emphasis on data and data analysis, far surpassing contemporary figures, regrettably. It is indeed difficult to create something from nothing. After some contemplation, he resolved to register an account and engage directly with the netizens. Upon reaching the naming stage, he casually entered, Fang Xinghe himself. "Sorry, your name is already in use. Registration not permitted." Fang Xinghe the true one. Sorry. Fang Xinghe the entity. Sorry. Fang Xinghe is my father. Sorry. Well, how dare you misuse such a weighty name? Aren't you afraid it will be too burdensome? Left with no choice, Fang Xinghe added numbers at the end, eventually succeeding only with Fang Xinghe himself 185. At this moment, he truly grasped the extent of his popularity. No description could rival this information in authenticity. The frenzy to register social media accounts in one's name signifies the utmost recognition. Joyfully returning to the original post, he continued to observe and oversee their conversations. As a fellow spokesperson for a new concept, Xiaohan appears to be somewhat lacking, does he not? What do you think? Chun Jiayong's essay earned him admission to Peking University, while Han Han's A Glimpse of a Person in a Cup astonished the world. Fang Xinghe's fanbase is tenfold that of the sum of the two. The term fan was created by Fang's supporters. It was previously non-existent. Being a fan is rather unfair. Fang Gu has already secured victory with just his visage. Initially, I harbored a strong dislike for him, yet recently I have come to realize that he is genuinely cool. Similarly, after watching a recent interview, my admiration for him surged unexpectedly. Am I mad for idolizing a thug who extorts protection money? You might as well continue to idolize Chen Haonan. I am a southerner, and in my region, secondary schools are quite strict, resulting in a near absence of fighting. However, those unruly students still find ways to bully others. If you have never been bullied, you will never truly understand. I greatly envy Fang Xinghe, yet I genuinely lack the courage to resist. How I wish I had an older brother like him. Comparing a scoundrel like Chen Haonan to my brother Fang? Ridiculous. Do you even comprehend what it means to be an opinion leader? A leader of the tyrannical type? Currently, brother Fang is on par with Qi Xuan, Xiao Tong, Xia Dingfeng, and Chen Haonan. That said, it is not entirely so. Among the girls, there are disputes among fans of different idols, while the boys engage in conflicts among gangsters and fans alike, creating an incessant tumult. Indeed, if you observe the forums, you will notice that the same few factions are forever clashing. Yet, brother Fang has not faced defeat recently, which is impressive. He is constantly criticized in newspapers, driving his fans to a frenzy. Anyone who crosses paths with them is in for a rough time. Indeed, Fang Xinghe has recognized that as his fanbase expands, he is genuinely beginning to radiate influence outward. While he is still in a period of accumulation, his fans have already begun to challenge the entertainment industry. The primary targets of conflict, ordered by fanbase size, roughly include Ren Xiaoqi, Li Erpeng, Lu Yi, Zheng Yijian, Xie Tingfeng, and Qi Xuan, and other South Korean idols, while the four heavenly kings have yet to dare provoke. Remarkably, Once counted, one realizes the extent of the situation. Male celebrities with even a hint of idol attributes are nearly overwhelmed. Frankly, the film and television sector is in disarray. And Fang Xinghe must bear half the responsibility as his fans face collective opposition from all fan circles. What a treatment for Huaxia. However, this predicament is not particularly surprising, as fans are always more sensitive than idols and can perceive crises more acutely. The rise of Fang Xinghe is essentially eroding the foundational support of all idols. The current idol market is exceedingly small, with the core demographic being young girls aged 12 to 22, once we exclude the vast rural areas. The most valuable urban female fans are perpetually insufficient. A single fan club claims to boast 8 million fans. What about others? Of course, the numbers may be exaggerated, and the actual number of young people listening to their songs likely exceeds 8 million, yet the true count of dedicated fans is uncertain. In fact, casual fans and mid-tier supporters are relatively manageable. They can simultaneously admire Fang Xinghe and anyone else, as they are not in direct competition. However, for the die-hard fans and fervent exclusivists, exclusivity becomes paramount. An idol can only have one. All others are deemed malevolent. The fervent exclusivists are toxic to everyone but their idol. Once fans reach this level of devotion, no matter how handsome or talented Fang Xinghe may be, it amounts to nothing. They can only wait for their rivals to falter, which puts them in a passive position. Thus, this is a life-and-death struggle for resources. And Fang Xinghe stands opposed to the world. Yet, he exhibits no fear, even brimming with excitement and eagerness. For now, he revels in the chaos. But once he has sufficiently expanded his fan base, he will turn his attention to those who oppose him. The toothy grin of Fang Xinghe truly embodies the description of a formidable hero, with a hawkish gaze and a fierce demeanor, exuding an aura that seems ready to pounce and tear apart anyone at any moment. So why is it that only Han Han is perceived as the good older brother? The answer lies in his lack of prowess. Even at the pinnacle of his success, he could hardly garner the affection of a few young admirers, let alone now, when there is absolutely no competition. Why are there so many calling him Brother Fang? Could they all be elementary students? Hilarious. I am a junior in college, and I address him as Brother Fang out of respect. The unwritten rule of this forum: when addressing Fang Xinghe, one must call him Brother Fang. When referring to Han Han, one must call him Xiao Han. Calling Xiao Fang implies an extreme level of jealousy. Hey, newcomer, right? Who established this rule? That's absurd. A friendly reminder: a certain moderator is an ardent fan of Fang, so choose your words wisely. Understood. I hold Brother Fang in high esteem. The original poster is impressive, and so is the moderator. Don't let them deceive you. Calling him Brother Fang is a spontaneous expression of admiration. Those articles are genuinely inspiring, and the interviews are particularly thought-provoking. Quite a number of his followers find him commendable. Indeed, on a serious note, I have many younger siblings who now admire Fang Xinghe. This gentleman's writing is undeniably cool, and his inherent pride is captivating. The charm you describe is exceptional. Even as a man, I find him incredibly appealing. That line, "Is your love genuine?" sends shivers down my spine, raising goosebumps. How can such a young lad be so audacious? How can he exude such style and flair? I might as well be a tyrant. There are 100 reasons to admire him, and only one reason not to: jealousy. My reason is the test taker from the small town. It resonates deeply with me. No one understands the arduous journey of emerging from the mountains to attend Jiaodong University better than I do. My rationale is I fought against fate, which is utterly cool. I must mention that the earliest piece that left me astounded was knowing yet not complying. At times, one must admit the existence of genius. Indeed, it is remarkable. I cannot agree more. Knowing yet not complying has spread like wildfire in our school. Many have copied it word for word. By the way, I am still in high school. Wow, we copied it too. When I first read Knowing Yet Not Complying, I acknowledged his brilliance but felt a deep-seated dislike. There was a girl in my class who was infatuated with him, which troubled me. However, I am no longer troubled. I am utterly despondent now. How can this be? Ha ha ha. My crush also admires him. Damn it. Wow, you high school students are all so wild. I just found and read Knowing Yet Not Complying yesterday. The line that struck me the hardest was about how the beatings one doesn't receive in youth are compensated by society. It's quite a harsh reality. Isn't it? Yet, he has such an insightful understanding of society, it is indeed impressive. Before starting my career, everything went smoothly. But now I feel as if I've been battered to the point of despair. Do not fret, the universe is still in flux. And we are all princes on white horses. No, Can you truly not comprehend the intrinsic value of the test taker from the small town? It is clearly of a much higher caliber. Shut up, you novice. Added value reigns supreme. Do not even mention added value. That piece is the hardest to digest for me. I regret not having taken action earlier. I genuinely envy you. You have so much to read every day. Children from our small town seldom have the opportunity to fully understand Fang Xinghe, and I have yet to encounter added value. Which town are you from? I too am in the town, and our class has adopted his 3 works as exemplary pieces for discussion. Is it meaningful? What can we learn from it? Merely joining the fray? A fleeting breeze, perhaps. How could it lack significance? I have a close friend who initially intended to abandon his studies. Just a few days ago, he lamented to me about seeking work in the South. After reading Fang Xinghe's added value, he fell into a long silence and suddenly changed his mind. Forget it. I will complete high school after all. I do not expect to gain admission to a prestigious university. I will treat it as an opportunity to further develop my thinking. Astonishing. I have encountered similar experiences. Indeed, there is a classmate of mine who typically spends his time out and about, yet he unexpectedly returned to school yesterday. Fang's narrative is exceptionally compelling. Although some parts may be difficult to comprehend, one cannot help but feel a subtle melancholy. Indeed, encountering such prose is meaningful in itself. It certainly seems that those born in the 1980s are not as inept as portrayed. They have not entirely faltered. The so-called lost generation touted online, we, the 80s generation, are undoubtedly stronger, far stronger. It is Fang Xinghe who surpasses me, not you or the rest of the 80s cohort. Damn, you're 33. How did this escalate into an inexplicable quarrel? Fang Xinghe's sentiment reveals that the internet of 1999 was not harmonious. It was rife with disdain, superiority, and incessant bickering, even overtly aggressive exchanges. In truth, his reputation is not unanimously positive. He has many detractors who are notably fierce. The second major faction consists of critics, mockers, and those who subtly showcase their superiority, even resorting to profane tirades. I shall skip over this, choosing not to engage. Our Fang does not indulge in internal strife. He would never intentionally seek out suffering. Gathering data and analyzing followers suffices. There is no need for excessive contemplation, which can be quite painful. The third faction involves earnest and detailed analyses. At this moment, the internet denizens of China are a mix of hidden talents. The steep costs of internet access mean that only a small fraction of affluent individuals or successful figures can afford to express themselves freely online for extended periods. Thus, among netizens, there exist numerous insightful minds capable of piercing analysis. Observe their evaluations of Fang Xinghe. They reach a level of astonishment that demands attention. Fang Xinghe. I would characterize Fang Xinghe's persona as one of a trauma-induced reactive nature. Those who scrutinize his interviews and writings will undoubtedly perceive a remarkable aggressiveness. This young man is imbued with a competitive spirit, setting his sights and pursuing with unwavering determination. A fitting summary indeed. He is a formidable figure. Shaoguai. The moment I first gazed into his eyes, I sensed a profoundly primal, dark, and deep vitality within him, coupled with that visage. He's a rare femme fatale. He does not merely rely on his looks to attract women. He possesses an inherent aura of mystery that is difficult to articulate. In essence, he embodies both intellectual destructiveness and an ethereal delicacy. Even in a state of calm, there lies an undercurrent of latent power. He is not the type to feign coolness, and I even suspect his outlook on life is more profound than mine. Gaohuahua, profound is not the right term. It is serene and deep. The heart is like a galaxy, indeed. An unfortunate childhood can profoundly alter a person's developmental state and can also compel the emergence of one's innate potential. Yet, the transformation of Fang Xinghe into his current state remains astonishing to me. His potential seems almost preposterously high, leading me to suspect he may have been born with some mutated genes. The nation should promptly recruit him, lest he wreak havoc among young girls. Judgment Black, truly. I have never encountered someone who could achieve such fame through merely 3 essays and a few interviews. He is undeniably a figure of great intrigue. Brother Jia, I have always harbored doubts regarding many of his actions, which seem to bear a distinct purpose, yet I could never pinpoint the reason. Now, I realize he genuinely aspires to be famous, relishing the opportunity to present himself in the most unconventional and boundary-defying manner, recklessly speculating. It appears he views fame as a source of security. Dao Lin. He aspires to become an idol writer, and he may even venture into stardom. 2003. I share the sentiment. It seems evident that the path he has charted for himself is anything but a conventional progression through university, graduate school, and a mundane existence. 9 Thoughts in 3 Seconds. What significance lies in such speculation? By Mu Chun Shiwu Gushu. Regardless of the path he chooses, I will remain attentive. For it is akin to watching a circus performance, immensely fascinating. Yin Ming Yin Bao. Your description of watching a circus is rather frivolous. Fang Xinghe is not merely a cultural phenomenon. He is a minor who deserves protection. I hope you can extend him the basic respect he deserves. Otherwise, we might just make you quite interesting as well. There is a girl in the village named Xiao Fang, a female. Fang Xinghe 456, Fang fan leader. Brother, you are in for a rough time. With eyes full of stars, sisters, come, over here is another foul one. It is time to let him know who should not be provoked and who should not be insulted. Twinkling little star, 5 numbers? What use do you have for them? Be obedient and discard them. Suddenly, chaos ensued. Witnessing the protective instincts of his fans, Fang Xinghe felt a subtle and indescribable emotion stir within him. However, he would not allow this sentiment to overwhelm him, for he understood precisely what his fans needed, the success of their idol and the continuous stream of that success. Chapter 48. Reading is indeed the righteous path. As time progressed, the shockwaves caused by Fang Xinghe continued to spread, resembling a sudden and violent wildfire that shook the foundations of public opinion. The so-called realm of public discourse during this transitional century is primarily composed of 3 segments. 1. Media entities centered around television stations, with newspapers as the backbone and radio stations as the extensions. 2. A voice system centered on media personnel, supported by scholars, with freelance writers as the outreach. 3. An information exchange arena centered on journalism, supplemented by political science, economics, and sociology, engaging in open discussions on public affairs such as education, livelihood, laws, and culture. These entities, battlefields, systems, information, and terminals collectively construct a comprehensive realm of public discourse. It is a vast supernet that encompasses society, rarely fully activated, with most information circulating only within its small circles, disseminated to fixed audiences. For instance, the diligent workers combating desertification in the harsh northwestern regions and the young women in the southern coastal areas, captivated by Xie Tingfeng, will never share the same interests in their daily lives. The only events capable of transcending these habitual concerns are those of a catastrophic nature. The term breaking the circle aptly describes this exceptional phenomenon of disrupting the inertia of attention. Presently, Fang Xinghe possesses this unconventional power to break the circle. Through successive accumulations, quantitative changes have finally sparked a qualitative transformation, shaking a significant portion of the public discourse. This is a miracle that is difficult to replicate. From a broader perspective, the main battleground initially emerged within the educational sector, where, to foster a new ethos in language studies, a wave of enthusiasm was ignited through a single essay that propelled a student to Peking University, thanks to the tacit cooperation of numerous media outlets. At this juncture, the primary audience consisted of high school seniors and their parents. Subsequently, the influence expanded, horizontally reaching the literary community and vertically penetrating into the first and second years of high school, as well as universities, resulting in a 3- to 5-fold increase in attention. Later, due to the insidious promotion by certain individuals, the topic permeated further. The discourse evolved from the notion that rote learning is meaningless to the understanding that diligent study is not the sole path to success, eventually culminating in the belief that competence outweighs examination performance, with the underlying ideological core advocating for educational reform. Han Han emerged as a representative figure, propelled to prominence, sparking a wave of reflection on the current educational system. By this point, nearly all cities in China with a Tier 3 status and above were encompassed. Currently, while there may not be a clear delineation of tiers, to be more specific, in all cities above the county level, 70 of parents of middle and high school students have inadvertently become followers of this ideological movement. A rough estimate suggests a coverage scale of at least 70 to 80 million individuals. In contrast to a total population of 1.3 billion, 800 million may seem modest at first glance. However, considering the urban population is only 440 million and excluding the elderly and infirm, is it still not substantial? Such a grand stage, set for the performance of 2 young individuals, is indeed challenging to replicate. In a previous life, Han Han played the role of a charismatic antagonist, forging a bloody path despite not being favored by the protagonists, yet reaping the rewards of youthful indignation. In this life, Fang Xinghe has taken it a step further, ingeniously crafting a compelling and tragic anti-hero, eager to seize both what Han Han has attained and what he has not, embodying a philosophy of inclusive success. The unfolding circumstances have only heightened anticipation for Fang Xinghe's debut. In the midst of such a significant social discourse, it is astonishing that the proponents of the idea that schooling is the only path are gradually losing ground. Incredible, isn't it? Yet, this is indeed the reality. In the era of print media, there exists a notable absence of independent viewpoints and a scarcity of dissemination channels. Among all media entities, television stations typically do not engage in such discussions, with only a handful of programs possessing real-time trending tracking capabilities. Thus, the debate primarily resides within newspapers and radio broadcasts. Radio stations generally do not initiate independent topics, following the lead of higher media authorities instead. Consequently, those who control greater newspaper circulation naturally possess more voice in the discourse. In terms of quantity, state media undoubtedly holds a significant advantage. However, it lags considerably behind privately owned media in terms of engagement, emotional appeal, and incisiveness. The circulation of official publications often reaches tens of millions, with 80 concentrated within institutional settings. The myriad sales figures of the media are widely spread across all developed regions, earning the affection and trust of intellectuals, the affluent, and the passionate youth alike. To establish a voice, one must also possess eloquent speakers. Editors, journalists, scholars, and renowned social commentators collectively embody a formidable presence, endowed with more credibility than mere prominence, as the common populace harbors a profound reverence for authority. Whichever direction they lean towards, the masses naturally follow suit. In 1999, which direction did the eloquent voices in the country predominantly favor? It is perhaps best left unsaid. In any case, against this grand backdrop, the public intellectuals found themselves in a flourishing position. They wielded the likes of Han Han and other rare exceptions as their spearheads, employing their typical pack mentality to launch strategic assaults, weaving deftly between arguments, exploiting every opportunity, and relentlessly prying open any gaps, leaving their opponents in disarray. If this continued, small victories would accumulate into a significant triumph, inevitably igniting an anti-intellectual wave reminiscent of bygone eras. Just as they reveled in their triumph, Fang Xinghe unexpectedly emerged. Armed with the impressive credentials of being the top scorer in the provincial entrance examination, he unleashed a barrage of 3 articles in the Beijing Youth Daily, followed by 2 in the Xinmin Evening News, and further bolstered by the Exam Taker and the Value of Reading, fervently raising the banner of counterattack. This was a merciless obliteration. The shockwaves ignited flames, sweeping away all the foolish jesters with relentless force. Is studying futile? Fang Xinghe retorted, I am the top scorer. I find studying immensely valuable. Do you oppose this? I beg your pardon, what did you score? His achievements endowed his words with an innate authority, one that evidently resonated more convincingly with readers than Han Han, who had yet to establish any substantial accomplishments. The transformation of a once wayward youth into a celebrated figure is indisputable, from a schoolyard leader to a recipient of the new concept first prize. He made an impressive return in 1999 with verifiable achievements. Regardless of what the future holds, am I not embodying the unity of knowledge and action? Although the jesters did not concede defeat and attempted to suppress him with their overwhelming noise, the audience's stance could not remain uninfluenced, which underscores the significance of Fang Xinghe's counteroffensive. He never intended to vanquish any public intellectual. That was unnecessary. As long as readers engaged with his writings and reflected upon them, that sufficed. His position was clear. Whether they chose to listen or believe was of no concern. In truth, many found resonance in his words. In The Exam Taker, The Value of Reading, and Destiny, he displayed not only intellectual authority, but also a thought-provoking cultural force. In times of peace, powerful words wield far greater influence than swords or guns. For instance, in The Value of Reading, he wrote, When one day you awaken from the stupor of a numbing dream, shedding tears without warning, it is not due to a life of ease or hardship, but because you suddenly begin to mourn the unnecessary sufferings you have endured over the years. Those who do not comprehend may find it confusing, while those who do are instantly moved. The aesthetically pleasing Fan Wang Yutong represents the former, as a young girl bewilderedly inquires. Many in our class say Fang Xinghe's new article is poorly written. Tong Tong, is it really that bad? Why can't I understand it? Although Mao Xiaotong feigned confidence, she felt quite insecure within. What do they truly understand? The richness of these words is profound. What, then, is the essence of it all? She herself cannot articulate it. The concept of added value is far beyond the comprehension of elementary and even middle school students. This bullet may travel a great distance, only to strike her at the center of her brow many years hence. Yet, in the present moment, she is utterly unaware of the peril that this shot entails. At least during the interview, she appeared dashing and cool, did she not? Indeed, one is desperately clinging to dignity while the other is wholly accepting. Yet the conversation inevitably loses its zest, lacking the usual fervor. Mao Xiaotong returned home, melancholic, and as per her routine, she meticulously cut out Fang Xinghe's photograph to affix it to her bedside, then proceeded to snip out the text of the interview along with the entirety of added value, preserving them in her scrapbook. Before inserting them, she pinned a line in the blank space. In truth, I cannot comprehend it either, but Fang Xinghe, I shall forever believe you are the best. It must be my lack of intelligence, so I must strive harder, dear Xiaotong, and soon become wise and formidable. That night, Mao Huiling, weary and dragging herself home from the store, made her first stop in the small bedroom to check on her daughter. Xiaotong was deep in slumber, restlessly clutching her blanket, her brow slightly furrowed. Mao Huiling smiled affectionately, glancing at the desk and noticing that the scrapbook had been disturbed. She quietly picked it up along with the diary and tiptoed out. She was well aware that spying on her daughter's little secrets was inappropriate. Yet this family was extraordinarily unique, and Xiaotong was exceptionally special. She felt compelled to remain vigilant, quietly monitoring her daughter's thoughts. Mao Xiaotong held profound admiration for Fang Xinghe. She had long known this, but had not yet determined how to broach the subject with her. The mother and daughter seldom engaged in conversation, not due to emotional barriers, but rather because both were inept at articulating their feelings, hesitant to express themselves. Mao Huiling could only silently safeguard her daughter, demonstrating her support through actions. Upon opening the scrapbook, she swiftly located the latest updates. Indeed, it was Fang Xinghe's interview. Her feelings towards Wang Tong's description were rather indifferent, merely browsing it. The term tyrant certainly held negative connotations. However, when she encountered the section on added value, her entrepreneurial instincts, honed from years of small-scale business dealings, allowed her to instantly grasp and immerse herself in the discussion. The discourse on added value was remarkably novel and relevant to the contemporary populace. Although it was merely a parable, the underlying philosophy was profoundly resonant. How had he conceived of adding value to a cold, hard business? She marveled, continuing to read with admiration. Yet, upon reaching the too cold and generalized analyses, a sudden pang of emotion gripped her. It became apparent that if one could summon the courage to take just a few more steps at that crossroads of life, one could sidestep the relentless autumn rains of a half-lived existence and bask in the noonday sun that once seemed contemptible in youth. Though ostensibly a narrative about education, it resonated with every middle-aged individual who had weathered life's storms. It appeared warm on the surface, yet at its core lay a cold, sharp scalpel, precisely dissecting the gory wounds of weary middle age, devoid of any compassion or sympathy. A numbing, burdensome dream, an unnecessary suffering. In youth, the midday sun was often dismissed. How precise, how cold, how cruel it is. In those days, she had opportunities yet failed to pursue her studies diligently. She had choices but chose to follow that man. She disregarded many matters, yet now finds herself deeply nostalgic. In an instant, Mao Huiling, as if captured by Fang Xinghe's prose, shed tears without forewarning. Indeed, it was not due to the quality of her life, but rather an abrupt pang of heartache, a heartache for herself, having endured so many unnecessary grievances. Fang Xinghe possesses an extraordinary gift for writing, as if painting with words, having foreseen this very scene. Overcome with sorrow, Mao Huiling suddenly raised her hand to cover her face, transitioning from soft sobs to deep wails in a mere 5 seconds. The next day, when Mao Xiaotong awoke, she noticed her mother's eyes were red and swollen. "Mom," she asked anxiously, her voice trembling. "What happened?" "It's nothing," Mao Huiling replied, forcing a radiant smile. Then gently caressing her daughter's cheek, candidly revealing, "I read Fang Xinghe's new article yesterday. It was so beautifully written that I was moved to tears." "Sweetheart, your taste is impeccable. How is he so remarkable?" Initially startled by her mother's perceptiveness, Mao Xiaotong quickly found solace in her mother's understanding and warmth. Ultimately realizing her joy was overwhelming. "Mom, You like Fang Xinghe too? Of course. Mao Huiling affirmed vigorously. His words carry such power. I can certainly feel it. That's wonderful. My deskmate, Dodo, and I adore Fang Xinghe, but she is a bit superficial and doesn't quite grasp his genius, so we don't have much to discuss. Today marked the day when Mao Xiaotong spoke the most. Her desire to express herself finally unleashed, flowing into a fervent, yet sometimes incoherent torrent of words. It was also Mao Xiaotong's happiest day, sharing a beloved idol with her mother, transcending barriers to experience a shared love, a delightful surprise that felt almost dreamlike. Mao Huiling listened intently, engaging her daughter with heartfelt, if somewhat amateur, words about Fang Xinghe's writing and inner thoughts, seeking resonance in their differences. This experience was both novel and blissful for her. Such occurrences are ubiquitous. Mao Huiling is merely a small ripple in this vast tide, insignificant amidst the nearly billion-strong wave. How many middle-aged individuals, filled with regret, have been touched by added value? It is likely difficult to quantify. However, the reality of Fang Xinghe's reception nearly brought a smile to his lips since the day he first published. His fan base began to surge at an astonishing rate of 1 million daily. 1 million each day. Such a niche figure. I am but a solitary figure. 5 words sweeping across a youthful audience. A lifetime of rain, with youthful sunlight breaking through, illuminating the hearts of disillusioned middle-aged souls. Though the majority of this growth consists of ephemeral, shallow middle-aged fans who will likely fade away in no time, as long as the base is sufficiently large. Exceptions will inevitably arise. As these exceptions accumulate, they will one day unleash immense power. This is the necessary accumulation for a qualitative transformation, marking each step on the path before reaching the pinnacle of madness. Fang Xinghe does not wish to celebrate prematurely, yet the starlight panel incessantly reminds him of his victories, each step taken with both steadiness and flair. Within a couple of days, Wang Tong and Zhao Chunhua called to inform him of the latest developments. We have received numerous calls from readers praising the noticeable improvement in your voice, most of whom were parents that previously criticized you. Congratulations. The new interview has been a resounding success. Fang Xinghe, when you step outside now, you must don a mask like a swallow. While the comparison to a swallow may be somewhat exaggerated, the fervor surrounding him is undeniably intense. The most significant gain is the remarkable turnaround of Fang Xinghe's reputation among the parents of students. Thanks to a supportive brother, the eccentric history and rebellious nature of the newly crowned top scholar have all but faded into minor blemishes. In Huaxia, excelling academically can mitigate numerous shortcomings. Coupled with a sense of justice and an air of pride, a humble and resilient background, and a wealth of talent articulated with substance, one truly embodies a paragon of virtue. Moreover, all of this represents the strongest version of the present. If one were to depict the emotions of Fang's fans in contemporary terms, it might resemble the following sentiment. Does anyone understand? My mother and I share the same idol. He deserves everything. It's truly hard not to empathize. Just thinking about the suffering Fang Xinghe has endured brings me to tears. Fellow fans, let us protect the brightest star in our hearts. They lack organization, trending topics, groups, or channels for expression. Yet their unwavering determination to support Fang Xinghe can still generate a powerful resonance. When such resonance accumulates to a certain extent, it naturally synchronizes, coalescing into a unified voice. Whatever Fang Xinghe says is right. Studying is undoubtedly the righteous path. Meanwhile, the unfortunate big brother of Fang Xinghe, upon waking, finds the sky has fallen once more. As Yan Lianshan arrives at the office, the ground seems to crack beneath him. Song Zuda, throwing down the newspaper, turns back into the room, grabbing a bag and stuffing in 2 sets of clothes, before sprinting towards the station in desperation. Damn it. I can't stay in this godforsaken place for even a minute longer. I'm going home. I refuse to believe you can catch up and beat me. Chapter 49. First appearance on satellite TV. When a singular voice emerges from a multitude, it transcends the realm of ordinary sound and becomes the voice of the people. They may lack the tactics of struggle or marketing acumen, yet they possess voices and hearts, relatives, and social circles. The outcry from the grassroots is indeed challenging to convey upwards. However, intensifying sentiments inevitably attract top-down attention. Thus, even the aloof television stations of 1999 can no longer afford to ignore it. Gradually, local stations began to discuss the topic of education in relevant programs. The qualitative change occurred 4 days after the publication of Value Added. The catalyst was a city news segment that conducted street interviews specifically about the debate on education, featuring an elderly gentleman who expressed his indignation with a muddled Beijing accent. The media today is utterly outrageous. Nonsense, fabrications, and absurd chatter are less credible than a child. Which child? The reporter probed. In the realm of literary discourse, an elderly gentleman inquired about a certain writer, questioning if he was indeed Fang Xinghe. A journalist, attempting to navigate the situation, found herself caught in the crossfire of confusion when the elder asserted that his granddaughter affectionately referred to this figure as de Shuai. The journalist, wide-eyed and visibly flustered, stifled her laughter and shifted the conversation, inquiring about the elder's opinion on the writer's articles. Absolutely, he exclaimed, gesturing emphatically, proclaiming that those so-called expert journalists who peddled nonsense should be dealt with harshly. The journalist, bemused, pointed out that no one had suggested such extreme measures. However, the elder remained resolute, insisting that the writer aimed to expose and dismantle the nefarious elements hidden within the populace. In response to the elder's fervor, the journalist queried whether he had previously performed in revolutionary operas. This absurdity inadvertently contributed to the episode's unexpected popularity. Young viewers found themselves in fits of laughter, taking to the internet to jest about de Shuai's orders to eliminate professors. As the narrative unfolded, it became clear that Fang Xinghe had unwittingly acquired both a moniker and a nickname. Detractors dubbed him de Shuai, implying his misguided attempts to assert authority in discussions where he had no business interjecting, while his fans hailed him as Fang Shuai, openly extolling his virtues. The two factions engaged in lively debates online, a spectacle that, while not surprising, contributed to the show's remarkable ratings. The discussions surrounding Fang Xinghe piqued the interest of various media outlets, prompting them to explore educational topics through the lens of his persona. The distinction between focusing on education and centering on Fang Xinghe was evident, yet the audience perceived them as intertwined. As the media landscape, television, newspapers, radio, and emerging internet platforms embraced Fang Xinghe's burgeoning popularity, the implications of this newfound attention became apparent. The once quiet writer's desire for solitude and retreat was all but extinguished. The mounting pressure from acquaintances and colleagues, ranging from Zhao Changtian to Aunt Chun, ensnared him in a web of social and professional obligations, compelling him to engage when all he longed for was tranquility. The most pressing concern was editor Zhao. The May issue of Mingya had spectacularly sold 600,000 copies. But after failing to secure a partnership with Fang Xinghe in June and July, it swiftly plummeted back to a mere 50,000 copies, causing distress among the entire team. Although this was a significant improvement compared to its previous near-death state, who wouldn't wish for uninterrupted glory? Consequently, they naturally turned their attention towards Fang Xinghe, persistently urging him to expedite the completion of his novel, promising to serialize it at the highest possible price. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Xinghe firmly declined. If this novel were to be serialized in a monthly format, the readers would undoubtedly come after him with fervor. Thus, editors Zhao and Li resorted to relentless tactics, sending him a daily text message, even if it was merely to engage in trivial chatter. Moreover, the journalist grew increasingly frantic, and despite having shared his mobile number with only a select few, the influx of messages and calls surged exponentially. Overwhelmed, Fang Xinghe switched off his phone. Indifferent to the consequences, the situation escalated by the end of July, compelling the county's publicity leaders to take matters into their own hands and visit him in person. Accompanied by Lu Dashin, who knocked incessantly for what felt like an eternity without success, beads of sweat streamed down his forehead in desperation. Oh dear, my appointment documents have yet to arrive. The head of the education department, De Huang, glanced around and, with a resolute determination, clambered over the courtyard wall. With a thud, he landed, stifling a groan of pain as he awkwardly rose to his feet. Limping, he opened the door to the small courtyard and called out, "Xiao Fang, are you home?" The gate was open, so he came in. The leaders regarded him with admiration, recognizing his initiative and competence. Truly commendable. De Huang, your path in life has broadened. Left with no choice, Fang Xinghe reluctantly made an appearance, though he did not extend a warm welcome. Merely standing at the door of the bungalow to receive his guests, the county leaders had a straightforward message to convey. Dear sir, while you may ignore others, you must at least show some respect to the journalists from the People's Daily who have come all this way. Fang Xinghe lazily lifted his eyelids. Then why not just accept the interview? Lu Dashan, terrified, trembled at the thought of confronting a superior. Please, don't be so sarcastic. Standing before you is our minister, and behind him are the journalists from the People's Daily. If you must express your displeasure, then take it out on me. Fang Xinghe, however, was resolute in his stance, determined to confront the situation head-on, not out of a desire to assert dominance, but rather to establish boundaries. In a small county, where interpersonal relationships were intricate, opening the floodgates could lead to the perception that one could be easily manipulated. This would result in an unending stream of troubles. Fang Xinghe was acutely aware of his precarious position as a child without solid connections. Exhibiting excessive amiability would likely lead to scenarios where county leaders might expect him to attend their sons' weddings under the guise of respect and face. With fame and interests at stake, lacking both background and temper would only invite exploitation from all manner of unscrupulous individuals. In our culture, there is a profound appreciation for tact and the value of connections, which is undoubtedly a conventional path for the common person. However, Fang Xinghe is not one to indulge such norms. I have come into this world not to forge superficial friendships or merely to earn a living as a mere craftsman of reputation. The face-saving you seek is something I have no intention of granting. So what? Nothing at all. The county leaders, possessing remarkable composure and intelligence, recognized that this matter could not be approached with force. Thus, they courteously engaged in a discussion with him. Xiao Fang, the interviewee is you. Naturally, you take precedence. If you harbor any reservations, please feel free to voice them. Let us collaborate and find a suitable resolution. Individuals of high caliber are distinctly different. At the very least, they understand the requisite attitude to adopt. Consequently, Fang Xinghe became earnest and spoke candidly. If this interview pertains to education, then I will not participate. I have already expressed all that I wish to convey. There is nothing further to articulate. Moreover, I am currently engrossed in writing my first novel, and I neither have the time nor the desire to be distracted by external disturbances. I hope you understand my straightforward nature. Lu Dashan and Da Huang exchanged a glance, sharing a wry smile and shaking their heads. Good heavens, who would dare not to understand you? In this day and age, even to criticize you requires certain qualifications. At least none of us old friends possess them. The publicity officer could only nod in agreement, hesitant to press further. Writing is a significant endeavor, we certainly comprehend. After a brief pause, he tactfully suggested, how about this? You continue with your work, and I will represent Renri and the provincial station to extend an invitation to you. Whenever you find the time, we can complete this interview. This was acceptable. The attitude displayed was sufficiently respectful, and Fang Xinghe casually offered a verbal commitment, preserving the leader's dignity. However, the question of when he would indeed have the time was ultimately his prerogative. Let us wait and see. Since the reporters from Renri returned empty-handed, others would refrain from embarrassing themselves, allowing Fang Xinghe to secure 2 days of tranquility. Just 2 days, no more than that. For 2 days later, yet another issue arose. Recently, in May this year, Jixing Satellite TV abruptly halted all cumbersome review processes, swiftly approving the use of Fang Xinghe's interview footage to produce a 60-minute special program titled Information Express. The program combined studio-hosted interviews with commentary on articles, condensing the previous lifestyle information segment, specifically discussing the significance of reading. Alternatively, it could also be characterized as a dedicated homage to Fang Xinghe. Their own prodigy not only topped the high school entrance examination, but also emerged as a literary genius, valiantly championing justice against the tide of superficial and bombastic rhetoric. Who else could they laud if not him? Thus, despite his desire for modesty and introspection, Fang Xinghe inevitably made his debut on satellite television, appearing for the first time in a complete dynamic representation before the public eye. From 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m., his visage intermittently graced the screen, dominating the entire broadcast. Although Jixing Satellite TV's ratings had previously been dismal, today, it was a moment of pride. Across the nation, the youth are irresistibly drawn to the close-up shots of Fang Xinghe whenever they happen to pass by Jixing TV. What if one happens to miss the close-up? Fear not. For a prominent banner reading exclusive interview with Fang Xinghe graces the bottom of the screen, boldly displayed in large font, capturing attention in a manner akin to a floating barrage. Still oblivious? Not to worry. While the host occupies merely half of the screen, the other half showcases a striking image of Fang Xinghe himself, sporting a limited edition red-haired ear stud. Surely, one must have noticed this by now? Though Jixing TV may falter in content quality, It possesses a unique flair for captivating its audience. Today's producer, possibly a former performer of the two-person turn, understands the viewers exceptionally well, emphasizing that a mere glance is enough to ensnare anyone. Countless viewers across the nation have found themselves entranced, spellbound by the entirety of the program. Why this sense of wonder? It is the animated visage within the screen. Previously, Fang Xinghe had approximately 6 to 8 photographs published, and he is already hailed as a beauty, with many asserting they have never encountered such an exquisite child. He distinctly differs from previous generations of handsome men. Teacher Zhu's generation embodied a righteous handsomeness. Then came Zuanlong, exuding an aristocratic charm. Jin Xingwu showcased a robust, mixed beauty. And the four heavenly kings were known for their rugged appeal. Yet, Fang Xinghe's photographs transcend mere handsomeness, embodying a mysterious and ethereal beauty. He defies categorization and cannot be likened to anyone else, for he stands alone as a previously unseen archetype. Detractors may criticize his creamy visage, yet they cannot deride his masculinity. Admirers, too, find it challenging to genuinely claim he possesses a manly demeanor, as it feels incongruous. His face inherently carries an ambiguous divinity. And while Fang Xinghe is aware that a rugged masculinity may be compromised by flawless skin, he nonetheless embraces his unique allure, cultivating an unparalleled sense of enchantment. While there are many male celebrities who exude manliness and ruggedness, few attain the pinnacle of popularity. Names like Zhu Yan, Sun Honglei, and Zhang Hanyu are often praised. Yet when it comes to spending, they only invest in trending stars. Fang Xinghe's ambition is audacious. He desires to carve his own path, unencumbered by the constraints of the existing competition. Thus, he has adorned himself with heterochromia, ensuring his uniqueness remains unchallenged. Consequently, every one of his images resembles a cinematic masterpiece, as if they were conceptual art from a future era. Alas, the impact of static images, though striking, ultimately lacks a certain vitality. While modern technology may not yet be as advanced, photo editing has existed since the 1980s. Moreover, other stars typically present themselves with makeup, carefully selecting angles to create an atmospheric feel. Thus, Fang Xinghe's still images do not significantly differentiate him from other top-tier beauties. In fact, one could argue that static images serve as enhancements for others but diminish and constrain him. Now, transitioning to video, where movement breathes life into the frame. Both his supporters and detractors, as well as casual observers, find themselves utterly captivated. The current television resolution is inadequate, and the filming equipment is subpar, resulting in an inability to discern the intricate details on Fang Xinghe's face, such as the fine lines, facial hair, scars, and small moles. His visage appears as a flawless piece of luminous jade on screen. Truly, Dodo, Ma Xiaotong's deskmate, swears she is not exaggerating. She is practically leaning against the television, yet still finds no trace of imperfection. Goodness, how can there be such a man? Her mother pauses beside her, equally astonished. How can this child be so breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a lifelike doll? Doll may not be the most fitting term, but she struggles to articulate her thoughts. Meanwhile, her father busies himself serving the dishes, efficiently managing 4 courses and a soup, while the two women remain transfixed before the television, utterly engrossed. It's quite exasperating. Come and eat. What is there to see? Who knows how much makeup is plastered on that face? As her words linger in the air, the camera suddenly shifts to a wide shot, revealing Zhao Chunhua. This lady is indeed wearing makeup, presenting a dignified and formal appearance. Yet under the harsh sunlight of the courtyard, she appears dull, cakey, oily, and disheveled. In the same frame, amidst the same texture, the left and right sides showcase 2 entirely distinct aesthetics, creating a stark contrast. Dodo's father falls silent. The 2 women simultaneously turn their heads to glance at him before quickly returning their focus to Fang Xinghe. A mere glance suffices. There is no time to waste on him. Just then, as their gaze shifts back, they are immediately met with the dazzling smile of Fang Xinghe, a visage that even the photographer remarked upon with admiration. The close-up captures his face, his gentle smile momentarily dissipating, and he suddenly becomes strikingly vibrant. Though it lasts but a fleeting moment, they feel as if they have been momentarily blinded, their brains releasing an inexplicable rush of hormones. Ah, Fang Xinghe is truly handsome. Dodo jumps and squeals with excitement, and rather than chastising her, Dodo's mother wears a smile reminiscent of a proud aunt. Indeed, he is remarkably attractive. Fang Xinghe? What a lovely name. Dodo's father, his eyes wide, suddenly feels his composure slipping. You two might as well berate me. For the sake of a pretty boy, you would forsake father and husband. Today, his grievances resonate with a significant number of men. Today, the deputy director of Jixing Satellite TV beams at the soaring ratings, slamming the table in delight. Tomorrow at the same time, give me a rerun. Today, countless young girls found themselves sleepless, experiencing a unique flutter of emotions typical of adolescence for the first time. Today, the reclusive Fang Xinghe gazes at the panel, witnessing a natural surge of 1 million fans, yet his star power inexplicably skyrockets by over 10 million, leaving him utterly perplexed. What is happening? What have others been scheming behind my back? Simultaneously, the online detractors of Fang are lamenting in despair, not only enduring the torment of being relentlessly pursued and scolded by enthusiastic fans, but also genuinely feeling the overwhelming disparity. He excels academically, writes with flair, is strikingly handsome. What chance do we have? Am I to be likened to a toad in this world? Unexpectedly, the events unfold in a manner that renders the actual content of the program irrelevant, as everyone has completely forgotten that the discussion centers on the utility of education, a fundamentally serious educational topic. All of Fang Xinghe's acquaintances can only recall that Fang Xinghe's dynamic presence surpasses even photographs in charm. His skin is as flawless as porcelain, his features as exquisite as jade. Despite his tender age, he exudes an innate quality, suggesting he possesses the potential to circumvent 50 years of hardship as a quintessential pampered darling. Meanwhile, Fang Fun, in exuberant jubilation, celebrates with drums and fireworks, declaring with fervor that to be dazzlingly handsome is indeed an adjective. Our dear brother Xinghe embodies that very adjective. Matters of education and destiny are to be cast aside. Today, no one shall deter me from proclaiming that my heart is irrevocably pledged to Xinghe in this life. Naturally, fervor will eventually wane, and reason shall return. At that juncture, the rivalry between factions will surely culminate in a decisive outcome. Perhaps. Regardless, at this moment, no one is aware, nor do they care. Chapter 50. The affection of 80 starlets for Fang Xinghe. Fang Xinghe learned of this matter the following day. Fang Darren and Lu Minsa arrived bearing large watermelons to comfort him, bustling about with bags in hand, proudly boasting to their elder boss. Today it was Lu Tingting who took the initiative. Fang Xinghe cast a glance at the 2 hefty watermelons, several cucumbers, tomatoes, and an assortment of snacks, feeling a pang of sympathy. Yet, he ultimately chose to encourage. Ah, indeed, you are becoming increasingly significant. What would we do without you? The elder brother was equally despondent. After all, boys under 18 must endure their folly through trials, as external forces prove ineffective. Of course, the exceptionally handsome are not included in this. It is often the less fortunate who suffer the most. Before long, the affluent and Xiao Yanbian, along with others, arrive collectively, bringing beer and fresh beef and lamb, preparing to unearth the barbecue grill within the humble abode for some skewers. Brother, Hazy eagerly expressed, there are reporters lurking at the entrance. Should I go intimidate them? No need. Fang Xinghe languidly shook his head. Such a roundabout approach is one to be employed sparingly. Do not grow dependent on it. The youths, somewhat bewildered yet compliant, nodded foolishly. Oh, understood. Xiao Ying, though somewhat naive, excelled in obedience. After months of interaction, Fang Xinghe had developed a considerable affection for them. Are there many reporters outside? Indeed. The youths chattered animatedly. One even interviewed me. I saw 2 individuals heading towards Teacher Fang's home. Haha, Teacher Fang is quite the sensation lately. Do not mention my father. Fang Yuding, who had just assumed a serious demeanor, suddenly broke into laughter. He indeed has taken a liking to reporters. Fang Xinghe, puzzled, inquired. Didn't we just return from the last wave? How is it starting again so soon? You're unaware? Fang Darren and Lu Tingting turned in unison. Yesterday, our Jixing TV aired your interview video, a full 60 minutes, leaving them utterly astonished. Oh, so that's the case. I haven't seen it. Actually, we haven't either, but there's a rerun today. The stuttering youth, like a loudspeaker, informed each one in turn. Hence today, everyone has come to your home to watch television. The 2 of them exchanged remarks, barely sparing a glance at anyone else. With a playful grin, the mischievous character approached, saying, Tingting, why didn't you mention you wanted to watch television? Come, sit beside me later, and I shall keep you company. If you feel tired, lean on my shoulder. Lu Tingting merely pursed her lips without responding, instead lifting her petite face to sweetly call out to Yu Xiaoduo, 6th brother. Yu Xiaoduo clenched his fist, silently advancing and delivering a swift blow. Bang! The playful character, crying and wailing, scampered away, leaving the world in peace at last. Fang Xinghe glanced at Lu Dingding, chuckling and shaking his head, remarking on her coy nature, filled with cleverness. Before 5:30, the youthful crowd surged into the living room. A few were crouched in front of the television, some seated at the coffee table, and others formed a semicircle behind, encircling the sizable 18-inch color television in 3 layers. Yet, everyone left the central area directly facing the screen empty, as Fang Xinghe boldly occupied the sofa. Flanked by the daring Fang Daden on his left and the obedient Lu Dingding on his right, creating a rather absurd scene. The program soon commenced, and the chattering youths fell silent. As Fang Xinghe's figure first appeared on screen, the tranquility shattered with a collective gasp of awe. Wow, brother, you are incredibly handsome. Indeed, Fang Xinghe felt the same way. The dashing figure on the television lounged languidly in a recliner, his back pressed firmly against it, relaxed yet not lethargic, exuding an air of nonchalance. Clad in a white cotton short-sleeve shirt, which reflected light in the outdoor setting, his face radiated a luminous, jade-like quality, complemented by a sense of laid-back elegance, creating an ethereal detachment from the material world. In terms of detail, his left forearm rested on the armrest, while his right hand lightly touched the coffee table, his fingers long and well-proportioned, with neatly trimmed nails, each aspect strikingly perfect. Although hand fetishism was not in vogue, the inexplicable close-up of his hands by the cameraman evoked a captivating allure. Fang Daden's eyes sparkled as she leaned in, playfully inquiring, "Dog he. Where's that white shirt you wore the other day? What for?" She urged impatiently, "Quick, change into it. Let us have our sisters enjoy a bit." "Wow, Sister Fang, you're amazing." The little female eagles chirped in excitement. Fang Xinghe, with deliberate calmness, picked up a feather duster, waved it a couple of times to gauge its weight, then smiled gently. "How would you like to enjoy?" "Oh my." Fang Daden jumped in fright, yelping as she darted out, only daring to flaunt herself again once she hid by the door. "Sisters, this dog man is so full of himself, if it comes to it. Shall we pin him down?" "All right, I think that could work. I'll go first." Fang Xinghe, now with a dark cloud over his head, quickly summoned the playful character to his side, finally managing to thwart their eager advances. At that moment, he fully comprehended the sudden surge of over 10 million starlights. It was all contributed by these coy, flirtatious dream girls. Within my entire fanbase. Just how many dream girls are there? I have no idea. However, with 13 eagles plus Fang Daden, there were 5 girls in total, all dream girls, constantly yearning for that enticing allure. Alas, it is fortunate that we have our steadfast guardians and devoted protectors. Otherwise, relying solely on myself, I would undoubtedly struggle to manage this unruly group of women. Wiping the sweat from my brow, Fang Xinghe sternly cautioned them to pay attention to the interview. Under the implied threat, there was some effect. Ultimately, the chaos subsided, and we attempted to focus on the television, though tranquility was far from achieved. As a chorus of voices erupted, exclaiming, "Brother, you looked exceptionally handsome during the interview." This admiration was not merely based on physical appearance, but stemmed from an aura of confidence and charisma. Fang Xinghe did not deliberately cultivate a specific image. His demeanor could hardly be described as dignified. The overall impression he conveyed was one of nonchalance towards the interview, relaxed yet not frivolous. His languid composure concealed a latent brilliance. His formidable self-assurance resulted in a resolute tone, and his articulate, unhurried responses consistently broke through barriers. The youth could not articulate their admiration clearly, resorting to the simplistic conclusion that he was simply handsome. However, this was a manifestation of an amalgamation of temperament, presence, the stability of one's core, cognitive elevation, and comprehensive control. To radiate outward, one must first possess substance. Thus, the core is paramount, followed by thought, and lastly, temperament and presence. Control is an ever-present thread, determining the direction and intensity of one's radiance. The entertainment industry is replete with stars who boast excellent temperament and image, yet falter under the pressure of interviews, appearing as if they are merely shadows of themselves, laughing without joy, crying without sorrow, perpetually donning a strained facade. When one's core is unstable, they drift like reeds on water. When thought is lacking, they fail to reach the essence of discussion. Their expressions shallow and devoid of depth. A lack of comprehensive control renders them incapable of exuding the luster of a true star. Take, for instance, the cohort of so-called top-tier celebrities. Not a single one stands out. They oscillate between being overly polished and excessively rigid, some appearing foolish, others erratic. Unscripted interviews reveal them as nearly incompetent. In contrast, the performance of Xiao Zhan during interviews is strikingly distinct. Fang Xinghe, positioned at an even higher echelon, may lack Xiao Zhan's fame but possesses an abundance of confidence, audacity, and spirit. Coupled with his transcendent insights, even the less cultured youths can only exclaim in astonishment. The youth were undeniably excited. The young girls were even more so. At the age of 13, having just graduated from Xuanwu Experimental Primary School, Youngmi stood in the middle of the living room, squealing and bouncing with enthusiasm. Upon returning home from work, her father, Yang Xiaolin, opened the door to hear his partner shouting from the kitchen, "Old Yang, go turn off her television. She has been shouting for nearly half an hour. It's giving me a headache." Yang Xiaolin, not daring to intervene, approached with a smile and immediately recognized the situation. "Oh, isn't this Fang Xinghe? My dear, you have always adored him. What is this? Have you betrayed your revolutionary ideals?" Yang Mi froze in place, her eyes darting as she struggled to formulate a response. Her bedroom was adorned with posters, and she had even emulated in Qixuan's poses for photographs, displaying a quintessentially youthful exuberance. Strictly speaking, she was fervently devoted to her admiration, a die-hard fan. "What is wrong with just watching?" she attempted to retort. But suddenly her peripheral vision caught a close-up of Fang Xinghe's face on the screen. Instantly, she forgot her intended response, staring transfixed at that visage. Swallowing hard and all. "Oh my." The father was overjoyed, moving closer to watch with her. "I must see this well. What charm does this child possess?" However, before he could truly appreciate the details, he was suddenly struck by the close-up of those rare eyes, exclaiming in awe, "Is this child of mixed heritage? How are her irises so beautiful? Gray-blue? Brown-gray?" Yang Mi's rebuttal spilled forth, followed by a stream of chatter. "Where's the blue? Isn't that just a gray base? Enhanced by amber-hued flecks that transition from light to dark, perhaps revealing a hint of metallic sheen when light hits them?" Yang Xiaolin looked at her in surprise as Mi's voice gradually dwindled until she fell silent. Oh no, it seemed she had revealed too much. What should she do? Feeling a twinge of guilt for about half a second, she resolved to embrace her predicament. What of it if I admire literary idols? If he is handsome, isn't that for others to see? She continued, "Look, this girl has been resolute since childhood, decisively drawn to charming young men." Yang's father laughed heartily, teasing her further. "What about your own feelings? What about them?" Yang Mi retorted defiantly despite her inner turmoil, attempting to justify. "One is a writer. The other a singing and dancing idol. How can I not admire both without conflict?" For now, there was certainly no clash, but in the future, she would surely face difficulties. In the bustling metropolis, a 16-year-old vocational student named Tang Yin quietly opened the door to her home. Relieved to find her father had not yet returned, she dashed to the television, hurriedly turning it on to the local station, then rushed to pour herself a glass of water, gulping it down eagerly. It was 5:20 p.m., and according to the schedule, in just 10 minutes, there would be an exclusive interview with Fang Xinghe. Tang pressed her hand against her chest, striving to steady her breath, yet found it impossible. She fixated on the screen, occasionally glancing anxiously at the door as if she were a thief. The reason for her caution lay in her father's strictness. Unlike Mao Xiaodong's situation, her family was quite happy. They held a household registration in the metropolis. Her father worked in administration while her mother was a white-collar professional in a foreign enterprise, financially stable and deeply caring. Yet, parental love and stringent expectations did not contradict one another. Rather, they combined to create a high-pressure environment. From the age of 4, she was required to learn the piano. When she struggled with reading music, her father learned it himself, teaching her key by key. If she lost focus, the long knitting needles would tap her arm, not painfully. But the strict control had accompanied her throughout her 16 years. To this day, she was forbidden from early romantic relationships, declining grades, going out at night, and a plethora of other restrictions. Fearful and resistant, she never dared to defy her parents. However, upon discovering that her deskmate and close friend admired Fang Xinghe and reading the article knowing yet not complying, the spark of rebellion ignited within her. "I must give in. I'm cowardly." Though she lacked the courage to confront her father, she and her friend proudly became part of Fang Xinghe's fanbase. In her vocational school, there were 2 classes for aspiring flight attendants. Thanks to her friends' enthusiastic efforts, 1/3 of their classmates had already joined Fang Xinghe's fandom. while the remaining two-thirds stubbornly clung to their admiration for Li Erping, Lu Yi, Xie Tingfeng, and the Crystal and the Four Heavenly Kings. This is an astonishing ratio. After all, few girls who dream of becoming flight attendants are particularly sensitive to words. Nevertheless, with a visage like Fang Xinghe's, one does not necessarily need to be sensitive to find joy, does one? After a prolonged wait, the program finally commenced. Clad in a white shirt, Fang Xinghe vividly embodied the quintessential boy who represents the ultimate answer in the schoolyard. There he sat, languidly beneath the shade of a tree, half his face illuminated by the light, shimmering in the hearts of young girls. His androgynous beauty was utterly unique, unparalleled in its singularity, and his mere presence evoked a sense of solitude. His well-defined forearms showcased clear muscle lines. As he raised his hand to rest on his chin, the tendons on the back of his hand subtly twitched, as if they had struck a small girl's forehead, causing a resounding thud within her mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. He possessed a pair of lips that were neither too thin nor too thick, with sharply defined contours. The upper lip was slender and sharp, while the lower was adorably full. When such lips uttered words imbued with 6 parts fervor, 3 parts coolness, and a hint of playful mischief regarding my fate, it would be impolite not to scream. Ah! Tang Tang clenched her fists tightly, forcefully pressing against her cheeks, jumping and calling out. She was uncertain why she felt this way, but the sensation of her heart racing and breathless urgency compelled her to act, to release her emotions. Finally, there were those eyes, which the cameraman repeatedly zoomed in on. Tang Tang was not particularly adept at descriptions. She simply felt as though those eyes were irresistibly drawing her in, their pupils as dark as a vortex, with irises of an indescribable, dreamlike cerulean hue. Each glance left her breathless for the next several seconds, leaving her both exhausted and numb. What on earth is this creature? For the first time in her life, expletives erupted from her lips. She recognized that it was inappropriate, but refraining from such expressions felt unsatisfying. In a daze, she noticed it was just past 6 o'clock when footsteps suddenly echoed in the hallway. Oh no! She immediately recognized the familiar rhythm. Her father was home. Should she turn off the television and rush to her room? The best solution lingered in her mind for less than a second before being violently dismissed. With gritted teeth, she sprang up onto the sofa, sitting primly at the edge, and adjusted her expression to one of nonchalance. Today, Tang Jie must uncover the truth. No one could deter her. But I am not a fangirl. I am merely experiencing the growth philosophy of a literary genius. Learning makes me wise. Do you understand, Dad? Fang Xinghe did not comprehend. Such occurrences repeated themselves. As the male charm that emerged from a small city in northeast China sent ripples through an entire generation of those born in the 1980s. This naturally included a significant portion of stars, writers, directors, and celebrities born after 1980, although he has yet to deeply resonate with the public. If he continues to exhibit such a volatile demeanor for another 2 years, and his influence continues to permeate, the entire entertainment industry may one day bow before him. Teacher Fang, I grew up reading your works. In these extraordinary times, the uniqueness lies in the fact that people still read books and newspapers. This may not be the pinnacle of Chinese literature, yet it undeniably represents the golden age of literary icons, a rare moment of cultural prominence. Thus, the previous era has paved the way for the brilliance of Han Er and Guisi. Fang Xinghe strides confidently down this unexpected yet righteous path, armed with unyielding determination and a candid pragmatism, destined to leave an indelible mark on history. He has yet to reflect on his journey, but that is of little consequence. The individuals and events he encounters will inevitably aid in his reflection. Chapter 51. Goodness, can even the father of the emperor be restored? The program has only a few minutes remaining. The bewildered teacher Fang glanced at the panel and suddenly froze, as if his eyes were deceiving him. After blinking and taking another look, the star value surged by another 10,000. What in the world has transpired? Approximately 6 days ago, the star value had reached over 50 million, a figure he had painstakingly accumulated without spending. Once the additional value was released, and with the launch of the interview, it skyrocketed to 70 million in just 4 days. From yesterday to today, in the 24 hours following the broadcast, it ascended to 82 million. Presently, within a mere 50 minutes of the rebroadcast, the star value had soared to 95 million. Just how many viewers were drawn in by the replay? The station director of Jishir deserves a commendation. The star value had finally reached a sufficient threshold. Fang Xinghe initially intended to max out his coordination, But upon seeing the numbers continue to rise rapidly, he felt a sudden thrill and decided to wait a little longer. He aspired to break the 100 million mark, achieving his first small goal in life. Although it may not hold significant practical value, it would serve as a symbolic milestone, a delightful achievement. The interview on the television had reached a pivotal stage, but he could hardly pay attention, his mind consumed with the impending breakthrough of 100 million. Achieving a nine-figure dream through such means was astonishingly surreal. In the midst of the slightly anxious excitement, the star value surged forward like a wild husky racing toward a minor goal. At that crucial moment, the figure on the television raised an eyebrow nonchalantly and declared, "I must undoubtedly be the dark horse. As for others, it matters not." As the star value completed its final ascent, it triumphantly crossed the 100 million threshold. At that instant, a remarkable occurrence took place. The system proactively presented a prompt for the first time. Congratulations to the host for accumulating a billion-level star value for the first time. Consuming 100 million star value will allow for the initial repair of the Star God Assistance System damaged version. Would you like to proceed? This device isn't entirely broken after all. Should I enhance it or repair it? Repair it. Hesitating for even a second would be a sign of disrespect to the Great Father. Forget about coordination and stamina. I'll wait in line for a couple more days if necessary. With a mere thought, slender threads of dark golden lines glided across the system's sleek interface, which then vanished before reappearing. The repair was instantaneous. Fang Xinghe gazed expectantly, only to be met with a frown. Star God Assistance System, damaged version. Goodness. It has transitioned from severely damaged to moderately so. In any case, the term damaged remains applicable, does it not? Aside from that flaw, there seemed to be no significant changes in other aspects. It was only when he scrutinized the Starlight panel that he finally discerned a slight difference. Starlight panel. Number of fans, 805. Expand. Starlight value, 25. Star glory value, 3. Indeed, there was now an expand option next to the fan count. With a focused thought, he activated the previously fixed data, and suddenly, a detailed fan breakdown for Level 5 appeared. Level 1 floating fans, 7, 546, 300 Level 2 core supporters, 482. 500 Level 3 loyal fans, 27. 520 Level 4 frenzied fans, 857 Level 5 believers, 0. So this is where the changes post-upgrade reside. A glance at the remaining attribute panels confirmed that there were indeed new expandable options. Suppressing his excitement, Fang Xinghe returned to the Starlight panel, only to discover another unique feature. When maintaining the Starlight panel in an active state, if he focused his gaze through the translucent, floating window onto a specific individual, the panel would shimmer with corresponding colors. Upon looking at Yu Xiaoduo, the panel illuminated a shade of purplish red, with the Level 4 frenzied entry flickering. Shifting his gaze to Fang Yuding, he noted a deep azure hue, indicating a Level 3 loyal fan. Ludingting was represented by a clear red, suggestive of a rationally enthusiastic supporter. Observing each individual revealed that of the 8, for were frenzied fans. The alignment of enthusiasm and sentiment was not entirely consistent. It largely depended on each person's disposition. The more resolute one's will, the more challenging it was to elevate their fan level. For instance, Fang himself, during his time as a promotional supporter, held great admiration for Xiao Zhan and Yang Chaoyue, yet remained merely a fence-sitting floating fan. While he considered Xiao Tian and Naza as core supporters, physical admirers. Generally, bystanders' fondness indicates a recognition of the individual with a predominantly positive impression. Level 1 floating fans can accurately identify the face, know the representative works, and have a favorable disposition, expressing a willingness to support appropriately when new works are released. Prominent examples of floating fan stars include Fang Long, Li Lianjia, Stephen Chow, Zhou Nai, Yao Fati, and the currently universally adored Xiao Yanzi. Level 2 core supporters begin to show steadfast support. However, they do not limit their admiration to a single individual, and their level of support is contingent upon not disrupting their daily lives. Level 3 loyal fans are less reasonable. If Zhou Nai decides to venture into film, they will support unconditionally, regardless of the quality of the previous project, such as Big Slam Dunk. Loyal fans may still have divided attention. For instance, they might concurrently admire Lu Yi and Fang Xinghe, as their areas of interest do not conflict, and some fans are not overly sensitive. However, upon reaching Level 4 frenzied fans, there can only be one idol. The 3 young stars are likely the artists with the highest number of frenzied fans. their internal competition over the years having refined their loyalty considerably. Bo Jun and Yi Xiao are no different. Their discussions evoke strong reactions whenever the other is mentioned. However, neither Fang Long nor Li Lianjie possesses a fervent fan base. In fact, their loyal supporters are rather scarce. When they transitioned to dramatic roles and ceased their previous pursuits, they immediately found themselves lacking in support. This exemplifies the phenomenon of having numerous superficial fans but few devoted ones. It is evident that elevating the status of one's fan base is no simple feat. It is not merely a matter of being handsome or beautiful, or of having commendable works that leads to effortless success. Among the 13 eagles, including the unconventional Fang Daden, there are merely 8 ardent admirers. Notably, excluding Fang Xinghe himself, only 12 of the 13 individuals rank above the level of casual fans. The one left out induces a complex array of emotions within Fang Xinghe. Li Gangao, known as the harbinger of misfortune, ranks 8th. He is fierce in combat, yet speaks little, often appearing dejected and sullen. His fan level is a mere 1, emanating a faint, pallid glow. One cannot help but feel a mixture of admiration and insincerity. Is it jealousy, discontent, anger, a desire to usurp? Perhaps it is a blend of all these sentiments. In youth, individuals often struggle to perceive their true selves, easily ensnared by negative emotions and distracted by the external world rather than introspection. Ultimately, the reasons are inconsequential. In Fang Xinghe's heart, he has become just another passerby. If, among the 13 individuals, 7 are merely superficial fans, it surely indicates a failure on the part of the elder brother to fulfill his role effectively. However, if there exists only one anomaly among the 13, then there is no need for self-reflection. It does not evoke hatred, merely a realization that continued association is unnecessary. The 13 eagles remain as they are. Fang Daden is nearly driven to madness trying to integrate himself, while the queue outside grows ever longer. Aside from Fang Xinghe, who is indispensable, the absence of anyone else would scarcely be noteworthy. Thus, Fang Xinghe does not wallow in sorrow. On the contrary, he finds joy. The new functionality bears significant implications, not only allowing for the identification of fan levels, but also providing precise data. The leader of the online army cannot suppress his inner exclamations. Finally, I can showcase my professional aptitude. Living in 1999, Fang Xinghe struggles most with the scarcity of data. Without advanced data collection tools or comprehensive channels for gathering information, he feels that much of his prowess has been rendered ineffective, relying instead on guesswork rather than targeted, informed decisions. In the latter stages of his career as an online influencer, tools and big data analytics could accurately quantify the number of genuine fans, delineate between purchased and organic support for a drama, and extract specific consumer capabilities and user profiles from social platforms. Having grown accustomed to such intuitive insights, he now feels akin to a blind man suddenly confronted with clarity. While it does not significantly disrupt his life, it remains an awkward predicament. Whereas the youth of the post-2000s navigate various tools with ease, Fang Xinghe finds himself sifting through piles of newspapers, painstakingly extracting textual information. At last, having acquired a portion of accurate data, he is finally able to conduct further analysis and planning regarding his own situation, a commendable achievement. From the disproportionate fan structure, it becomes clear that his initial assessment was quite astute. Being a writer is a profession that easily attracts fans, but proves challenging to retain them. The accessibility of words can deeply resonate with the right audience, yet the connection between literary works and the author is often tenuous at best. The most conspicuous example is J.K. Rowling, whose globally licensed sales of the Harry Potter series exceed 700 million copies, with the number of pirated copies incalculable. Alongside extraordinarily successful film adaptations, one would assume she has a vast following. However, her social media accounts boast merely 14 million followers, with fewer than 10,000 being diehard fans. Following her public opposition to transgender issues, all related parties distanced themselves from her, with fan sites even revoking her author status, a surreal manifestation of magical realism. How many fans have the courage to support her amid the pressure of public opinion? Very few. Most vocal supporters appear to be driven by ideology, seizing the opportunity to vent their frustrations and engage in fierce opposition. Who genuinely cares about her well-being? Hardly anyone. The same can be said for authors like Liu Cixin and Ming Wei. Thus, it's evident that writers and idolized authors are not synonymous. Han Er and Guixi represent two distinct paths. one who pioneered the idol author phenomenon in China, and the other who has expanded it. Both formidable in their own right, yet their approaches are entirely different. Han Er has embarked on the path of an opinion leader, attracting young rebels. Guisi has taken an unconventional route, employing the literary theme of youthful heartbreak to resonate with young girls, enjoying the benefits of a devoted female audience, a challenging feat indeed. In terms of general fame and superficial followers, Good Brother surpasses Guisi. However, the number of loyal fans is precisely the opposite. Therefore, despite their first films achieving similar box office results, their essences differ fundamentally. One calls out to a disenchanted youth through artistic expression, while the other caters to pure adolescent fantasies in cinematic form. Could the strengths of both paths be synthesized, refining the approaches needed? Fang Xinghe believes it is worth exploring. Initially, he followed a similar route to Good Brother, establishing his image with incisive prose, focusing on the pain points of youth, and expanding his recognition while evoking resonance among minority groups. However, due to his striking appearance, there emerged an illusion of universal appeal. The truth has now become clear. 80% of female fans are drawn to looks, character, or maternal appeal rather than literary merit. Male fans predominantly appreciate personality and writing, yet are inherently less likely to be fiercely loyal. Consequently, the overall result is an explosion of superficial followers, a dearth of core fans, and an alarmingly small number of devoted enthusiasts. If he were not constantly subjected to harsh criticism, the number of core fans might well be reduced by 2/3, with loyal fans remaining exceedingly rare. Moreover, another disheartening reality is that the emotional projection of writing is already lacking, with essays being the weakest form among all literary works. Good Brother has penned numerous exhilarating pieces, nurturing a decade-long fan base while opposing the world daily. Yet, when Han San's work emerged, a significant portion of superficial followers turned against him, leading to a catastrophic collapse of millions in support. It wasn't until 3 years later, when his debut film was released, that some recovery occurred, primarily due to the film's quality ensuring longevity. The stark reality is disheartening, yet inevitable. After the fervor of youth dissipates, what emotional connection can one sustain with the author? In contrast, Fang Xinghe has only recently gained attention. Yet he is already far more prominent than Han during the Triple Door era. Indeed, gratitude is owed to the formidable support from loyal fans in the enhancement of aesthetic appeal. However, upon encountering news about the Little Swallows, Xiao Fang immediately regains his composure, no longer exhibiting any signs of arrogance. One must not be carried away. As a mere writer, one is vastly removed from the protagonists of popular dramas. Even in comparison to his rival, Lu Yi, the truth remains rather harsh. Never Sleep premiered this year on Beijing satellite television, but due to narrative issues, the second round of rebroadcasting has been mandated to undergo revisions and will not be aired across multiple channels until next year. Nevertheless, during this initial single-channel premiere, the character of the strong yet tragic Xiao Tong has become the everlasting ideal for female viewers. In terms of popularity, the unassuming Lu Yi pales in comparison to Fang Xinghe, while in terms of unwavering loyalty, he is utterly eclipsed. Xiao Tong surpasses the genius writer effortlessly. This exemplifies how a classic role in a drama can significantly enhance an actor's persona, creating profound emotional resonance, a lasting visual experience, and an expansive realm of fantasy that is incomparable. The struggles of a keyboard warrior are not worthy of comparison. Despite Fang Xinghe being an orphan and fitting the definition of a strong yet tragic character, the harsh realities he faces lack the immediate emotional impact that visual storytelling provides, failing to resonate deeply within the soul, resulting in a considerably diminished effect. Mao Xiaodong's plight is even more tragic. Who really supports her? The feigned sorrow portrayed on screen often evokes greater empathy than genuine, yet invisible suffering. This phenomenon is universally observable. In Titanic, the self-sacrificing Leo skyrocketed to superstardom, while the flawless persona in Twilight propelled Kristen into the realm of leading ladies. Characters like Wei Wuxian from The Untamed, Xiang Lu from Longing for You, and Li Lianhua from Lotus House all experienced meteoric rises. Having just one iconic role can be immensely powerful, establishing a foundational legacy for a lifetime. If one possesses three, what does middle-aged weight gain even signify? Subsequently, many young individuals who do not watch dramas fail to comprehend why Fei Xian continues to be a leading actress, having starred in films for over a decade without a single notable work, yet frequently trending. They mistakenly believe her success is solely due to marketing. failing to grasp the emotional projection mechanism of classic roles. Conversely, luxury brands that truly understand this logic do not concern themselves with the chaos of fandoms, lavishly offering compensation without hesitation within the big data models and commercial value assessment systems of consumer giants. One of the core indicators for endorsers is whether they possess iconic roles that can perpetually yield positive influence. Without such roles, one is unworthy of high compensation. Another pertinent example is Jiao Anjuan, who, in reality, does not possess top-tier looks. He has numerous facial flaws in his natural state. Despite starring in hundreds of dramas, only a select few have achieved significant ratings. Yet, in the public's eye, he remains an ancient costume heartthrob, with his portrayals of Li Xuanhuan, Yang Jian, and Zhang Zhao having transcended reality to an extraordinary degree. This is precisely why Fang Xinghe is so determined to become an actor. The presence of classic roles directly determines the upper limits of devoted fans and star power. This is not a matter that can be resolved through mere textual quality. It is a complex project that integrates artistic imagery, personal image, marketing prowess, potential reach, and depth of projection. Until today, Fang Xinghe has merely relied on experience to formulate his conjectures. The fan hierarchy has now unfolded, providing corroboration for his vision, thus clarifying the future direction. Preparation, accumulation, and the portrayal of classic roles are paramount, along with performing at an unparalleled level. If suitable roles are scarce, he shall create them himself, merging writing and directing, even overseeing investments without the primary aim of profit, but rather to produce classics. Everything is in service of his star value and luminary prestige. This is precisely why he is not hastening to enhance his writing. A capacity of 79 is sufficient for now, primarily relying on elevated thought and avant-garde material to craft essays. His current writing prowess is more than adequate, and any further enhancement would be superfluous. In 2 months, when he undertakes the final revisions of his first lengthy manuscript, he shall augment his writing attributes, which will be timely. Afterward, he can set it aside. For a capacity of 89 will sustain him indefinitely, unless a sudden desire to pursue the Nobel Prize arises, in which case no further enhancement is necessary. Conversely, coordination is crucial, directly influencing various martial arts skills, diverse acting training methods, and all fundamental techniques. Such an array of skills cannot be attained solely through star value. The gap is too significant and can only be bridged through diligent practice. Therefore, the sooner he maximizes his coordination, the greater the benefits. In Fang Xinghe's ultimate life goals, health ranks first, followed by immunity, recovery, and endurance, while strength and speed pale in comparison. Yet, in the medium to short-term planning, coordination takes precedence, with other aspects adapting to circumstances. This principle underpins Fang's approach to maintaining a position among the top 3 in the entertainment industry, steadfastly focusing on a singular core objective, discerning what to pursue and what to relinquish, advancing resolutely without deviation. Suddenly, the exuberant Xiao Yanbian leapt up, drawing Fang Xinghe back to reality with his energetic gestures. The program paused on his gentle smile, and the crowd erupted in excitement. Damn! He looks incredibly handsome. Indeed, I am now salivating over that white shirt. When he sits there, he exudes an undeniable charisma. The patriarch of the third school, the national youth leader, Fang Xinghe. Yes, brother, raise your arms in triumph. First unify Nong'an, then the nation, and seize your rightful place today. Fang Xinghe, caught off guard, spat out the watermelon he had just bitten into, his toes gripping the ground as exasperation filled his mind. Are all these superhumans devoid of any sense of embarrassment? Surprisingly, it was not Zhang Qi, who called him Father Fang. That was the most outrageous, but rather those who followed. I'm the one they mentioned in the interview, proudly flaunting my newfound wealth. I was the first to pay the boss, none other than this humble self. Oh, you foolish glutton, what are you even boasting about? I was the first girl to shower the brother with affection. Am I boasting? Fang Xinghe could no longer tolerate this. These 14 or 15-year-olds, a blend of innocence and folly, immaturity and restlessness, could indeed create a significant incident at any moment if not checked. Have you finished? If so, hurry back to your studies. Fang Xinghe cast a sidelong glance at them, coldly declaring, I've conferred with all the teachers in our class. This summer, you all will attend supplementary lessons. If anyone fails next semester, they will be expelled from the Eagle membership. Oh, no, brother. You might as well put me out of my misery. Suddenly, a chorus of wails erupted, and the youngest sister, who was somewhat of a stutterer, attempted to cling to his leg, throwing a tantrum. There was no room for negotiation. With a dark scowl, Fang Xinghe delivered a swift kick that sent the stutterer sprawling before him, chastising, "I have expended all my goodwill on you lot. As for outsiders, I couldn't care less. Having secured the teacher's favor has already granted me considerable prestige, and I shall only offer you this one piece of advice: study if you wish, or not." Dejected and defeated, the youth retreated homeward, murmuring that they would have been better off not attending at all. This left the journalist lurking nearby filled with curiosity, approaching to inquire further. After spending 10 yuan on a soda, he finally uncovered the details of the incident. The eager paparazzo hurried back to pin his article. Though seemingly trivial, this incident highlighted Fang Xinghe's character traits and starkly contradicted his arrogant self-image as a despotic figure, making for a lucrative piece of writing. After all, was he not stationed in this desolate little county precisely for such opportunities? This encapsulated Fang Xinghe's current popularity, while he may not attract fans like Xiao Tong. He certainly generated a buzz of unprecedented proportions. However, in reality, Fang had been diligently attempting to temper his fame. In just over a month, a new anthology of essays was set to be released, followed by a lengthy publication a month thereafter. It was time for his fans to rest and conserve their vocal energy. Gather your thoughts and save your vigor. Hold on to your enthusiasm for when the time comes for you to scream, he mused, confident that on that day, none would be spared. Chapter 52, Playing the Black and Red Game. "You're an expert, Brother Fang." After the program concluded and the young ones were sent away, peace finally returned to the household. Fang Xinghe retreated to his bedroom and powered on his phone. Just as it finished booting, the familiar chime of incoming messages filled the air, followed swiftly by a phone call that interrupted his perusal. He answered casually, and a voice on the line exclaimed in delight, "Fang, this is Zhang Jianjun, a senior reporter from the Guangming Daily and a good friend of Wang Yali." The conversation quickly turned to the matter of an interview. Interestingly, the caller prioritized their connection to Wang Yali over their professional title, which Fang Xinghe perceived as a sign of respect. Yet, this did little to deter his refusal. "I'm sorry, but I need to confirm with Sister Yali first. There are far too many frauds these days." Implicit in his words was the request for Yali to reach out to him directly. This was his most tactful response, designed to save time. Oh, but there was an even more time-efficient approach. He ceased answering subsequent calls altogether. Nevertheless, the phone continued to ring with over 20 calls, often interrupting his thoughts. How odd. The media's enthusiasm for interviews seems excessive, he pondered, noting that it was already 7 or 8 o'clock, far beyond typical working hours. Feeling perplexed, he sensed there must be some underlying reason he was unaware of. Sitting idly at home was not a solution. So he resolved to take a stroll and gauge the situation on the Tianya forum. In this age, the Tianya emotional community had become Fang's online stronghold, where his fans refrained from facing criticism in the literature section and avoided being questioned by detractors in the film section regarding any cinematic contributions from Xiao Fang. Instead, they gathered under the emotional moderator in the water's edge, creating their own little enclave of camaraderie. However, those who linger here are primarily admirers of beauty and devoted fans, utterly indifferent to literary discussions. They meticulously remember every insult hurled at Fang Xinghe while finding it difficult to provide meaningful critiques. In stark contrast, the fervent supporters of literature, known as Fang fans, engage in relentless battles against their detractors daily. Meanwhile, the rather unrefined Fang fans in the film sector become a dwindling minority, constantly besieged by various groups of youthful admirers and music enthusiasts. Yet, whenever the opportunity arises, they seize the moment to launch their barbs. Wow. How can someone from your family be so unattractive? Sister, are you naturally drawn to the grotesque? The first batch of echo chambers on the internet emerged prematurely in 1999, propelled by Fang Xinghe, catching everyone off guard. Fang Xinghe wished to observe the trends among these two types of fans to glean insights about the current situation. A seemingly reasonable thought, right? However, as soon as he stepped outside, before even reaching the main road, 2 girls dashed out from the side. With long bangs, golden hair, flushed cheeks, and shrieks of excitement, they exclaimed, "Fang Xinghe, wow, you are truly handsome." It appeared as if these 2 girls were about to leap onto him. The bashful boy idol, speechless, turned on his heel and fled. Signatures? Not a chance. The young women of Northeast China today are undeniably fierce. And those little girls who roam the streets are even more so, wild and unrestrained. If they dislike someone, they will vocally express their disdain. If they take a liking to someone, they become fervent and clingy. While Fang Xinghe yearned for starlight, he was unwilling to sacrifice his appearance. He fully utilized his speed advantage, darting home like the wind, swiftly scaling the wall. Once safely inside, he held his breath, listening intently to the sounds outside. Within moments, hurried footsteps halted at the wall. Hey, where did they go? Should we not pursue them? He is so fierce. What if he gives us a beating? I wouldn't mind being hit by him. What, are you scared? Well, a little. I just want to hang out with him, ideally share a bed. But I certainly don't wish to take a beating first. Are you foolish? How can you sleep with him without enduring a thrashing first? Every bold girl in the county desires to climb into his bed. So who gets to go first? Naturally, those who endure the most punishment get to be at the front of the line. Why don't we ask Long Gu? Isn't he quite familiar with Fang Xiao? Just because they bumped into each other at the bathhouse doesn't he make them best buddies? With us being so beautiful, how could Fang Xiao possibly be interested in him? Fang Xinghe, feeling a surge of frustration, clenched his fists tightly. The two girls, while not unattractive, exuded youthful exuberance and had fair complexions, certainly above a score of 70. However, even with a score of 90, it was hardly a justification for their attempts to encircle him. Listening to the two enthusiastic girls lingering nearby, he felt an unsettling tingle at the nape of his neck. Heavens, can I not even leave my home? Having never experienced fame, Fang Xinghe was uncertain whether this was typical behavior. After all, the fans from his era were generally quite polite. Even wealthy women worth millions would sit quietly in the audience, merely lifting their phones to capture moments. Why had it become like this for him? It is 1999. Well, that explains it. Left with no alternatives, Fang Xinghe decided to call Wang Yali, Chen Danya, and Zhao Chunhua to see if they had any noteworthy updates. Wang Yali informed him that the entire media landscape of the capital was eager to interview him, and he had inadvertently brought fame to his sister, attracting numerous inquiries daily. Chen Danya cautioned him to remain calm and composed, advising him to be prudent in his words and actions, for his current popularity was precarious. Detractors would undoubtedly retaliate fervently. Feng Yuanzheng urged him to focus inwardly during such tumultuous times, emphasizing the necessity of honing his foundational skills, for his popularity was still superficial. He warned against losing oneself amidst the overwhelming praise, stating that achieving the title of Best Actor would signify the true commencement of an artistic journey. Their heartfelt concern was genuinely touching, yet they had failed to grasp the underlying issues. Ultimately, the idle elderly Qigong reached out with a phone call. Fang Xinghe, why have you only just turned on your phone? Do you have any idea how many letters we have received for you in recent days? Busy. Engaged in seclusion and practice, Fang Xinghe replied nonchalantly, preparing to hang up. However, Li's urgent interjection finally illuminated the situation for him. Don't rush, don't rush. Have you seen the interview with Xiaohan? No, what about it? Oh, it's nothing much, just that you were mentioned. You know how our media operates. It was a rare opportunity to interview Xiaohan, so they certainly discussed you. But this kid, being inexperienced, got led astray, didn't he? Haha, quite spirited. Li Qigong began to ramble nonsensically. Fang Xinghe, understanding the matter, calmly stated, "It's all right. I am not easily provoked. Please read it to me. I would like to be informed. Actually, this situation is also the fault of your media over there, stirring up trouble for no reason," Li Qigong muttered softly. As Li recounted the events, Fang Xinghe gradually gained a comprehensive understanding of the situation, which stemmed from the aftermath of the interview footage. The Jixing Daily, upon realizing Fang Xinghe's current acclaim, lamented their earlier oversight, regretting their hasty judgments about the matter, particularly the mention of South Korea and the North. Consequently, the newspaper swiftly retracted their previous statements, bestowing upon Fang Xinghe the titles of the strongest literary icon of the new generation and a vanguard of post-80s thought, singing his praises profusely. However, this was not merely a benign development. The editor of the Jixing Daily, perhaps caught up in the momentum, seized the opportunity to disparage his elder counterpart, criticizing him for his lack of achievement and scholarly prowess, suggesting that he could not compare to young Fang. This was akin to stepping on Han Han to elevate oneself. Naturally, the media from Shanghai took offense at this, questioning why they should be bound by such arbitrary associations and cut ties whenever it suited them. Though Han Han was merely a child from their suburban area, he was not someone they could belittle at will. Thus, the typically aloof Shanghai media unexpectedly latched on to Fang Xinghe, refusing to let go, since they had begun this association. Every mention of Han Han inevitably included Fang Xinghe, leading to an inexplicable emotional bond that turned into a professional ailment of discomfort when they were not mentioned together. Eventually, Han Han himself felt somewhat constrained and, enticed by the allure of being the lead story on Dongfang News, decided to accept a face-to-face interview. The conversation initially flowed pleasantly, but then the reporter posed a question that many were curious about. Han Han, is it true that you do not enjoy studying? Or is it simply that you cannot learn? At this moment, Han Han did not think much and confidently replied, that was back in my second year of junior high. During an exam, I performed quite well, averaging around 91 points in each subject. I had anticipated that I would at least rank within the top 20. But to my dismay, I found myself placed at 43rd in the class. Ever since that moment, I suddenly felt a profound sense of disinterest and consequently abandoned the notion of being a model student in the eyes of my teachers. It's not that I'm incapable of learning. Rather, I simply refuse to compete for the top spot in something that does not ignite my passion. Then, the assassin unexpectedly revealed his true intentions, striking him with sharp words. So, you have indeed made efforts, but you lack the innate talent of Fang Xinghe, who can effortlessly secure the top rank in the province. Did the realization that you could never surpass those prodigies lead you to forsake your endeavors in this regard? Han Han was instantly incensed. He was a genuine 16-year-old boy, not a mere child masquerading as an old sage like Fang Xinghe. I did not give up because I am comparing myself to others. I simply find it utterly meaningless. The assassin, overjoyed, persisted, but studying itself is inherently meaningful. Have you not read Fang Xinghe's latest articles? By adding more value to oneself, life will undoubtedly improve in the future. Otherwise, how will you manage to complete high school? Without hesitation, Han Han retorted, I, Han Han, can sustain myself through writing. But where are your books? The assassin pressed. Fang Xinghe's first full-length novel is already completed and in the final stages, likely to be released soon. Han Han, feeling the pressure, impulsively declared, my book is nearly finished as well. The assassin, relentless, continued, so that means you are on a similar timeline? Aren't you afraid of going head-to-head with Fang Xinghe? Judging by the quality of the essays published so far, there is indeed a noticeable gap between you and him. Damn, what a ridiculous journalist. At this moment, Han Han began to grasp the gravity of the situation, yet he could not back down. It was inconceivable for someone of his age to concede in such circumstances. Thus, he resolutely responded, I fear no competition from anyone, nor do I perceive any disparity between myself and others. Subsequently, the headline of the interview published by Dongfang Network transformed into a sensational declaration. Han Han, I am stronger than Fang Xinghe. If you don't believe it, let us meet face to face. Following the main title was an even more provocative subtitle. Han Han's new book is already finalized, boldly claiming he will challenge Fang Xinghe. The introductory outline seemed intent on capitalizing on the sensationalism. Han Han had once declared that among all who write in Chinese, Qian Zhongshu ranks first, and he himself ranks third. As for who occupies the second position, it is inconsequential, as it certainly is not Fang Xinghe. There is no gap between us, and he cannot surpass me. Upon learning of this entire exchange, Fang Xinghe could not help but laugh heartily. Ha ha, do not mock. This boy Han Han is not as mature as you are. Li Qigong, lacking in confidence, attempted to explain, but to no avail. Who among us is truly the child? Fang Xinghe inquired, still amused. By the way, has his book been completed? It may not be necessary for both to be released simultaneously, however. Having them come out one after the other could indeed be beneficial. Li Qigong found himself in a rather awkward situation. He had nearly completed his work when Rin Jun remarked that this young man had managed to pen a novel in less than 2 months after dropping out of school. However, ever since the interview, he had confined himself to his bedroom, resolved to embark on a significant revision. In just 2 days, he produced over 50 pages of discarded drafts, none of which were salvageable. What a disappointment. In an instant, Fang was stripped of all enthusiasm. There was no longer any potential for promotional collaboration. So, what use do you have left, my friend? Li Qigong coughed lightly, ahem. I believe he possesses the talent to craft an exceptional piece. With this newfound determination, there might still be something to look forward to. Fang Xinghe considered this perspective. What if this ambitious individual, fueled by passion, produced a work even superior to his previous The Triple Gates? The more successful he became, the greater the influence on his younger brother. Thus, Fang Xinghe harbored nothing but genuine wishes for his success. Could you kindly convey that to him? I await his arrival. Ahem. Li Qigong was once again caught in a fit of coughs. Such audacity. This child grew bolder with each passing day. After discussing the matter, Li Qigong inquired about his progress, How is your book coming along? When do you plan to publish it? Perhaps after the new concept essay collection is released. Fang Xinghe replied lazily, or maybe it will coincide with some unforeseen incident. Given the current wave of popularity, Fang knew that Mr. Fang would likely miss out. His new book had just solidified its concluding framework, which felt somewhat rough around the edges. True refinement would have to wait for the second edition, since time would inevitably stretch. It was better to exercise patience and refine the work, while also awaiting the next wave of enthusiasm. Unforeseen incident? Li Qigong pondered for a moment before hesitantly speaking. I have a situation on my end. A friend at a publishing house suddenly inquired about the nature of your relationship with your relatives, wondering if there were any significant conflicts. I didn't mention your uncle, but I suspect that your situation may not remain under wraps for much longer. Fang Xinghe felt a stirring in his heart, sensing an unusual atmosphere. If publishers in Shanghai were starting to inquire, news must have spread quite widely. That may not be the case, Li Qigong assured him. My friend has a bit of a wild network and is well informed. The media's eagerness to interview you is primarily due to Xiao Han and the new book. There likely aren't many targeting your uncle specifically. One is enough for such matters. Fang Xinghe chuckled quietly. Well then, you carry on. I shall make some inquiries. He ended the call and, after a moment's contemplation, dialed Zhao Chunhua. Xinghe, didn't you almost stir up a major incident? 2 reporters from the Southern Metropolis Daily have already arrived in your area. Zhao's voice was filled with anxiety. I haven't yet determined the source of the leak, but the whispers have reached me, and the information is quite credible. What on earth is going on? Ah, it's nothing. Fang Xinghe replied nonchalantly. The house my mother left me is slated for demolition, and my uncle came over to cause a scene. I couldn't bear it, so one night, I poured half a bucket of gasoline by the wall of his house, intending to scare him. All of it was the truth, except for the final statement. The principles of journalism were well within Fang's grasp, and he was certain he could navigate them better than the Southern faction. What? Zhao Chunhua was taken aback. Having worked at the forefront of the media for years, she was far more perceptive than Wang Yali. Is it causing quite a stir? Are many people aware? Not particularly. But a significant number are in the know. Fang Xinghe pondered for a moment before adding, however, those willing to disclose information are likely few. Zhao Chunhua abandoned all illusions. Speaking urgently, yet gravely, you must swiftly secure an interview with the major outlets to clarify this matter comprehensively. Some media outlets, once they obtain such information, cannot simply report objectively. Xiao Fang, do not place your hopes on their professionalism or moral integrity. The bloodstained buns are your own summary. And now is the prime moment for them to feast upon your misfortune. I understand. Fang Xinghe gazed at the dimly illuminated starry panel, a faint smirk flickering on his lips. Discrediting, distorting, taking things out of context, spreading rumors, and framing individuals are all conventional tactics, nothing new. Zhao Chunhua exhaled deeply. It's good that you recognize the gravity of the situation. This is not like the petty squabbles of the past. If it escalates, it could deal a devastating blow to your reputation. Is that so? Fang Xinghe held a different perspective. The fundamental logic of reputation is this. In today's era, the commercial avenues for fame are exceedingly limited. Only a positive reputation can translate into substantial economic value. Thus, once a public figure bears an indelible stain, it results in a crippling injury. The woman Fang Xinghe most admired in the entertainment industry embodies this very principle. After being released from prison, Xiao Qin could only find work as a background actor, plummeting from a celebrated star to a mere nuisance. Therefore, from a conventional viewpoint, should Fang Xinghe be pinned down, his future would indeed suffer greatly. However, the question remains, do the constraints of contemporary society genuinely impose a significant burden on Fang Xinghe? Or more precisely, does he truly need to be scrutinized by those in possession of resources based on the merits of his reputation? Clearly, the answer is no. Thus, he felt no fear whatsoever. Only anticipation filled his heart. When it comes to riding the tide of notoriety, he is the true expert and the indignant elder brother. Armed with a prime crowbar. Chapter 53. Brothers, a grand endeavor awaits. The logic of remaining unperturbed is quite simple. First, this trifling matter cannot destroy Fang Xinghe. It is merely slander, which he welcomes. Second, the new book will sell even better. Third, while multi-channel monetization may indeed be affected, patience is key. He is in no rush. Fourth, superficial fans may encounter issues, but that may not necessarily be a negative outcome. Fifth, theoretically, any online harassment aimed at a 14-year-old can be dismantled, yet it will not faze a seasoned veteran like him. However, his fans will undoubtedly be distressed. Sixth, he can retain at least 2 channels for expression, still able to voice his thoughts freely and with even more fervor. Thus, even if his black material falls into the hands of the South, it is merely a minor inconvenience. It is not that there will be no impact, but rather that he can withstand it. Nevertheless, he solemnly replied, "I am aware. Thank you, Sister Chunhua. Do not rush to express gratitude. I shall promptly contact the director of the news department at Capital Television, who previously expressed interest in acquiring that interview footage. Additionally, you might consider asking Yali to inquire with CCTV. While the news may not be a certainty, there are several programs that might be viable." Zhao Chunhua earnestly advised, and then hurried off to attend to matters. She bore a striking resemblance to Wang Yali, both embodying the spirited, warm, and magnanimous demeanor characteristic of young women from the capital. Although Fang Xinghe harbored doubts regarding her proposed solution, a wave of warmth surged within him. As for the reasons behind his skepticism, they were rather evident. In this current era, no force could impede the relentless onslaught of smear campaigns orchestrated by various media. The intellectuals of the past, who merely engaged in idle chatter on platforms like Weibo, were now replaced by those who, living abroad, scavenged for scraps. The contemporary intellectuals include journalists, editors, writers from literary associations, university professors, economists, sociologists, and freelance contributors from all walks of life, including celebrated directors from prestigious institutions. Thus, when they collectively set their sights on a target, it can spell genuine trouble. Only a broadcast from the likes of News Broadcast or Focus Interview could wield some influence. Other forms of clarification are utterly insufficient against their slander. Moreover, the nature of these alternative clarifications, whether they lean towards friend or foe, remains uncertain. One can only wait and see. Half an hour later, Zhao Chunhua called, her voice filled with indignation. Capital Television was willing to arrange an exclusive interview, but it required Fang Xinghe to travel to the capital with the topic and timing dictated by them. He would have to comply unconditionally, without any autonomy. That was out of the question. Without hesitation, Fang Xinghe firmly declined. A legitimate television program is fundamentally distinct from Zhao Chunhua's previous interview. When appearing on television, autonomy is paramount. Without it, one could be subjected to relentless interrogation and arbitrary editing, with no opportunity for discussion. The final product could be utterly unrecognizable, a predicament that many artists have faced due to malicious editing by Mango TV. Fang Xinghe would rather refrain from television altogether than accept such manipulation. "I knew you would refuse," Zhao Chunhua sighed, her tone filled with concern. "Director Luo was very eager before, but now I sense he is no longer inclined towards literary topics. He is likely pursuing a major news story instead." Thus, it seemed that they were indeed foes, not friends. Nevertheless, Fang Xinghe remained remarkably composed. Who leaked this information to him? A reporter just arrived here. How could Capital Television have gotten wind of it so quickly? The efficiency of this information dissemination seems off. Oh, indeed. A loud sound resonated from Zhao Chunhua's end, though it was unclear what had caused it. "Wait a moment. I will enlist Yali to help inquire further." Once again, in less than 10 minutes, she responded, her voice tinged with anxiety. "I have uncovered the information. The journalist sent to your location is from the Southern Metropolis Daily's reporting station, and the source of the news is Xinhua reporter Yang Xiao. The one leaking information to Lao Luo is likely the editor from Renri." Fang Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. How did these people come together? Zhao Chunhua's worried voice continued over the microphone. "This is troubling. Numerous media outlets are awaiting the interview results. How is it that so many people are idly waiting around, expending such effort to trouble you? Is there something wrong with them? This is not merely a matter of wanting to devour someone's reputation. It has escalated into a significant maneuver aimed at tarnishing Fang Xinghe's image." She found this perplexing. However, Fang Xinghe gradually began to comprehend the situation. Although the concept of difficult to defend had not yet emerged domestically, it had indeed been in existence. According to subsequent public information, the International Monetary Fund's assistance to the domestic cultural sector had already taken considerable shape in the early 1990s. It is perhaps better left unsaid. But regarding the difficult-to-defend categorization, it is not a fixed group delineated by geography. Rather, it is an attribute derived from the southern newspaper industry. In Fang Xinghe's era, their entire group had been abandoned by their superiors, and with information being fully disclosed, netizens discovered that many unrelated individuals were receiving the same salary. Thus, It is hardly surprising that they banded together behind the scenes. They were simply good friends. What truly revolted Fang Xinghe was the fact that, at present, this group of individuals dared to represent the forces of progress. I truly wish to curse their entire families, she thought, albeit with a sense of restraint. Zhao Chunhua was not oblivious to the complexities of the difficult-to-defend faction, yet she always believed that Fang Xinghe, despite his rebellious nature, still belonged to the cultural community. The cultural realm includes literature, and given the excellence of his writing, how could he not be considered part of it? Very well, he could be. However, she evidently underestimated the lethal resolve of the difficult-to-defend faction towards Fang Xinghe, for while both he and Han Han were rebellious, Han Han's ire was directed at the environment, whereas Fang Xinghe's wrath was aimed at them. It was evident whom one ought to support. This gave rise to an even more pressing issue. Fang Xinghe was an obstacle. The difficult-to-defend faction had long sought to nurture a group of progressive new youth who possessed leadership qualities and shared their aspirations. Capable of becoming idols for the younger generation, they exerted considerable effort, seizing every opportunity to conduct major selections. Indeed, they promoted numerous genuinely admirable figures. Yet only those with Western-aligned ideologies received undue accolades. From the initial list of the 50 most influential public intellectuals in China to the 10 youth leaders, and subsequently to the annual Chinese Youth Leader, how many distasteful characters had been paraded forth? Once the list was revealed, it was truly an eyesore. What leadership did Liu Taijun, who produced Nanjing, exhibit? Whom did Zhang Zi, frolicking on foreign shores, truly move? What impact did the wildly lauded Gao Xiaojin have on anyone? Young Han Han perfectly met the requirements of the difficult-to-defend faction, which is why the associated praise and momentum had never ceased since his debut. However, the circumstances of this generation were markedly different, with Fang Xinghe standing in the way. Who would bother to look at the lesser-known Han behind him? It is not that Han Han lacks strength, but rather that Fang Xinghe is exceedingly formidable. In the absence of opportunities, they could only endure with bated breath, but now that the chance has finally presented itself, they are determined to exert every ounce of effort at their disposal. After all, capitalizing on Fang Xinghe is not only profitable, but also generates considerable buzz. Thus, they intend to escalate their efforts. Consequently, it is not just Zhao Chunhua who is beset with worry. Wang Yali is also uncharacteristically flustered. She takes the initiative to call. Xinghe, I fear that the matter may spiral beyond control. Numerous media outlets are reserving space, awaiting the interview outcome. When I promised to assist you, it seems I may have overestimated my influence. Do not fret. I am well aware of the situation, Fang Xinghe reassures her calmly. His composed voice alleviates Wang Yali's anxiety. Have you devised a solution? Rest easy. I cannot afford to lose. Wang Yali exhales deeply. Very well. I shall confer with Chunhua to see how we can assist. Fang Xinghe does not press further, thinking it futile. After all, no matter how they maneuver, victory remains elusive. Indeed, while defeat is not an option, triumph is equally unattainable. This is not merely due to the fact that most channels of expression are controlled by the adversary, nor solely because the majority of articulate individuals are aligned with them. The most crucial underlying truth is their utter lack of shame. For instance, when it comes to slander, a multitude will descend upon you, tarnishing your reputation beyond recognition. You may possess evidence, yet find no platform to voice it. When you finally locate an avenue for expression, it is swiftly obliterated by their predatory tactics. Your persistent clarifications may eventually capture the reader's attention, but alas, they are not interested in the truth. It is neither entertaining nor thrilling, and thus, rumors continue to proliferate. You seek merely an apology, yet regrettably, they excel at feigning ignorance. You may resort to legal recourse, but to no avail. Ultimately, they dismiss you with a wave of their hand, leaving behind a hollow apology, before turning their gaze towards the next victim, erasing you from their memory as if you were mere refuse. Your worth has come to an end. You no longer merit their time, nor the vitriol they hurl, or even a mere glance. Meanwhile, they return to bask in the adulation and acclaim of their loyal audience. You may have won, but does that bring you joy? Fang Xinghe finds himself deeply unsettled by this notion. As a prominent figure in an age enamored with entertainment, he is acutely aware of the ruthless tactics employed by the so-called intellectuals. To speak candidly, no one can triumph against this relentless force. No strategy will suffice. For the fundamental truth is that a vast audience believes in them, convinced that the world outside is sweet and that their own struggles stem from their own inadequacies. Even if you were to silence the current intellectuals, the newcomers would still cater to the audience for monetary gain. The audience, once pleased, will continue to believe their fabrications. This dilemma persists into 2030, as even a minuscule fraction of a population of 1 billion can render anyone powerless. Those who exploit the situation do not rely on external funding. They thrive solely on the support of domestic naivety, achieving financial independence. The situation is bound to grow more dire. Can Fang Xinghe truly contend with millions of ardent followers? A mere spit from each could drown him. Thus, he could only become more audacious, disregarding the readers and his reputation, relentlessly pursuing the leader without hesitation. Winning or losing was irrelevant. What mattered was whether he could inflict some pain upon them. Ultimately, this situation was a battle of mental fortitude. Whoever possessed a stronger mindset, who could withstand criticism, and who could remain resolute until the very end would emerge victorious. Moreover, why should he confine himself to their parameters? You may dictate how to engage, but when to commence and when to cease, that is my dominion. Fang Xinghe retrieved his phone and dialed the pager number of Long Go, the ruffian he had conversed with in the bathhouse. Coincidentally, he had just narrowly escaped being subdued by 2 spirited girls and turned to seek out the Long Go they mentioned. What a peculiar twist of fate. He instructed the paging service to send a message. This is Fang Xinghe. Please return the call if you have matters to discuss. In less than 3 minutes, his phone rang. Upon answering, he was greeted by the breathless, excited voice of Xiao Long. Young Master Fang, it's Xiao Long. What can I do for you? Long Go. Please, just call me Xiao Long. What do you take me for? In your presence, I am hardly worthy of such a title. Xiao Long was not particularly articulate, yet he was perceptive. He not only adopted a suitably humble demeanor, but also sincerely wished to assist Fang Xinghe. The pride of being able to declare, Fang Xinghe is my fellow townsman. We often bathe in the same bathhouse. During business trips had become rare over the 30 years, yet at this moment, it felt genuine and unpretentious. Just let me know what you need. I will take care of it immediately. If it's beyond my capabilities, I'll find a way. Fang Xinghe, no longer polite, commanded, help me locate 2 individuals, reporters from the capital, from Nandu News. They might be interviewing my uncle today. You know where he resides, right? Of course. At the head of Zhanqian Street. Xiao Long exclaimed excitedly. I know the inns in that area. Once we find them, what then? Should I enlist a couple of girls to set up a little scheme? This tactic works wonders against outsiders from reputable institutions. Fang Xinghe nearly burst into laughter. This fellow was quite amusing and resourceful. However, he replied, no need for that. Just inform me when you locate them, and do not engage. Oh, Xiao Long's voice was filled with disappointment, yet this did not dampen his enthusiasm for the task. All right, young Master Fang, expect good news from me soon. If all goes well, I'll have it wrapped up in half an hour. Very well, I appreciate your help. Having only mingled with society online, Fang Xinghe found such matters second nature. His character was inherently expansive, having long engaged with the entertainment industry, which made him a natural leader, without mentioning any remuneration. His simple expression of gratitude invigorated Xiao Long immensely. He tossed down the phone and, amidst the furious exclamations of his boss, dashed back to the bar. Raising his arms triumphantly, stopped drinking. We got a big job ahead. Everyone, rise and follow me. A table of young men and women, dyed in various hues, looked up with gleaming eyes. What's the job, Long Go? How much can we earn? This group of youngsters, barely in their 20s, was desperately impoverished. Upon hearing of a major opportunity, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Earn? I'm not talking about money. Long Go, brimming with bravado, slammed his palm on the table and pointed his thumb at his own nose. This task is meant for Fang Xiao. The boys were momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. But the girls erupted with excitement. Which Fang Xiao? Fang Xinghe. Obviously. Long Go, brimming with confidence, nearly touched the ceiling with his chin, his sneer radiating arrogance. I had already mentioned how close I am with Fang Xiao. None of you believed me. What do you say now? Damn. Oh my goodness. Bro. Is it really Fang Xiao who wants you to work? The youth's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and everyone stood up. Long Go pounded his chest. If the job is done well, Fang Xiao will personally come over shortly. Let us get moving, shall we? Yes. What else is there to discuss? Just tell me who we're targeting. 2 young men sprang forward. Upon closer inspection, they were sporting flamboyant hairstyles. Their once vibrant red hair now faded to a dull hue, adorned with earrings akin to those worn by Fang Xinghe. Let us go. Let us handle this. The girls were even more exhilarated. Coincidentally, Two of them were the very ones who had dreamt of being with Fang Xinghe. The most spirited among them grabbed a bottle and pointed at Long Gu. If I don't see Fang Xinghe today, one of us is bound to meet our end. What is the plan? Hurry up. Yes. I'd even be willing to share a bed. Are you delusional? Look at yourself. Damn it. Shut up and follow me. With a wave of his hand, Long Gu strode out confidently, chin held high, casting sideways glances at everyone they passed. Just one word, swagger. This illustrates Fang Xinghe's influence in this small county. This town has been transparent for far too long. The young ruffians, trapped in this small town from their teenage years to their early 20s, desperately need a genuine idol to look up to. A mere top scorer in the middle school entrance exam does not suffice. What does a goody two-shoes know about loyalty? Nor does a ruthless killer that only instills fear, failing to comprehend the confusion of small-town youth. Only Fang Xinghe is deserving. He has carved out his own domain through sheer effort, and within that realm, he freely expresses himself, penning phrases that resonate with the youth across the nation. Adoring Fang Xinghe, despite the incomprehensible essays and the books that elude them, may seem foolish. Yet, in their numb and constrained dreams, someone like Fang Xiao represents the singular beacon of hope. The moment this is articulated, it may sound even more foolish. Thus, they have never voiced it, instinctively quieting their steps and lowering their voices as they pass by the third middle school, fearing they might awaken the celestial presence above. Now, there is finally an opportunity to assist Fang Xiao and interact with him personally. All of them are electrified. Whoever Fang Xiao directs, they shall follow. A mere frown from him signifies that they are at his beck and call. Chapter 54. This kid is unbelievably cool in less than half an hour. Xiao Long, breathless, called back Fang Xinghe. Fang Xiao, I found the person. Take your time, catch your breath. I'm fine, it's all good. The person is at the Lijiang Grand Hotel, in the inn run by Wang Yi. All right, thank you for your hard work. I'll be there shortly. Fang Xinghe rose to his feet, and his companions, Duoyu and Heizi, also sprang up. Duoyu tucked a dagger into the waistband of his trousers, while Heizi picked up Fang Xinghe's leather bag. What are you doing? Fang, the leader, chuckled wryly, gesturing for them to put their weapons down. We, the 13 Eagles, have cleaned up our act. We are now merely a study group, not a gang. His cult just elicited hearty laughter from the two, who doubled over, unable to straighten up. Ha ha ha, a study group. Goose, 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 goose. Fang Xinghe could not suppress his laughter either. The editor of that report was undoubtedly a genius. When he eventually starts his own company, he should be recruited to bring joy to everyone. His brilliance was wasted in the provincial newspaper. All right, let us go and meet our new friends. Absolutely. It was quite impressive for a social fellow not to even own a car. Luckily, Duoyu had called a taxi to wait at the entrance, sparing Fang from having to walk. At that moment, the local taxi was a small Alto, a vehicle Fang had never seen in his past life, resembling an old man's toy. Upon arriving at the destination, he looked up to behold a large 4-story building. Regal Hotel? Splendid, splendid, just to my taste. Before he could discern more details, Xiao Long darted in front of Fang Xinghe, hesitating with his hands raised, flustered and blushing, ultimately managing only to exclaim, Fang Xiao. Uncertain of how the younger generation greeted one another these days, Fang extended his hand. Xiao Long, thank you for your hard work. Xiao Long quickly reciprocated the handshake, repeatedly assuring, not at all, not at all. It was a small area to search. We found it easily. Where are they? On the 4th floor, room 404. Xiao Long pointed towards a lit window, where another young man stood watch. Let us go upstairs. Xiao Long immediately took the lead, with Duoyu and Heizi following closely behind, encircling Fang Xinghe. As they ascended, Xiao Long provided an account of their endeavors. We asked at the front desks of various inns, and the staff here are quite familiar with us, so it was easy to confirm their whereabouts. Then I sent my 2 sisters to charm the door. Those fools opened up immediately upon hearing they were sisters, and we surged in, subduing them on the spot. Wow, the capital is indeed different. There's quite a treasure trove here. Cameras, mobile phones, and recorders. Fang Xinghe listened patiently until he felt compelled to inquire. You didn't take anything from them, did you? Of course not. Xiao Long shook his head vigorously. That would be breaking and entering. We're just mingling, not fools. Smart thinking. A casual compliment made Xiao Long scratch the back of his head and chuckle awkwardly. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Fang looked up to see 3 individuals waiting in the corridor, 2 women and 1 man. Upon catching sight of Fang Xinghe, their eyes sparkled with excitement, and they quickly covered their mouths, nearly squealing in delight. Fang nodded amicably at them and, led by Xiao Long, entered room 404. Inside were 4 young men and 2 young women, all of whom stood up collectively upon seeing Fang Xinghe. Some nervously rubbed their hands together, others instinctively stepped forward, while a few gasped and covered their mouths. They resembled starstruck fans encountering their idol. Perhaps it is an exaggeration, for Fang Xinghe's natural appearance embodies the pinnacle of human aesthetics. Amidst the hushed gasps of surprise, Fang Xinghe turned his gaze towards the bed. Seated upon it were 2 middle-aged men, aged between 30 and 40, clad in nothing but their undergarments, shivering with fear yet showing no signs of physical harm. On the bedside table lay an assortment of cameras, tape recorders, mobile phones, notebooks, and pens. Fang Xinghe understood the situation well. He raised his hand, and Heise immediately handed him the bag. I appreciate everyone's hard work today. He casually extracted a sum of around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan from the bag, without counting, and directly handed it to Xiaolong. Brother Xiaolong, treat the guys to a late-night snack on my behalf. If time permits after our business is concluded, I shall raise a toast to everyone. Such is society. The 2 journalists looked up in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief, their eyes filled with skepticism. Fang Xinghe, have you truly unified the underworld of Nong'an? Given your authoritative demeanor, I cannot believe you have not taken a few lives. The nonchalance of his posture, the fluidity of his movements, and the maturity of his speech all suggested he was no ordinary man. As they recalled the interview with Wang Deli, where he had wept profusely, their hearts sank. Indeed, Fang Xinghe was the type of individual who would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. A wave of dread washed over them, their hearts tightening as they began to tremble. Meanwhile, Xiaolong, with a hefty stack of renminbi in hand, felt a mix of surprise and hesitation, a blend of emotions rendering him flustered. Fang Xiao, my friends have done this little favor for you. It's only right to show gratitude. Fang Xinghe waved his hand, interrupting Xiaolong's somewhat uncertain humility, and instructed in an authoritative tone, distribute the surplus among the younger ones. They should tidy up their appearances. Given that the boys are handsome and the girls beautiful, why do they appear so disheveled? The youths, unaccustomed to such generosity, were taken aback, with 2 girls almost on the verge of tears. The others, initially eager to approach Fang Xinghe for a greeting, now felt embarrassed and refrained from moving. Yet, they were not angered. Rather, their hearts swelled with emotion. Fang Xiao had praised them. My own mother has never shown me such concern. This is precisely the essence of Fang's strategy. He wished to avoid being bombarded by a group of youngsters asking endless questions and seeking attention. However, when others show genuine kindness, one cannot respond with a cold demeanor. Therefore, it is essential to exhibit warmth while maintaining a respectful distance. A delicate balance that tests one's emotional intelligence and social skills. Fang Gu is unyielding and confrontational, yet this does not imply a lack of emotional acuity. On the contrary, when the situation demands, he possesses the ability to exhibit considerable emotional intelligence. Rest assured, Fang Xiao. Xiaolong nodded vigorously, his expression earnest. Everyone who assisted today deserves recognition. I cannot take advantage of them. Fang Xinghe patted Xiaolong on the shoulder. All right, go enjoy yourselves, and we shall connect later. Xiaolong glanced at the 2 journalists, hesitating. Should I leave a couple of brothers to keep an eye on them? No need. It's merely a conversation. Nothing more is required. Fang Xinghe smiled gently, which only served to heighten the anxiety of the 2 journalists. What a dreadful place is this? What a ridiculous situation is this? Fang Xinghe, do you realize you are on the verge of breaking the law? The young men and women hastily retreated, barely daring to breathe within the room, and upon exiting, they erupted into chatter. Fang Xinghe faintly overheard the 2 young women grumbling at each other. Why didn't you step up again? I was too scared. What a disaster. You were so bold before, but now you're as limp as a wilted cucumber. I really lost my nerve. Damn it. Another good opportunity squandered. And you dare to blame me? If you're so impressive, why didn't you go? I was also terrified. Their banter was both audacious and amusing. However, rather than mock her, her companions wholeheartedly agreed. Yes, indeed, Fang Xiao is incredibly impressive. I only dared to sneak a glance at his profile. I couldn't bear to look him in the eye. His aura is even more commanding than those gang leaders. He truly has me captivated. How can a man be so handsome? Just seeing him makes me panic. I don't dare approach for fear of suddenly. What is that phrase again? Fang Xiao is truly righteous. For such a trivial matter, he actually provided so much money. Long Gu, from now on, you'll be like a brother to me. When can we invite Fang Xiao out for a meal? Transforming back from Xiao Long to Long Gu, he confidently lit a cigarette, patting the stack of bills in his palm, casting a sideways glance at his companions. Are you all fit to dine with Fang Xiao? Look at you all, so disheveled. I'd be embarrassed to take you along. In a moment, each of you will get 200. When you return, clean yourselves up a bit. We're no longer who we used to be. We are now serious individuals who have done work for Fang Xiao. We must pay attention to our personal image, understand? Understood. Oh yeah. Upon hearing they would receive 200 each, the youngsters erupted into cheers, brimming with excitement. Standing at the door, not stepping inside. Fang Xinghe couldn't help but shake his head and smile, finding the group amusing. Despite having lived only to the age of 25 in his previous life, and now being merely 14, the vast differences in experiences and perspectives defined who was truly a child and who stood out among adults. What a charming bunch of young brothers indeed. Fang Xinghe initiated a conversation with the two journalists, unexpectedly cutting in, which only intensified their unease. They exchanged glances, and the older one, mustering his courage, responded, "Yes, indeed. They are quite innocent." The younger, noticing Fang Xinghe's demeanor was not as hostile, chimed in, "Fang Xinghe, you are the adolescent writer I admire most. Your future is bright. We are merely small-time journalists trying to make a living. Do we have any money?" Fang Xinghe leisurely interrupted. The two, one tall and one short, one plump and one lean, presented a comical sight. The older one's hairline was precarious, while the younger one had dark circles under his eyes, epitomizing misfortune. At that moment, they found themselves bewildered by Fang Xinghe's inquiry, exchanging increasingly forlorn glances. "This is not much, I suppose." Fang Xinghe nodded knowingly, pulling a chair from the room and sitting down with a commanding presence across from the two. He gazed intently at them. "I have a lucrative opportunity. Would you care to hear about it?" The bald man and the one with dark circles under his eyes exchanged glances for the third time, their eyes filled with hesitance. In an environment fraught with uncertainty and danger, individuals tend to develop a reliance on their companions. Bolstering each other's courage alleviates feelings of fear and insecurity. Therefore, rather than separating them, Fang Xinghe chose to address both directly, hoping they might influence one another positively. "Living in the capital is no easy feat," he remarked with a sigh. From his bag, he extracted half a box of Hong Kong Mountain cigarettes, leisurely placing one in each of their mouths before lighting them. This sequence of actions was not merely an attempt to appear suave. It was a psychological maneuver to apply pressure and set the tone for the conversation that would follow. "I too have spent some time in the imperial city. One can thrive when one is well fed, and the experience is more refreshing than burdensome. How about you too? Have you settled down?" "No, not yet," the one with dark circles replied, cautiously smiling as he held the cigarette without daring to smoke it. "Where could we possibly settle down?" The bald man, however, was a seasoned smoker. He took a deep, greedy drag, feeling somewhat steadied. Yet he regarded the young man with a mix of caution and tension. "Fang, you seem quite busy. Why not get straight to the point? There's nothing urgent." Fang Xinghe replied with a relaxed smile. "I'm here to bring you some financial support. Your uncle's interview?" The two men, being astute, had long harbored suspicions, and now they finally had the opportunity to voice them. "Indeed." The bald man quickly waved his hands, saying, "No need for money. You can take our photos and written records right now. Consider it our apology to you." Fang Xinghe chuckled softly. "I am not a robber." After a brief pause, he raised his hand to gesture forward, indicating they could remain silent. His three statements were accompanied by laughter, a pause, and a hand gesture that left no room for interruption. He exuded a commanding presence, demonstrating complete control over the situation, while intricately breaching their psychological boundaries. The two men had no choice but to comply, silently smoking. During this time, they cautiously observed Fang Xinghe, their minds racing. How long does it take to finish a cigarette? If all goes well, perhaps half a minute, much like the present moment. How many questions could one clarify in that brief span? Very few, and hardly enough to address any specific inquiry. Thus, they concluded one undeniable truth. Fang Xinghe was no ordinary individual and deserved their utmost respect. They needed to carefully consider his propositions or demands. From that point on, the two reporters transitioned from anxious and restless to perplexed and curious. Finally, Fang Xinghe began to discuss the matter at hand. "Taking anything from you is meaningless. Similarly, causing you harm would be counterproductive. To put it bluntly, The higher-ups at Nandu would likely rejoice at the thought of burying you in agricultural safety, exchanging your lives for a sensational news story. Do you know who I am alluding to? The preceding remarks had offended the two individuals, yet following the final statement, their anger dissipated, replaced instead by suspicion. It seemed they were already aware. Fang Xinghe, resembling a devil, let out a soft chuckle, dripping with sarcasm, but then abruptly shifted the conversation. Never mind, that is inconsequential. I have never cared for those or matters beyond my reach. My focus lies solely on myself. This statement served as a small, sharp hook, subtly stirring certain emotions. The one with dark circles under his eyes grew restless. What exactly do you intend to do? The bald-headed man hastily intervened, attempting to mitigate his companion's disrespectful tone. Indeed, classmate Fang, given the circumstances, is there something you wish to discuss? Let us speak frankly. It was quite simple. Fang Xinghe languidly leaned back against his chair, leisurely articulating his demand. I require you to withhold the current interview content. Rewrite a version devoid of any suspicion and fax it back. You may determine the boundaries, but I insist that no reporters approach my uncle's family again, lest they become suspicious and seek out leaks. Impossible. The one with dark circles nearly leaped up in exasperation. We lack such influence. It is utterly unfeasible. 50,000. Huh. The nonchalant tone of Fang caused the one with dark circles to freeze in place, caught between sitting and standing, his rear end awkwardly elevated. The bald-headed man gaped, his head slightly tilted back, the light gleaming off his shiny forehead. How much? Fang leisurely raised his right hand, fingers spread. 50,000 in RMB. You may negotiate amongst yourselves. He possessed a mere 200,000 in savings, yet dared to allocate 50,000 for this matter. However, one must not underestimate the significance of 50,000, as the actual salary of the two reporters from the capital barely surpassed 600. Gulp. The sound of the one with dark circles swallowing echoed loudly. The bald-headed man was drenched in sweat, his lips parched to the point of cracking. Yet he pondered more deeply, cautiously remarking, what you are doing is ultimately futile. Even if we manage to stall for a while, we cannot sustain it indefinitely. I do not require you to prolong it indefinitely. Fang smirked, his eyes narrowing, the allure of his heterochromatic gaze captivatingly sinister. An indescribable impact that made him increasingly resemble a devil tempting one to crime. 2 to 3 months should suffice. By then, you could even break the news yourselves and claim a bonus from the company. I have already devised the reasoning for you. The previous investigation was not flawless. We sensed something amiss, and the more we thought about it, the more we felt something was wrong. After a second covert visit, overcoming numerous obstacles, we finally managed to persuade Wang Deli, bringing the truth to light. The two exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they clearly discerned wavering resolve. But I do not understand. What is it that you seek? Fang Xinghe glanced at the one with dark circles, responding with candor, to find a suitable date for the release of my new book. Is that all? The incredulity in the voice of the one with dark circles approached a breaking point, utterly baffled by how one could be so reckless. To orchestrate such a grand scheme, to expend such a sum, was it a lack of understanding of genius or a sign of severe madness? Despite harboring a multitude of doubts, he could not help but acknowledge, gazing at Fang Xinghe's calm and resolute countenance, that when this young man exuded confidence, he was undeniably captivating. Chapter 55. What a mess. The receipt signing made my scalp tingle. To ensure that they fully grasped his strategic intentions and to avoid any misalignment in their cooperation, Fang Xinghe felt compelled to elaborate further. Firstly, my new book should not be launched simultaneously with the new concept composition collection. Ideally, it should be released a month thereafter. Secondly, if you release my negative news now, it would merely benefit the new concept, allowing them to reap the rewards while I risk losing fans and facing a tarnished reputation upon my work's release. Thirdly, I am disinclined to engage with the current media frenzy. I do not wish to provoke the public with further sensational news, as it is not only wasteful but also likely to backfire. Lastly, past actions will inevitably come to light. One cannot conceal the truth indefinitely. Nevertheless, I am confident that my new book can effectively counteract any negative publicity, making the optimal strategy to synchronize these two events. Do you comprehend my rationale? All you need to do is buy me some time, convincing the media that there is no substantial scandal. If you can prolong this for 2 months, the reward of 50,000 yuan will be your unexpected fortune. Should you manage to handle this elegantly, we could establish a long-term cooperative relationship. granting you access to first-hand information that is otherwise inconvenient to obtain from me. What say you? Will you seize this opportunity? Damn, he exclaimed, rising with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling. Why wouldn't we? Fang Xiao, from now on, I am at your service. How distasteful, how to converse like this. Without waiting for Fang to respond, he turned to Baldy, passionately urging, Gone go, let us not bicker. We each take 25,000. That is several years' worth of salary. Baldy was certainly tempted, yet he remained apprehensive. Fang Xiao, I am indeed interested in collaborating, but there is another concern. While we can disseminate false information and deter the majority, there will always be a few skeptics who may come probing. You need not worry about that, Fang Xinghe replied calmly, waving his hand. From this day forward, no reporters from outside will be allowed to approach their family. How simple. His cousin has an entire school of boys keeping watch. As for my uncle's family, Xiao Long and his companions are languishing in idleness. For just 100 yuan a day, a few people can effectively monitor the situation, ensuring that they can count every rat that crosses the threshold. Finally, should I confide my troubles to the old man at my uncle's workplace? Or should I share a smirk with the county leaders? Fang Xinghe had no intention of dragging this matter out indefinitely. He merely sought to gain 2 to 3 months' time, confident that he could apply pressure from any angle with ease. His tranquility was so compelling that, in an instant, Baldy and the man with dark circles under his eyes were utterly convinced. All right, we are willing to cooperate. But I must be frank, I will only act upon seeing the money. Do not blame us for reality, 50,000 is indeed no trifling sum. Fang Xinghe waved his hand, not permitting them to elaborate further. You may begin drafting the new manuscript now. My friend will remain here to accompany you and temporarily safeguard your phones. Tomorrow morning, I shall return with the full payment. Once you have faxed the manuscript back and it is published, my friend will escort you back to the capital, ensuring your safe return home. Finally, you will provide a receipt formatted accordingly, complete with signatures and fingerprints, and we shall settle our accounts. As for the possibility of future collaborations, that shall depend on how well you execute this task. To speak plainly, I do not lack media resources, nor do I need to gather a host of ineffectual individuals to offer them assistance. Therefore, only that which possesses value will warrant a subsequent engagement. With the transaction essentially confirmed, a hint of Fang Xinghe's harshness became apparent. The impression he created was one of humiliation, yet fundamentally, it was not intended to belittle. At the tender age of 14, confronting individuals in their 30s across a distance of over 1,000 kilometers, courtesy is insufficient to guarantee loyalty. Only assertiveness can safeguard one's rights. Pan Hong once remarked, albeit bluntly, that when one provides sustenance and financial support, it must be clear who holds dominion. In a manner that may seem somewhat severe, his meticulous logic could effectively bolster their confidence, enhancing the likelihood of their perseverance until the final moment. The bald-headed man and the one with dark circles under his eyes exchanged glances for the last time, their eyes now brimming with excitement. Yet, upon delving deeper, one could also sense a tinge of wariness towards one another. If I fail to deliver the money, will he betray me? Conversely, if he does not fulfill his part, should I disclose his shortcomings? As such thoughts flickered through their minds, they remained friends, yet were no longer entirely aligned. Being a frontline journalist may sound appealing, yet it is fundamentally distinct from the role of a prominent writer seated comfortably in an office. They harbored no confidence as to whether Fang Xinghe's new book would achieve remarkable success. They simply could not afford to regard 25,000 as a trivial amount. This was sufficient in itself. The most direct evidence lay in their solemn nods and the pledges of loyalty that flowed from their lips. Under the illumination of the starlight panels, they radiated an ethereal glow. This signified that two individuals, initially harboring ulterior motives, had not only genuinely consented to the transaction, but had also been swayed by Fang Xinghe, transforming into mere admirers. While first-tier admirers may not exhibit profound reverence, such a transformation was indicative of significant progress. Having successfully managed the affair, Fang Xinghe had departed the hotel alone. Upon reaching the ground floor, he was intercepted by a middle-aged man. Young Master Fang. The man, sporting a quintessential Northeast hairstyle and a stubbly appearance, wore a short layer of hair atop his head, a large gold chain around his neck, and cradled a leather bag under his arm. It was a classic look, unmistakably associated with those of a certain stature in the Northeast. He halted, tilting his head to observe, waiting for movement. I am Wang Yi. The middle-aged man approached briskly, extending his right hand from a distance, his smile effusive and warm. Upon hearing of your esteemed presence at my humble establishment, I hurried over, not for any particular reason, but simply to meet our great talent. Oh, how splendid you appear in person, even more so than the rumors suggest. Has everything proceeded smoothly? Wang Yi was exceedingly courteous, albeit his speech was somewhat convoluted and awkward. Greetings, said Fang Xinghe, refraining from extending his hand, merely nodding. It has been rather smooth. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. Not at all, not at all. We are all kin here. Nothing was broken. So where is the trouble? Wang Yi chuckled heartily, retracting his hand and retrieving a business card from his bag. In the future, should you require anything in the vicinity of the station, feel free to call Brother Wang directly. Though I do not own all the hotels, hair salons, or video halls here, they must offer me a degree of respect. Fang Xinghe accepted the business card, twirling it between his fingers without looking down, coldly scrutinizing Wang Yi instead. This examination was typically devoid of warmth, signifying a vigilant disposition towards any overtures from strangers. It was more a matter of laziness than concealment. Thank you, Fang Xinghe finally responded, neither friendly nor hostile. Before pausing briefly, he then turned and walked towards the entrance. Once his figure vanished into the night, a subordinate approached, standing behind Wang Yi. Brother, isn't this local fellow quite impressive? Indeed, impressive. Not an easy feat. Wang Yi shook his head, filled with sentiment. In the future, if you see him near the station, do you know what to do? Of course, assist when necessary, and keep a low profile otherwise. I knew you were cut from the right cloth. Excellent. This area's business will now be entrusted to you. Be courteous to those young rascals as well. Understood. Wang Yi, patting his belly in satisfaction, ambled towards the back door. Halfway there, he suddenly turned back. By the way, disconnect the phone line at the front desk. The subordinate, understanding the implication, settled into the counter. Rest assured, I shall supervise personally. Wang Yi laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up, and as he turned, his footsteps became light, humming a little tune. Upon discovering that Fang Xinghe had arrived at his hotel, he was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. There are always those who presume that the so-called big shots of society wield absolute power in their own territories, able to do as they please. Yet, in reality, those who have made a name for themselves in society fear only the wild young ones, and only secondarily the authorities. Fang Xinghe embodied both qualities. Having already established his reputation in the gray areas of the county, moving about like a harbinger of misfortune, both feared and revered. Should nothing go awry, a hasty gift is in order. Should trouble arise, one must assist with tears in their eyes. As for the two journalists from the capital upstairs, my apologies. But should any issues arise, please contact the authorities. If the bald-headed man and the one with dark circles under his eyes felt disgruntled, secretly seeking help from the hotel would certainly provide an entertaining spectacle. However, Fang's skills were remarkably adept, and they obediently penned their articles, toiling through the night to craft an impeccable narrative that was almost heart-wrenching in its effort. The following day, after finishing his training, Fang Xinghe paid Xiao Long and then proceeded directly to the bank. He had not contacted Xiao Long the previous night, pondering what sort of libations might have been consumed. Drinking with those reckless individuals is exceedingly perilous. Only a fool would truly integrate with them. It is far wiser to maintain a safe distance and sustain oneself financially. Upon arriving at the bank, he was once again the center of attention among the ladies, who eagerly clamored for his autograph. Outside, he undoubtedly lacked such widespread recognition and popularity, but within the county, it was a different story. The advantage was that the notoriously tedious process of withdrawing money was considerably streamlined. The downside, however, was the strain on his hand. After extracting 55,000 yuan, he tucked 5,000 separately into his bag and placed the remaining 50,000 into a brown paper bag, then hailed a taxi back to the hotel. At this juncture, the bald man and the dark-eyed fellow had already composed a new draft. They stared expectantly at Fang Xinghe, asking, Fang, do you think this is acceptable? He casually tossed the brown paper bag aside and briefly scanned the manuscript. True to his profession as a seasoned journalist, the work was exceptionally well executed. In their narrative, Wang Deli, the uncle, had nothing but disparaging remarks for Fang Xinghe, each response laced with bitterness, lamenting that Fang, now famous, had not come to visit them. Reminiscing about how he had once been kind to Fang in his childhood, and mentioning their family's hardships during the time of his sister's passing, while ultimately acknowledging that he had lent a hand. Now, however, it was all about how Fang had struck it rich, with rewards from exams amounting to an astonishing sum. The overall article was compelling, albeit filled with trivialities, and the underlying implication was that Uncle was certainly not the benevolent figure he appeared to be. The dark-eyed man explained. The reason for not writing from a positive angle was due to the editorial stance of the Southern Metropolis Daily, which had subtly indicated their preference prior to our departure. Thus, we could only delve into a more negative perspective. The bald man interjected, stating that their primary objective was to emphasize Fang's rebellious demeanor and emotional detachment from family ties. Only such a piece would satisfy their superiors. The dark-eyed man continued. However, they did not wish for others to seek out Wang Deli. Thus, portraying him as a deceitful opportunist would deter potential troublemakers from approaching him. Excellent. Fang Xinghe was quite pleased. All right, please send it via fax. The group made their way to the third middle school, where Fang Xinghe accessed the office building using facial recognition, then headed directly to Liu Dashan's office, thinking, what is the harm in using his resources, given our relationship? In Fang Xinghe's presence, the bald man placed a call to his superior. Leader, there is truly nothing of value to uncover here. I have no idea who spread that false information, but the relationship between Fang Xinghe and his uncle is strained. The so-called insights are merely trivial matters. And I invested 3 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor, only to hear the juiciest tidbit. Fang Xinghe wet the bed as a child. Puffed. The dark-eyed man and the other fellow quickly turned their heads to the wall, stifling their laughter. Nevertheless, the information was undeniably accurate. The editor on the other end of the line seemed to be rambling, prompting the bald man to raise his voice in frustration. Why can't we return? What else is there for us to do here? Absolutely. Of course, I'm certain. Whoever obtained the information should come here for an interview themselves. Neither of us could extract anything substantial. So what? Do you suspect we accepted money from Fang Xinghe? After a moment of reluctance, he finally relented. Very well. Let us stay a few more days to observe. Even if there is an opportunity for an interview, it is unlikely to come our way. With that, he sighed. Enough of this. The phone bill is exorbitant. Let us leave it at that. As soon as the call ended, the bald man eagerly turned his gaze towards Fang Xinghe. Mr. Fang gave a thumbs up. Well done, old Gon. Your acting is quite remarkable. To be fair, when it comes to naturalistic performance, the bald man could indeed teach many artists a thing or two. While this may not be artistic creation in the strict sense, much of artistic creation often draws inspiration from such life moments. All right, let us settle the payments. Considering their cooperation, Fang Xinghe took the initiative to adjust the procedure. You two can choose to save it or carry it on you. My 2 little brothers will be with you for a while longer. And the receipt must be written now. The dark-eyed man excitedly burst into English, which felt rather sophisticated in this day and age. The 2 brothers began drafting the receipt according to Fang Xinghe's instructions. Today, we received 50,000 RMB from Wang Yi, the general manager of the Zhongtai Hotel, for the purchase of all audiovisual and textual materials related to the large-scale, clandestine gathering organized by the Zhongtai Hotel, ensuring that there will be no duplicates and that we will not disclose or report this to any party. Payments settled, all debts cleared as of August 4th, 1999. Signed, the 2 older brothers perspired profusely while writing the receipt, their hands trembling with a significant amount of sweat. Several times they opened their mouths, seemingly wanting to say something, only to painfully close them again without uttering a word. The dark-eyed and the extra one were also dumbfounded, their mouths agape as if their jaws had dislocated. Brother, you're playing this way too wild. Is this even possible? Unable to contain themselves, the 2 muttered, Brother. Wang Yi is quite influential in the circles. I know, Fang Xinghe replied nonchalantly, lifting his eyelids. Isn't that perfect? You let him take the blame. Once he discovers who signed, he'll know whom to find. It's not me who is collecting the money. Turning to the older brothers with a cheerful smile, Fang Xinghe jested. Besides, how could you 2 possibly be so foolish as to give that troublemaker the chance to chase after debts? Ah, yes, yes, yes. The dark-eyed man and the bald man nodded vigorously, obediently placing their hands on their laps like schoolchildren. Rest assured, Mr. Fang, we 2 are quite sensible. Fang Xinghe carefully stored the signed receipt, nodding with a smile. Gongge, Zaige, from now on, we are family. Enjoy your holiday, and feel free to command them. He then advised the extra one. You 2 must fulfill your duties as hosts. No worries, big brother. The dark-eyed man's eyes sparkled with excitement, licking his lips. Take care of us. Oh no, I'll feast on your provisions, indulge in your hospitality, and if you dare to make any mischief, I'll have you dealt with. If you dare to trouble my brother, you may escape death, but you 1T evade punishment. When Fang Xinghe returned home, Xiaolong stood at the door with two younger brothers, having waited there for quite a while. Mr. Fang. The three had donned new clothes, shaved their beards, and styled their hair neatly, looking at least 5 times more handsome. Very good, very spirited. Fang Xinghe patted Xiaolong on the shoulder and led them into the courtyard. There is a task for you, he stated. When he mentioned the daily allowance of 25 yuan per person, the young men became animated. It was sufficient for cigarettes, meals, and a day's worth of arcade games, though it fell short for alcohol. However, with 2 pairs working together, the collective funds would suffice for a delightful feast. This arrangement was meticulously calculated by Fang Xinghe, ensuring an optimal standard. Offering too little would diminish motivation, while providing too much could foster detrimental habits. This balance was essential to maintain both drive and discipline. Fang Xinghe further cautioned, keep a close watch, but refrain from taking action. If anything is uncertain, call me to resolve it. Understood. You can rest assured. We will handle it efficiently. Xiaolong vowed, thumping his chest with enthusiasm. Though his boisterous demeanor suggested unreliability, he had proven to be quite dependable for his age. Fang Xinghe had little cause for concern. He counted out 700 yuan and informed them to report for duty the following day, then leisurely returned to his writing. All that could be done was accomplished. Now, he awaited their obedience in the pursuit of their next endeavor.